Chapter 641, Delaying Time A. When Xiaobao saw Jialanga leading his team to fight, he immediately led his men to line up to greet him. He and Jialanga were old rivals, and they had fought countless times over the years, but they basically resulted in casualties to each other. Until the past few years, the royal court was weak, and Sandstorm took the opportunity to conquer some small tribes, gradually becoming a trend, and its strength surpassed Jialanga. Originally, the royal court consecrated King Zhou and King Yu in order to allow them to restrict each other, but now this restriction effect has become smaller and smaller. Jialanga teamed up with the eldest prince and King Ming several times, but the results were not very satisfactory. The attack on Lingyu Mountain even resulted in the loss of troops and generals. Therefore, King Yu is now the most powerful party among the three pillars. The reason is that there is no threat to their west and south. To the west is a vast and dense forest, and to the south is a large desert, so there is no need to worry about sandstorms. But Jialanga is different. She is in the middle of several forces, and has to join forces to strive for development and self-protection. Therefore, Jialanga has had a hard time in the past few years. Although it has made some progress, it is far less than Yuwang Sandstorm. And what worries her the most is that Xiaobao has been trying to seize the throne. Before seizing the Khan position, one must either join forces with Jialanga or destroy Jialanga first. Undoubtedly, King Yu Xiaobao chose the latter, because Jialanga had always refused to join forces with Xiaobao, which was tantamount to seeking death. Seeing Jialanga, Xiaobao was still a little surprised and excited. Although Jialanga was already over 40 years old, he was still very fit, and his appearance had actually become younger and fairer. It turns out that Jialanga has been using Zhu Xiaobao's beauty products these days, and his lifestyle has also changed a lot. Coupled with her recent joyful mood, she looks even more youthful.
Jialanga, you finally went to war? It's useless to hide without fighting. If you know what's going on, join forces with me. The royal court is already in chaos and chaos. It's impossible to govern the Shijue kingdom. Join forces with me. At least you can keep your status as King Zhu. I won't treat you badly.
Xiaobao looked at Jialanga, and actually persuaded him very patiently. Compared with Shadin's death, ascending to the throne is the most important thing, and the Jialanga in front of him can also be regarded as one of his goals. The two were once hailed as the golden boys and girls of the Shijue kingdom, but they were both very powerful, so they couldn't get together at all. Later, Sandstorm had a more favorite target, and that was Princess Mou. But for Jialanga, he still wants to be included in the harem. They are very open-minded in this regard, and don't care how many men Jialanga has had. For him, conquering such a woman will give him a sense of accomplishment.
TSK! Xiaobao, do you think you are very powerful? You are just a mob. I am not afraid of you. If you had sense, it would be too late to retreat now. Otherwise you would not be able to keep your title of Prince Blessing.
Lan Jia snorted disdainfully. Now with Zhu Xiaobao as a strong backer, Lan Jia is full of confidence. Just yesterday, Zhu Xiaobao sent someone to bring in 30 red cannons. Although they were for defense, they already filled Jialanga's heart with confidence. The key is that their lives have improved significantly in the past few months. Now their cattle, sheep, and war horses can be traded directly with the 19th princess, and they can also replenish food and daily necessities in a timely manner. This was the most successful of all Kalanga's collaborations. Now Kalanga's prestige is beginning to rise again.
Humph! You bitch! Don't think that you can sit back and relax after joining forces with the 19th princess. Let me tell you, I don't intend to go back empty-handed this time. Let alone your territory. Even you have to follow me obediently. Ha ha ha. I like to tame fierce horses the most.
Prince Yu Xiaobao shouted more and more confidently. He has 4 million men and horses that can be mobilized, which is twice as many as Jialanga. So he was still very confident. And seeing Jialanga's unruly look, he became even more itchy. This person is so mean. The less he gets, the more he wants.
Fart! You're such an ugly monster, and you still want to take advantage of me? Xiaobao! Come on!
Jialanga shouted angrily, and with a wave of her hand, she actually led Zhu Xiaobao behind her go into battle, because she knew she couldn't beat her. Although Xiaobao also has the cultivation level of Wuzun, Xiaobao's martial arts are much higher, and among Xiaobao's camp, there are 7 or 8 Wuzun alone, which is why he is so arrogant.
Hey! Come on! Come on! Are you Xiaobao? You are indeed a bit imposing. And you can grow so tall? I just don't know if your IQ is proportional to your height.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jialan, who was a little embarrassed. Jia. Just now Jialan Jia impulsively sent out Zhu Xiaobao as his generals. You must know that Zhu Xiaobao's current status is much more noble than her. The Zhuang. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention, and still gave Jialanga a face at the critical moment. So he didn't necessarily embarrass Jialanga on the spot.
What do you mean? Who are you?
Xiaobao didn't understand for a while, and asked a little confused. Of course, he had heard of Zhu Xiaobao's reputation. But this was the first time they met, and he didn't know Zhu Xiaobao. Precious.
I mean, you seem a bit stupid. You want to kill my mother-in-law with just a few people? Do you think you are a bit stupid? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. My name is Zhu Xiaobao. You can also call me 1,000-years-old King of England.
Zhu Xiaobao rode a free horse, and walked to the front of the formation as if for a walk. He even held a fan in his hand. And the feather fan was swaying lightly, as if he was very leisurely. Seeing Zhu roam behind her, she couldn't help but want to laugh. This guy was just showing off.
Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Did Jialanga marry Princess Jiayu to you? Are you helping her out?
Xiaobao asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, this Zhu Xiaobao was not as powerful as he imagined. Strong. On the contrary, he felt a little weak, because Zhu Xiaobao was not wearing armor. Not even the original soft armor. And now, he didn't look like a person who came to fight.
That's right. Hee hee. She is my mother-in-law after all. I have to help her. Do you have a daughter? If you want to marry me, I can help you. At least I won't let you lose your army. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the two families stopped fighting and made peace?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. Hearing this, Jialanga even felt a little hot on his face. His daughter was indeed given to Zhu Xiaobao by force. But this Zhu Xiaobao was too damn it. You are still thinking about the daughter of Sandstorm? Xiaobao's children are in groups. And there are really several of them of the same age. This made Jialanga feel a little annoyed. But when she saw Murong Feng, and Yu calmly waving her hands at her behind, she knew that this was Zhu Xiaobao's usual style. There's nothing else about this guy. He's just a scoundrel and shameless.
Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Zhu Xiaobao, you are really interesting. I will never kill you after I kill Jialanga. I will give you to my 17th princess as a slave. And she likes the kind of slaves that can make people laugh the most.
Xiaobao suddenly raised his head and laughed. This was the first time for him to meet someone like Zhu Xiaobao. And he couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Okay. Since you said so, I promise you that I will not kill your princesses. At most, I will only make them slaves. Although I always hate treating people as slaves. You are an exception.
Zhu Xiaobao also lowered his face and said calmly. As soon as he mentioned the slave status, he felt very angry. Unexpectedly, Xiaobao accidentally offended Zhu Xiaobao.
Stop talking nonsense. Let your beautiful girl come out. I want to kill her first. Avenge my two brothers.
Xiaobao also shouted with a gloomy face. Zhu Xiaobao's words also angered him. Because once the Shijue is destroyed, all his sons will be killed. And his wife and daughters will become other people's slaves. To put it bluntly, they will become other people's playthings. That kind of humiliation is something that no man is willing to experience. So many people are defeated. In the tribe, the men would kill their wives and children first, so as not to become other people's playthings.
Oh, Jumei won't fight. She said you generals are too weak and have no interest in fighting. If you want Jumei to fight, you have to pass my level first.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He shook his head and said disdainfully,
Presumptuous. You are too arrogant. Do you think I don't have any strong generals here? Who is willing to give me this guy's head? Oh, by the way, he was captured alive. I told you not to give it to the 7th princess. Just a plaything.
Xiaobao shouted angrily. In the end, he did not forget his previous promise. He was really very loving and doted on his 17th princess.
I'm here. I'm willing to fight and capture this arrogant boy alive.
Immediately behind him, a general rushed out, rushing out to get ahead of the others, because there were several generals who wanted to take the credit.
Okay, General Yanqi. Remember, you must capture him alive.
Xiaobao nodded. Although Yanqi was a great martial artist, his fighting power was very strong. He had a pair of horned dragon sticks, and he was the most powerful. His only record is that he fought a martial arts master for 50 rounds, and finally escaped unscathed. Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts cultivation has actually reached the realm of martial master. But for people of the divine beast bloodline, the distinction between these realms is very blurry, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see their cultivation. Just like Zhu Mei, he can only guess now. Her cultivation level is already at the peak of great martial lord, but she does not have any special form or characteristics.
Hey! Zhu Xiaobao! Give you a chance to get a good war horse. Don't say I bully you.
Yanxi urged the horse to come to Zhu Xiaobao, and said very arrogantly, in his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao Shibo's body is too weak, and it is simply incomparable with his rough and powerful physique. Even if he has some cultivation, his combat power is limited. Sometimes cultivation does not mean everything.
Well, I'm not used to riding a war horse. I always fight on foot. Why don't you dismount?
Zhu Xiaobao dismounted, walked forward thoughtfully, and asked with his face raised.
Ha ha. Okay. I'll let you convince yourself that you lost. It will be easier to capture you alive in a foot fight.
Although Yanxi was a little surprised, he still cooperated and dismounted. To him, there was no difference between standing up and down.
Thank you. You are such a good person. Are you ready?
Zhu Xiaobao smiled politely and asked specifically.
Ha ha. Interesting. Come on. Let me see.
Before he finished speaking, Yanxi suddenly covered his neck and looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. At this time, a large amount of blood poured out from his hands. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and spurted it out. Chapter 642, Delaying Time B. Yanxi covered his neck with both hands and looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was so fast. It was completely beyond his expectation. The result now is his life. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rushed out to grab the credit. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect this person's speed and reaction to be so slow. What kind of fight is this? In fact, it's not that Yanxi's speed is slow, but that Zhu Xiaobao's speed has improved significantly unknowingly. He has been sparring with Zhu Mei at this speed. He is already used to it. So this fight, I felt that Yanxi's reaction and speed were too slow, and the problem was solved with just one knife. You must know that even the old apprentice now has a hard time beating Zhu Xiaobao. Not to mention Yanxi, who is only a great martial artist.
Oh? You can't even dodge such a move? What a pity. It must be very painful. Right. Just bear with it. It will be fine after a while.
Zhu Xiaobao said with some sympathy, which undoubtedly intensified Yanxi's grief. As soon as he let go, he wanted to yell, but blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground dead.
Ah! You killed my brother! I'm going to kill you to avenge him!
Before Zhu Xiaobao could recover, another war horse rushed out from the sandstorm camp. It looked like a woman. But this woman is so ugly. He is not tall, half a head shorter than Zhu Xiaobao. But his body is extremely strong, with broad shoulders and a thick back. His waist is as big as a bucket, and his face is full of flesh. If it weren't for her pigtails and high breasts, she wouldn't be a woman at all. And even her voice would be very rough. What's even more incredible is that she actually wields a pair of iron hammers, which are only one size smaller than the pair of copper hammers used by Sand Shield. But she is definitely a powerful female warrior.
Hey! 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 Who are you? Male or female? Sign up first. Otherwise I won't even know who it is.
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise, easily dodging this fierce female. A hammer from the general. It is still very advantageous to use this kind of short weapon against a horse general. And it is very flexible.
I am Yan Nan. And he is my brother. Give me your life.
The female general shouted fiercely, then jumped off her horse, grabbed a pair of sledgehammers and chased after her. She also knew how to deal with this. The subordinate Zhongbu will suffer too much on horseback and cannot hit the opponent at all.
Oh? Your brother? Why do I feel that you look more like his mother? Why do you look so scary? You really scared me.
Zhu Xiaobao took several steps back in fear and shouted. He didn't expect this woman. She was Yanxi's sister. He thought this woman was at least 40 or 50 years old. Gan Qing is only in her early 30s. Because Yanxi looks very normal. He looks like a strong man in his 40s.
You are looking for death.
Yan Nan roared even more angrily, shocking Zhu Xiaobao's whole body. What Yan Nan hates most is having people comment on her appearance, which is really not good. So when I heard what Zhu Xiaobao said, I became even more furious. With a sound of
dang!
Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife struck Yan Nan's iron hammer and cut off a piece. However, His precious knife had no advantage against such iron lumps. No matter how sharp it was, it could not be split in half. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to use strange body skills to hide away. The two of them fought like this for a few rounds. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao confirm that his martial arts had indeed improved a lot. It was still very easy to deal with a general of this level now, because the opponent couldn't hit him at all. This kind of the speed is like slow motion in his eyes, and he can avoid it with absolute ease.
When?
There was another hammer blow. This time Zhu Xiaobao pushed it away, and with the help of the force, Yan Nan was unable to catch up, and rushed past Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his feet, and Yan Nan's bucket his body was tripped to the ground and rolled forward twice. The two hammers also gave up.
Are you done with the beating? Is it my turn?
Zhu Xiaobao put away the kitchen knife, picked up a hammer from the ground, turned it around with both hands, and started fighting with Yan Nan again. He was testing his strength and wanted to test his strength.
I'm going to kill you.
Yan Nan also got up from the ground at this time, turned the only remaining hammer, and launched a crazy attack on Zhu Xiaobao.
Dang! Dang! Dang!
He heard the sound of two hammers colliding continuously. What surprised Yan Nan was that Zhu Xiaobao's strength was not weak. He kept turning the hammers and still didn't fall. And the expression on his face was very excited, as if he was enjoying this collision of forces.
Well, okay, not bad. Your martial arts should be about the same as Yongwu Jade. Go back. I don't want to kill you yet.
Zhu Xiaobao hit each other several times, and then he seemed to have had enough. He shook his head and said,
Yan Nan, come back. You are no match for him.
Xiaobao, who was watching the battle in front of the formation, also said in a deep voice. In fact, he was reluctant to say such words that would damage morale. But seeing that Zhu Xiaobao was too relaxed, Xiaobao also said, knowing that Yan Nan would definitely not win. If he came back now, he could at least save his life.
Fart! I'm going to kill this little bastard.
Yan Nan roared even more angrily. At this time, she had lost her mind. Even Xiaobao's words were repelled by her.
Alas! It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. You really shouldn't be so willful.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said. Then he threw the hammer high and threw it to Yan Nan. Mouthingly was still saying,
Give it back to you. Be careful.
Yan Nan stared at the hammer in midair in surprise. The arc was too high, and she could only look up. She was still waiting for the hammer to fall down and catch it. But unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly rushed in front of Yan Nan and kicked Yan Nan's hand with one foot. The hammer in her hand was kicked and hit her cheek. This was something Yan Nan didn't expect at all. Her attention was all on the hammer in midair, and she didn't expect to be hit by her own hammer.
Ouch!
Yan Nan yelled, although he was very close. This pendant weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Yan Nan was still hit so hard that he fell to the ground on his back. But she didn't expect that the hammer in the air would fall down at this time and hit her chest. Immediately, blood spurted out of Yan Nan's mouth, like a fountain, and her sternum was also hit during the process. Broken voice.
TSK. TSK. I told you to be careful. Why didn't you listen?
Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and said with regret. At this time, Yan Nan was seriously injured. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to go up and get it. Her life is on the line. Unexpectedly, before Zhu Xiaobao could make any move, two more war horses rushed out from the sandstorm camp, and the two people on the horses shouted in unison.
Stop! Don't hurt my sister!
One of them, still a few feet away, threw out the iron chain in his hand, caught Yan Nan, and then quickly pulled him back. This skill is very much like the soft whip of sisters Yushuang and Yushui. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised to see that the skills of these two people are much higher. The two rescued Yan Nan and did not stop, but rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao again. Xiaobao nodded at this time. If these two brothers take action, there should be no problem.
Hey! You want to fight in a wheel battle? Are you still shameless?
At this time, Yushuang and Yushui couldn't bear it anymore. They were both happy to see Lai Xian with such a good opponent. Wouldn't it be bad if they didn't go up to fight? What a pity! So the two of them didn't ask for a fight and rushed out directly.
Hey! 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 Sisters! I can still fight! No need for help!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted quickly.
If you fight 3 times in a row, you won't be able to win. Go back quickly!
Yushuang shouted enthusiastically on the horse. And then, like the other party, She used a soft whip to wrap up Zhu Xiaobao. He swung it backwards, and threw Zhu Xiaobao 7 to 8 feet behind him. Zhu Xiaobao turned around lightly in midair, then landed firmly on the ground, and then asked in surprise,
"Is this really true? You listened to their nonsense."
Princess Ying scolded with a blushing face. Today, only Princess Ying followed Zhu Xiaobao to fight, and no other women followed. So Zhu Rong had to answer this question. Here, the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are already fighting with the two people on the opposite side. These two people are actually Yin Shi Yin Nan's brothers Yin Dong and Yin Bei. Like Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they are also twins. And they are also the two of them fought together. Even the weapons were similar. They both used 2 iron chains, which were more than 10 meters long. The two of them had once killed a martial master together. So they were also famous figures in the Shijue kingdom. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had long wanted to compete with these two brothers. The 4 of them fought together, hitting each other from horse to horse. This time Yu Shuang and Yu Shui met their opponent. The opponent was actually so strong, and the opponent's iron chain was 3 feet longer than their soft whip. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui actually didn't get any advantage, but it has some advantages in close combat. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng, who were watching the battle from behind, looked at the battle situation in front of them calmly. Even Jialanga was also calm, because they had already made arrangements, and were now slowly stalling for time. Jumei was not in the camp at this time either. She took Yangwu Jade and Xiong Er Xiong and quietly went to Wang Ting the night before yesterday. It turned out that on the day Sha Dun was killed, the envoy from the royal court arrived. It was none other than Qiu Baiyan. But this time Qiu Baiyan was not so calm. He was bringing the national advisor Qiu Baisheng with him. The letter asking for help came specifically to ask for help from Duan Muqi. It turns out that Wang Ting is now in panic and urgently needs Zhu Mei to calm the situation. You must know that Zhu Mei is the goddess of Wang Ting. As long as the Xuanwu beast is still there, the people of Wang Ting will immediately settle down. That's why Qiu Baisheng sent Qiu Baiyan here in a hurry. Moreover, Qiu Baisheng also gave Duan Muqi a secret letter, which contained a clever plan of his. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng smiled knowingly after reading this secret letter from Qiu Baisheng. This Qiu Baisheng was indeed a kind person, and had already calculated the next few steps. And it coincides with Duan Muqi's idea. Chapter 643, Delaying Time C. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was also cheering for the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to watch the battle. At the same time, the old apprentice was explaining to him the 2 battles just now, pointing out his many shortcomings. Now Zhu Xiaobao's actions are not enough. He is fast but not decisive enough. If he encounters a real master, this shortcoming of his will often be fatal. At this time, the situation on the battlefield has undergone tremendous changes. The 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are actually at a disadvantage. The strength of the 2 is slightly smaller than that of the other party, and the opponent's chain has also grown longer. This made it impossible for the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to get any advantage. Even if he used the Yuanong sword's footwork, he could not change the situation of the battle. Yandong and Yanbei also had hidden weapon skills with their left hands, which made Yu Shuang and Yu Shui a little unable to resist. I never expected that 2 stout men were proficient in hidden weapons. Their hidden weapons were very strange. They were iron rings on iron chains. Iron rings the size of duck eggs were inexhaustible. They were also very heavy and very fast, making it hard to guard against. At this time, Yu Shui screamed and was finally accidentally hit on the calf by an iron ring. She was immediately struggling, and the situation became very dangerous. If it weren't for Yu Shuang's desperate protection, Yu Shui would have been killed by the 2 brothers at this time, because they also saw that Yu Shui's injury affected his mobility. So the main attacks were directed at Yu Shui. I just didn't expect that Yu Shuang would be so desperate. As if she was crazy, not caring about her own safety, and just protecting Yu Shui wholeheartedly. Little did they know that the relationship between the 2 people had gone far beyond the ordinary blood relationship. The 2 of them were still Lily who vowed to live and die together. In the end, Yu Shuang fought hard on her back, and withstood 2 heavy blows from the iron chain, and finally managed to catch Yu Shui and bring her back. Both of them were injured, and this was the worst defeat for them both. Originally, Yandong and Yanbei were still chasing after them, but they were blocked by a burst of arrows. They then retreated with regret. Both of them were very happy to see the 2 sisters. They wanted to kill the sisters, catch it back. Immediately afterwards, the generals under Jialanga couldn't sit still and asked for a fight. The 2 sides fought until it was getting dark, and then they each withdrew their troops. Both sides suffered casualties. 6 soldiers on King Yu's side died. for people on Jialanga's side also died. Plus Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were injured. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao started to pay more attention to King Blessing Sandstorm. The Dare Lovers family really had strong generals who were capable of fighting. Just the two people of Yandong Yanbei. Zhu Xiaobao felt that they might not be able to relax easily. To win, the combination of these two people is definitely far beyond the average martial arts master. When I came back, I quickly treated Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Fortunately, they didn't have any injuries. These two people were also very strong. They took medicine and slept for a night. The next day, they were clamoring to go out to fight. They were both excited, very unconvinced. In the end, Duanmuki scolded him and suppressed him. Duanmuki was the eldest brother-in-law, and now he was the military advisor. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui did not dare to disobey Duanmuki's military orders. Something unexpected happened the next day. Unexpectedly, Mu Xiong, the leader of the Muda tribe, who was the most important under Jialanga, went into battle and was killed in front of the battle. You must know that Mu too was a warrior and had experienced hundreds of battles. Yet he was killed like this. The key is that it took less than 30 rounds to kill Mu Xiong cleanly. This is so surprising. Mu Xiong is a famous warrior in the Shijue kingdom, and he was competing with Jialanga for the position of King Zhu. Didn't you expect to be killed like this? But before they had time to think about it, Xiaobao had already taken advantage of the situation and launched an attack. And the people from the Muda tribe were also eager for revenge. They rushed out before Jialanga could give the order, and the two sides launched the first large-scale fight. Immediately, the battlefield was filled with shouts of killing and blood burst out. This caught Jialanga, Duanmuki, and Murong Feng off guard. It was obvious that Sandstorm's men and horses were more numerous and stronger. It didn't take long for them to form a siege, and Sandstorm's men and horses continued to increase.
Oh! We still need to use our trump card.
Duanmuki sighed, then waved to Murong Feng, who nodded knowingly before taking the order and leaving. King Yu Xiaobao is watching happily. This is the result he wants. Although he will also lose some troops. It is definitely a way to quickly destroy Jialanga. The opponent has now begun to show defeat. The advantage in numbers is an absolute advantage. But at this moment, Sandstorm suddenly heard a series of explosions coming from the camp behind him. Then he saw that the battles everywhere were filled with smoke from the bombings, and many troops were rushing to join the battle. They were also bombed to the point of crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. It turned out that Duanmuki had no choice but to activate the red cannon. The 30 red cannons fired only 2 rounds, which already caused chaos in the sandbags. The range was too far. There was no defense at all, and the lethality was huge. There were countless casualties in an instant. The key was that it was a huge blow to our own confidence. We were almost sure of victory, but we didn't expect that our own backyard would be hit hard.
Don't mess up! Don't mess up! Hold on! Don't retreat!
Xiaobao was frightened and angry at this time, roaring at the top of his lungs, seeing that the men and horses fighting in front also began to retreat. While Jialanga's men and horses were retreating, he started to get excited, but in a blink of an eye, he changed from passive to active, causing the siege situation just formed by the sandstorm to disappear. The other side's cannons were still firing, which made the soldiers panic and lose interest in fighting.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and the location where Sandstorm was also hit by a cannon. Fortunately, Sandstorm reacted quickly. When he heard the whistling of the SH.LS, he jumped out and narrowly escaped death. In the blink of an eye, Sandstorm's troops retreated 30 miles, and they were able to regain their position. However, this defeat also cost him 50,000 troops. Only then did Xiaobao realize that he seemed to have underestimated Jialanga. No! To be more precise, he underestimated Zhu Xiaobao. No wonder Jialanga wanted to marry his daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that it was really worth it. But this is not the end. At night, Wu Zun, who killed Mu Xiong, was actually shot dead. The one who took action was Mu Xiong's brother, Mu Kui, one of the 3 great assassins of the Shijue kingdom. Not only that, Mu Kui also burned Xiaobao's grain store, which made Xiaobao even more violent. But there is nothing they can do. Their most famous killer Sha Yin has been killed by Jumei, and there is no more suitable candidate to take revenge on Jialanga. Jialanga did not pursue the victory, but continued to confront Sandstorm. The two sides seem to have returned to the duel mode before the formation, with each other suffering casualties. For several days, Sandstorm has become a little impatient. Now it is really uncomfortable. Let's attack. Not only does the opponent have red cannons, but those strong bows and crossbows are also very powerful, and they cannot be attacked at all. The confrontation here is obviously not the purpose of the sandstorm.
Chitos! This Gialanga seems to be deliberately stalling for time? Do you think there might be some deceit in it? It will be very detrimental to us if this continues. If the royal court also takes action, then we will be very passive.
All the counselors warned about the sandstorm.
Well, it doesn't matter. Although we have suffered a little setback, it has not changed the current situation. Now we still have the absolute advantage. When General Sijian's millions of troops arrive, we can launch a large-scale attack. By then, even if they have those powerful firearms, it will be useless. I will completely destroy all the horses in Gialanga in one battle.
Although there are many counselors around Sandstorm, Sandstorm has always been headstrong and rarely adopts any of them. Other people's opinions. Because he considers himself to be both civil and military. He doesn't need other people's strategies at all. At most, he can only refer to them.
But will the royal court just stand by and watch? Chito still has to be careful. Xiao Baishang is still very strategic.
Another counselor said worriedly. He has always been opposed to sending troops to conquer Gialanga.
Ha ha ha. Don't worry. The royal court has no time to take care of Gialanga now. People everywhere in the royal court are panicked. Many people are rushing to escape from the royal court because demons have appeared there. It is said that a tribe can all be destroyed in an instant. Dead. I have absolutely reliable news that the big devil is still in Wang Ting. So Wang Ting will not take action at all.
Xiaobao suddenly laughed and said, his greatest confidence came from this. I also want to take the opportunity to destroy Gialanga, and then go straight to the royal court. The next day, Xiaobao's men wanted to call for a formation, but they didn't expect Gialanga's camp to avoid the battle and just ignored Xiaobao. The food and grass supplies during the sandstorm were not replenished in time, because Mukue burned the food and grass, and their current food and grass supplies were only enough to sustain them for 3 days. What was even more unexpected was that it started raining heavily next, making it impossible to start a battle. The assassins sent out by Sandstorm also wanted to do something. Burn a granary, kill an important person, etc. But due to their lack of strength, they were all dealt with by Mukue. This made Sandstorm feel that something was not good, as if the situation was developing in a direction that was not conducive to him. When the rain passed and the sky cleared, Gialanga still did not respond. On the contrary, a lot of leaflets came from Gialanga's camp. Each leaflet was only the size of a palm, but there were many, tens of thousands of pieces of paper, like snowflakes, floated towards the sandstorm camp. It actually says that the royal guards of the royal court have begun to attack King Yu's fiefdom. Immediately, this news made all the people of Yowang's troops panic. Most of them had their own tribes, and they were all around King Yu's tribe. If Wang Ting really sent out troops, then their own tribes would be in danger.
Shut up! You bunch of idiots! Can't you see that this is Duen Muki's trick? The royal court doesn't have a decent army at all. Now the royal court is in chaos. How can it be possible to send troops? Do you believe my spies? Or do you believe these rumors?
Sandstorm shouted angrily in the tent. I didn't expect Duen Muki to use such a trick. This made the tribes under him panic.
But what if the royal court sends troops?
Chitos.
Impossible. I can do it as soon as General Sijian's millions of troops arrive.
Xiaobao had just finished speaking when he suddenly froze, and his subordinates and generals were all looking at him neatly. General Jian should have arrived yesterday. But what about people? Chapter 644. Thousands of miles away, Seeing the tribal leaders in the big tent looking at him intently, Xiaobao also felt a little guilty. Ordinarily, General Jian and his army should have arrived yesterday. The same was true for the information obtained by his spies the day before yesterday. General Jian was already less than 500 miles away from him. Even if it was delayed by heavy rain for a day, it should be here by now. Moreover, I didn't receive any news about General Jian today, which is very abnormal in itself.
Ha ha! There is no need to be nervous. Jian and I have never broken our promises in our lifelong friendship. And once we capture Gialanga this time, your territory will increase by at least 30%. And we can also harvest many slaves. There are countless cattle and sheep. Think about it. As long as we capture Gialanga, what else can Wang Ting do to me?
Xiaobao pretended to be calm and smiled. The men and horses of Sandstorm are the same as Gialanga. They are both integrated by many large and small tribes. However, the number of tribes he has conquered has reached more than 30, far exceeding Gialanga. But once the hearts of these tribes are unstable, it will be very troublesome. In particular, several large tribes behaved tyrannically, and were not so honest. They would only be willing to send out their own troops if there was sufficient benefit. In normal times, sandstorms can forcibly suppress and intimidate people. But now I can only offer kind words and promises of huge profits.
But we all feel that Kingswood Jialanga is not that easy to deal with. She has now joined forces with the 19th princess and married her daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. Now Jialanga's strength is not as bad as you said.
King Yu said. One of his tribal leaders said reluctantly that he originally did not agree with sending troops to conquer Jialanga. But now, he wanted to withdraw his troops.
Yes, Chateau-sama has not suffered much loss now. If we return our troops, it is still too late. After all, our homeland is very empty now. If this rumor is true and Wang Ting really sends troops, we will be in a dilemma.
Another tribe member, the leader, also said worriedly, while holding a leaflet floating from the other side's camp.
Humph. If Wang Ting really sends out troops, even if you rush back now, it's already too late. Besides, Wang Ting's
Tiger Division, Eagle Division, and Leopard Division
have long since ceased to exist. Why would Wang Ting send troops? I advise you everyone, don't be half-hearted. Otherwise, when we take over Jialanga and divide the land, women and slaves, don't blame me for favoring one over the other.
Xiaobao's face also darkened, and he said coldly,
Well, let's wait a few more days. If we still can't take Jialanga by then, we'll withdraw our troops.
Several tribal leaders, who wanted to withdraw their troops, were also very entangled in their hearts. They also came for the huge profits. Yes, I feel a little unwilling to go back like this now. Moreover, if after withdrawing their troops, Sandstorm wiped out Jialanga, they would probably suffer strong revenge from Sandstorm.
Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't worry. As soon as General Sejian's troops arrive, we will work hard to capture Jialanga. By then, you won't even be able to count the women's treasures, let alone those women. Warriors are the dream of men. So think about it. This little effort now is definitely worth it.
Xiaobao finally laughed loudly with satisfaction, as if the morale of these people had been boosted by him again, because the eyes of these people in the early tent were all shining, as if they had seen countless gold, silver, treasures, and female slaves waiting for them to divide them up. The next day, Sandstorm regrouped, with 1.2 million troops arranged in 9 square formations, arranged in the shape of a fan, hoping for a big battle. 1.2 million people and horses were lined up for more than 10 miles. And their momentum immediately surpassed that of Jialanga, because there are only 200,000 horses lined up on Jialanga's side. But the strange thing is that there is no panic expression on Jialangia's face. She is followed by many generals, including Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Jiayu are riding Xiaoyao horses and standing in Jialangia. Gao's side. Princess Jiayu rode on the horse nervously and excitedly, holding Zhu Xiaobao tightly with one hand. It was her first time to participate in such a big battle, but with Zhu Xiaobao by her side, she was actually a little excited.
Ha ha! Jialanga, you'd better dismount and surrender. I guarantee that your people will not be treated badly in any way. You can still control this land. When necessary, just obey my orders and...
That's it.
Otherwise, look behind me. Do you think you can stop this formation?
Xiaobao urged his horse forward and said confidently.
1 to 6. This huge disparity in numbers made Xiaobao feel confident. Humph. It seems that I won a battle a few days ago. Right. Otherwise you wouldn't have retreated here. Right. There are only 1.2 million troops. Don't you know how high the sky is?
Unexpectedly, Jialanga facing an army of millions. He showed no fear and spoke loudly.
Humph! Don't be so harsh. Didn't you just rely on those firearms to win a game by chance a few days ago? Look, I am now in a formation of more than 10 miles. How many of your firearms can I have? Zhu Xiaobao, I admit that your weird stuff is very powerful, but you don't see that in the face of absolute numbers. Your stuff is a joke. Ha ha. This is Princess Jiayu. What a pity. After today, you will become a widow,
Xiaobao said arrogantly. Not only did he want to suppress Jialanga, but he also brought Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Jiayu along with him in the conspiracy.
Hey! 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 Wait! Wait! Who are you talking about? Are you cursing me to death? You old bastard. You really made me angry. Come here. Come here. I want to challenge you to a duel.
Xiaobao immediately ran out from behind Jialanga angrily and shouted angrily. He didn't expect Xiaobao to come and actively provoke him.
You? Ha ha ha. You are not qualified. My opponent is Jialanga. I am not interested in you,
Xiaobao said disdainfully, but the direction of his finger was Jialanga. He was really itchy now. Unexpectedly, Jialanga is even more charming than before.
No. I want to take the lead. Hey, who wants to fight me? Come here quickly. My sword is already thirsty.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and shouted persistently. But it's strange. There are so many people, but no one is willing to fight. It turns out that everyone's eyes are fixed on Jialanga. Because Jialanga's outfit was a bit revealing today. She even overshadowed her daughter, Princess Jiayu. Beside her, Jialanga is a woman who likes to be in the limelight.
Damn it! Is there anyone who wants to fight me? Let me give you a big gift first. And that's okay. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head in distress, and then said helplessly. Then he saw Zhu Xiaobao jump off the happy horse and take out a box from the back of Jialanga's horse, which was beautifully packaged. Then he put it on his free horse, slapped the horse's butt, and the horse trotted towards the opponent's camp. Zhu Xiaobao also gave this happy horse to the other party. Everyone burst into laughter. Why is there such a challenge? Send a big gift in advance? Even Sandstorm smiled as he watched this carefree horse running past his eyes. He is still thinking, what is in this box? These little treasures are quite interesting. Xiao Yanhua ran to the opponent's camp. There were people in front of him, and there was no place to go. So he stopped. Several tribal leaders from the opposing camp were also curious about what was in this box. Could it be those soaps and burning knives from Zhu Xiaobao? If that was really the case, I would be really embarrassed to kill him. A big man waved his hand on the horse and wrapped the gift box with his long whip. Then with a strong force, the gift box came into his hand, which was considered a good display of his skills. Then I opened the gift box under the expectant eyes of everyone.
Ah!
Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of exclamation in Xiaobao's camp. Xiaobao, who was standing in front of the formation, was also puzzled. What did Zhu Xiaobao give him? Why did it cause so many exclamations?
Head? Is this General Sijian's head? Doesn't that mean General Sijian has been defeated? Where are his 1 million men and horses? How come Sijian's head is in their hands? No wonder General Sijian never arrived.
Listening to the noisy discussion, Xiaobao also felt that something was wrong. He didn't get the surprise of the gift box at all. So why were they all talking about it? Sandstorm couldn't bear it any longer and quickly turned his horse around and rushed back to his camp. When Xiaobao saw Seijian's head, he immediately became stagnant and his mind went blank. After a while, I snatched the gift box and looked at it carefully. Yes, it is indeed Seijian's head. And the mole next to his nose cannot be faked. Seijian is dead? Doesn't that mean that Wang Ting really sent troops? And Seijian's 1 million troops are missing? How is this possible? I didn't get any news at all.
Oh, Xiaobao, tell me, what is going on? Where did you get this fake human head?
After a while, Sandstorm yelled at Zhu Xiaobao angrily.
Surprise or not? Surprise or no surprise? You're still waiting for his million troops, aren't you? Hee hee. Let me tell you, you can't even go home now.
Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile at this time. What's even more irritating is that this guy actually climbed on Princess Jiayu's horse. And the two of them rode together. And they were whispering together.
You're talking nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. This head is fake. Come here. Kill this person.
Xiaostorm roared in shock and anger. At this time, he must not admit that this head is that of Seijian. Moreover, Xiaobao's first thought was to kill Zhu Xiaobao in order to stabilize the morale of the army and improve morale. But after Xiaobao finished speaking, no one responded to the fight. The tribal leaders on the left and right were looking at Xiaobao. They were not stupid. And the head was definitely Seijian's. The current situation has become very passive. Without Seijian's 1 million troops, Sandstorm's strength would be at most the same as Jialanga's. The key point is that there are magical little treasures beside Jialanga now. And there is also a heart-stopping beauty that has not yet appeared.
You two? Go kill him!
Xiaobao was so angry that he had to send generals himself. He chose Yandong and Yanbei to fight because Zhu Xiaobao killed their brother Yanqi. So these two it should be the most suitable for people to go out to fight.
Yes!
Yandong Yanbei responded, and then urged his horses out of the formation at the same time, staring fiercely at Zhu Xiaobao. while the two thick and long iron chains clattered on the ground. Chapter 645. Thousands of miles away. B. Seeing Yandong and Yanbei going out to fight, Zhu Xiaobao, Yu Shuang, and Yu Shui couldn't sit still. The two of them urged their horses to rush out, but they were caught by the old apprentice.
Master said it. You two are still injured and cannot fight. Well, just watch it honestly. Zhu Xiaobao, who said we can't fight? Ask this old man to let us go.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui immediately shouted angrily. The last time they lost to Yandong Yanbei. The two of them arrived not convinced yet.
Hey! Can't you make me less worried when you come? If you can't beat them, let me take care of them.
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and hummed, and then whispered to Princess Jiayu in a friendly manner. He said,
I'm going to take care of these two people right now, and let you see the peerless martial arts of the British King Chateaus. Just wait. Well, be careful. They are very powerful.
Princess Jiayu has long been fascinated by Zhu Xiaobao. This guy and Princess Jiayu ride together, and there are many little tricks on his hands. Although Shiju the woman was very open-minded, but when she met a rogue like Zhu Xiaobao, Princess Jiayu was also a little embarrassed, and her clothes were a little messy. The key was that she had no immunity at all, so she could only let Zhu Xiaobao do it, sitting behind you and doing whatever you want. Zhu Xiaobao jumped off his horse, took out his kitchen knife again, walked to the front of the battle in a swagger, and said with a smile,
It's better to give some gifts. I want to have a hacking fight, so I have to give a big gift first. Do you need something in return? Okay, just your two heads. Right. Humph. You ignorant boy. Be careful.
Yandong stared at Zhu Xiaobao and snorted coldly. But then he shouted alertly, because Zhu Xiaobao rushed to Yanbei's horse in the blink of an eye. This movement is quite strange and swift. Yanbei's reaction was also very quick, and the hidden weapon in his left hand had already been fired. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to crawl under the horse's belly, and then rolled around to avoid Yanbei's hidden weapon.
Humph! You can hide quickly!
Yanbei snorted arrogantly. And then he felt something was wrong. The warhorse under his crotch neighed loudly, and then fell to his knees. It turned out that when Zhu Xiaobao passed through the horse's belly, he slashed the horse's belly open, and its intestines began to flow out. The scene was quite bloody. Fortunately, Yanbei reacted very quickly and immediately jumped up and landed on the opposite side of Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, Yandong also dismounted. He could see that Zhu Xiaobao's movement skills were even better than Yu Shuang's. Yu Shui's even faster. And very weird. You will definitely suffer a loss while riding on a horse.
What a good boy. You actually resorted to such a dirty move.
Yandong and Yanbei scolded in annoyance. They lost a war horse as soon as they started, which made them both feel embarrassed. So he cursed fiercely.
TSK! Obscene? Why don't you say it's obscene when you two are fighting against each other? Let me tell you, I have never been disdainful of grace. Winning the fight is the best move.
Zhu Xiaobao said disdainfully with his hands on his waist. Yandong Yanbei has nothing to say this time. It is indeed unfair for two people to fight one. But the two of them have always been like this, like Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. No matter how many opponents there are, two people will cooperate to fight against the enemy. So the two of them stopped talking. Instead, they swung the iron chains in their hands and began to strangle Zhu Xiaobao. But there were iron chains flying above Zhu Xiaobao's heads, which was more terrifying than Yu Shuang Yu Shui's soft whip. And it also made a rattling sound. In Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, this kind of unpreventable offensive was just ordinary, and he was able to maneuver through it with ease. As his mind has entered the 9th level, his reaction and sensing abilities have increased several times. In his opinion, this speed is very slow, but if he wanted to get close, the opponent's hidden weapons were still very threatening. The endless iron rings made Zhu Xiaobao want to attack the opponent at close range several times, but he was forced to retreat. After all, the speed of this hidden weapon is much faster than that of Tai Lianzi, and there are also many of them. In anger, Zhu Xiaobao raised the kitchen knife in his hand and let the iron chain wrap around the kitchen knife. Everyone behind him screamed in surprise. Wouldn't he be entangled by the other party? Only the old disciple still smiled calmly and was not worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety at all. Just when Yandong Yanbei was overjoyed and thought he had succeeded, he saw that the iron chains surrounding the kitchen knife were broken one after another, and the scattered iron rings were scattered on the ground. It turned out that the iron chain was cut off by Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife. Suddenly Yandong's iron chain became shorter. Zhu Xiaobao also grabbed his iron chain and struck him with a knife. The knife even had a red and hot glow. Fortunately, Yanbei's iron chain was swung out in time and entangled the kitchen knife again. But the result was still the same. The iron chain was also cut off. And Yandong Yanbei could already feel the iron chain coming from the iron chain. The heat coming from the chain made the iron chain in my hand a little hot. Gradually, the situation began to reverse. Now Zhu Xiaobao was chasing the two of them and fighting fiercely. In the meantime, iron chains were constantly being cut off, and the cut iron rings were already falling on the ground. Finally, Yandong and Yanbei don't even have hidden weapons anymore, because they don't have many iron chains left in their hands. Moreover, the iron chain in my hand has started to turn red and hot, and I can hardly hold it. Zhu Xiaobao is now using his various additional attributes. He is not in a hurry to kill these two people, but is practicing with them to give full play to his greatest advantage. Yandong and Yanbei can only maintain a distance of less than 2 meters from each other now. Originally, it was most suitable for them to stay 2 feet apart so that they could cooperate and support each other. But now there is only more than 1 meter of iron chain left in their hands. It grew longer, so the two had to keep shortening the distance so that they could take care of each other and cooperate. But in this way, the two of them were already very passive. Instead, Zhu Xiaobao was chasing them and beating them.
I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! Chop! Chop!
Zhu Xiaobao became more and more excited as he fought. While shouting, he kept waving the kitchen knife and slashing like a storm. These were all the tricks of the old apprentice. Now Zhu Xiaobao is easy to use, but the effect was too embarrassing. Yandong Yanbei hurriedly blocked the left and right, but the clothes and armor on his body were still cut off piece by piece. Seeing that his clothes were not covering his body, he was embarrassed and angry. This image was too embarrassing. Got it. Both of them felt like they were going to commit suicide in shame and anger.
I'll fight with you!
Yandong and Yanbei shouted in despair. Their crotches were feeling cold. No need to ask. The clothes on their crotches were also cut off. These two people were really so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Zhu Xiaobao ran between the two of them, and then both of them had a wound on their necks. Just like Yan Shi before. The two of them were covering their necks in fear, but blood still poured out.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect that your thing was so small. No wonder you don't want people to see it. I'm sorry. How about you pick up some pieces of cloth to cover it?
Zhu Xiaobao put away the kitchen knife, and then I found that the other party's lower body was naked. So I couldn't help but bend down and said apologetically, "You? Despicable." Yandong Yanbei looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said unwillingly. Then he let go and blood spurted out. The two of them staggered and could no longer hold on, and eventually fell to the ground dead.
Oh, forget it. I don't want the heads anymore. You two can just keep the whole body.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said a little apologetically, then turned around and asked loudly,
"Who else is there? Come forward and fight."
There was a sudden silence on the battlefield. Everyone was looking at Zhu Xiaobao. This guy was too cruel and weird. No one wanted to try this way of death. Even the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui behind them were a little scared. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts to be so powerful now. Of course, both of them also knew that the victory in this battle was probably played by the person holding the kitchen knife.
"Brother, please show up and fight,"
Xiaobao said solemnly at this time. Behind him, a middle-aged man in black nodded slightly and walked out holding a staff. Behind him was a giant black dog with a golden eagle on his shoulders. And this person's cultivation is actually at the peak of martial lord. On the northwest side of the royal court, Princess Ma Yu is leading her troops to the territory of the king. But now she has encountered a very difficult problem. Jumei is no longer willing to go with her to fight.
"I have already helped you. I killed that Sijian and sent his head over. I'm going back. And the little pig is still waiting for me. Jumei. Are we good friends and good sisters? Just stay here for a few more days,"
Princess Mou said with a smile. She didn't believe what the goddess said, but Jumei's fighting power really amazed her. A warrior like Sai Jian. He didn't even go through 3 rounds in front of Jumei before he was killed by Jumei with a hammer. Moreover, the Xuanwu Dharma displayed by Jumei also made the warriors of Sijian's tribe surrender to the Wang Ting. Now the strength of the Wang Ting has increased by 1 million out of thin air. So of course Princess Ma Yu knows that Jumei is definitely the biggest supporter if she wants to destroy King Yu's sandstorm. But Jumei was only thinking about returning to Zhu Xiaobao, which made Princess Mou very depressed.
"No."
Unexpectedly, Jumei shook her head decisively and did not think that she and Princess Mayu were good sisters and good friends. She said straightforwardly,
I know you all want to marry our little pig, but I don't like it. When there are more of you, I will have less time with Piggy.
Princess Mayu was a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Jume would also have these little Jojo. It turns out that Jume is not stupid. She actually saw what she was thinking. But now is a critical moment, and we must not miss this good opportunity. As a last resort, Princess Imo, you had no choice but to take out the little treasured knife given to her by Zhu Xiaobao and said to Jume,
These are two different things. Now you have to listen to Xiaobao. Right. In fact, he wants you to continue to help me kill you. The kings. Really?
Jume asked doubtfully when she saw this little sword.
Jume, this is indeed what Xiaobao meant. Now Xiaobao is confronting Wang Xiaobao. He is just waiting for our actions here. By then, we can meet Xiaobao in King Yu's lair.
Zhao Shabao was beside him. He nodded and said to Jume. When Jume came out, there was always a smart-minded person following him. During this time, Zhao Shabao was the one following Jume. In fact, this time it was Duan Muki and Qiu Baixing's plan.
Okay, then let's continue marching. Well, can you give me this little sword? No. Xiaobao gave this to me. Humph. I knew we weren't good sisters.
Chapter 646. Thousands of miles away. Seeing the martial master coming out of the other party riding an eagle and leading a dog. Others were fine with it. But the old apprentice behind him was shocked. This configuration is very familiar. At that time, there was a master named Eagle Dog who had this model. At first, the Hawk Dog Master and the Fairwine Master were equally powerful. But later it was because the Fairwine Master ate his pet dog that he was finally defeated by the Fairwine Master, which also led to his final death. The great martial master failed. Later, the trace was lost. Unexpectedly, decades later, I saw the martial lord riding an eagle and a dog here again. This man should be the descendant of the Eagle Dog Lord.
Master, be careful. This person is not weak. He is already at the peak of martial arts.
The old apprentice quickly sent a message to Zhu Xiaobao from behind, reminding him to be careful.
Oh, who are you? You don't seem to be from the Shijua country? Are you the thugs invited by Xiaobao?
Zhu Xiaobao also saw that the person who came was extraordinary, and the other party should not be from the Shijua country. His aura is calm, and he has the demeanor of a great master.
I am the senior brother of Xiaobao, and my name is Qianyu. I know that the venerable lord of wine and meat is your disciple. The great lord can't take action. So you can do it. And you can just settle the grudges of the past.
Qianyu looked at the little one's bow, and then said lightly, the reason why he dared to fight was because Do Wuzun could not participate in worldly affairs. So he knew that the Fairweather Master was behind him. But he was still very calm. In front of so many people, the Fairweather Venerable would not dare to take action forcefully.
Isn't that true? Isn't it that my apprentice ate one of your master's dogs and still remembers it for so many years? Otherwise, I will pay you 2 cows. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao heard what his old apprentice said those things about him. So he immediately remembered them, and said with a smile,
Humph! How dare you, the descendant of the majestic white tiger beast, not dare to fight? Weren't you still scolding the enemy just now? Are you afraid?
Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, and snorted arrogantly. He has never believed in the bloodline of mythical beasts. And he even looked down upon Zhu Xiaobao. In his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao was able to win by chance only because of the kitchen knife in his hand, and his weird movement skills.
TSK! I didn't want to kill you. Now I have changed my mind. I plan to eat braised dog meat tonight.
Zhu Xiaobao, however, showed no grace and curled his lips.
Scold!
Tianyu didn't hesitate, pointed at Zhu Xiaobao with 2 fingers, and shouted softly in his mouth. The golden eagle on his shoulders immediately spread its wings and flew out. And the giant dog beside him also rushed over quickly, its fangs glowing in its mouth. The white light. The god was too ferocious, and actually pounced on Zhu Xiaobao. For a moment, Zhu Xiaobao was in a panic. The golden eagle above his head kept flying down and pecking at his head, eyes and other parts. The vicious dog bit his legs and arms. And it moved quickly, very flexible. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't hit the vicious dog with several swings of his knife. At the same time, Tianyu also used his staff to join the battle group. It turns out that he did not rely on golden eagles and giant dogs to fight, but took action himself. Moreover, his martial arts are very high. His staff skills are exquisite. His body skills are agile. And his internal strength is deep. The two pets also cooperated perfectly, immediately putting Zhu Xiaobao at an absolute disadvantage. If it weren't for the weird footwork of his Yuanong sword, he would have been injured by now. Although he could see the opponent's moves clearly, every move Tian Yu made blocked Zhu Xiaobao's escape route. If it weren't for the sharpness of Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife, Tian Yu would have been able to hurt Zhu Xiaobao.
Hack! 3 against 1. Are you really more rogue than me? I'll hack and kill you.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily.
Haha. What's the point? My battle pets are just like your hidden weapons and bows and arrows. Why not?
Tian Yu smiled calmly and waved, and the two battle pets swooped over again. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao's figure disappeared, replaced by a white tiger with purple gold stripes all over its body and a clear, king, character on its forehead. He was huge, 5 or 6 times the size of that vicious dog. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to use the white tiger Dharma. Otherwise he really would not be able to defeat this Tian Yu. The white tiger slapped the vicious dog to the ground with one palm, and the giant dog immediately let out a scream on the ground. He was actually killed with one palm. The golden eagle in midair was also panicked, and the white tiger appeared. This golden eagle was so frightened that it could no longer listen to Tian Yu's orders and no longer cared about Tian Yu. It wanted to escape as far away as possible. But a roar of a tiger caused the golden eagle to flutter in the air for a long time. It couldn't fly anymore and rolled down from the air.
Oh? Is this the divine beast's appearance? Is the strength of the divine beast's bloodline really so terrifying?
Tian Yu was also stunned at this time. This was the first time he saw the divine beast's appearance. In fact, not only Tian Yu, but also those Yuang and the tribal leaders under Yuang present saw the divine beast's appearance for the first time. Everyone was stunned to see it. At this time, the white tiger jumped up and pounced on Tian Yu. Before Tian Yu could lift the staff, 2 tiger claws had already slapped Tian Yu's chest heavily. Immediately, the white tiger's appearance disappeared, and standing in front of Tian Yu was Zhu Xiaobao. The kitchen knife in his hand passed by Tian Yu's neck very calmly. And then, he walked back calmly, with his hands behind his back. When Zhu Xiaobao had walked more than 10 steps, Tian Yu still opened his eyes, and couldn't believe it. But then, he saw his head suddenly fell off from his neck. And then the remaining headless body suddenly collapsed, fall to the ground. The peak martial master was actually killed instantly like this. Wow! The Xiaobao camp was immediately in chaos. Everyone was whispering and talking about the appearance of the Xuanwu divine beast in Wang Ting. Everyone was still a little skeptical. But now the white tiger divine beast was really seen. And it was instantly killed. The peak of martial arts. This makes many people start to hesitate. On the open battlefield, only Zhu Xiaobao was still shouting,
Who else? Who else? Come out!
But after clamoring for a long time, no one dared to fight anymore. Zhu Xiaobao turned around and came back bored. Before leaving, he didn't forget to drag up the dead dog, as well as the half-dead golden eagle.
How is it possible? Senior brother Tian Yu was about to attack the great master. How could he be killed like this? Does the legendary beast really exist?
Xiaobao also murmured with a dull expression. At this time, countless people and horses suddenly appeared on both sides of Jialanga's camp, with 200,000 horses on each side, slowly advancing, forming a parallel with Jialanga. It also became a confrontation with the people of Sandstorm. Although there are not as many people as the sandbags, they are very powerful in terms of momentum. They move in unison and make a neat momentum of advancement. Sandstorm still wants to launch an attack at this time. Only by launching a fierce attack can the current situation be restored. But he hadn't waited for Sandstorm to give the order. Suddenly, another donkey cart ran out from the opposite side, with a beautifully wrapped gift box on top. But this time when they saw the gift box, Xiaobao and the leaders were all frightened, wondering if there might be someone's head inside. Not to mention, Jialanga is really quite generous. Last time he gave away a horse for free, and this time he gave away a donkey cart for free. Xiaobao nodded hesitantly and signaled one of his guards to open the gift box. Unexpectedly, after opening it this time, there would be even more noise than the last time. Almost everyone was exclaiming,
This is Princess Yu?
What? Xiaobao jumped up in shock. He quickly jumped off his horse and stepped forward. When he saw it, it was not the head of his wife, the princess. You can see that the inside of the gift box is beautifully decorated, and Princess Yu's head has been carefully scrubbed and decorated. Her eyes are slightly open. Her mouth is smiling, and her headdress is exquisite, making it look lifelike. This head is the first of the 3 beauties of Shijuek Kingdom 20 years ago. Even Jialanga was only ranked 3rd that year. But now it's just a head.
Madam? Madam? How could this happen?
Xiaobao was completely stunned. He stood there and murmured, and then suddenly shouted angrily.
Who is it? Who killed my princess? Who is it? Get out of here. Chitos was sent here from the opposite side. I'm afraid our territory has been captured.
A counselor beside him said cautiously.
Come here. Attack. Attack. I'm going to kill them all.
Sandstorm shouted angrily. But the leaders of the various tribes around them looked at each other in shock and did not move. Xiaobao became even more angry and shouted in anger.
What? You want to rebel now? Do you think Wang Ting will really succeed? Chitos, calm down. I think it's better to settle the princess's wife first, and then discuss it. Otherwise everyone will be very sad now, and have no intention of fighting.
Fortunately, there is a leader of a large tribe who dares to speak. And he said it tactfully. From the bottom of their hearts, they are no longer interested in fighting. And they all know that their territory has been captured. They are all thinking about their own tribe. Now that almost all the combat power is here, there will be no resistance back home.
Well, let's bury the princess first. Let's withdraw our troops today.
Xiaobao nodded helplessly before returning with the gift box in despair. And the soldiers on those targets slowly retreated and returned to their camps. Jialanga wanted to pursue the victory, but was stopped by Duanmuki and Murong Feng. They did not want too many casualties. This made Jialanji very dissatisfied. Now she actually had new thoughts in her mind. Since King Yu's sandstorm is no longer good, wouldn't it be her chance? But this thought was immediately seen through by Duanmuqi and Murong Feng. Murong Feng warned coldly.
Jialanga, don't have any ideas. Be your assistant king and take care of your subordinates. That's it. It's time to be content. Ha ha. I don't have any ideas. Don't worry. I will obey the king's orders. I won't dare to think anything wrong. My sister is getting older and won't fight for power anymore.
Lan Jia smiled a little awkwardly, and immediately realized that this was not his own strength, but the strength of Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmuki Murong Feng.
Ha ha. What do you think of this strategy of
sending someone's head 1,000 miles away? Duanmuki asked with a smile.
Mr. Duanmu is saying that Sandstorm and the others are no longer in trouble. Well, if nothing else happens, it will start tonight.
Chapter 647, Genocide A. Princess Mayu was able to successfully capture the hinterland of King Yu this time, thanks to the chain plan jointly planned by Qiu Baisheng and Duanmuki. The interlocking plots made full use of the huge impact caused by the Demon Geo this time, causing King Yu to have a sandstorm. Because of the misjudgment, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the royal court to annex kings with Jialanga in one fell swoop. In fact, Tianmagio indeed caused great panic among the people of the royal court at the beginning. But the appearance of the huge and beautiful Xuanwu Dharma image not only eliminated the panic of Wang Ting's people, but also cheered up the mood of the people in the royal court. Because Tianmagio was defeated by the Xuanwu Dharma image, although it was not Jumei who defeated the Demon Geo. How could the people of the royal court know the details? Besides, Qiu Baisheng also tried his best to promote Jumei's influence, making everyone in the royal court believe that Jumei was the Xuanwu beast incarnation. The Xuanwu beast is their patron saint. However, Wang Ting acted very nervous to the outside world. There were soldiers patrolling everywhere. However, Wang Ting had already begun to gather people in the place where the old Khan was recuperating, and secretly set up a secret plot. So Xiaobao got the news that Wang Ting had no energy to worry about him now. So King Yu Xiaobao decided to annex Jialanga first, and then encircle Wang Ting. What's more, what Yuan Xiaobao didn't expect was that the original Tiger Division, Eagle Division, and Leopard Division had not been disbanded. The 3 powerful cavalry teams in the west, although as the personnel aged, they had it as not as powerful as before, but it has constantly added new soldiers and merged into the current
King of Guards Division,
with a strength of 200,000. This is also the reason why the old Khan has been living in seclusion here, just to preserve his strength. Although Wang Ting was suffering from the elephant neck syndrome, the old Khan still tried his best to maintain Wang Ting's strength. First, he let the king and his assistants restrain each other, so that Wang Ting still survived tenaciously despite being passive. It wasn't until the arrival of Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao that Wang Ting finally got a turn for the better. This time, he seized a perfect opportunity to destroy King Yu. Originally, Xiao Baisheng had only a 50% chance of winning this attack. But he didn't expect to encounter Sei Jian and the 1 million men he led on the road. Relying on the telescope in Zhao Shenbao's hand and Mo Sang Shijian's hidden assassination ability, he actually ambushed Zijian. 1 million horses were forcibly surrounded by Wang Ting's 500,000 horses. What's even more incredible is that as soon as Jumei Xuanwu Dharma came out, Zijian's troops began to waver. It turned out that they also believed in the Xuanwu divine beast. In addition, Jumei later killed Zijian in 3 rounds. So that these people led by Zijian all bowed down and surrendered one after another. Moreover, Princess Mou personally promised to help them cure the elephant neck syndrome. It turns out that Zijian's tribe is the closest to Wang Ting. They are also suffering from elephant neck syndrome. It's just not as serious as Wang Ting's, but it has already reached the point where it affects normal life. Now Princess Mou's personal testimony proved that he had indeed fully recovered, and that all the people in Wang Ting had also recovered. More importantly, Princess Mou attributed the elephant neck syndrome to the magical power of the Xuanwu beast, and it was Jumei who helped them cure it. In this way, the soldiers surrendered even more, and they were more willing to follow Princess Mou, redeem their sins, support the royal court, and support the great Khan Mo Han. In this way, Princess Mou took the absolute initiative, passing by Zijian's tribe and going straight to Sandstorm's tribe. There was no news in the process, because this area was Zijian's territory, and there was no Sandstorm spies. When Wang Ting's banner suddenly appeared on the border of Sandstorm, the tribesmen who stayed behind in Sandstorm were shocked. They did not expect that Wang Ting's army would appear in front of them. Moreover, there are still Tiger Division, Leopard Division, and Eagle Division that have disappeared for many years. But now they are integrated into one unit, called King Guard Division. He could give peace and comfort to other tribes. But for the Guangsha tribe in Sandstorm, Xiao Baisheng ruthlessly ordered them to be killed. Except for women and children. All other men were killed. In this massacre alone, 300,000 people were killed. The remaining old, weak, women and children will not be a concern. They will be divided up by other tribes and become slaves. The Guangsha tribe will never recover. Opportunity. Although Xiao Baisheng's methods are cruel and cold, they are necessary. The Guangsha tribe is the largest tribe in the Shijue kingdom. Over the years, it has grown to 2 million people. And there are also a large number of slaves. If we don't kill them all, with their ferocity and influence, they may become a hidden danger in the future. After arriving at Yuang Shabao's palace, everyone realized how luxurious the life of Yuang Shabao was. His palace had built a mini town called Sand Castle, with carved beams, painted pillars, small bridges and flowing water. And there is no shortage of luxuries from outside. What is even more surprising is that Shabao actually has more than 400 wives and concubines, and more than 100 children. It turns out that the Guangsha tribe not only has a large number of slaves, but also the annual tributes from the conquered tribes. So the life in Sandstorm is absolutely luxurious. Even the other tribesmen of the Guangsha tribe live like nobles, and live a simple life. Very luxurious. Many families with status in the clan can also live in sand castles, and enjoy a luxurious life that ordinary people can't even imagine. However, it took some effort to attack the sand castle, and it also cost a lot of money. The people of the Guangsha tribe were fierce in nature. Although they were surrounded, they still held on to the sand castle desperately. In the end, the giant golden armor hammer smashed the sand castle. The sand castle was finally breached. After entering Shabao's palace, Princess Mou was amazed that Shabao's wealth was much richer than that of the royal court. In the basement of the harem, there were actually 12 rooms filled with gold, silver and jewelry. Even Shabao's dragon bed is made of warm jade, and Shabao's dragon chair is made of pure gold, with a whole piece of tiger skin covering it. On that warm jade bed, Princess Mou caught the Princess of Sandstorm. Although this woman was nearly 40 years old, she was still very beautiful, but her face was full of panic. She never thought that she would become Princess Mou's prisoner. She also dreams of becoming the queen of Shijue Kingdom one day. In fact, Princess Yu was born in a small tribe. It was because she married Shabao that the population of this small tribe quadrupled in just 20 years. And it also became arrogant and domineering. Each family used countless with a small number of slaves to serve them. They are definitely the most proud tribe in King Yu's territory. Princess Yu didn't have any extravagant hopes at first. But as King Yu's sandstorm grew stronger, she also began to dream of becoming the queen of the Shijue Kingdom. What people didn't expect was that the soldiers hated Princess Yu's tribe even more, because they relied on nepotism to get rich, and they enjoyed a life that others couldn't enjoy, and they didn't have to go out to fight. Once troops were sent out, their tribe did not send out a single soldier. They just sat back and waited for the result. So not only the soldiers of the royal court, but also the soldiers of Sijian also killed them with great pain, killing all the people of Princess Yu's clan early. This woman, Princess Yu, was trembling all over, panicking, crying and begging for her life. But Princess Mou hummed indifferently.
I wonder if a woman like you can still do things after becoming a slave. Forget it. Don't suffer this. You can still be of some use. What do you want me to do? I'm willing to do anything,
Princess Yu said, looking at Princess Mou tremblingly.
Well, I'll just lend you your head.
Princess Mou looked at Princess Yu with disgust. I can't see how beautiful this beautiful woman is now. She has a lot of runny nose and tears, and her hair is very messy. The most ridiculous thing is that she is still ogling Qiu Baishan on the side, trying to use her appearance to find a way to survive.
Imperial Master Buchio, please spare your life.
Princess Yu was immediately frightened and shouted in horror, crawling towards Qiu Baishan on both hands and feet.
Ha ha! The old man will help you,
Qiu Baishan said with a smile. He raised the knife and cut off Princess Yu's head with one blow. He had stopped being with women a long time ago. So Princess Yu's plan was for the wrong person. And Qiu Baishan, like Duanmuki, will never be soft-hearted when decisive.
Come here. Clean up this head and send it to Jialanga.
Princess Mayu then turned around and ordered. Then he asked respectfully,
Teacher, what should we do now? Ha ha! Is this easy for me to say? You know what to do next,
Qiu Baishan said with a twisted smile. If he couldn't even think of these, then this student would be a wasted teacher.
Yes, I understand.
Just as Duanmuki had estimated, the camp of King Yu's sandstorm was already in chaos. The leaders of the tribes, large and small, were on pins and needles. Some of them had received messages from their own tribesmen. Wang Ting had already occupied King Yu's territory, the boundary of the land, and it was still sitting in a sand castle. What was even more disturbing was that Qiu Baishan also came in person. This is the first time for the Grand Master to personally lead a team on an expedition. In Shabao's camp, Shabao was still looking at Princess Yu's head in a daze. He never imagined that the situation would develop like this, let alone that the sandcastle had been captured. Then wouldn't his wives, concubines, and children be gone? Can you go back now? At this moment, there was a lot of noise and chaos outside. Sandstorm yelled angrily.
What's the noise? What's going on? Report. Chitos, the leaders of those tribes are gathering their troops. So it's very chaotic outside now.
His guards quickly ran in to report.
Oh, they are quite impatient. Even if they want to start a war, they have to wait until dawn.
Sandstorm was also stimulated now, and his brain was a little bit troubled. He was still glad that these people actually wanted to go to war and avenge Princess Yu.
No, Chitos. They are gathering troops and preparing to withdraw. Our people are stopping them. That's why there is such a big chaos. These spineless bastards actually want to escape from the battlefield. Aren't they afraid that I will kill them?
Sandstorm was furious and rushed out of the camp with a golden-handled scimitar. Chapter 648, Genocide B. Shabao left the tent and got on his horse. With his bodyguards, he rushed towards the military camp where the tribal leaders were. His direct descendants sat in the center, while the tribesmen set up their camps around him. So if you want to find the leaders of these tribes, you must first leave your camp. Along the way, the sandstorm became more and more frightening. Even his own direct descendants were now in panic, and could no longer see the arrogance and domineering behavior of the past. Everyone has a sad expression when they see a sandstorm, unlike before when they cheered loudly when they saw a sandstorm. At that time, the sandstorm was their sky, but now the sky is about to collapse. Now everyone knows that Princess Yu's head has been sent. So why bother asking? Their home has been captured. Most people start to worry about their families and belongings. After leaving their camp, they quickly found the tent where these tribal leaders gathered. These people also knew that the sandstorm would definitely come, so they were already waiting there early.
I have seen the king live 1,000 years.
When these people saw the sandstorm, they still bowed respectfully, but they did not sit down. Instead, more than a dozen people stood together, as if they were working together to guard against the sandstorm. After all, sandstorm is still the strongest. There are currently 1.8 million people here, 800,000 of whom are direct descendants of Sandstorm.
Humph. What? I heard that you are gathering troops and preparing to withdraw. You don't even say Lo? Do you still think of me as the blessed King Chitos?
Sandstorm still sat on the chair in the center very domineeringly. Go up, then stare at these people coldly and ask.
I was about to rush to report to you, but you came unexpectedly. In fact, we don't even tell you. But you also know that people are now in panic and have no desire to fight. So we all agree that withdrawing our troops back is the wisest choice.
The leader was Rongku, the leader of the tribe. His tribe is the largest tribe outside Sandstorm and Sijian, with nearly 1 million people. The number of soldiers who came out this time has reached 400,000. So he naturally became the representative of this group of people. There are now a total of 17 tribal leaders in the camp. The remaining leaders of the small tribes are not qualified to sit here at all. And those small tribes are even faster. They have already packed their bags and are planning to leave.
Ha ha! Go back? What are you going back for? Confess to Qiu Baisheng and ask him to let you live? Do you think Wang Ting will let you go?
Sha Bao said with a sneer.
No. No. We have never opposed the royal court. This expedition is just a dispute with kings with Jialanga. We have always firmly supported the great Khan Mohan. And we have never had two intentions.
Rongku, the leader of the tribe, Rongjin, said seriously, and the people next to him all nodded in agreement. The war with kings with Jialanga is at most a fight between two kings, or a fight between tribes, and it is definitely not a heinous crime. But if you are disobedient to the royal court, it will be a serious crime that will lead to genocide.
Okay, I can't wait to clear my name. Huh? Let me tell you, no one can leave today. From the moment you sent troops with me, you have become the enemy of the royal court. Going back now will only lead to death. Now only by uniting sincerely and taking down Jialanga in one go can we have a foothold. And we can also change the current passive situation.
Sandstorm said angrily. But he couldn't get angry yet. He could only reason with him.
Alas! King Blessing, you have also seen that people's hearts are wandering now. And we have no intention of fighting at all. Even if we stay here, we can only be passively beaten. If the people of the royal court come from behind, we will really have no way to survive. Please think twice. Chitos. After all, there is only some conflict between you and Jialanga, and it does not threaten the royal court.
Rongjin sighed and said, but he also withdrew his troops in Quan Sha Bao, confessed to Qiu Baisheng and accepted the punishment.
Asshole! Qiu Baisheng has already killed Princess Yu. Will it be okay if I go back? Besides, you are just throwing yourself into a trap when you go back. Huh? Before we sent out the troops, we were so high-spirited that we wanted to carve up the royal court and fight for Princess Mou. And now you have all forgotten.
Sandstorm slammed the table and shouted angrily, telling him everything these people had said.
No, absolutely not. We just admire Princess Mou's peerless appearance. We have no intention of offending. We have never thought about entering the royal court. Where did Chitos start talking about this?
Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly defended and denied that they had drunk too much at the time. To put it casually, they were scared to the point of sweating all over.
Come here. Catch them all. I'll kill you first without Qiu Baisheng taking action.
Sha Bao shouted angrily, and more than 20 guards immediately ran in from outside the tent, all holding sharp blades and ready to take action.
Chitos, do you really want to take action?
Rongjin and others stared nervously at the sandstorm, but they were not panicked.
What? Do you still want to rebel?
Sha Bao was also surprised. These people actually stood together, as if they were fighting to the death. At this moment, dense and heavy footsteps could be heard outside the tent. 2,000 elite soldiers had surrounded the tent. This was Rongjin's camp, and the 400,000 people around him belonged to Maku.
What? You want to take action? It seems that you have been prepared for it.
Sha Bao also asked vigilantly, holding a golden-handled scimitar.
I'm not taking action. I'm just protecting myself. Please forgive Chitos.
Although Rongjin was in control of the overall situation, he didn't dare to actually take action against the sandstorm. After all, the deterrent power of King Yu's sandstorm was still very strong.
Okay. It's really a wall that everyone has pushed against. Don't regret it.
Sha Bao nodded, and left the camp very depressed. He mounted his horse and left angrily. Before leaving, he could only say a few words. But he also knew very well in his heart that these people would no longer listen to his call. As soon as they left the camp, they were greeted by countless leaflets floating in the air. And they were actually coming from Jialanga's camp. Xiaobao didn't even need to dismount. He grabbed one and saw that it was a notice written by Wang Ting. Although it floated over from Jialanga's camp, it was written by Qiu Baisheng. It said clearly, Wang Ting's troops now only occupy the territory of Sandstorm, and the territories of other tribes are safe and sound. Moreover, Qiu Baisheng emphatically stated that it was only for sandstorms. As long as other people returned to their own territory, they could forget the past. Xiaobao's heart suddenly sank. The effect of this kind of leaflet is too terrible. There is no need to ask now. Rongjin and the others must have found a treasure. And they all want to go back in a hurry. We really can't keep these people now. Moreover, Qiu Baisheng made it very clear on the notice that it was only for himself. That is to say, others can be pardoned. But he, the King Yu, must die. This can already be felt from the head of Princess Yu that was sent. Sure enough, the next day, Rongjin and others started to withdraw their troops with their own troops. And they walked cautiously. They were also afraid that the sandstorm would go crazy and really take action against them. But Sandstorm did not come forward to stop them. Instead, he watched these men and horses slowly leave from a distance. His heart was very heavy. Why is this situation happening now? No need to ask now. My sandcastle has been captured, and I will definitely not be able to go back. Without Rongjin and others, they are no longer a match for Jialanga. But where should I go? On the left is Wang Ting. On the right is Lingyu Mountain. And in front is Jialanga. Sandcastle suddenly felt that he had no way to go. Look at the remaining troops around you. There are almost 1 million. And there are several tribes of troops who have not followed the withdrawal. These tribes are loyal to follow the sandstorm. Because they followed the sandstorm to burn, kill and loot. Enemies are everywhere. If you leave the sandstorm, you may die faster. Seeing that the morale of the troops in Xiaobao has begun to weaken, there is still no movement at Jialanji, as if they are just waiting for a good show. In fact, Jialanga had long been eager to send troops to start a war, but Duanmuki and Murongfen denied it.
Ha! If you send troops now, you will unite them again. So now let them alone, it's falling apart. We just have to wait and see what happens. Oh, Mr. Duanmu is still smarter.
Only then did Jialanga understand the deeper meaning. For 2 days in a row, Jialanga stood still. But there was a steady stream of donkey carts carrying exquisite gift boxes brought to the Xiaobao camp. Each gift box contains the heads of Sandstorm's wives, concubines, or children. This is undoubtedly a provocation and humiliation to Sandstorm. Sandstorm was shocked, angry, and heartbroken. Every time he saw a head, it made his heart beat like a knife. But the people from the other side were still sending a steady stream of heads. More than 20 heads were sent in one day. In the end, Sandstorm couldn't help but be angry and led his troops to fight. However, they were beaten back by the unified force with strong bows, crossbows and red cannons, and lost another 10,000 or 20,000 horses. In just 2 days, Xiaobao looked like a different person, with sunken eyes and an unkempt beard. Even my hair has turned gray, and I drink to drown my sorrows every day. The current situation is that he cannot fight and cannot be beaten, and there is nowhere to escape. The world is so big that there is no place for him. And Rongjin and others took their direct descendants and hurried back to their tribe. Although the leaflet said that they were safe and sound, they were still very uneasy. They were about to face Qiu Baisheng, a great national master, and they were worried. It's uneasiness. As soon as they entered King Yu's sandstorm, they saw 500,000 people standing in line, waiting for them. The flag also has the word Qiu written on it. And on the other side is the flag of the royal court. The person sitting on the horse under the flag is Princess Mou. And beside her is the goddess Jume, who is admired by thousands of people.
The Imperial Preceptor has an order. You are ordered to camp on the spot. All tribal leaders go to see the Grand Imperial Preceptor immediately.
At this time, a Pegasus guard from the royal court arrived and shouted loudly,
Yes, I will go see the Grand Master right away.
Rongjin and others were shocked and quickly dismounted, saying very respectfully. More than 20 tribal leaders trotted all the way to Qiu Baisheng's horse. They knelt down and saluted. When they looked up, they were all shocked, because there is a row of people kneeling not far away. There are hundreds of them, and behind them are executioners standing behind them holding ghost-headed knives. Chapter 649, Genocide. See, Rongjin and the tribal leaders saw these people who were about to be beheaded. They all knew these people. They were all direct relatives of Sha Bao. Among them were Sha Bao's 2 brothers and 7 sisters. And the others were all Sha Bao's wives and concubines. And there are also a few high-status people from the Quangsha tribe. Rongjin and others were horrified to see it. It seemed that Qiu Baisheng really wanted to completely wipe out the Quangsha tribe. Look at how arrogant, domineering these people were back then. But now, their faces were ashen, and they were kneeling there shivering. Some people could no longer even kneel and collapsed on the ground. She is still wearing bright clothes, but she no longer has the arrogant look on her face. However, the 2 brothers from Sha Bao were quite tough. They knelt there and kicked Rongjin and the others viciously. In their eyes, Rongjin and the others were traitors.
See the Imperial Preceptor. See Princess Mou. We will rush back to apologize and ask the Grand Imperial Preceptor to be lenient.
Rongjin and others quickly knelt down to salute, their voices trembling. Qiu Baisheng brought these people here to behead them in public. Not only to show them, but also to shock them.
Oh, tell me, what's the crime?
Qiu Baisheng actually asked with a slight smile. His expression was gentle, making people feel like a spring breeze. On the other hand, Princess Mou next to her looked at these people with an indifferent expression.
I shouldn't have followed Sandstorm to participate in the battle with Kingswa. But we have always supported the royal court and the great Khan Mohan. We rushed back as soon as we received the leaflet.
Rongjin and others people are eager to defend themselves. Until now, they still don't know what is happening to their family members and children. What they are most worried about is that their relatives have also been arrested by Qiu Baisheng. Even though this old man looks pleasant, he is not merciful at all.
Well, I still believe you when you say that. After all, we are under the command of Sandstorm. And sometimes we can't help ourselves. Being able to find your way back is also a sign of knowing the current affairs. Don't worry. I said this time it is only for the reaction of Sandstorm. Thief, as long as you can come back in time. Let's forget the past. Your tribe and family are all safe and sound. Ha ha. Get up. It's just a good time to watch the killing together. There will no longer be thugs like Sandstorm to wreak havoc here. How can Wang Ting's background be understood by a fool like Sha Bao? In the end, he can only bring about his own destruction.
Qiu Baisheng said lightly, and waved his hand to make these people stand up and stand aside. Then he nodded slightly to the sword and axe hand. And suddenly the ghost-headed sword was raised high. In the sound of crying, more than 100 heads fell to the ground. Rongjin and others were surprised and happy that no Quangsha tribe would suppress them from now on. At this time, a thought arose in Rongjin's heart. Should he take over this land and become the second King Yu? With this thought, Rongjin felt a little excited. King Yu. What a noble status that is. Looking at all the tribes now, one's own strength is the strongest.
Ha ha! There is still one Sha Bao head left. Chief Rongjin, how do you think we should deal with the aftermath of this land after the sandstorm has been eradicated? Should we choose another Yuang?
Qiu Baisheng seemed to feel something. Same. He actually asked with a slight smile.
Oh? No. 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 The so-called assisting the king and protecting the king can only be used to deceive the superiors and bully the subordinates. In the end, selfish desires will expand. And in the end, it will lead to disobedience. I suggest that there should no longer be a position of supporting the king, and that the royal court should send people directly. The best management.
Rongjin was shocked, and he could immediately feel the vigilant and hostile eyes of the tribal leaders around him. Everyone has thought about this problem, but they are not willing to have another King Yu. So Rongjin immediately cut off the thought that had just arisen, because he could feel that Qiu Baisheng was already testing him. So Qiu Baisheng's proposal was immediately rejected. He knew in his heart that although his strength was the largest among these tribes, it was far inferior to that of Sandstorm. Now that Sandstorm had met such an end, he would definitely be seeking death if he continued to fight for this blessed king. Maybe as long as if you say these words, you will be killed immediately.
Oh, it's rare for you to think so. Originally, I wanted to recommend you to be the patron of the king. Well, let Princess Mou decide this matter.
Qiu Baisheng said, seemingly disappointed, and then said the right to speak was given to Princess Mou.
Well, let's put aside the matter of who will succeed King Yu. Now I have to lead my troops to suppress the sandstorm. I would like to ask, among you tribes who have lost their way and returned, who is willing to help the king capture the thief? But this matter, it's not forced. It's completely voluntary. You don't need all your troops. Just half of them. Counting Jialanga's troops. It's more than enough to wipe out the sandstorm.
Princess Mou sat on the horse and looked down at her. He said calmly to these people,
"We, the Ronka tribe, intend to send troops to help the king capture the thieves."
Rongzhen hesitated for a moment and was the first to express his stance. Several other tribal leaders also expressed their intention to divide half of the existing troops to follow Princess Mou to eliminate the sandstorm. However, there are also 6 tribes that are unwilling to send troops. They have a good relationship with Sandstorm. In their view, King Qin's elimination of thieves is actually killing each other and using King Yu's men to destroy King Yu. They don't want to get involved anymore. They just want to live peacefully on their own land. Of course, Princess Mou didn't care. The existing troops and horses were enough. But at night, things took a dramatic turn. Those tribal leaders, who were unwilling to send troops, now knelt in front of Princess Mou's tent and begged bitterly that they must also send troops to help the king and eliminate the thieves. The reason is that Princess Mou has an additional reward for making noodles. The tribes that accompany her on the expedition can be allocated part of King Yu's fiefdom, and can also be rewarded with a large number of slaves. This made the leaders of the 6 tribes uneasy. The slaves were second, but the land was the most envied. The more land anyone used, it meant that there were more cattle and sheep that could be grazed. And development, the space is also larger, which is a priceless treasure. So this time, they were extremely annoyed and depressed. And they were even complaining in their hearts that Princess Mou didn't speak clearly at once. The next day, Princess Mou set off with her troops. Only 100,000 royal guards and a few royal court officials were left in the sand castle, dealing with many aftermath matters. Of course, those 6 tribes also got the opportunity to go on the expedition with the king. Rongzhen and others showed very unhappy expressions on their horses. There were 6 more tribes carving up the sandstorm fiefdom. After a day's march, they finally appeared behind the Shabao camp. At the same time, Jialanga also lined up all his troops to fight. The total number of troops on both sides reached 2.7 million, which was already 3 times that of Sandstorm. But Zhu Xiaobao did not go out with the team. Now that the overall situation has been decided, he is too lazy to follow. Zhu Xiaobao is very free now. He and Princess Jiayu are training the Golden Eagle. The giant dog of Lord Eagle Dog was beaten to death by Zhu Xiaobao. But the eagle did not die. It was just injured. Now it was given to Princess Jiayu by Zhu Xiaobao. And the two of them are training the Golden Eagle very hard. Princess Zhu Rong of the Ming Dynasty did not go out with the team either. She was also leisurely watching Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Jiayu training the Golden Eagle. What's even more surprising is that Hachitu is also here. He has a purpose for staying here. Now with the impending demise of King Yu's sandstorm, many very small tribes have found Hachitu. These small tribes want to defect to Hachitu's command. Because those small tribes who followed Hachitu have now passed, it was very moist. There were no heavy taxes. And it was safe and stable. These small tribes began to develop slowly. And the population also increased a lot. Therefore, many other small tribes are jealous and want to defect to Hachitu. The purpose of Hachitu coming here was to buy some land. His land was now almost saturated. He took a fancy to the land where the female warriors of Lingyu Mountain usually trained. But if you want to occupy these places, you must have the consent of Duanmuki and Zhu Xiaobao. Hachitu is still very confident in this. He is Zhu Xiaobao's die-hard loyalist. So now Hachitu is with the British Princess Zhu Rong, serving her very affectionately. Zhu Rong looked a little funny at times, and said very gently,
"Hachitu, you are a businessman. If you have so much control over your subordinates, if you are a tribe, you must strengthen your own strength to intimidate the tribes under your command. And then you will become bigger and bigger. Right? Yes. This way I can be worthy of my ancestors. Ha ha. Besides, if I develop well, it will only be good for Xiaobao,"
Hachitu said excitedly, and poured another glass of wine for Princess Zhu Rong of England. Looking at the British princess with great expectation, he knew that Zhu Rong had quite a say in front of Zhu Xiaobao. As long as he could deal with the British princess, his affairs would be 80% successful.
"Well, I can help you talk about it. But do you think it is necessary? As your power increases, your selfish desires will expand, and you will forget about yourself. And many people will stare at you. Look at the results of the sandstorm. Is it possible? Do you want to be the second King Yu?"
Princess Zhu Rong of England said with a chuckle. But she was already reminding Hachitu. Hachitu has developed too smoothly and too fast in the past few years, which is not a good thing.
"Oh? This makes me think about it again."
Hachitu was filled with joy. But he was suddenly awakened by the cold water poured on his head. At this moment, a warhorse galloped in the distance, and a female guard shouted excitedly before she even arrived.
Chitos, Madam Princess, Xiaobao has been killed by Jialanga. Now everyone was surrounded and exterminated.
Huh?
So fast?
Hachitu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that the once all-powerful King Yu Xiaobao was so vulnerable. He was already beheaded in less than an hour. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also came back, patted Hachitu on the shoulder, and said with a smile,
"Come on, follow me to the battlefield. You will definitely gain something. Hey!"
Good. Chapter 650. Kill them all. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao and the others were not very far away from the battlefield, and they could vaguely hear the rumble of war drums. At this moment, he was riding a horse with his accompanying guards, and quickly arrived at the place of fighting. Find a hillside and get a very clear view from a high vantage point. Now the two sides are fighting together in a melee, completely fighting at close range. But the sandstorm men and horses seemed too miserable on the scene, due to their absolute disadvantage in numbers. They were almost beaten 3-1. Although the sandstorm men and horses also fought bravely, there were too many people who couldn't hold off their opponents. What's more, there are 60,000 female warriors among them, who came here specially to participate in order to increase these female warriors' practical combat experience. In recent years, the number of female warriors of the Lingyu tribe has increased to 100,000 as younger female warriors have grown up, under the leadership of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They were very excited about killing, and Jialanga's people are also fighting bravely, and they all want to leave a good impression on Jialanga. They can see it. Jialanga has now firmly established his position as the king. From now on, he will probably be the strongest one besides Wang Ting of power. Therefore, the tribes who follow Jialanga have now begun to express themselves to the best of their ability, striving to gain Jialanga's recognition. What made Xiaobao even more angry was that the people who were killed the most were the tribesmen who originally followed him. Led by Rongjin, they were as if they had been given blood, and their eyes were red as they were killed. It seems like there is some deep hatred. Xiaobao also understood in his heart that the reason why these tribes were so fierce was because they could get additional benefits. Their fiefdom, servants and property were all the sources of motivation for them. However, only half of the 100,000 royal guards brought by Princess Mou were killed, and the rest were just watching from the sidelines. The most terrifying thing on the battlefield turned out to be 6 giant men, all holding extra-large maces. They were killing people wherever they went. 4 of them were raised by the Sandstorm tribe. Unexpectedly, Jumei as soon as they entered the sand castle. These 4 giant men, like the big bear and the 2 bears, took the initiative to defect to Jumei. They are born with a sense of surrender to the great beauty. The lethality of these 6 giant men is absolutely terrifying. Jumei and Yang Wu-jie did not take action at this time, because the soldiers in front of her were not worthy of her action at all. Jumei was also very arrogant now. Ordinary opponents have no interest at all. She is looking around now, looking for Zhu Xiaobao. The only thing Jumei cares about is Zhu Xiaobao. So from the beginning of this battle, Sandstorm was already at an absolute disadvantage. Originally, Xiaobao wanted to challenge Jialanga in a duel, but Jialanga didn't give him this chance at all and launched a charge directly. Moreover, Jialanga also took the lead this time. She carried a golden-backed sword, with Mukue on the left and red copper on the right. The 3 of them attacked Sandstorm together. Jialanga knew that he was no match for Xiaobao when fighting alone. Now that they were encircling and suppressing them, they no longer followed any rules. The 3 of them worked together to deal with Xiaobao. Xiaobao's biggest support was the 2 Supreme Masters. But one of them, Master Eagle Dog, had been killed by Zhu Xiaobao, and the remaining one was also entangled by sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. So Xiaobao had no choice but to fight with 3 enemies, armed with 3 pointed 2-edged knives. Fight against 3 people. There is also a group of people who are also very brave. They are actually the 100,000 cavalry led by Wu Yu. These 100,000 people are the most elite people under the command of the 19th princess, and they have also come to join the battle this time. Their arrival was more to increase the influence of the 19th princess. Let the first prince and His Highness the 6th prince know that the 19th princess's current strength is not only on par with the other princes, but she also has 2 allies, Jialanga and Wang Ting. Of course Wu Yu doesn't care about this. She wants to participate in this unprecedented battle, as there were fewer and fewer personal guards around him. Sandstorm was already fighting like a trapped beast. He was already surrounded by numerous Jialanga soldiers, so he vacated the space in the middle, and the 3 warriors fought fiercely. There is no way these soldiers can participate. Not to mention that Mukue also has the strength to kill Wu Zun. Although he is only at the peak of the great martial arts master now. 3 people besieged Sandstorm, but couldn't kill him. Because Sha Bao was fighting tooth and nail. Although he had suffered several injuries, Sha Bao became more and more courageous as he fought. With his determination to fight to the death. He actually severely injured Red Copper. As a last resort, Mukue had no choice but to use his special skill.
9 critical swords.
In an instant, his combat power increased 3 times, and his speed doubled. One sword pierced Sha Bao's right shoulder, making Sha Bao's right arm unable to exert force. Got it! But Sha Bao immediately responded with a palm strike with his left hand, sending Mukue flying more than 2 feet away and being seriously injured. But at this time, Jialanga waited for the opportunity and slashed across with a knife. Sandstorm could no longer avoid it. He watched the big knife slice through his neck. And then, his head flew up high, and also glanced around at the tragic scenes on the battlefield. Then, there was no more. Sha Bao was beheaded by Jialanga. Jialanga stepped forward, picked up Sha Bao's head, and raised it high. Suddenly, deafening cheers came from the battlefield. But the killing did not end, but became more ferocious and cruel. Because Duimuki and Qiu Baisheng had long ago reached a consensus that they must not leave the Quansha tribe alive, to be completely annihilated. So when Zhu Xiaobao and the others rushed to the hillside to watch the battle, they happened to see Jialanga holding up the head of Sandstorm and launching the final stranglehold. And Jialanga was covered in blood, with a bloodthirsty smile on her face, which made Hatchitu a little frightened. This woman was also very scary when she started to attack.
Ha ha! Did you see that? The once arrogant Prince Yu, Sha Bao, is now dead. Do you still want to expand your territory? If you want, I can satisfy you.
Zhu Xiaobao looked around him. Hatchitu asked thoughtfully.
No. I'd better forget it. After all, being a businessman is my strength. Such days are the most carefree and safest.
Hatchitu's face turned a little pale. He shook his head and said repeatedly. He finally calmed down, as his tribesmen simply did not have such strong fighting power. He also has no ability to deter those powerful tribes. The more tribes he conquers, the more dangerous it is for him. The reason why he is very safe now is because he is attached to the foot of Lingyu Mountain, and no one dares to provoke him.
Smart people. Generally smart people can live a long time.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his thumbs and praised.
I was just confused for a moment. I made too much money, so I didn't know where to use it. And I felt a little bloated.
Hatchitu suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and said with a smile. And he showed off proudly.
Oh, really? Don't know where to use it. Let me help you. I've always been short of money. Brother, do you think it's too much to take 180,000 taels of gold first?
Zhu Xiaobao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly.
Oops. My ears are a bit cold today, and I can't hear clearly. Now I want to go to the hospital for convenience. Forgive me. If you have anything to do, wait until I come back.
Hatchitu was suddenly startled, and then immediately covered his head. He ran away with his stomach pounding. Princess Ing and Princess Jiayu couldn't help laughing. Only Zhu Xiaobao looked at Hatchitu's back angrily, and shook his head. Oh, it seems that he wants to defraud Hatchitu of some money. I guess. Unlikely. At this time, the battle was over on the battlefield. Not a single one of Sandstorm's troops was left behind. All of them were killed. This time, there were literally millions of corpses. This scene was still very cruel. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not get too close, but returned to the camp to wait for the extremely important person to arrive. Even though he was in Jialanga's realm, the little treasures had gradually formed a habit of centering on him. Considering Jialanga's strength, Zhu Xiaobao basically doesn't take it seriously now. Even Wang Ting and Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay much attention to it. Since Tian Majiu appeared, Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts have been focused on dealing with Tian Majiu. He ordered people to prepare wine, and then Zhu Xiaobao sat in Jialanga's big tent and waited for everyone. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Qiu Baisheng and Duimuki to enter side by side, followed by Princess Mayu and Jialanga, followed by Murong Feng, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Wu Yu and others. As for the tribal leaders, what would happen now? My son is not qualified to come in yet.
I have seen the King of England live 1,000 years.
Qiu Baisheng actually greeted Zhu Xiaobao respectfully, without any airs of a great master. He knew in his heart that Zhu Xiaobao and Jimei were enough to intimidate Wang Ting. What's more, Wang Ting still owes Zhu Xiaobao a huge favor. Therefore, Qiu Baisheng did not take the credit and be arrogant, but expressed his attitude first.
Don't dare! The Grand Master is too polite. Please sit down.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. This Qiu Baisheng was so generous. But he didn't even have the airs of a Grand Master. This actually made Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. So he quickly stood up and made a gesture of invitation. After Qiu Baisheng's statement, everyone else bowed to Zhu Xiaobao respectfully. But when they arrived at Princess Mou's place, she was a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, her status was not lower than that of Zhu Xiaobao. The most important thing was that she was unwilling to bow to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao lowered his head. Princess Mou is still very proud. So Princess Mou looked very embarrassed standing there. And everyone was looking at her. This made Princess Mou feel her heartbeat and conflict even more.
Princess Mou, we meet again!
Zhu Xiaobao still looked at Princess Mou with a smile and said. But he was also amazed in his heart. This Princess Mou is indeed amazing. She is not as good as the British Princess Zhu next to her. Rong is inferior.
Yes!
Princess Mou responded as she stood there, a little overwhelmed. But she didn't know what to say next. It seemed that she still hadn't resolved the current predicament. I still feel aggrieved. You are standing while the little treasures are sitting. So you cannot take the initiative to stand up and treat each other politely.
Ha ha! This must be Princess Mou. She is indeed the beauty of the country. I have been admiring her for a long time. Come on. Sit here with me and let's have a good chat.
Princess Ing is still very good at it. After seeing the look, he immediately stood up with a smile and pulled Princess Mou to his side. This made Qiu Baisheng relieved. He knew Princess Mou's proud character and really didn't want her to offend Zhu Xiaobao. Seeing Zhu Rong come forward, Qiu Baisheng was relieved. At the same time, he also admired Princess Ing. This woman was really graceful and good at talking. As expected of the head of the harem, Princess Mou, you cannot compare to this. Chapter 651, Take the initiative to form an alliance. This was a gathering just after the war. Not much political affairs were discussed during the meeting. But soldiers kept coming in to report various preliminary statistics after the war. Everyone present was listening carefully. And they were all very concerned about their own people. This time, a total of 1.07 million people were killed in Shabao. And Wang Ting lost 80,000 people, mainly from Rongjian tribes. Jialango lost 110,000 people. Wuyu also lost nearly 10,000 people. The most powerful ones were the female warriors from Lingyu Mountain, who only killed 600 people and injured more than 3,000 people. That's it. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are still very dissatisfied and extremely distressed. Every female warrior in Lingyu Mountain is a treasure. This kind of loss is acceptable to everyone. And the loot captured this time is also very rich. There are 200,000 war horses alone, as well as countless armors, swords, guns, equipment, etc. Most of these trophies were given to Jialenga and the tribes that were originally under his command. Originally, the great national master Qiu Baisheng wanted to divide it into 3 parts. Because this time it was said that Jialangia won. It would be better to say that Zhu Xiaobao Duanmuki and others won the battle with Jialanji. So even if it is divided into 3 parts, there is no problem. However, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and left only 20,000 war horses. He really didn't like the rest. Many matters after the war were still very cumbersome. It took 3 days to bury the corpses alone. It also took 100,000 soldiers to dig several large pits to bury the soldiers in the sandstorm. As for the soldiers who died in the battle, it was very grand. Everyone was buried in a coffin. Each took them back to their own troops, and then waited for a good burial. 3 days passed in a row. Although it was very busy, it was nothing very important. Originally there was no need for great masters like Qiu Baisheng to stay here, nor for people like Duanmuki to stay here. However, the 2 of them did not leave, but calmly drank tea and played chess. It seemed that they were staying here. What are you waiting for? Zhu Xiaobao has been very hard these 3 days. Zhu Mei is back, and Wuyu is here. This makes Zhu Xiaobao a little unable to cope. There is not a day of idle time in the 3 days. Half of the time is spent, and spending time in bed is harder than practicing. On the 4th day, everyone finally knew what Qiu Baisheng and Duanmuki were waiting for. The great Khan of the Western Zhu Kingdom, Mo Han, and the 19th princess of the Western King both came in person. This shocked the leaders of the tribes. Originally, Exterminating the sandstorm was indeed a major event worthy of the Great Khan's personal intervention. But it should have been in the sandcastle, not in Jialanga's fiefdom. Moreover, the 19th princess also arrived at the same time, which is very puzzling. But Jialanga had obviously known the news a long time ago, so he was quite well prepared. All kinds of food, clothing, housing and transportation supplies were ready. Even the cooks were hired by dozens of Zhu Xiubao's men. The masters, including Lu Tong and Lu Feng, are old apprentices who specialize in supervising many matters in the kitchen. Jialanga made the ceremony to welcome the Great Khan very lively, with loud gongs and drums, and people from various tribes lining up to greet him. This surprised even the Great Khan Mohan, as he did not expect that there were so many people in the Shijua kingdom now. Such a large amount of armed forces. This kind of formation has not been seen for many years. Facing him, Zhu Xiaobao led everyone to welcome the arrival of the Great Khan. On the left and right were the 19th princess and Princess Ying, and next to them were Duan Muqi and Murong Feng. And Jialanga is considered to be from the Shijua kingdom, so he is staying behind Qiu Baisheng at the moment. She can only rank fourth among these people. There are Princess Mou and Mo Sang Xiaojian in front. This time, in terms of status, Mohan Great Khan's status is one level higher than Zhu Xiaobao. He is the king, but Zhu Xiaobao is just a prince. You should greet Mohan with a salute first.
Ha ha! Welcome to the Great Khan!
Zhu Xiaobao bowed his hands, which was regarded as a courtesy. This is also his usual style.
Ha ha ha! Brother Xiaobao, you miss me so much. Are you okay?
Unexpectedly, Great Khan Mohan was very enthusiastic and rushed forward to give Zhu Xiaobao a bear hug. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. He was so enthusiastic. If only your sister were so enthusiastic. Then Duan Muqi and Murong Feng came up to greet them. As soon as he saw Murong Feng, Mo Han's expression became very unnatural, and he actually said a little at a loss.
Commander Murong, are you okay? I have always been thinking about you. Well, I'm fine now. I'm living a very good life now.
Murong Feng also had mixed emotions, but she felt that she could no longer find the feeling of understanding that she had before, as if she was just an old friend. Nothing more.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Great Khan Mohan said repeatedly, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. He could sense Murong Feng's changes immediately. People's intuition is sometimes very sensitive.
The banquet has been prepared. Please take your seats. Great Khan, princes and princesses.
At this time, Jialan Jiazhou came over and said, she is the owner of this place, and of course she must fulfill her duties as a landlord. As everyone took their seats, Qiu Baisheng looked at Prince Mohan and Princess Mou, and couldn't help but shook his head gently. The relationship between the two brothers seemed not to be going well. They were sitting there in a daze, seeming to be thinking, with their own thoughts. This time, the banquet was grand. The tribal leaders and other important people were all present. There were hundreds of tables for the banquet alone. In ancient times, the drinking table was not for everyone to gather around, but for each person to have a separate drinking table. So there were more than 100 tables set up, together with Xiaoren and the maids who were serving wine and food back and forth, as well as the surrounding guards. The whole hall seemed very solemn.
Ha ha! This time, the sandstorm of King Yu was wiped out, and the threat to the Shijua kingdom was completely eliminated. The Great Khan's achievements since he succeeded to the throne were extraordinary. Not only did the royal court recover, but also King Yu was executed. Come, please raise your glasses and congratulate me. My king has restored Shijua, and I would like to thank the King of England and the King of the West for their help.
Qiu Baisheng stood up first, raised his glass, and said loudly,
Congratulations to my king for regaining the West and wiping out the rebellion.
The leaders of the tribes also stood up and said in unison. Zhu Xiaobao and others also stood up and drank with him.
Ha ha! There are still a few things to announce next. This is also the purpose of the Great Khan coming here in person.
Qiu Baisheng waited until everyone sat down again, then took out a volume of documents from his sleeves, opened it, and began to read. The first announcement surprised everyone, because Great Khan Mohan announced an alliance with the 19th princess. You must know that Mohan Khan is the king of a country, and the 19th princess is just a prince. There is still a big gap between the two, but I didn't expect that Prince Mohan would actually take the initiative to form an alliance with the 19th princess. First, it was in return for assisting Jialanga in wiping out the sandstorm. Secondly, This is tantamount to telling the world that the Shijua kingdom supports the 19th princess to seize the throne. This is undoubtedly a huge advantage for the 19th princess. It's equivalent to the full support of a country behind her. Only then did everyone understand why the eldest prince Imohan and the 19th princess came here at the same time. It turned out that Qiu Baisheng and Duan Muqi had already discussed it. But many people don't understand that the posture of Great Khan Mohan is a bit too low. After all, he is also the Great Khan of Shijua Kingdom. And he even actively formed an alliance with the 19th princess. But seeing the presence of the old god Qiu Baisheng, no one dared to say anything. After all, Qiu Baisheng is a wise man as famous as Duan Muqi. And their ideas are definitely far-sighted. But what everyone didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao came up with this alliance. Now that the situation in Shijua has been calmed down, he plans to calm down Daxiao within 2 years. Because what he is anxious about now is to improve his strength as soon as possible to deal with Tian Moju. The battle for succession among these princes was not his biggest concern. And of course, he had no intention of becoming an emperor. If he wanted to be the emperor, he could have replaced Yu Qianrou and become the emperor of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. In fact, the Great Khan Mohan was a bit repulsive at first. The Great Khan of the Western Zhu Kingdom actually wanted to form an alliance with the 19th princess. This was too unfair for him. But after some analysis and lobbying by Qiu Baisheng, Prince Imohan finally understood. Don't look at the 19th princess as the Western king, but with the support of Zhu Xiaobao behind him, he is invincible. What's more, there is the support of Ziruigua. Therefore, it is a wise move to take the initiative to like the 19th princess now. What's more, Jumei's influence in the Shijua kingdom is even greater than that of the Great Khan. After such analysis, Great Khan Mohan understood that he, the Great Khan, was actually no more powerful than the 19th princess. Apart from anything else, if Zhu Xiaobao cuts off the supply of iodized salt now, Shijua Kingdom will be back to its original appearance within 2 years. The next few things had nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao and others. They once again confirmed kings with Jialanga's fiefdom, and at the same time recognized Jialanga's performance in the battle to suppress the sandstorm. This made Jialanga very satisfied. Not only did his fiefdom increase, but he also lost the previous embarrassment of being between several forces. She can develop her fiefdom safely. The only one who is still a bit of a threat is the eldest prince, because part of the fiefdoms of Jialanga and the eldest prince are adjacent. But now that Jialanga and Princess 19 have joined forces, this is not a big problem.
Ha ha! As for the position of King Yu, I think it should be left vacant for the time being to see if it is necessary.
Qiu Baisheng looked at the expectant looks of the tribal leaders and shook his head with a slight smile. None of these people are qualified to be King Yu, nor do they have the ability. So for a while, he couldn't think of a better way.
No need to leave it empty. I will take over the position of Prince Yu.
Unexpectedly, Princess Mou suddenly said. This surprised both Qiu Baisheng and Prince Imohan. This was definitely something they had not thought of beforehand. Suddenly, both of them didn't know how to deal with this Princess Mou. However, Princess Mou did not ask Imohan Great Khan and Qiu Baisheng for their opinions. Instead, she stood up and walked to Zhu Xiaobao's table. She seemed to ask with some emotion.
I will be the King Yu. How about you?
Do you think it's appropriate?
Huh?
It should be appropriate. After all, there is no big risk now.
Zhu Xiaobao was also caught off guard and said hesitantly.
Okay, I'll be the king of help. Will you help me? Except for inserting the door upside down. Everything else is fine. Okay. I want Murong Feng and Jumei.
No. Chapter 652, The New King Yu. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Prince Imohan. Is this a condition for forming an alliance? But from the look of surprise and confusion on Prince Imohan's face, it didn't look like he was pretending. Even the great imperial master Qiu Baisheng frowned a little. He did not want Princess Mou to be the blessing king. This would give Princess Mou the opportunity to develop independently. Once it became the situation, she would probably threaten Imohan Dake. Sweaty. The two men originally had equal influence in the Shijua kingdom. But Princess Mou has made it clear that she will no longer compete for the throne. What is she doing now? Only the British Princess Zhu Rong knew this best, because she was sitting with Princess Mou that day. Although they were chatting, Zhu Rong was thoughtful and very good at figuring out other people's thoughts. She already knew Princess Mou's thoughts to a certain extent. So now the British Princess Zhu Rong is very calm. But she doesn't want to interrupt when it comes to the state affairs of the two countries.
Why? You said you were willing to help me.
Princess Mo Yu asked very dissatisfiedly when she heard Zhu Xiaobao's rejection.
Well, haven't I helped you enough? Don't you think it's too much that you keep asking for it and are unwilling to give?
Zhu Xiaobao sat there and looked up at Princess Mo Yu and said lightly,
I never said I was unwilling to pay.
Princess Mo Yu was a little speechless, but she didn't know what to say. And he glanced at Princess 19 jealously. The reason why she stood up to be the blessed king was because she was not convinced by the 19th princess. Jiumei was of the bloodline of a mythical beast,
which was God's will. The noble temperament of the British princess Zhu Rong also made her heartbroken. But she felt that she was no worse than the 19th princess. It was because the 19th princess that Zhu Xiaobao met first was now so favored, which made Princess Mo Yu very unconvinced. At this time, Princess Mo Yu didn't know that the 19th princess was also of the blood of a mythical beast, and she couldn't compare with her. There was a brief silence at the scene. Everyone didn't know how to deal with this matter, and Princess Mo Yu was even more angry. She didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to refuse so simply. She felt a little unable to get off the stage now.
I think I can assist Princess Mo Yu for a while.
Unexpectedly, Murong Feng said at this time, while looking at Duan Muqi with complex eyes, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao with solicitous eyes.
Hey! What's going on today? Everything seems to be in chaos. You are my military advisor.
Zhu Xiaobao also felt that his brain was a little exhausted. He did not expect that Murong Feng would offer to assist Princess Mo Yu. Is it because of Prince Mo Han? Could it be that an old relationship has rekindled?
Well, I think that although we have formed an alliance with Shijue country, Shijue country has been experiencing constant civil strife in recent years, and its national strength is weak. Now that the war has just subsided, it is the time when we need to resume production and stabilize development. I went there also for Chitosa's sake. In the future, we will definitely need the help of the Shijue kingdom to pacify the other 3 princes of the Great Xia kingdom.
Murong Feng gave what seemed to be a very sufficient reason.
Humph! I saw it. Now that Murong Feng wants to help me, you have nothing to say, right?
Princess Mo Yu suddenly perked up and hummed while staring at Zhu Xiaobao, and inadvertently glanced at Princess 19 again. It seems that she has won over the 19th princess.
Huh? Are you sure? Are you going to assist her?
Zhu Xiaobao ignored Princess Mo Yu and looked at Murong Feng with confusion. This matter was a bit strange, and he couldn't figure out the reason. But Murong Feng was not originally from the Zirui kingdom. He had always only helped Zhu Xiaobao, so he didn't even have a formal official position.
Yes, I'm sure. Now that Mr. Duanmu is here, his ability is definitely far better than mine. Besides, I am half a Shijue, so I should do it to revitalize the Shijue kingdom.
Murong Feng nodded. His attitude seemed to be very determined.
Okay, then it will be limited to 1 year, and I will come back after 1 year. At that time, I estimate that Daxia kingdom will be at the most critical moment.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Although he didn't know what Murong Feng was thinking, he still respected it. Her decision. The end result is that the meal is tasteless, and everyone is thinking about the pros and cons of this matter and the complicated relationship. Although Prince Mo Han reluctantly agreed to Princess Mo Yu's request to serve as the king, he was also very complicated in his heart. Murong Feng could assist Princess Mo Yu, which made him somewhat excited. After all, in this way, Murong Feng would also leave him very close. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, was very depressed. After the banquet, he returned to his temporary residence in a bad mood. When he got to the house, he was still furious. After all, Murong Feng, the military advisor, was still very important to him. Moreover, Murong Feng and Zhu Rong, one was in charge, and the other was in charge of outside. He had become accustomed to this arrangement, and felt that it was very reasonable, and everything could be handled in an orderly manner. But I didn't expect that Murong would actually ask to leave.
Old Duanmu, tell me, have you offended her somewhere? Or are you afraid that she will surpass you? So you are suppressing her secretly?
Zhu Xiaobao asked rudely. He really couldn't think of any other reason.
This is absolutely not the case. I have always been very fond of military advisor Murong, and we have a tacit understanding when we come to cooperate. I'm afraid she has other ideas about this matter.
Duan Muqi waved his hands hurriedly and said, but his words were still somewhat evasive. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao didn't notice it, but Princess Ying noticed it very keenly.
I think this is it. The matter has come to this point, and there is nothing we can do. How about we ask Mr. Duanmu to persuade Murong Feng again, and see if we can change her mind?
Princess Zhurong smiled gently and calmly. But this gentleness, the look in his eyes, made Duanmu feel a little guilty.
Yes. Let's try it now. Old man.
Duanmu quickly clasped his fists and ran away in a hurry. He didn't dare to look at Zhurong's eyes.
Why did you ask him to persuade Murong? You should do it. Don't you two cooperate very well now?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked, a little surprised.
Ha ha. I think the person who ties the bell must be tied to untie the bell. This is not something I can solve,
Zhurong said with a chuckle. In Murong Feng's tent, she was packing her things. And when she saw Duanmu walking in, Murong Feng immediately trembled slightly, and then asked in a low voice.
Are you here to save me? No. I'm here to see you off. This way we can spend some time apart. Everyone needs to calm down,
Duanmu said hesitantly.
Humph. Hypocrisy. What are you afraid of? Are you worried about Yu Hui? Will I argue with her? Are you afraid of Prince Imo Han? I had nothing to do with him a long time ago. Or are you afraid of Xiao Bao? He and I are not suitable. You should be talking,
Murong Feng said in a rare display of the shyness and annoyance of a little woman.
Oh. No. I just want to not affect Shiba's great cause. Now once our affairs are made public, it will definitely arouse the anger of Prince Imo Han, and also affect the alliance between Shijua Kingdom and the 19th princess. So now it must not be made public. Shiba's time is too tight. So I can't cause trouble. That demon Jiu is really a terrifying existence.
Duanmu sighed and said,
Well, I have thought of everything you said, but I'm afraid that if I stay with you, I won't be able to control it. And someone will definitely notice it. That's why I propose to go outside for a while. It's a good try. My own ability to govern these fiefdoms.
Murong Feng also regained her senses. She looked at Duanmu with some reluctance and said, It turned out that after these days of getting along with each other, Murong Feng and Duanmu had developed feelings for each other unknowingly. Both of them are resourceful, wise and shrewd, and they have many ideas and plans in common. When they thought of going together, over time, they actually cherished each other, and their relationship deepened day by day. So much so that Murong Feng was already a little unable to control himself. But Duanmu was reluctant to make a clear statement, which made Murong Feng very depressed. So this time she offered to assist the new Princess Yuang bathing, just to temporarily separate herself from Duanmu for a while, and also to settle her affairs with Prince Imo Han. 3 days later, the great Khan Imo Han reluctantly took Qiu Baisheng and others to the royal court. Although Murong Feng originally intended to assist Princess Mou, he treated Prince Imo Han at a respectful distance and did not show anything. I have such a special fondness. It seems that the past relationship has been forgotten. This made Prince Imo Han extremely melancholy. But there is nothing to do. Zhu Xiaobao was also preparing to return to Liuhe County. Before leaving, he said goodbye to Murong Feng and Princess Mou. In fact, he was sending Murong Feng off and prepared many gifts, all of which were carefully prepared by Princess Zhu Rong of England. A cart of toilet paper and writing paper was prepared, and hundreds of jars of Zhu Shibao's 8-year-old bags were also packed, not to mention other things. They are all Murong Feng's favorite ones. However, Zhu Xiaobao still didn't have a good attitude toward Princess Mou. In his opinion, Murong Feng's departure was all caused by Princess Mou. So Zhu Xiaobao became even more indifferent. Of course Jumei will not go with her. Although she is Murong Feng's junior sister, Jumei has always been very determined in this kind of matter. After sending Murong Feng away, Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmu also started to return to Liuhe County with their troops. Both of them were a little listless on the horses. After listening to Zhu Rong's speculation, Zhu Xiaobao knew the secret relationship between Murong Feng and Duanmu. Unexpectedly, Duanmu had been deliberately forbearing for himself, which made Zhu Xiaobao very touched.
Brother-in-law, I'm really touched by what you did. Why don't I ask Hachitu to send 2 beauties to help you first?
Zhu Xiaobao asked kindly.
Go away. Are I as impatient as you? Murong and I are in sync with each other. And it's definitely not about the bed. You don't understand this.
Duanmu also used a rare swear word. Now the two of them are brothers-in-law. While talking, Duanmu no longer has to worry about the etiquette.
Okay. You are very noble. I am very secular. Brother-in-law, so that you can reunite as soon as possible. When are you going to unify the great Xia kingdom?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about Duanmu's scolding. On the contrary, he felt much more relaxed and smiled. Asked,
Well, It should be when Murong returns,
Duanmuchi said calmly, with his eyes slightly closed.
when the mountain flowers bloomed. She smiled in the bushes.
At this moment, Jiumei, on the order of Princess Ing, specially said 2 personal maids to Duanmuchi. Chapter 653, the first of the 4 kings. The way back was a little boring. So Duanmuchi simply hid in the car and played chess and drank tea with his old apprentice. Too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao also returned to the car, still complaining about the British Princess Zhu Rong, giving Duanmuchi 2 maids, which was completely unnecessary. If Duanmuchi wants to find a woman, isn't it just a matter of doing something?
Ha ha! I know he doesn't know how to use it, but our minds have come in. Many things may not be what the other party needs, but they must be done,
Zhu Rong also said with a slight smile. It turns out that she already knew the result. But I also know that it is necessary. This is where she is most shrewd and wise.
Oh, madam, you are really smart. I admire it. I admire it. Sister, I also need it very much now, and it is very necessary to do it. You must have thought of it. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao sniffed it against Zhu Rong's body very ruthlessly.
Get out!
Zhu Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she softly screamed. Returning to Liuhe County, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised that Liuhe County has changed a lot now. In just a few months, it has become prosperous. People are coming and going on the streets, and it is very lively. Everyone has smiles and satisfaction on their faces, because they have truly felt that their lives are getting better day by day here. And the strength of the 19th princess of the West King is also getting stronger day by day. In this era, strong strength is the guarantee of safety and stability. What's even more surprising is that Princess Ming, along with General Wu, brought civil and military officials to pick her up at Shiliding in Liuhe County. Everyone was wearing brand new official uniforms, and even Princess Ming also changed into court uniforms. After defeating the alliance between the first prince and His Highness the 6th Prince last time, Princess Ming did not leave, but chose to stay in Liuhe County. During this period, Princess Ming returned to the Princess Island. But Prince Ming's performance still disappointed her. Prince Ming has now completely given up on the idea of seizing the legitimate son. He spends the whole day among a group of wives and concubines, eating, drinking and enjoying themselves. He has completely turned into a Prince Xiaoyao. The whole person has gained weight. What's even more exaggerated is that there are 4 concubines who are all happy. This guy is really working hard to create a big family. So Princess Ming came back very depressed. And even Prince Ming's request to sleep with her was rejected by her. But Prince Ming doesn't care either. He is surrounded by young and beautiful women now, and doesn't care about Princess Ming at all. Now he doesn't need Princess Ming's assistance. He can still defend a small island. So King Ming no longer takes Princess Ming and Princess Ming seriously. On the contrary, when Princess Ming came back, she had to control him in everything, which made him very unhappy. The two had constant arguments when they met. In the end, Princess Ming left the Princess Island very disappointed. Accompanying him are General Wu and the remaining troops and warships on Princess Island. He has already explained all the matters on Princess Island. Now he has completely handed over Princess Island to King Ming, leaving 200 of them. Warships are enough to ensure the safety of Princess Island. Of course, King Ming still has hundreds of thousands of troops under his command, which is why King Ming is very confident. With this strength, basically no one can threaten him. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao underwrites the agar-wood fish and tobacco on Princess Island. So now King Ming has no worries about food and drink and lives a comfortable life. I had a great time every day. The only thing that makes King Ming a little worried is that his weight is still growing, and it is approaching 300 kilograms.
Sister, you don't have to be angry about this. At worst, you will divorce Prince Ming by then. Find someone suitable. In fact, staying here is more suitable for you. The only person I admire under Prince Ming is you. Sister!
After Zhu Xiaobao heard about Princess Ming's situation, he enthusiastically stepped forward and took Princess Ming's arm, and said carelessly, and glanced at Duanmuchi inadvertently, "This old man just likes wise women. And Princess Ming is also very suitable." Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's dirty thoughts immediately attracted 2 murderous glances, and Duanmuchi kicked Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Even Princess Ing next to her quietly pinched Zhu Xiaobao's waist.
Well, Chitos Yun laughed. But I am indeed willing to assist the 19th sister in fighting for the hegemony of the Great Xia Kingdom. But now there is a bad rumor. It is rumored everywhere that the 19th princess is the most powerful among the 4 princes. The strong one has the best chance of succeeding to the throne. I think someone is deliberately spreading this kind of news in order to isolate the 19th sister.
Princess Ming did not care about Zhu Xiaobao's words and deeds. On the contrary, she felt that Zhu Xiaobao was like this. He didn't treat her as an outsider. But Princess Ming immediately told a very surprising news, which was news she had just received.
Oh, it seems that some people can't sit still and want to cause something to happen. It seems that the suppression of King Yu's sandstorm this time has indeed had a great impact on the other three princes.
Duan Muqi immediately twirled his beard and pondered. Road.
Who do you think is spreading this news?
Princess 19 asked calmly. Now she has 2 million soldiers, plus 60,000 female warriors from the Lingyu tribe. Plus Zhu Xiaobao, he has 1.5 million horses of his own in the Zirwei kingdom. To say that he is the leader of the 4 kings is actually not an exaggeration. But Princess 19 still doesn't want to be too public. If the other 3 princes join forces, she still can't afford it.
It doesn't matter who spread the news. The key is to see if the other 2 princes can sit still. We don't need to pay attention. What we have to do now is to quickly increase our strength. Any conspiracy will be unbearable in the face of absolute strength. One hit!
Duan Muqi shook his head and said. As soon as he returned to his fiefdom, Duan Muqi got busy. Now that Murong Feng was away, many things needed to be handled by him personally, in order to allow the 19th princess to have more time to practice. Duan Muqi had to take care of things that did not belong to him. I was also brought over. Fortunately, there is Princess Ming who can help him share some things. In the inner house of the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess have just completed their dual cultivation. Now it is because they need to improve their cultivation as soon as possible that they spend more time together. And the 19th princess cultivation is also rapid. Of diligence. Because her cultivation level is lower than others. The speed at this stage is still very fast. And it will become slower as it goes on. She has only cultivated her mental skills to the 5th level now. So she will advance again soon.
Xiaobao, the imperial sister has written to you again to urge you to go back. Now that Murong Feng is not here, Tao Zhiqian has also been loaned here. Your fiefdom is a bit messy now. You really shouldn't have let Murong Feng go.
Princess 19 leaning on Zhu Xiaobao's shoulder. He sighed softly and said, There are not many people under his command who are as useful and trustworthy as Murong Feng. Now that Zhu Xiaobao has transferred Murong Feng and Tao Zhiqian away, Yu Qianrou has no choice but to help him manage the fiefdom. Because many things are not familiar to him. And Yu Qianrou's management is a bit chaotic. So Yu Qianrou was very angry in the letter. She was very tired of being fooled by the emperor. While Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about anything. In fact, the most important thing is that Yu Qianrou misses her younger brother Zhu Xiaobao and wants him to stay by her side.
Alas! This old lady like me is really serious. I helped her regain the throne and still keep an eye on me. Forget it. Murong Feng can't go back. So let Tao Zhiqian go back. His management ability is no worse than Murong Feng.
Zhu Xiaobao is also helpless. He has no time to go back now. He must seize the time to practice. The existence of Time Moju is like a sharp sword hanging from the neck. And it will fall at any time.
Well, okay. Let Yuli go back with Tao Zhiqian. Your troops still need someone to train them. Besides, Yuli is already pregnant. It's just time for her to return to Yingshuan County to recuperate for a year. I didn't expect Tao Zhiqian. This guy is quite lucky. Maybe he will give birth to a female warrior in the future.
Princess 19 said in a low voice. She couldn't help but feel a little envious of Tao Zhiqian. This guy is actually very prosperous now. And good things happen one after another.
Oh, this guy is so lucky. I didn't expect this couple to have a child together.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise. And then said sadly,
It's a pity that I have so many women. No one is pregnant now. Is this the price you pay for having the blood of a divine beast?
Zhu Xiaobao had actually been feeling uneasy for a long time. He suspected that his status as a time traveler had caused infertility. But now, he had no choice but to blame it all on the blood of the mythical beast. But this matter is very important. So many women don't even have any descendants. How miserable it is.
Well, don't worry. People with the blood of mythical beasts may get pregnant and give birth later. My father and Zhu Rong's father gave birth to us after they were 40 years old.
Princess 19 also comforted her softly. Xiaobao.
Oh, I wish it were so.
In the eldest prince's fiefdom, the eldest prince was also sighing at this time.
Commander Situ, Now that the strength of the 19th sister has greatly increased, our situation is very dangerous. Ha ha! Your Majesty is worrying too much. Although we are weaker now, I conclude that the 19th princess will not take action against us once she takes the initiative to attack. How can His Highness 6th Prince sit idly by and do nothing? You know, we were destroyed. 6th Prince, Your Highness will directly face the 19th princess double team,
Situbufon said with a calm smile.
but this is not a long-term solution. Once the royal court also attacks, we will still be in danger. Now we are attacked from both sides.
The eldest prince is not so optimistic. He not only has to face the 19th princess, but also the king, Ting.
It doesn't matter. Do you still remember the Great Lord of the Wilderness? I checked some historical data and found that most of the memories of those whose bodies were taken away will not disappear. The Great Lord of the Wilderness should be the demon Geo now. It should still be there. There are some memories. We might as well take this and write some articles. With the existence of Time Moju, who dares to come for death?
Situbufon is indeed very knowledgeable, and he knows a little bit about many very secret things.
Oh, if that's really the case, that would be great. I can rest easy here.
The eldest prince immediately exclaimed happily.
Well, I will arrange this matter and make sure no one dares to harass us in the short term. Ha ha ha. Then there is Military Master Lao. Come on. Send me a maid and find someone younger. I want to eat some tender meat today. Chitos. Resign? Old man.
Chapter 654. Emergency Measures A. The appearance of Time Moji also frightened the other three princes. Needless to say, the eldest prince and the great barbarian lords around him all had their bodies taken away. His Highness the 6th Prince was the most cautious. He took advantage of this period of time before going to war with the 19th princess, and hurriedly returned to Beatty County. That was his base camp, and many unknown troops and improved equipment were there. If you stay here, there are still many hidden strengths here. Even his teacher Yue Chang didn't know many things. After His Highness the 6th Prince returned to Beatty County, he took 2 great martial artist level guards with him and rode for a long distance until he found a cave in a very desolate place. Then got off his horse and walked in. The 2 guards looked wary. They seemed to have a premonition that there was an unknown danger in this cave. Moreover, His Highness the 6th Prince's behavior today was very strange. The 2 of them were not the most skilled in martial arts among the guards, and they had never played an important role. However, His Highness the 6th Prince actually brought them out with just a finger. They thought it was an unexpected turn of events. He will be used by His Highness the 6th Prince. 6 immortals, please show up. I am here today to discuss important matters with you.
His Highness the 6th Prince said calmly, which surprised the 2 guards. There was no one in this cave.
He. Your Highness, the 6th Highness. You are well. I didn't expect that His Highness's cultivation level has been promoted to the level of Martial Lord. It's really gratifying.
At this time, a very eerie voice suddenly came from the ground. Slightly hoarse. It doesn't sound like a human voice at all. Then 2 dry claws stretched out from the ground.
Who is it?
The 2 guards instinctively pulled out their knives, guarded His Highness the 6th Prince, and asked sternly,
Well, there's no need to be nervous. They are experts from this world. Go and pull them up.
His Highness the 6th Prince waved his hand, not surprised at all. Instead, he asked 2 guards to help them climb out of the ground.
Yes.
The 2 guards looked at each other, and then responded hesitantly. They saw that the 2 claws were gray and black, and they were obviously poisonous. They were very fearful in their hearts. But His Highness the 6th Prince's order still had to be carried out. The 2 guards walked up and grabbed the paw, tried to pull the senior master up. Unexpectedly, more claws stretched out from the ground at this time, and instead pulled them both down. Immediately, the 2 guards struggled and resisted in fear. But the power of these claws was strong, and after the 2 guards were caught by these claws, they were unable to break free. Then they felt that their cultivation was rapidly increasing. It seemed that their vitality was also passing away. The 2 men turned their heads with difficulty and looked at His Highness the 6th Prince. His Highness the 6th Prince nodded lightly.
Oh, just think of it as your loyalty to me. I will be responsible for sending someone to support your family members. Your Majesty, 6th Prince, they are doing evil things. You.
The 2 guards were very unwilling and shouted intermittently. Finally, their voices gradually disappeared. And then, they slowly stopped struggling.
Ha ha. 2 excellent cultivation resources. Thank you so much, Your Highness.
After a while, 6 skeleton-like people emerged from the ground. They practice special techniques and like to stay underground in a dark and humid environment.
Now a demon has appeared. How much do you know about this demon?
His Highness the Sixth Prince nodded slightly. His Royal Highness the Sixth Guard was not very willing to send them for training. But this time he brought 2 of them because he had something to ask for. Usually the training resources of these 6 people are prisoners in the prison, or they go out to look for prey on their own. For them, the higher the cultivation level of the person being hunted, the faster their cultivation speed will be. The identities of these 6 people are rarely mentioned now. But 30 years ago, these 6 people were notorious evil cultivators. They were the 6 direct disciples of the Yisha sect, and they were the most powerful disciples in the history of the Yisha sect. A strong generation. If it weren't for the Vajra demon subduing formation of the Great Venerable Wu Wei, even the Great Venerable Wu Wei wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Because these 6 people's cultivation progress is exactly the same. And they also have a set of formations to jointly fight against the enemy, which can kill the Great Venerable of. At first, these 6 people were too arrogant and went to Daxianglo Temple to challenge the Great Venerable Wu Wei. As a result, they were defeated miserably by the Great Venerable Wu Wei using the Vajra demon subduing formation. However, the Great Venerable Wu Wei also suffered some injuries. After chasing these 6 people in the palace, the 6 people could not be found. Later, the Great Venerable Wu Wei was always puzzled. However, after 30 years, the Great Venerable Wu Wei also gradually forgot about it. Perhaps these 6 people have escaped from Daxia. In fact, it was His Highness the Sixth Prince who secretly hid these 6 people back then. Although His Highness Sixth Prince was only a teenager at that time, he had already begun to prepare for the throne. Although he knew that these 6 people had practiced evil skills, he still saved them. He needed his own unknown powerful strength. These 6 people also swore the Black Blood Poison Oath and were willing to fight for His Highness Sixth Prince 3 times in the future, no matter who the opponent is.
Later, His Highness the Sixth Prince had his own fiefdom, and these 6 talents settled in Beatty County. Although they were extremely talented, their cultivation methods were too evil, and they could not practice as they pleased. Not only did they have to avoid the eyes and ears of the great Master Wu Wei, and also requires that the living people used for cultivation must have appropriate cultivation levels, which is difficult to find and must be done carefully. After all, once they are noticed by the Great Venerable Wu Wei, they will face everyone's pursuit. Therefore, it was not until they settled in Beatty County that they had stable cultivation resources. The prisoners in those prisons were many criminal thieves and desperados. Many of them had very high cultivation levels, which made them no longer worry about cultivation resources. Worried? There is no need to worry about the pursuit of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. In order to keep it secret, His Highness rarely comes here. The last time they met was 2 years ago. So this meeting, both sides were a little surprised, because the cultivation base of both sides had improved a lot. His Highness Sixth Prince was already a martial master, and the cultivation base of these 6 people was even invisible to His Highness the Sixth Highness. The skills of these 6 people are special, and there are almost no bottlenecks. So their specific cultivation levels cannot be seen. They should be very close to the cultivation level of the great martial lord.
Huh? Heavenly Demon Geo? It actually appeared? Unexpectedly. This big devil has reawakened. The person who saw it at the beginning was our ancestor Inji ancestor. We only read the records inside the door. At that time, Inji old ancestor has never fought against Heavenly Demon Geo. At that time, Heavenly Demon Geo was in his true form, and was a ferocious demon capable of resisting the 4 great beasts. It was definitely not something that mortals like us could contend with. But there is one thing our Inji ancestors are proud of. He escaped from the blood sacrifice of Tian Magio with his whole body.
Bossing among the 6 said proudly.
Oh, is this happening? Is the ancestor Inji so powerful?
His Highness the Sixth Prince immediately asked in amazement.
Hey, actually, it's not that the Inji ancestor is strong, but that our disciples of the Yisha sect are not afraid of the corpse poison of the demon Geo. So this is somewhat of a trick.
Bossing then told the truth with a bit of embarrassment.
Oh, this is very interesting. I didn't expect that your Yisha sect can actually compete with the demon Geo. Now the demon Geo is not its true body. It is rumored that it took the body of the great monarch. In this case, can you deal with this demon? Now the 2 major troubles I face are the 19th princess. But I can solve this problem myself, and the other is the Heavenly Demon Geo. which causes huge panic wherever it goes.
His Highness the Sixth Prince asked with some surprise.
I see. How many people can the Demon Geo sacrifice at one time?
Boss Ian finally understood the reason for His Highness's sudden visit. It turned out that he was afraid that the Demon Geo would come to wreak havoc in his fiefdom.
Well, I heard that 5,000 people were sacrificed in blood in the royal court, and not a single person was left alive. So it caused a great panic in the royal court.
His Highness the Sixth Prince thought for a moment and said,
Oh, then it is still in the initial stage of awakening, and its strength is limited. The 6 of us can definitely defeat it together, but only temporarily. When it can kill more than 50,000 people at a time, it will be difficult to match it.
Boss Ian, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, The current Time Moju is just a bit stronger than the average Great Martial Lord, and cannot even compare to the Great Martial Lord like the Great Venerable Wu Wei. If the Great Venerable Man Wang hadn't been caught in the illusion first, coupled with his own guilty conscience, it would have been really difficult for the Demon Geo to successfully seize the body. Therefore, the Great Master of Wilderness is one of the more miserable ones. In the Shiwang fiefdom, the Great Venerable Wu Wei appeared again, because the 19th princess needed to go to the inheritance place to gain some insights, because her mental method was about to break through to the 6th level. So the Great Venerable Wu Wei appeared in time again. And this time the Great Venerable Wu Wei not only took the 19th princess to the Daxiango Temple in person, but also made a very special request for Princess Zhu Rong of England to also go with her. Tao Jiqian and Yuli returned to Zerwei Kingdom, and Master Wu Wei now needs people from the Suzaku clan to assist him, because the Suzaku fire of the Suzaku clan can just restrain the corpse poison of the Demon Geo. In fact, the last time the 4 major beasts fought against the Demon Geo, although the White Tiger Beast was the main force on the front, it was the Suzaku Beast that had the greatest impact and harm to the Demon Geo. So now the Great Master Wu Wei wants Zhu Rong to return to the Tao clan and help him select some clan members who can cast the Suzaku Divine Fire, hoping to kill this demon before the Heavenly Demon Geo fully recovers.
Ha ha! Xiao Bao. Actually, you should go back. Now that you are at the 9th level of mental skills, you should be able to collect that tiger head spear. With this inherited treasure, maybe you can get it with an unexpected benefit.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei was a little unhappy when he saw Zhu Xiaobao. Originally, Princess 19 and Zhu Rong were leaving all of a sudden, and he was very unwilling to do so.
Are you serious? That's great. I'm missing a long weapon. Okay. Let's go back together now.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said with a smile. Only Jumei was not very satisfied, because she cannot leave the West King's fiefdom, and now she is the absolute strongest force here. Zhu Xiaobao and 19th Princess set off separately. Princess 19 followed Master Wu Wei to Daxiango Temple, while Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong and Tao Jiqian Yuli back to Zerwei Kingdom. Tao Xiqian was beaming and excited along the way, because now he was not only a celebrity in front of Zhu Xiaobao, but he had also made Yuli pregnant, and Tao Jiqian was still very excited. Proudly, Zhu Xiaobao looked at it and wanted to give this guy some big-eared melon seeds. The 19th princess followed the Great Venerable Wu Wei and was very bored along the way. She was basically just rushing, because Zhu Xiaobao had some doubts about the Great Venerable Wu Wei. The 19th princess also had some barriers. After all, the one she trusts the most is Zhu Xiaobao. The two of them had just arrived at the Daxiango Temple. Unexpectedly, they encountered the Demon Geo, who came to invade them that night. Chapter 655, Emergency Measures B. This time, Tian Mojo had hit a brick wall. He did not expect that by such a coincidence, the Great Venerable Wu Wei would come back, and the Vidra demon subduing formation in the Daxiango Temple turned out to be the illusion of the Great Venerable, who is not afraid of human beings. And those corpse poisons, it was also blocked by the body-protecting chi of the 8 Vidras, and could not hurt the 8 temple-protecting monks at all. It turns out that Time Moju has regained 1 level in the past few months, and now he can perform blood sacrifices to thousands of people at once. However, several consecutive blood sacrifices made the people on the 36 islands in the southeast extremely panic. Ji Jisheng was even more dissatisfied. Now all the 36 islands in the southeast were under his command. But Ji Jisheng dared not speak out in anger. It wasn't until some people started to escape by boat that he found the Great Master Jiuyin and asked her to help intercede and let Tian Mojo go to another place to perform the blood sacrifice technique. After all, this is not only Ji Jisheng's base camp, but also the base camp of Tian Mojo and others. A place for people to live. Now the Great Master Jiuyin can be regarded as the popular person around Tian Mojo. because she is the only one who can withstand Tianmoji's raging, and the other women simply can't bear it, and they are killed in a few strokes. Therefore, the great venerable Jiuyin exchanged his body for his current status. What she didn't expect was that not only had she improved her cultivation, but she had also gradually adapted to the powerful body of the great lord of the wilderness. So she became more and more favored by the demon Jiu. The most unlucky person now is the great human demon. Not only does he have to be enslaved by the demon Jiu, but he also has to look at the face of the great master Jiuyin. However, the great human demon has also received some benefits, and his cultivation is also improving. Tianmoji actually nodded in agreement this time. He also knew that rabbits don't eat grass beside their nests. This is their nest after all. More importantly, he didn't want Master Wu and others to know where he lived. Moreover, Tianmoji was also a little swollen at this time. Seeing that he had regained 1 level, he actually wanted to destroy the lair of the great Master Wu, and also see if he could destroy the inheritance place of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. So he took the 2 great lords Renya and Jiuyin and quietly sneaked into the Daxiangguo temple. But he never expected that the great Lord Wu would come back one day early. Now the 2 sides are trapped in each other's formation. But the 8 kings are not lost in the illusion. The induction between each other is very clear, and they can also detect the great master of the human demon and the great master of Jiuyin. The orientation and their Vidra demon subduing formation is also designed to restrain the great vengeance of human demons and the great venerable 9 because these 2 people are more feminine, and they are restrained by the 8 pure masculine Vidra. And the great venerable 9 the charm techniques of those who possess them have no threat to these 8 Vidras. They have an empty mind and are not close to women. Even the pink fragrance is completely ineffective.
Tianmoji, you are looking for death.
The great venerable Wu is also standing in the Vidra demon subduing formation. Now the great venerable Wu is in an invincible position. In this Vidra demon subduing formation, he only attacks if he doesn't defend. Tianmoji will definitely be killed here. This time is really the best chance to kill Demon Jiu. The 19th princess is also involved. She is the descendant of the bloodline of the mythical beast, and she instinctively feels the idea of cutting off the Demon Jiu. The great master Wu also wanted to let her see Tianmoji's ability, so that she could have a better understanding of it. What people didn't expect was that the 19th princess seemed to be able to navigate the fantasy world with ease, and could also accurately find the locations of the great master Shimil and the great master Jiuyin. Because the flowers, plants and trees in the fantasy world were illusions. But the 19th princess, however, it is easy to distinguish the wood attribute of the human being. If the great human monster had been replaced by something else, the 19th princess would not be so easy. But the 19th princess's martial arts cultivation is too low, and she still can't hurt the great master of the human demon and the great master of Jiuyin. On the contrary, it attracted the attention of Tianmoji.
It turns out to be the blood of Qilong. It's not in vain to kill you.
Before he finished speaking, one of Tianmoji's blood axes flew out quickly and headed straight for the 19th princess. This shocked the great master Wu, and it was already too late to rescue her. But then both Tianmoji and great venerable Wu showed shocked expressions. Tianmoji was shocked and angry, while great venerable Wu was surprised and happy, because the 19th princess strangely escaped this fatal blow. She actually used the teleportation technique. This secret book was obtained from Nangong 72, but it was in the hands of the 19th princess. Performed even better. Nangong 72 can also teleport a dozen steps away, but Princess 19 can now teleport 3 steps away without any side effects. But the power of the divine beast in her body is relatively large. But this distance is still affordable now.
The divine dragon has seen its head, but not its tail. I really underestimated you. You people with the blood of divine beasts should all die,
Demon Jiu said with a sullen face. After that, another blood axe flew out and went straight to the 19th princess. When it arrived, the blood axe turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. Even if the 19th princess used the teleportation technique, she would not be able to avoid it. Shrouded in blood mist, the 19th princess had no choice but to condense the Qinglong Dharma. Although it was only more than 3 feet long, it was already a huge thing for ordinary people. The huge dragon tail of this green dragon swayed and swept away the blood mist all over the sky. Not only that, the dragon swung its tail and dispersed the illusion of the great human monster, making the figures of Demon Jiu and others appear. The great venerable Wu suddenly became energetic and struck out 9 swords in a row. The Demon Jiu was also calm in the face of danger, and the blood axe condensed in his hand again, and he also attacked the great venerable Wu Wei. This time, the demon Jiu no longer had the protection of the illusion, and the great venerable Wu Wei also rushed out of the Vidra demon subduing formation. The two were competing for real martial arts. The great venerable Wu Wei won because of his unique and flexible moves, but he had in spite of the powerful body of the great master of the wilderness. Tai Moju is not far behind. His pair of blood axes are powerful and heavy, and they also carry corpse poison, which makes the great master Wu Wei very afraid. At this time, the Shimel master and the Join master were very passive. They had lost the advantages of illusion and charm, and their real combat power was very average. At most, they were ranked at the bottom among the 9 masters. Even the old apprentice can't beat him. Now trapped in the Vidra demon subduing formation, the two of them are in a very awkward situation. The great master Join is almost naked, but he still can't confuse these 8 monks. They have been practicing good for decades, and they can't do it at all. Just 6 roots are clean. The 19th princess's green dragon appearance also gradually dissipated. Her mental cultivation level was only at the 5th level. She could no longer support herself by continuously using the power of the divine beasts. Finally, the 19th princess figure was revealed. She cannot yet become one with Fa Xiang, so she stops using the Dharma to protect herself. Now that the Dharma has dissipated, she is at her weakest. She wanted to withdraw from the battle quietly, but Demon Jiu had already noticed her. Demon Jiu saw the dangers involved, and while trying to get hurt, he flew out a blood axe and attacked the 19th princess. At this time, it was already too late for Master Wu Wei to rescue the 19th princess, and the 19th princess was not in the Vidra demon subduing formation, so the situation was precarious. Then at the most critical moment, the huge Qinglong Dharma image soared into the sky from the back hill of Daxiangguo Temple, and then a burst of strong green energy rushed towards them. Everyone present was suppressed and moved slowly, and that one the blood axe attacking the 19th princess instantly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared. It turned out that the green dragon in the long tan in the back mountain was the place of inheritance. Seeing that the 19th princess was in danger, it finally took action. Although it could not leave the long tan, the green wind still suppressed it. Come over. Even the 8 monks were slowed down by the suppressed movement, which also gave the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin a chance to breathe.
Ha ha ha! I haven't seen you for a long time. The Azure Dragon Divine Beast. Now it's just a remnant soul. What can you do to me? Let's go!
Although Tian Majiu failed to succeed, he still laughed arrogantly. With this strong wind suppressing everyone, Tian Majiu escaped from the predicament with the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin. Before leaving, he cast an illusion again, making it impossible for the great venerable Wu Wei to pursue them.
I'm sorry. It's all me who has caused trouble to everyone. If it weren't for me, Demon Jiu would have been executed by now.
Princess 19 said apologetically.
Well, it's not your fault. And even without you, I can't kill the Demon Jiu. Now that he has taken the body of the great master of the wilderness, he has dared to come forward and fight me. This demon recovers faster than I thought. Even faster. It's a pity that I didn't take this opportunity to kill the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin.
Great venerable Wu Wei also sighed and said,
Ashamed! Ashamed! My 8-person Vidra demon subduing formation can trap and kill a great venerable. Even if there is one more, we won't be able to hold on.
The leading monk clasped his hands together and said straightforwardly, and looked as he turned to the junior fellow student on the far side. This monk's face was red and his breath was unsteady. It turned out that Master Jiuyin's charm spell just now was not ineffective. This monk with the lowest level of cultivation was also in a bad mood after being teased. Steady. I almost didn't hold on. The other monks were okay, but some were exhausted and looked pale. They tried their best to trap 2 great sages at once. At this time, the green dragon Dharma sign ignored these people at all. He just swung his huge dragon tail, picked up the 19th princess, and returned to the place of inheritance. Grand Venerable Wu Wei looked at it, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Even if the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is a ray of remnant soul, it is very proud, and does not take mortals like them into consideration at all. At this time, Tian Mojiu took advantage of the illusion, and took the 2 great sages to escape again. However, Tian Majiu was also injured. His shoulders and back were slashed by the great venerable Wu Wei. But savage demon Juhan didn't care about the powerful body of the great venerable. He was still very satisfied with this body.
Lord Heavenly Demon, what should we do now? Should we go back to Jialan Island to rest and recuperate?
The great human demon asked very carefully. He and the great venerable Jillian were both injured. The 8 monk stainless steel demons were subdued. The formation is so powerful. It can really kill the great martial lord.
Idiot! Why are you going back to Jialan Island? The best way to recover is to step up the blood sacrifice. Didn't you see that the beast master slaves are now desperately integrating these descendants of the sacred beasts? Just to deal with me. If I don't hurry up and recover, you will die in the hands of these descendants of the divine beasts.
Tian Maggio scolded angrily.
Yes. Yes. Then let's go north. The land is vast and sparsely populated, so it's not easy to be noticed. Well, it's best to stay away from the Daxiangwo temple and find a town with 20,000 people. This time I want to sacrifice 20,000 people with blood. Yes.
Chapter 656. Emergency Measures C. Tian Maggio, the great master of human demons and the great master of Jillian, kept a low profile for several days, not daring to make any moves in the counties around the imperial city. These counties are not big and are not far from the Daxiangwo temple. Tian Maggio was afraid that the great venerable Wu Wei would come after him with the 8 monks. Through this direct contest with the great master Wu Wei, Tian Maggio felt that they were evenly matched at best. But once trapped by the 8 monks' Vajra demon subduing formation, it would be difficult to escape. Therefore, Tian Maggio went all the way north and was still among the caravans going to Xiangbei County. He was quite at ease, hiding in the carriage. He actually didn't have any flaws along the way. Of course, this caravan also belongs to Ji Jisheng. He also has his own caravan on the 36 islands in the southeast. And he also needs those luxury goods to enjoy. At the same time, many specialties from the 36 southeast islands also need to be traded. Although it is now the 4 kings vying for hegemony, many merchants in various counties continue to operate. In other words, the more times this happens, the more profitable it is to resell these goods. Therefore, driven by huge profits, these merchants are also very profitable. Fight for it. The further north you go, the more sparsely populated it becomes, and it is not as prosperous as the counties surrounding the imperial city. Of course, Tian Maggio didn't care about any of this. The more remote the place, the better. So he used the blood sacrifice technique with him. Sure enough, the first blood sacrifice went very smoothly. And this time Tian Maggio sacrificed 20,000 people. And not a single person was left alive in the whole town. It was not until Tian Maggio and the others left for several days that this matter was discovered. And people in the north suddenly this caused great panic in the prefectures and counties. Even His Highness 6th Prince hurried back. This was his fiefdom. Such a big thing happened. Of course, he was shocked and angry. He never expected that Tian Maggio would really come to his fiefdom. Tian Maggio and the others were hiding in the carriage, each consolidating their own cultivation. After each blood sacrifice, Tian Maggio needs to slowly absorb and digest it to consolidate his cultivation. This process usually takes 15 days. Now the great master of the human demon and the great master of the Jillian have also learned this evil technique. But their physical limitations are limited, and they can only absorb a small amount. Otherwise, they will definitely be quickly improved by relying on essence and blood. The huge impact force bursts the blood vessels and meridians. Just like this, their cultivation levels are also constantly improving, allowing these 2 great sages to see the hope of breaking through to the martial saint level. What particularly surprised Master Jillian was that her appearance continued to become more charming, and she was now much younger, like a charming mature woman in her 30s. This made Master Jillian very happy. Excited. As a woman, appearance is very important to her, and she also needs this to fight against the enemy. Unknowingly, Lord Jillian has become loyal to Tian Maggio. What makes people laugh or cry is that the great master of she-males also becomes more and more enchanting and charming. He is a man, but he also has a curvy front and back. Sometimes, Tian Maggio can't tell whether he is a boy or a girl. What he wears even sexier than Lord Jillian. Most of them are dressed in women's clothing. Moreover, when the great lord of the human demon looked at the demon Gio, his eyes shone. Even a demon as big as Tian Maggio is a little frightened. So he often gives the great demon Gio a big-eared melon.
What are you looking at? Do you still want to hack me? If you dare to look at me like this again, I will sacrifice your blood too. Lord Demon, I am just worshipping you. I don't have any inappropriate thoughts.
The great human male master covered his cheeks and defended delicately.
Go away! I have to do something now.
Demon Gio shouted rudely. driving the great human demon away. His current image is still very masculine. After all, he has the body of a great venerable man, full of strength and tough lines. It's just that Taimoji doesn't pay much attention to details and does whatever he wants, regardless of the occasion. Now, just pull the great master Jilin over and press him down, and he will start to enjoy this charming and plump body again. And the great master Jilin was also very active in entangling him. The great Shimel was so aggrieved that he had to cast an illusion aside so that no one could see their debauched behavior. Although this place was very remote, people would still show up occasionally.
Lord Heavenly Demon, you are so awesome. I like you so much.
Lord Jilin flattered Heavenly Demon Geo with all his heart, which made Heavenly Demon Geo feel even more confident. Not to mention, he had taken away the life of a mortal. Only with your body can you enjoy such fun. Tian Mojio is quite happy. Suddenly, Tian Mojio felt a warning sign in his heart, pushed the great master Jilin away, and roared,
"Who is that person? You are sneaky. Get out of here. Hee. Should I call you the great master of the wilderness or the heavenly demon Geo?"
Unexpectedly, a sinister laughter came from the feet of the heavenly demon Geo. And then, the withered claws stretched out and grabbed Demon Geo's ankle.
"How presumptuous! Who are you? How dare you attack me?"
Tian Mojio suddenly asked in shock and anger. He immediately noticed that there was not just one person on the other side, but 6 people. The strange thing is that these 6 people are all underground.
Hee. Tian Mojio, you are not the original demon body now. You are not that scary. You really shouldn't be here.
The hand claws retracted quickly, and even the voice moved to another place. But 2 more claws appeared from behind Tian Mojio, which were gray-black and obviously contained corpse poison. Although they were in an illusion, these 6 people could keenly sense the bloody aura on Tian Mojio's body, and they were not afraid of Tian Mojio's corpse poison, because the corpse poison of both sides was the same kind of poison and was not harmful to each other. Threatened, Tian Mojio was extremely surprised at this time. He didn't expect that there was someone who could confront him here, and the other person was not a great venerable. However, the 6 of them joined forces, and with that weird earth escape technique, Tian Mojio turned out to be trapped. Every time he takes a shot, the opponent can quickly avoid it by relying on this ground escape technique. When he wanted to rush out, 3 coffins appeared and hit him, and there were several claws underground attacking his lower body. What's funny is that Tian Mojio's bottom plate is now naked, and he is in a very embarrassed state. The weapons of these 6 people were actually coffins, and the material of the coffins was unknown. Even if they were hit with a blood axe, they would not be damaged at all. But Tian Mojio's martial arts and strength were much higher after all. Every time he struck at the people underground, these people could only escape quickly, and did not dare to resist directly. But these 6 people were able to entangle Tian Mojio, making it impossible for him to escape. The great human monster did not dare to approach these 6 people, because he could not detect the position of the other party at all. And the corpse poison of these 6 people was very overbearing, and he could not withstand it. Therefore, when the great human monster was wandering around these 6 people, he could only use hidden weapons to kill them. And there was no threat at all. The great venerable Jilin was even worse. She was naked, and she was still trapped in the middle like Tian Mojio. It was just that the other party did not seem to be targeting her. But the great venerable Jilin also had 2 marks on his buttocks. There are only palm prints, and the snow white but has begun to turn black, and it is still burning and numb. This is poisoning.
Lord Heavenly Demon, help! I have been poisoned!
Lord Jilin shouted in horror. Only Heavenly Demon Geo can save her now.
I remember. The only person who escaped from my hands was a mortal. Are you his descendants?
Tian Mojio said suddenly at this time. At the beginning, it was fighting fiercely with the 4 great beasts, and among them there was a mortal who escaped from his blood sacrifice intact, relying on this earth escape technique. But the situation was urgent at that time, and he didn't pay too much attention to this person. He didn't expect to see this weird earth escape technique again today.
Hee. That is our Master Inji Venerable, who was finally promoted to the Great Master. We are his 122nd generation disciples.
The voice from underground said proudly.
So that's it. There really are some tricks.
Demon Geo nodded. A blood axe split open the 3 oncoming coffins again, and then retreated to the center of the field, still surrounded by 6 people. Then he lowered his voice and said,
Since you can also cast corpse poison, I'm afraid your skills are also evil. It's hard to survive in this world, since we all feel the same pain. Why not stop and make peace? I don't seem to have anything to offend. Bar? Hee. You came to our territory and sacrificed 20,000 people with blood. We don't even dare to be so arrogant. Hee.
The voice from underground said gloomily. But Tianmajio could feel that they didn't really want to kill them all. After all, if they fought to the death, Tianmajio still had a high chance of winning. The biggest disadvantage for him now is that he just used the blood sacrifice technique of the Warring States period, and he is still consolidating and absorbing it. At this stage, the combat power is greatly reduced. Otherwise it would not be so embarrassing.
Humph. If we really fight to the death, we will lose at most. And I will never fall. And at least 3 of you will die. So don't go too far.
Even now, Tianmajio is still very arrogant. Road.
This is very possible. But failing to keep you will also make you severely hurt. Moreover, this woman has to stay here.
The voice below still laughed sinisterly. And at the same time, Jiuyin heard the great master screamed in horror. And there were 2 more palm prints on the other half of her but, moreover, her limbs have been grasped by several claws. With just a little force, these claws can tear the great master Jiuyin alive.
Yeah. Okay. Come up with your conditions and let her go.
Although Tianmajio is very upset, he still doesn't want to lose the great Lord Jiuyin. Now the great Lord Jiuyin is the one he enjoys the most in his life. Part of it is also the source of his happiness. Besides, if the great venerable Jiuyin is not saved, the great venerable human demon will also feel chilled. He still relies heavily on these 2 great sages.
Hand over your blood sacrifice technique. How dare you ask for my cultivation skills? No. Then just watch her die.
Chapter 657, Devil's Deal. When Tianmajio heard the other party's tough attitude, he was very angry. He was actually threatened by several mortals. But the reality was like this. He was just a mortal body now, and had to face this reality. Fortunately, none of the 4 great divine beasts are their true bodies. And they are not as good as him. They all have only a trace of their remaining souls. Thinking of this, Tianmajio felt much more balanced.
Okay. But in exchange, you must also give me your skills. Especially this kind of earth escape technique. Is this fair?
Tianmajio pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. There was silence for a long time. It seemed that the 6 old ghosts of evil had been discussing underground for a long time. Then Boss emerged from the ground. However, he was still very wary, and used a coffin board to block his body. After all, the combat power of Demon Geo was far greater. With him, they could only take the initiative with their weird skills. Tianmajio was shocked when he saw Boss. This man was almost all skin and bones. No different from a skeleton. But his eyes were emitting a frightening green light. Lord Jiuyin was even more frightened and trembled all over. She didn't expect that she would be caught by these skeleton-like people. Although she had done many bad things and killed many people, she was still very worried when she saw Boss figure. Of fear.
Ha! If I can get Master Tianma's skills, I should present my own skills. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to get into Master Tianma's eyes.
Boss said with a dead smile. In fact, his smile was even scarier than usual. But Boss is really smiling at this time. Being able to obtain Tianmajio's skills is definitely a huge gain. This is a technique from the world of immortals and demons. As he said this, a jade slip flew into Tianmajio's hand. It was the Yinsha sect's technique and secret technique. It turns out that the cultivation techniques of the Yinsha sect are very unique and evil. But the promotion becomes slower the further you go. The reason is that not only do you need living people with higher cultivation levels to practice, but you also have to avoid being chased by everyone. It can be said that no matter whether they are underworld or white, they all hate their sect very much. So most of the Yinsha sect's disciples are killed by others, and very few of them die. The blood sacrifice technique of Tianmajio undoubtedly gave hope to the 6 evil ghosts. They urgently needed to speed up their cultivation. So this time, they actually made a deal with Tianmajio.
It's okay. I'm just using it for reference. Shemale, give him your secret book of exercises.
Tianmajio still looked aloof. To be honest, he was quite aggrieved. He now truly realized that he wanted to, if you want to regain your strength in this world, you must put down your identity and deal with these mortals. After all, you are just a mortal body now.
Yes.
The Shemale Great Master reluctantly took out his secret book from his arms and threw it to Boss.
Thank you, Lord Heavenly Demon. If there is any use in the future, We Insha 6 ghosts will definitely help us. You also said that we are in the same boat now. Hee hee. But if Lord Heavenly Demon uses the art of blood sacrifice, please go somewhere else. We don't want to be killed because of Lord Demon.
Boss Ian looked at the secret book in his hand and immediately confirmed that it was true. But he still politely asked Tien Moju and others to leave Beatty County. After all, if they were chased here by the great venerable Wu Wei and others, they would also be discovered.
Ha ha ha. It's easy to say. Easy to say. The world is big. It's up to me to choose. Once I destroy the great venerable Wu Wei and others, you won't have to hide anymore. Don't worry. Following me will definitely be the wisest choice for you.
Tien Moji laughed loudly. Although these 6 people have not surrendered to him yet, they are already showing their kindness to him. He feels that he also needs such allies. Birds of a feather flock together. Although he said it very domineeringly, Tien Mojo was also very troubled in his heart. It seemed that he really had no place to go. After much deliberation, Tien Mojo decided to return to the eldest prince's fiefdom. After all, he was familiar with it there. And he and the eldest prince are very speculative. Tien Mojo and the other 3 walked away in a graceful manner. Especially the Reverend Join, who was still naked, but still confidently twisted his waist, holding Tien Mojo's arm and walking beside him very intimately. In the eyes of the great venerable Join, the fact that Tien Mojo was willing to hand over the cultivation techniques for her showed his importance. So the great venerable Join suddenly became very happy. Boss Ian watched the 3 people gradually go away, and then he slowly laid down in the coffin. 5 other coffins appeared around him, and 5 other skeleton-like people also appeared.
Let's all take a look. This is the blood sacrifice technique of Tien Moju. It should help us speed up our practice. You all adjust your condition, and then we go to the Orion's house in the west and try this blood sacrifice technique with them.
Boss Ian laid down in the coffin. His eyes were as empty and lifeless as those of a dead person, and he spoke slowly.
Yes. Senior brother is wise.
The other 5 people also said in a low voice. And then they each laid down in the cage. This is their way of rest and adjustment. At midnight the next day, the 6 evil old ghosts quietly sneaked into the yard of an Orion family. This was a family of 3 generations. The couple had 2 teenage children. And there was also a father, who was also the head of the family. These hunters are passed down from generation to generation. Although the risk is high, they can indeed live a very prosperous life, much richer than ordinary families. This family even has 2 slaves. The couple are both at the level of first-level martial arts masters, which is already quite strong among hunters. And the old man is even more at the level of a great martial arts master. But he is a bit older, and now he no longer has to go hunting in person. The couple brought back a big wild boar today. The whole family was very happy. This was another big harvest. They drank some wine in the evening, and then went to bed early. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, several people were horrified to find that they could not move, and their bodies were stiff. The blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling, and it felt terrifying that they were about to explode.
Who? Who are you? Don't hurt my child.
The old man had the highest level of cultivation, and could still speak intermittently at this time. But when he saw the skeleton-like boss Ian appearing next to him, he felt uneasy in his heart, already desperate. At the same time, the old man also saw his blood spurting out of his body, forming a bloody light in the air. Several other clusters of blood light also sprayed into the air, forming an increasingly larger blood mist. No need to ask. My family has been brutally murdered.
Hee hee. Old guy, you are so lucky to be our first blood sacrifice,
Boss Ian said with a sinister smile. He is now trying to absorb the essence and blood in this blood mist, and it feels very comfortable. What a pleasant feeling. But as the blood mist became thicker and thicker, the 6 old ghosts of Insha felt a little unbearable. The blood vessels and meridians in their bodies seemed to be bursting, which made them frightened. The feeling just now was very comfortable. The feeling was gradually replaced by swelling and pain. Finally, after all the blood essence in the blood mist was absorbed, the 6 old ghosts were struggling and howling in pain on the ground. Blood beads also oozed from the bodies of the 6 people, but their blood was thicker than that of ordinary people. Blackened. It is black and red in color. This is because some small blood vessels couldn't bear this sudden flow of essence and blood, and they burst. After an hour, the 6 old ghosts of Insha reluctantly stood up and returned to their crypts trembling slightly. Although the first blood sacrifice was successful, they also paid a high price. It wasn't until they rested for a whole day that the 6 of them gradually recovered. But this series of blood sacrifices also surprised them to find that their cultivation had really improved a lot. Much faster than if they forcibly absorbed the skills of living people. At the same time, on the way to the eldest prince's fiefdom, the great lord of the human demon was still a little unhappy, because he was very dissatisfied with the secret book given to the 6 old ghosts of Isha. The secret book was that he was willing to be driven by the demon Geo. One of the reasons.
Hee. How much do you think they can grow? You two can't even sacrifice a few people now, let alone 6 of them living dead.
Tyinmoji laughed nonchalantly. It turns out that Tyinmoji had thought of this level a long time ago. Well, to perform this blood sacrifice technique, it is of little use without a powerful demonic body. He can sacrifice 20,000 people at a time. But the human demon clan can only follow, and the Joeing Great Master can only absorb a small amount. A little bit of essence and blood energy. Because this essence and blood energy has a great impact on the blood vessels and meridians in the body.
Oh, it turns out that Master Tianmo has arrived a long time ago. I am very impressed by the slave family,
the great human demon said coyly and coquettishly.
Speak to me. If you dare to seduce me again, I will castrate you.
Tyinmoji's heart suddenly trembled. Not to mention that this man is really more powerful than a woman if he wants to be a great venerable. You have to be charming and coquettish. Making him a little confused.
Yes, sir. The fiefdoms of dozens of princes are ahead of us. Do you want to sneak in with the caravan?
The great human demon said still very charmingly. He is really more and more attracted to the majestic body of Tyinmoji now. I have an idea, but I can't hold it back anymore.
Yeah. No. I'll go directly to the eldest prince. Speaking of which, we both have some common hobbies. Not to mention, I haven't eaten fresh beauties for a long time. Huh? Eat beautiful women.
At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao, Princess Ying, and others also returned to Yingshuan County. In the inheritance place of the Suzaka clan, a Suzaka covered in fire was launching an offensive around Zhu Xiaobao. A sea of fire was running around desperately.
Sister, I was wrong. I don't dare to do anything for my job anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao screamed in fear while running around. It turned out that he and Zhu Rong were competing in this place of inheritance. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually wanted to use the fire attribute to attack each other, and also condense the white tiger Dharma. Immediately, the divine beast Dharma minister of the land of Long Pass was furious, and he sent an order to Zhu Rong, asking her to deal with this little white tiger who didn't know the heights of the world. So it's very tragic for Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Rong's mental method is already at the 7th level. Not only can it become one with the method, but she has also realized her own innate skill, which is that she can transform into a whole body in a short time. The fire Suzaku is a fire, and wherever it goes there is a sea of fire. Chapter 658, Tiger Head Spear A. Zhu Xiaobao was envious of this innate skill of Zhu Rong. She was able to attack and defend. Now Zhu Rong's cultivation level just now is not high enough. The sea of fire can only maintain a radius of a few feet, and the duration is relatively short. In the end, Zhu Rong's fire Suzaku can still be integrated into this sea of fire, making it difficult for people to distinguish out of her location. This is still an excellent talent skill that can save your life at critical moments. But it is not that easy for Zhu Rong to really hurt Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao now has super strong defensibility, and the tortoise pattern on his body is looming, which can resist the damage of this kind of flame. At the critical moment, Zhu Xiaobao also uses his with his innate skills. He transformed into 2 white tigers, one of which attacked Zhu Rong. But Zhu Rong disappeared in an instant, and Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were filled with a sea of fire. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao used his talents again and escaped from the sea of fire. At this time, he saw that the sea of fire was gradually extinguished, and Zhu Rong's true body was revealed not far away. However, using this innate skill still consumes a lot of the power of the divine beast. Zhu Rong's current cultivation level is still a bit behind, and some of her internal strength cannot keep up. Fortunately, she is in the inheritance place, and can recover immediately. Zhu Xiaobao extinguished the 2 flames on his body. Although he couldn't be hurt, many holes were burned into your clothes, and green smoke was still rising. But Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong in surprise and shouted,
"Hey, why are you okay? Didn't your clothes get burned before? Why are you not only okay today, but you also seem to be very glamorous? What are you wearing?"
Although she was a little tired, Zhu Rong was in a very good mood, because in the sea of fire, she was not afraid of the Suzaku divine fire, but the clothes on her body were not. So in order not to be too embarrassed, She always wore leather armor. But today, she was not wearing leather armor, but an exquisite close-fitting garment, which looked beautiful and showed off her slim figure.
Well, I won't tell you. Help me back quickly. I'm really exhausted today.
Zhu Rong said very delicately. Could it be that in this place of inheritance, Zhu Rong would occasionally act coquettishly, show the charm of a small woman?
Hee. Okay. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I'll do the research myself. You know I'm always very studious. Especially the clothes you're wearing. I have a very in-depth study.
Zhu Xiaobao said very actively. He ran up and gave Zhu Rong a princess hug. He also put his face on Zhu Rong's body. He wanted to see what kind of material the clothes were made of. And by the way, he also took a moment to smell the intoxicating feminine fragrance.
Okay. Let me tell you. It's actually an inherited treasure. Just like your inherited treasure. There are also 2 inherited treasures of the Suzaku Divine Beast. I still can't conquer that Suzaku sword. But this Suzaku colorful clothes was automatically put on my body after I realized the innate skills. Just like your tiger claws. It is integrated into the body, and you can't see it normally.
Zhu Rong was killed by Zhu Xiaobao. The very rogue action made her blush. So she had to tell the whole story. And as she was about to leave the place of inheritance, Zhu Rong shouted shyly and uneasily.
Let me down quickly. Many tribesmen outside will watch. It's here. What are you afraid of? You're an old married couple. Are you afraid that others will see it? If you close your eyes, you won't see anything.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted domineeringly, making Zhu Rong feel ashamed and happy. I really like Zhu Xiaobao's domineering momentum. I had no choice but to close my eyes, hoping to deceive myself and see nothing.
Holy Ant Enlightenment. The clan members you want have been recruited. They are all elites of our clan, and can use divine fire blessings.
The clan leaders and elders outside the inheritance place all bowed and saluted. They were not surprised. He said, they have long been accustomed to Zhu Xiaobao's rogue behavior. But there is nothing we can do. They are a couple. No matter what. It is not too much.
Let me down quickly.
Zhu Rong whispered with her face flushed, then struggled out of Zhu Xiaobao's arms, and finally stood gracefully in front of many tribesmen, regaining her noble and elegant demeanor.
Okay. Let them all go to the inheritance place to practice. Remember that they are going to deal with the demon Geo this time. They must work hard to practice. Especially the attributes of the Suzaku Divine Fire, which must be brought into full play. Yes. Please rest assured. Saint Ant.
The clan leader and the elders bowed respectfully and replied. Zhu Rong is not the clan leader now, so she doesn't have time to manage these trivial matters. But her status is too high, so these people have no choice but to call her Holy Ant. Fortunately, Zhu Rong can still accept this title.
Let's go! It's time to go to the inheritance place of the White Tiger Divine Beast. We don't have much time. Don't waste time on those messy things.
Zhu Rong said softly to Zhu Xiaobao. The last few of this sentence can only be heard clearly by Zhu Xiaobao.
No way. Sharpening the knife will not stop chopping firewood.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled a little guilty, and then suddenly thought of a question.
Hey! Since we have all understood the innate skills, why is Jumei but not? She was the first to reach the 7th level in mental cultivation, and she is now at the 9th level. Well, maybe she hasn't realized it yet. It doesn't mean that one will be able to comprehend the innate skills once the mind reaches the 7th level.
Zhu Rongqi shook her head gently. She had thought of this for a long time, but she never said it. She was afraid of hurting Jumei's self-esteem. After all, Jumei's brain is still a bit slow.
No. Jumei must also have innate skills, but she hasn't discovered it yet. Jumei's brain is getting smarter.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with certainty.
Yeah, that should be the case. Jumei's talent is the best among us.
When they came to Huji Mountain again, the Great Elder and others immediately came out with their clansmen. Zhu Xiaobao's prestige now far surpassed that of Yuanfeng at the time, and he was able to cultivate his mental skills to the 9th level, which was unprecedented. Something happened.
Well, you all wait outside the place of inheritance,
so as not to cause a fight to affect you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said calmly,
Ah? A fight? Who are you going to fight? Chateaus?
The Great Elder suddenly asked in surprise.
Of course, it's the divine beast inside. If it dares to stop me from collecting the inherited treasure, why don't I fight it?
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted. Then he immediately transformed into a white tiger and ran out. heading straight for the inheritance place. Zhu Rong also followed in calmly. Even though she was not a member of the White Tiger tribe, no one dared to stop her. Who dares to stop Zhu Xiaobao's dual cultivators, whom even the White Tiger beast recognizes? After a while, two White Tiger Dharma forms really appeared in the inheritance place. One was the original Divine Beast Dharma form, and the other was condensed by various little treasures. But it turned out to be the same size as the White Tiger Divine Beast Dharma form. The White Tiger roared again and again, and a fight really started in the inheritance place. The Great Elder and others outside the place of inheritance were all stunned and overjoyed. They didn't know that Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills had been promoted to the 9th level. Only then did I understand why Zhu Xiaobao was so confident. It turned out that he was already at the 9th level of cultivation. This talent can definitely crush Yu Shicheng, Yu Wanfeng and others. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao's current strength is still far behind that of the divine beasts. But he has the confidence in his heart that you don't dare to really hurt me anyway. So Zhu Xiaobao is extremely ferocious, only attacking but not defending. And it turns out that the White Tiger beasts in the Land of Legend are inextricably fighting each other. And the more he fights, the more excited he becomes. This kind of ferocious fighting can quickly increase his combat effectiveness. But in the end, Zhu Xiaobao gradually fell behind. After all, there was still a big gap in strength between him and the White Tiger. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao used his last move, which was his innate skill. In the blink of an eye, a White Tiger appeared in front of him. He unexpectedly attacked the White Tiger's appearance, revealed his true form, and held a pair of the tiger's claws have already attacked the White Tiger's head. But the White Tiger's physical form also grew several times in size in an instant. When Zhu Xiaobao's pair of tiger claws attacked, there was already a pair of huge tiger claws in front of him. The tiger claws of the White Tiger beast. Boom! There was a sound of gold and stone colliding, and the tiger claws in front of him that were even bigger than his Dharma form dissipated a little. And then Zhu Xiaobao was knocked upside down by another tiger claw and fell to the ground. Ouch! You threw me to death. Aren't you cheating? Why did you get so big after you couldn't beat me? I'm going to tell all the damn clan members that you are cheating. Zhu Xiaobao stood up, rubbing his buttocks. Furious, cried, but the White Tiger Dharma didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he looked deeply at the little treasures. With the tiger's tail rolled up, he threw the little treasures directly into the cave of the inheritance place. The tiger-headed spear was already standing proudly on the stone platform. Although the White Tiger's appearance did not express anything, Zhu Xiaobao clearly felt that his strength had increased a lot. It should be that the White Tiger's appearance secretly gave him some bonuses. Now Zhu Xiaobao felt that his whole body was full of strength, and he stepped forward confidently, grabbing the tiger head gun with both hands. Rise! Zhu Xiaobao roared and saw that the tiger-headed spear was slightly shaken, but it still stood there firmly, as if it was fighting Zhu Xiaobao head-on. If I can't hacking subdue you today, I will take your name. Zhu Xiaobao's momentum did not diminish, and his body shook again. His White Tiger Dharma form immediately appeared behind him. He still had to use the power of the Dharma aspect to subdue him. This tiger head gun. At the same time, two tiger claws also appeared on the hand, grabbing the tiger head gun fiercely. I saw streaks of golden light starting to appear on the body of the tiger-headed gun, and the tip of the gun also exuded a strong killing aura. Sparks shot out from where the tiger claws intersected. It was still resisting. Dear little treasures, I'll hacking chop you to death. Zhu Xiaobao was furious, took out his kitchen knife again, and slashed hard into the middle of the tiger head gun. Dang! There was a loud noise, and the golden light on the tiger head gun gathered in one place, blocking the vicious blow of the kitchen knife, and made a very harsh collision sound. I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! 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 Dang! 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 As Zhu Xiaobao slashed fiercely with one knife after another, the tiger-headed gun actually resisted. But the body of the tiger-headed gun became shorter and shorter, and the upper part of the tiger-headed gun became shorter and shorter. The golden light is getting weaker and weaker, and it can no longer hold on. Chapter 659, Tiger Head Spear B. Both divine weapons exuded bright golden light, but the difference was that the tiger head spear exuded purple gold light, while Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife exuded golden light. And at this time, Zhu Xiaobao had a fierce look on his face, and he continued to use his swords fiercely, and he was still shouting, hack you to death. hack you to death. Even if I don't want this inherited treasure, I still want to kill you.
Take it apart into 8 pieces.
At this time, this tiger head spear no longer has its original arrogance and aloofness. Instead, the golden light flows and concentrates on the attack part, seeming to be trying its best to resist the attack of the kitchen knife. But after all, it couldn't withstand Zhu Xiaobao's thousands of slashes. In the end, the golden light on the gun became less and less, and it gradually became unbearable. If this continues, this magical weapon may be damaged or destroyed. Cut off! The entire body of the tiger head spear was getting shorter and shorter, and in the end it was only over 2 feet long, which was worse than the length of a sword. But Zhu Xiaobao was still slashing fiercely, with no intention of stopping at all. Finally, the tiger-headed spear couldn't bear it anymore, and turned into a golden light, shot out, and shot into Zhu Xiaobao's body. Zhu Xiaobao, who was still killing desperately, was startled. He thought that the tiger-headed spear was going to assassinate him, but he didn't feel any harm. Instead, the blood of the divine beast in his body began to boil, as if suddenly, it's like an explosion. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao can also feel that this tiger-headed spear is merging with the bloodline of the divine beast. From the initial rejection to the joyful flow in the end, it is finally completely integrated into the bloodline of the divine beast. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's face also turned purple and gold, and he felt that his body was swelling rapidly, as if he was about to burst. He quickly put away the kitchen knife, sat cross-legged, and performed the white tiger mental technique, and then gradually began to adapt to the pain caused by this sudden surge. After 4 hours in a row, the purple-gold color on Zhu Xiaobao's face began to gradually fade away, and the swelling and pain in his body gradually disappeared, replaced by a feeling of fulfillment and satisfaction that he had never experienced before. It's like a bottle that has never been full, but now it is finally full. His mental cultivation has also leapt to a new level. From the beginning of the 9th level to the middle of the 9th level, Zhu Xiaobao collected his skills, stood up, and took a deep breath, as if he had experienced a big battle and was covered in sweat. But the harvest is huge. At this time, he raised his hand, and with a thought, a purple-gold tiger-headed spear appeared in his hand. The weight and length were just right, and the tiger-headed spear felt like he was connected by blood, like part of one's own body. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao also had a set of marksmanship in his mind. It felt somewhat similar to what Yu Qianrou taught him, but it was much more sophisticated than Yu Qianrou's set of marksmanship, and it was also a complete set of 72 marksmanship. Land Rover headshot. Every move and style is understood by heart, can be performed to the extreme, and is extremely powerful. This made Zhu Xiaobao ecstatic. He had never had a decent long weapon. Every time he went on an expedition, he watched Yume and the others kill everyone. Now he finally has this tiger-headed spear. If he rushes to the battlefield, above, absolutely invincible. It's too late to fully experience the many benefits of collecting the tiger head spear, so I could only leave it until later to slowly get used to it. Now Zhu Xiaobao thought about it, put away the tiger-headed gun, and looked at the stone platform. This stone platform was still emitting white light, placed there quietly, and did not disappear with the departure of the tiger head spear. This stone platform not only carries 2 inherited treasures, but it is also the place where the white tiger's inheritance is received. I just don't know what special material this stone platform is made of. Can I take it back and process it into a bed? Zhu Xiaobao collected it. Yu Tuqiang also has a lot more consciousness in his mind. It turns out that this stone platform is not simple. It is a place to receive inheritance. But in Zhu Xiaobao's mind, he was thinking about how to take away this stone platform. The white halo emanating from it would definitely be a great supplement to his white tiger bloodline. As if he understood Zhu Xiaobao's strange thoughts, the stone platform suddenly glowed with white light, and the entire cave was illuminated with a bright and dazzling light. Zhu Xiaobao's body is desperately absorbing this white light, and he can feel that his body is rapidly becoming stronger. The meridians, bones, blood vessels, and even the skin on the body are rapidly absorbed and strengthened. This feeling was so good that Zhu Xiaobao stood there unwilling to leave even a step. It wasn't until his body reached a certain level of saturation that he opened his eyes. The white light on the stone platform seemed to have been reduced by half, but it was still very rich. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to strike while the iron was hot and directly accept the white tiger inheritance. He stepped towards the stone platform, but the closer he got, the more difficult it became. In the end,
He was still 2 or 3 steps away from the stone platform, and he could no longer get closer.
Huh? It seems that I am too greedy. Now is not the time to accept the White Tiger's inheritance. I'm afraid that if you want to accept the inheritance, you must cultivate your mental skills to the 9th level.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at this stone platform. He said to himself a little suddenly. Now he understands that it was impossible for his father to succeed when he accepted the inheritance. It is very possible that his father Yuan Qiang was not accepting the inheritance, but was just collecting 2 magic weapons. But in the end, they were backfired by the magic weapons, because his cultivation level at the time was too low. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to rely on the tiger head spear to fight with the white tiger beast's magic. But the white tiger beast ignored Zhu Xiaobao at all. He just used a huge tiger tail to wrap up Zhu Xiaobao and throw him out. But this time, the little treasures were not thrown to the ground. Instead, they used the tip of the spear to land firmly outside the cave. The British princess Zhu Rong outside the cave suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao had already gone in all night. From time to time, there was a fierce sound of the magic weapons clashing inside. She was very worried. But she couldn't get in either. After going to this cave, I finally saw Zhu Xiaobao coming out safe and sound. But he was still thrown out. But Zhu Xiaobao's face was smiling proudly. This was the first time that the white tiger beast failed to throw him to the ground.
Xiaobao, your cultivation has improved a lot? Why do I feel that you have changed a lot? But I can't tell where it is.
Zhu Rong hugged Zhu Xiaobao and pressed her face against his chest, saying with surprise and joy, "There is no one else here." And Zhu Rong no longer maintains her elegance and reserve. She prefers such direct and intimate interactions.
Well, it's already the middle of the 9th level. Now I should be able to tie with Jumei.
Zhu Xiaobao's biggest target is actually Jumei, because although both of them have cultivated their mental skills to the 9th level, but Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't beat Jumei. Jumei gave way to him every time. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao knew it well. He didn't hide anything in front of Zhu Rong, and actually said it with some expectation. But it was just a tie. If he wanted to defeat Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao felt that it was impossible. After walking out of the inheritance place, he saw the great elder and many clansmen looking at him expectantly. Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any time and directly used the tiger head spear. As soon as this magical weapon appeared, everyone immediately took a few steps back. And then, they all knelt down to worship in surprise, joy and admiration, because the murderous intent of this tiger-headed spear is too strong. The white light on the tip of the spear is the condensed murderous intent. The white tiger lord kills. I don't know how many people this gun has killed to have such a terrifying murderous aura. It's no wonder that when we fought against the heavenly demon Geo, we mainly used the white tiger beast. Its killing aura could just resist the blood mist energy of the heavenly demon Geo. But Zhu Xiaobao was not aware of this murderous aura at all. He now had a desire to kill. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness is strong, and he can suppress this murderous intention. Zhu Rong was also surprised. The murderous aura emitted by the tiger-headed spear made her feel very scared. She pointed her finger, and a wisp of Suzaku divine fire shot out. But it hit the tiger-headed spear. When the spear pointed at the tip, it was blocked by the white light and dissipated in an instant. What a terrifying murderous aura! Zhu Xiaobao put away the tiger-head spear, and the great elder and others stood up respectfully, with extremely excited expressions on their faces. This is the first time in so many years that someone has been able to collect 2 inherited treasures. And it is also the first time that someone has been able to cultivate his mind to the 9th level.
Alas! I finally understand now that Patriarch Yuan Qiang was too impatient back then and couldn't start the inheritance at all. Chateaus, this time you must remember that you must not start the inheritance until you reach the 9th level.
Only then did the great elder sigh. Of course he was talking about Zhu Xiaobao's father, Yuan Qiang. For half a month, Zhu Xiaobao has been practicing his spear skills in addition to practicing his mental skills every day. Now he can use this tiger-head spear with ease. And with this tiger-headed gun in hand, even if Zhu Rong used her innate skills, the flames could not threaten Zhu Xiaobao. Because in this sea of fire, where Zhu Xiaobao was, he could maintain a pure land. Those flames could not get close to him, because they were forced back by the murderous aura on the tiger-head gun. Zhu Rong can't hurt him, but Zhu Xiaobao's tiger-headed spear can hurt Zhu Rong. So Zhu Xiaobao can only defend but not attack. But Zhu Rong has no chance of winning. And their martial arts cultivation is a bit different.
Big! I'm not coming! I'm not coming! I don't know how to let them go!
Zhu Rong shouted angrily.
Hee hee! If I don't get stronger faster, who will deal with the demon Geo and protect you all? I don't care if I can achieve Tao or become immortal. But my bottom line is that I will never let my people get hurt at all.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and put away the tiger-headed gun, and stretched out his hand to stop Zhu Rong's waist.
Well, it's all my fault that 19th sister and I are too low in cultivation.
Zhu Rong fell into Zhu Shiba's arms, and said in a low voice, "This is also what worries her the most now. She really hopes that she can do the same. Like Zhu Mei, she really helped Zhu Xiaobao."
Ha ha! If you want to be promoted, you must rely on dual cultivation. Come on, let me help you. Roll.
At the same time, in the eldest prince's fiefdom, Situ Bufan stood on a hillside and looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see anything, he was a little discouraged after hearing the report from his spies who rushed back.
Lung. Oh, I didn't expect that the eldest prince would let this demon do whatever he wanted in the fiefdom. It seems that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time.
Chapter 660. The military advisor escapes. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were not in a hurry to return to the 19th princess. They needed to fully grasp and understand the inherited treasure they had just obtained, and to strengthen their respective talents and skills as much as possible. Coming back this time was a huge harvest. Not only did Zhu Xiaobao receive the second inherited treasure, but Zhu Rong also received an inherited treasure. And he also realized his own innate skill, Brahma Sea of Fire. Now that Zhu Xiaobao has the tiger head spear, Zhu Rong's innate skill no longer poses much of a threat to Zhu Xiaobao. But against the demon Geo, Zhu Rong's Suzaku Fire is the most effective. But now Zhu Rong's cultivation level is too low, which makes Zhu Xiaobao a little worried.
Alas! If only I could think of you as having the same cultivation as Jumei. Great Master Wu Wei once said that when the four great beasts joined forces to deal with Heavenly Demon Geo, the divine fire of the Suzaku beast was what Heavenly Demon Geo was most afraid of.
After Rong and Zhu Xiaobao finished practicing, they sat on the top of the mountain and looked at the large area of land where the tribesmen lived under the inheritance land, and said with a little annoyance,
"Well, I can't blame you. You have worked very hard. No, it should be said that we have worked very hard. But as my cultivation level increases, why am I getting more and more restless? After all, we were the four great beasts back then. We laid siege to a heavenly demon Geo and managed to injure both of us. Now our cultivation levels are uneven, and it seems a bit uncertain."
Zhu Xiaobao also rarely looked like he didn't care in the past, but frowned and said,
So you feel this way too? I thought I was the only one who felt this way. So I never said it out loud for fear of affecting your confidence. I also feel that the more I improve my cultivation, the more uneasy I feel. I'm afraid we will not be Tianmoji's opponent in the future,"
Zhu Rong said in surprise. And then she looked a little sad. She really liked her current life, and she was looking forward to helping the 19th princess to win the throne. And then she would be carefree. Live your own little life. But now this dream seems to be shattered. They, the descendants of the mythical beast, are destined to have a life or death showdown with the demon Geo.
Yes, but we don't have no chance. We were able to destroy the body of demon Geo and a dragon-slaying knife. As long as we can find the first half of the dragon-slaying knife and restore it to its original power, then our chances of winning will be still big. Well, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let you get hurt. I promise.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped Zhu Rong's slender waist and said with certainty,
"Well, we will be fine. But there is another point. The great Master Wu Wei does not take slaying demons as his mission as people praise him. I always feel that he has other purposes."
Zhu Rong took advantage of the situation and relied on Zhu Xiaobao's shoulder. He said softly,
"Yes, I also feel that he is hiding something. And he asked me to borrow this kitchen knife twice. It's strange that this kitchen knife seems to repel him. What benefits can he get from dealing with Tianmoji?"
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, "This is what he has always been puzzled about. Many of the behaviors of Master Wu Wei are very strange, and he also conceals many things. But one thing is for sure. He has been integrating the descendants of the four great beasts to jointly deal with the demon Geo. From this point of view, their goals are the same."
"Yes, it's just because he was so active that it seemed a little strange. Moreover, we also overlooked a question. Since it was the dragon-slaying sword and the demon Geo that died together in the end, who is in control of the dragon-slaying sword? And among the four, the remaining Dharma of the great divine beast is not mentioned at all. Isn't this abnormal?"
Zhu Rong said quietly. Doubting the divine beast would be considered a crime of disrespect by the tribe.
Yes. Everything seems very strange. We still have to be careful. When the time comes to inherit the inheritance, I will inherit it first. Jume has no scheming. I'm afraid she will suffer a loss. I have this kitchen knife. That should be self-preservation is not a problem.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded seriously. He didn't really believe in the idea of inheriting the inheritance of divine beasts and ascending to the immortal world. Or he didn't care much about it. What he cares about is to be with his loved ones forever.
Well, okay. Only the two of us know about this matter. Jume is too straightforward. And the 19th princess trusts the great venerable Wu Wei too much. So don't tell them now. Besides, the great venerable Wu Wei is still doing his best to help the 19th princess. Of course he is also trying his best to help me. We still need him for this.
Zhu Rong whispered in Zhu Shibo's ear. She was thoughtful about many things than Zhu Xiaobao.
I know. It's okay to pay attention to these things in advance for the time being. The top priority now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. I have a hunch that Tai Moju's recovery speed is faster than ours. And there are two great people,
Xiao and Jiuing. Around him. Venerable. If this is the case, I am afraid that even Venerable Wu Wei will have a hard time winning.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his hand as he spoke, already holding the tiger head spear in his hand. And a ball of Suzaku divine fire suddenly appeared on Zhu Rong's body. And the wrap yourself in the middle. The two now often launch surprise attacks like this to improve their adaptability and actual combat capabilities. At the same time, in the dragon pond behind the Daxianglo temple, a blue dragon statue was swimming happily in the dragon pond. This green dragon statue was condensed by the 19th princess. It was more than 10 feet longer than before, and it was more solid. It turns out that the 19th princess has been practicing here for a month. Not only did she successfully break through the Qinglong mental technique to the 6th level, but she also swallowed a piece of gentian. This gentian is also one of the inherited treasures, and the other one is a green dragon sword. This made the 19th princess herself feel very surprised. Others could only collect the inherited treasures after they had reached the 7th level of mental cultivation. But she was able to collect one of the inherited treasures at the 6th level, the treasure of inheritance. And although she is only at the 6th level of cultivation, she can already merge with the Qinglong method into one. This made the 19th princess very surprised. She swallowed this gentian in the form of the Qinglong Dharma form after it merged with the Dharma appearance. This gentian is neither a weapon nor a protective object, but it allows the 19th princess to possess many very strange abilities. Among the 4 major beasts, the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is known for its many auxiliary methods. With this gentian, Princess 19 seems to have a lot of unexpected skills. Her Qinglong method can spray water. Although it is not as lethal as the divine fire that Suzaku imagined, it is still a good ability. In addition, Qinglong the Dharma can enter water and move around underwater with ease. In addition, Princess 19's recovery ability is very strong. She almost recovers while fighting, so she can continue to fight for a long time. And even if she consumes a lot of money, her recovery speed is faster than the descendants of other mythical beasts are several times faster. Even without using the Qinglong Dharma, the 19th princess can still feel this. After swallowing this gentian, the 19th princess feels that her body is full of vitality, and it seems that she will never be tired again. Princess 19 still has to slowly explore what other abilities she has. But now these have already surprised her. She didn't expect that she would have so many auxiliary abilities. Lontan is surrounded by a layer of turquoise halo, making it impossible to see what's going on inside. And others can't get it at all. Even the members of the Qinglong clan, that is, the Wu clan, couldn't get in. As soon as they approached Lontan, they were thrown back by the green halo. It was not until 77 and 49 days after the 19th princess entered Lontan that this halo gradually disappeared. The 19th princess walked out of the inheritance place in high spirits. Her whole temperament changed, and she had a kind of Long's power is shocking everyone. Moreover, the figure of the 19th princess has become taller and more mature and beautiful. At this time, the great master Wu Wei had rushed back from Beatty County. He had not gained much in Beatty County. Although he tracked the traces of the demon Jiu, he encountered the 6 old ghosts of Yi Sha, and the 2 sides fought. In the field, great venerable Wu Wei failed to get any advantage. As long as the other party did not leave that sinister land, there was nothing he could do with the 6 people, even very passive, almost trapped in it. In the end, It was the thousands of golden lights emanating from his sword that drove away the 6 old ghosts, and they were able to escape. The disciples of the Isha sect have a flaw. That is, they like darkness and do not like light. Therefore, the great Master Wu Wei rushed back very depressed. She originally wanted to question His Highness the Sixth Prince, but when she thought that the most important thing now was to deal with the demon Jiu, she temporarily put aside the 6 old ghosts of Yin Sha, and hurriedly I'm back in a hurry. Well, yes, being able to cultivate your mind to the 6th level in such a short period of time is considered a gift. Alas, let's go back to the West King's fiefdom first. I hope a few others can also make breakthroughs. Master Wu Wei the reporter was not very interested, and just said a few words in an understatement. He was in a state of confusion now. He didn't expect that the evil demon Jiu's matter had not been resolved yet. And the evil 6 old ghosts appeared again, which made him feel a little panicked. Because during the fight with the 6 old ghosts, he was surprised to find that the opponent's corpse poison was very similar to the heavenly demon Jiu. So he had to suspect that the 6 old ghosts were now related to the heavenly demon Jiu. Princess 19 originally wanted to tell the great venerable Wu Wei about the news of swallowing the gentian. But seeing the lack of interest in the great venerable Wu Wei, she didn't say much. In fact, with the intelligence of the 19th princess, she also noticed that something was wrong. But she had never been willing to speculate like this. The great venerable Wu Wei is someone who helps her secretly. She doesn't want to believe that the great venerable Wu Wei has any bad intentions. A few days later, the 19th princess and the great master Wu Wei returned to the Western King's fief. Just after they returned, they received 2 shocking news. The eldest prince's military advisor Situ Bufan had escaped, and now the eldest prince was pursuing him with all his strength. Another piece of news is even more shocking. The great master of wilderness has appeared in the eldest prince's fief again, and is still staying in the eldest prince's fief. Chapter 661 Where to go, eh? When the great master Wu Wei and the 19th princess returned to the West King's fief, Zhu Xiaobao also came back on the back foot. He is very busy now. He can't just practice in the inheritance place. He also has to take care of the dual cultivation of Zhu Mei and the 19th princess. Now the 5 elements attributes are becoming more and more important. Princess 19 is the weakest among these people, so Zhu Xiaobao should take more care of her. This time, Tao Zhiqian and Yuli stayed in Yingshuan County. Although Merong Feng was not here, Yingshuan County was in some chaos. But it was not caused by natural disasters or man-made disasters, but because of the rapid development and incoordination in many places. Caused by, now that Tao Zhiqian has taken office, he is really acting vigorously and resolutely, and everything has become orderly immediately. He is not as good as Merong Feng in terms of fighting, but he is really good at managing and rectifying these matters. It can be said that Zhu Xiaobao is very discerning. The only thing I'm worried about is that this guy used to be a corrupt official. I wonder if he will make the same mistake again when he becomes powerful. So Zhu Xiaobao still beat him from time to time. After all, we are half-brothers-in-law. I would never do such a thing. In the past, it was forced by the situation. If I don't join in with him, I won't be able to do it, Tao Zhiqian said with a thick-skinned smile. Not to mention that he is really half-brother-in-law of Zhu Xiaobao now. Since Yuli has no plans to get married, Tao Zhiqian can only be regarded as half-brother-in-law. Damn it! I have another brother-in-law? Okay. This short knife is given to my future niece. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao remember that this guy was really related to him. So he generously gave the dagger at his waist to Tao Zhiqian and Yuli. Yuli happily took it and was very happy. But Tao Zhiqian was very dissatisfied and grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and emphasized, "It's a boy! I've already figured it out. I can't make a mistake this time. From now on, you will at least be a county guard like me." Dare to love Tao Zhiqian and Duan Muki have the same idea. They do not want to have a daughter, because once she is a daughter, it means she is a female warrior. And they both hope to have a boy who can inherit their advantages. Then it's no problem. It must be a girl. When have you ever been so sure? Yuli was even more happy, grabbing Tao Zhiqian's arm and humming proudly. While Tao Zhiqian was grinning, Yuli his martial arts can beat him 3 blocks. You can even lift him up with one hand. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong felt a little sad when they saw this living couple. So they laughed a few times and turned around and left. As for Yu Qinro, of course, he, the elder sister, complained a lot about her and left again after only 1 month since she came back. Oh, I also want to live a more leisurely life. But since I came back here and became the descendant of the mythical beast, My life has become harder and harder. Now there is another demon Geo. I still have to run around to save my life.
Maybe it's Zhu Xiaobao was a little listless because of the stimulation he received from Tao Ziqian. He was really nostalgic for his life in the 19th Princess Mansion. On the contrary, he was carefree and very happy.
Xiaobao, don't scare me. You are the chosen one. You will be fine. As for the child, my father only had his first prince after he was 30 years old.
Yu Qianru was also startled. Zhu Xiaobao has never been so depressed. But now, he doesn't dare to force him to stay by his side. She also knows that the demon Geo is extremely harmful.
Yeah, I understand. This is the shooting technique of the tiger head spear. I have reorganized it. You stay with me as a secret book for the clan, so that the potential and talented children of the clan can learn it.
Zhu Xiaobao added he felt that he was in a bad mood. The princes born from his father were all idiots. Didn't this make him feel even more depressed? So after saying a few words, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly boarded the ship and left. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was still a very agreeable person. And he became happy again when he saw the 19th princess. Because he did not expect that the 19th princess's mental power had already broken through to the 6th level. And she had even swallowed the Jinshin. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that after the two met and practiced dual cultivation this time, his recovery ability also improved a lot. This should be the magical bonus brought by the wood attribute. But the changes in the 19th princess are even more surprising. She is much more vigorous than before. And she has super resilience and high energy. She can make Zhu Xiaobao beg for mercy in one night. And she can continue to do it for several days without begging for mercy. So when Duanmuki came to report the emergency military situation, the two of them walked out of the room. And the 19th princess was still full of energy. But Zhu Xiaobao is a little depressed.
What? Situ Buffon is being hunted by the eldest prince? Hurry! We must recruit such talents. If they go to someone else, they will be a huge threat to us.
The 19th princess immediately realized this very important point question. There is no doubt that Situ Buffon's ability is not much worse than Duanmuki and Xiao Baisheng. But he has never been reused. So his reputation is not as good as those two. Of course, there is now Murong Feng who is also famous.
Ha ha! Want to recruit him? That's impossible.
Duanmuki said with a wry smile and shook his head.
Why? Are you still jealous of him? Brother-in-law, this is your fault. You should be more generous.
Zhu Xiaobao had finally caught the opportunity to suppress Duanmuqi. This guy was so proud that not only did he give birth a daughter, and now a second child. The key is to always show off in front of Zhu Xiaobao. So Zhu Xiaobao is very unhappy.
Hey! I'm not jealous. It's him who has always targeted me and wants to compete with me.
Duanmuqi shook his head helplessly. It turned out that both of them worked under the first prince. Duanmuqi was biased towards Princess Qiqi, while Situ Buffon was biased towards the first prince. However, Duanmuqi was one level higher than him. Among all the counselors, Duanmuqi was the most important. He was in the first place, followed by Situ Buffon. Later, Duanmuqi protected the 7th princess and escaped from Yong'an County, which made the eldest prince furious. But Situ Buffon failed to take a step further and took the position of chief advisor, because the eldest prince was angry with him and could not see through Duanmuqi's trick, which led to the smooth escape of the 7th princess. So for a long time, Situ Buffon was demoted to feed the horse. It was not used again until these 2 years.
Oh, what do you mean? Mr. Ne, how should we deal with this matter?
Although Princess 19 was a little disappointed, she also understood that the overt and covert fighting between these counselors was also very fierce, especially between the hostile parties.
Since it can't be used by us, then try to cut it off as much as possible,
Duanmuqi said with a slight forehead.
Sir has already taken action?
Princess 19 breathed a sigh of relief. She thought so too, but she just didn't want to say it out of her own mouth.
Ha ha! I don't need to take action. Xiao Baisheng should take action. The eldest prince and Wang Ting have been fighting for so many years. Wang Ting hates Situ Buffon deeply. This opportunity will definitely not be missed,
Duanmuqi said calmly.
Mozong Little Arrow? Do you think Mr. Duanmu can succeed? If Situ Buffon cannot be killed, who will he defect to?
The 19th princess immediately thought of the assassins said by the Wang Tinghui. They must be the #1 assassin from the Shijuet kingdom. Mo Sang Xiaojian asked excitedly.
It's difficult. This kind of person can no longer be solved by martial arts. Various signs from the reports indicate that he has escaped from the eldest prince's fiefdom. but I think he is still lurking in Yongnan County. It's the same as when I fled, just like the pursuit of the seventh princess. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Even if you think Situbufon would do the same,
Duinmuki said with a frown. Because judging from the reports of the spies who kept coming back, the clues left by Situbufon, it was so obvious that it made Duanmuchi suspicious.
Have you ever thought about why Situbufon deserted the eldest prince and escaped from Yongnan County?
At this time, the great venerable Wu Wei also arrived. He didn't care about Situbufon. He didn't care about the battles among the various web pages. He only cares about one thing. And that is the Demon Geo.
Is it Heavenly Demon Geo? Heavenly Demon Geo went to the eldest prince's fief?
Zhu Xiaoba immediately realized the reason.
Yeah, it should be. Of the dozen or so people I sent out, only one came back. But the news he brought back was very shocking. The northernmost part of the eldest prince's fiefdom was said to be to wipe out the mob and kill them all at once. 40,000 people were killed. But the local officers and soldiers did not take action. And it happened overnight,
said the great venerable Wu Wei worriedly.
Huh? 40,000 people? Its blood sacrifice technique is getting stronger and stronger.
Zhu Xiaobao also felt frightened. Tai Moju's recovery was too fast. In just a few months, it had already been able to sacrifice 40,000 people.
Can you ask the Great Lord to take action? Even if you can't kill Tian Maggio, you can't let him have stable training resources and territory. I am willing to go with you to deal with Tian Maggio.
The old apprentice on the side also looked solemn at this time. Asked. Speaking of it, this was the first time that the old apprentice took the initiative to ask for a fight. This shows how serious the situation is.
Alas, it's useless. Now I am no longer his opponent. Not to mention that there are the great venerable Shimel and the great Nining to assist him.
For the first time, the great venerable Wu Wei took the initiative to admit that he was not as good as the opponent. This sounds incredible to everyone. The great venerable Wu Wei can be said to be the best person in the world. Now he is given up like this. In the eldest prince's fiefdom, there was an abandoned horse farm. There was a 2-story basement under the piles of fodder. And there was plenty of food and drink. Situbufon was smoking and drinking tea leisurely, holding a map in his hand and drawing circles on it.
Master, the men who were chasing us have returned empty-handed. I think the eldest prince is furious right now.
One of his subordinates walked in and said with a smile.
Ha ha! I'm afraid I can't hide this trick from that old ghost Duinmuki. I knew at the beginning that he must not have left Southeast County when he was being chased by the seventh princess. I didn't expect that I would use this trick now.
Situbufon with a calm smile. He poured a cup of tea for the general. And he took these 4 generals to escape. They were all old men who had been with him for decades. And they were absolutely trustworthy.
Then where should we go next?
The general asked respectfully.
Well, just wait a little longer. Do you think they'll just let it go? Besides, the eldest prince is not the only one who cares about me.
Situbufon waved his hand and said with a smile.
Are there other centaurs? Yes. It's not just all the way.
Chapter 662 Where to Go B. At this time, another family member hurriedly ran back.
Report to the master. Miss Wenxia and her husband-in-law and family have been arrested.
Situbufon, who was originally very calm, suddenly screamed.
What? Didn't I let them escape half a month in advance? How could they still be caught? Miss Wenxia didn't leave at all. She couldn't let go of those properties. So she quietly came back without telling us. She hid in the old house and secretly controlled the management of the inn. We didn't expect that she would still stay in the city.
The famous general said helplessly. It turns out that Situbufon has always been alone. And he just adopted an adopted daughter. Speaking of which, this was when he was assigned to a racecourse because an old couple took good care of him. And of course, because they could make a little money. But this old couple is still very kind. If Situbufon wants to drink some wine and eat some meat, he will go to their home. Later, a plague broke out here at the racecourse. And Situbufon was also infected. He was bedridden and dying. This old couple is really kind and has always taken care of him. And of course, this girl Wenxia. Unexpectedly, Situbufon miraculously improved. But the couple contracted the plague and both died of the disease. Before his death, he entrusted Miss Wenxia to Situbufon. The old couple's meaning was very clear. They also knew that Situbufon was not an ordinary person. They just hoped that Situbufon could marry Miss Wenxia. In their eyes, Miss Wenxia, who carried shit and urine for Situbufon, was already considered Situbufon's person. However, Situbufon had no intention of getting married, and his situation was not very good at the time. Besides, there was a 20-year age difference between the two of them. So Situbufon simply accepted this adopted daughter. In fact, life was difficult at that time. But this girl Wenxia was very satisfied and showed the simplicity and diligence of the people at the bottom. This made Situbufon very satisfied with this adopted daughter. When Situbufon was activated again, he returned to the court and became the first counselor under the eldest prince. Miss Wenxia was also brought to the city, and she was quickly attracted by the prosperous world in front of her. Situbufon was grateful for their family's care, so he specially opened an inn for her. Firstly, it gave Miss Wenxia something to do, and secondly, he could get some information from the guests coming and going at the inn. This is also Situbufon's only part of the industry. With Situbufon as her backer, Wenxia's inn was of course running smoothly. In addition, she was already very diligent, and she quickly adapted to life in the city. And 2 years later, she married the son of a merchant. All this made Situbufon very happy. He finally lived up to the old couple. And although Miss Wenxia has made a lot of money, she is still very simple, diligent and frugal, and is not as arrogant as other ladies from high-ranking families. The only drawback is that she cares too much about money. She is very obsessed with accumulating wealth. She is happiest when she sees the banknotes in her hands increasing day by day. For this reason, Situbufon tried to persuade her, but the effect was very little. Later, Situbufon just let her go. It was not stolen after all. Of course, Situbufon can also understand that Miss Wenxia has been afraid of poverty since she was a child, which is why she has such a special hobby now. But Situbufon never expected that this seemingly moderate hobby would cost Miss Wenxia her life. She could have easily escaped with Situbufon's token, but just because she couldn't bear to part with her property, she quietly came back. Her husband-in-law was even less aware of the crisis, so neither of them left. As a result, once something happened to Situbufon, notices were posted all over the city, and Wenxia and his wife could no longer leave, and someone has already been targeting them.
Oh, God's will! Why can't you let go of these things outside your body?
Situbufon raised his head and sighed, with tears in his eyes. He knew that Miss Wenxia would not escape bad luck this time.
Sir, do you want me to go and take care of it? Maybe I can rescue the young lady?
The general under his command asked cautiously.
No need,
Situbufon said, a little lost. He still has great feelings for this adopted daughter. But Situbufon knew very well what would happen if he fell into the hands of the eldest prince. But he was powerless now. Fortunately, Wenxia didn't know about this basement. Situbufon was very cautious in doing things. And even Wenxia didn't know about the existence of this basement. In the secret room of the eldest prince, Miss Wenxia has become a delicacy on the table. The corpse lying on the ground is still opening its eyes in horror. It never occurred to anyone that there are really cannibals in this world. And that is this great prince who intimidates all the people. And Wenxia's husband was even worse. The entire family was paraded through the streets. Originally, they were all going to be executed. But now they are not going to kill him, because they will all be saved for the next blood sacrifice.
TSK! The taste is a bit bad. This beauty must be fed with refined grains, and a lot of vegetables and meat. Only in this way will the beautiful woman have tender meat and plump taste. Situbufon's adopted daughter is really it's not that good. And I'm a bit older. If I'm over 30, the meat will become dry and inelastic.
The eldest prince commented with dissatisfaction while eating.
Good opinion. It's indeed very insightful. I admire you very much now. There are so many ways to eat it. They all have their own merits. I hope I can enjoy it.
The great master of wilderness sat opposite and said with a satisfied smile. He really admired the eldest prince, and nothing else. But when it came to enjoying beautiful women, he was absolutely unprecedented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived in the eldest prince's house in the first place. Ever since Mogia took away the body of the great venerable man Wang and absorbed the memories of the great venerable man Wang, he has always admired the eldest prince very much and also liked what the great venerable man Wang did. He was very fond of his temper. It turned out that in addition to blood sacrifice, there is so much fun in this world. Demon Gio has begun to like the life of a mortal. Miss Wenxia on the ground is the masterpiece of the two of them. First, the great venerable savage forced her to have sex. But he was too powerful, and was killed by him in just a few strokes. As a last resort, I had to ask the great master Join to come in quickly and fill in the gaps. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied at all. Then the eldest prince had people clean them, and began to do it himself, dividing and classifying them. He also specially created a set of tools to divide the bodies of these beauties. Which ones were used for steaming, which ones were used for stir-frying, and which ones were used for stir-frying. It can be served cold, etc. The great venerable savage was dumbfounded when he saw it.
Ha ha! It's not easy to have a like-minded food friend.
The eldest prince sighed with emotion. Until now, he still calls the other party the great venerable savage. And he doesn't feel the terror of the demon Geo at all, because he is already a very scary existence. But after the two drank a glass of wine, the eldest prince asked with a gloomy face,
Brother Savage, the millions of people in my fiefdom are just given to you for free. You must not try to take advantage of my troops. Moreover, you must protect me from taking the throne. Ha ha ha. Brother, don't worry. You won't need so much. When my cultivation level recovers to another 20%, I will go to other fiefdoms. Then you just wait to accept their territory.
The great lord of the wild fished out a leg bone. He said with a laugh while chewing on it. The great master Geoin, who was sitting next to her, was stunned when he saw her. Although she was very ferocious, she did not have the habit of eating people. And she was also very disgusting. Even though the eldest prince's cultivation was far inferior to hers. The great master Geoin was a little frightened when he saw the eldest prince. This person was really terrifying. The great lord of the human demons stood behind them and waited on them. He could still accept it. And looking at the great lord of the wilderness and the first prince, he still had some impulsive desires.
Well, you took those troops to quell the mob. Didn't they notice?
The eldest prince asked, still worried.
Don't worry. I just let them guard the outside and use the blood sacrifice technique. They can't get in. If they get in, they will be sacrificed with blood. I just want them to help me maintain order to prevent individual mobs from escaping. Go!
The great master of wilderness said firmly. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince actually reached such a bloody agreement with the great lord of the wilderness, and used the art of blood sacrifice to exterminate the mob. It turns out that the eldest prince's life is very sad now. His army only has 1.5 million left. But this is not the key. The most troublesome problem is that his fief is out of food. The last time he and the sixth prince joined forces to attack King Ming, there was no success. Thinking of killing the 19th princess on the way and burning down his granary. There was another severe drought this year, and grain production dropped sharply. This led to a serious shortage of food in his fiefdom, and many businesses had closed for proofing, because the landlord's family has no food. In order to ensure the food supply for his army, the eldest prince had no choice but to purchase grain from His Highness the sixth prince at a high price. However, this could only meet the needs of the army, and the eldest prince could not take care of the common people. Not only that, the eldest prince is still sending people to demand the payment of grain and taxes, which has led to violent resistance to the law in many places. Many places have risen up and started to resist the eldest prince. Therefore, the great venerable man is here to help the eldest prince solve his urgent need. He transformed into a bandit-suppressing marshal and brought 10,000 troops with him. He attacked twice in succession and wiped out 2 groups of mobs. Moreover, the 10,000 troops were unscathed and a lot of gold and silver treasures were collected. These 10,000 troops also who wouldn't want to follow the great master of the wilderness and earn extra money without having to work hard. After all, not many people know the details about Tai and Moju. But the eldest prince knew in his heart that this was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. But he had no other choice. Although Situbufan proposed to lie dormant for a few years and wait until he regained his strength to make a comeback, the eldest prince couldn't wait any longer. Situbufan was good at fighting, but not good at governing the country. Moreover, Situbufan asked him to take out all the gold and silver in the warehouse to tide over the crisis. The eldest prince was still a little reluctant to part with it. He had collected it over decades, and now half of it had been used just to support these troops. Got it. After much hesitation, the eldest prince agreed to the proposal of the great lord of the wild wilderness and let him stay here. And the great lord Manwang also promised to help the eldest prince win the throne. But after seizing the throne, how many people will be left in the great Xia kingdom will not be a question for Tianimo Jiosua to consider. What flattered the eldest prince even more was that the great venerable man Wang actually became sworn brothers with him. Seeing that there were suddenly 2 more great lords and a heavenly demon Geo around him, the eldest prince also had hope in his heart. This kind of cooperation can allow him to ascend to the throne more quickly. Chapter 663 Where to go see. Situbufan dug another hole next to the grave of the old couple. Inside were Miss Wenxia's clothes. It was considered a burial mound, because it was impossible to get Miss Wenxia's body back. Situbufan cried bitterly. Although he was only an adopted daughter, Situbufan still had very deep feelings for this adopted daughter after more than 10 years. He never expected that he would end up in such a tragic end. He felt deeply sorry for the old couple. Entrusted. After crying and saying goodbye, Situbufan returned to the basement. What he couldn't understand was why the eldest prince agreed to cooperate with the great lord of the wilderness. This was just to put out the fire with a salary.
No. The eldest prince may seem rude, but he is actually very scheming. He is not greedy for life, and it concerns his own fiefdom and people. There is no reason for him to be so rebellious. Is there another hidden secret?
Situbufan returned to the basement, and the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Suddenly, Situbufan was shocked and said,
No. Could it be that he wants to use the power of the demon Geo to seize the throne? If so, the consequences will be too terrible. It might lead to annihilation of the entire race.
Just as Situbufan thought, it was for this purpose that the eldest prince cooperated with Tien Mojiu. Although Situbufan gave him advice, as long as he stayed dormant for a few years, he could still hold on to his fiefdom. But the implication was that it was no longer possible to seize the throne. It's so possible. This made the eldest prince very dissatisfied. If he clung to his fiefdom, he would definitely be wiped out in the end. In fact, the eldest prince also received a benefit that he could not refuse. That was what made him willing to cooperate with the great venerable savage. That is, the great lord of the wilderness can raise his cultivation level to that of a martial saint. This is not just talking nonsense. But the Shemale Great Venerable and the 9 Great Venerable around them are eagerly preparing to attack the realm of the martial saint. Otherwise, the 2 great martial lords would not be willing to follow the demon Geo. Although this kind of cultivation method is very evil. Martial Saint Realm. This is a realm that the eldest prince would never dare to imagine. Once he is promoted to the realm of Martial Saint, it means that his lifespan will be doubled again, reaching 400 years of life. This is even more tempting than seizing the throne. It is already very enviable for Da Zun to have a lifespan of 200 years. If it is doubled, how much can be done? In fact, the eldest prince is also very anxious now. Although Situbufan said that he has been dormant for a few years, he feels that he cannot survive these few years, and there is no food in the fiefdom. Riots broke out in several counties. Moreover, his current manpower has also been reduced by half. What makes him even more uneasy is that he is now surrounded by several forces. Among the princes, he is the most likely to be wiped out first. The reason why Tien Mojia found the eldest prince was that through the memory of the great lord of the wild wilderness. He increasingly felt that he and the eldest prince had similar interests, and they would get along very well. Another reason is that he is only a mortal body now, and is not invincible. He could easily kill dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people. But he still couldn't resist an army of tens of thousands. After all, they are also flesh and blood. As for his blood sacrifice technique, although he can sacrifice tens of thousands of people at a time, they are still common people with low cultivation level. If their cultivation level is slightly higher, they can withstand this blood sacrifice technique. Originally, Tien Mojia could practice on the 36 Southeast Islands. But there was a very strange phenomenon. When he used the blood sacrifice technique on the 36 Southeast Islands, he could only absorb half of the effect, and the other half disappeared. This made Tien Mojia feel very depressed. In the end, I thought it was because the 36 islands in the southeast were transformed by its body, and it was very likely that it was absorbed by its body. Originally, Tien Mojia was very happy, hoping that Tai's body could absorb the effect of the blood sacrifice and be revived. But after sensing it, there was no reaction at all. It seems that without the blood sacrifice of tens of millions of people, his body would not be able to revive at all. Let Tien Mojia be very discouraged. Therefore, both the eldest prince and Tien Mojia needed each other's help, and the two reached a tacit understanding. Now Tien Mojia has begun to use mortal thinking to deal with various matters, and has to face the reality of his own mortal body.
Brother, how many blood sacrifices do you need to return to the fairy world? You have to leave me some people by then. Otherwise, you will really be alone.
The eldest prince asked worriedly.
Alas, I can't go back. It's almost impossible to cultivate this mortal body into a demon body. When I recover to the limit that this body can bear, I will be like you. doing whatever I want in this world. Have fun.
The great master of the savage land sighed and said. He already felt that as his cultivation level recovered, this body began to be unable to bear it. If he wanted to continue to recover, he had to strengthen this body. It's best to cultivate into a demonic body.
Ha ha ha. That's fine. I don't want to save myself. 400 years of life is enough for us brothers to live happily.
The eldest prince didn't have that kind of awe at all, and he was shoulder to shoulder with the great venerable man. Smiled.
Not necessarily. If I can refine the 4 descendants of the divine beasts, maybe I can return to the peak. Although this world is good, these mortals are too weak and cannot withstand my harvesting. Now only Joey can satisfy me. It's so boring,
said the great venerable man Wang with a little regret.
So it's for this. Why is it so difficult? Don't worry. As long as you can capture the female warriors from Lingyu Mountain, I guarantee they will be able to meet your needs. TSK. The female warriors from Lingyu Mountain are very strong and strong. They are so beautiful. But it is a pity that I have only tasted 2 of them until now. It is really ecstasy. And the meat quality is quite good.
The eldest prince suddenly understood, and he said obscenely into the ear of the great venerable man. The current physique of this great savage lord is too strong, and ordinary women simply cannot bear it.
Oh, you can try this. It's not difficult to catch a few female warriors. If it's really useful, I'll take over Lingyu Mountain. Take them all as slaves.
The great monarch suddenly said, interested. How else can we say that the 2 of them have similar interests? It sounded like the eldest prince was a little fanciful. None of the little treasures expected that the eldest prince's words would bring disaster to the female warriors of Lingyu Mountain. Of course, this is a later story. Tai and Mojia doesn't have time to go to Lingyu Mountain yet. More than a month later, news came from the eldest prince's fiefdom that the great lord of the wild wilderness and his troops once again wiped out a group of mobs. This time, it is certain that Tian Maggio has reached some kind of agreement with the eldest prince, allowing Tian Maggio to perform the blood sacrifice technique in his fiefdom.
Oh, I didn't expect that the eldest prince would be so heartless that he would not even want his own people. Why did he do this?
Duan Muqi said in shock and anger.
Because he still wants to fight for the throne. He has no choice but to give it a try.
Princess 19 also said angrily. The eldest prince doing this is tantamount to cheating, and trying to rely on the power of the demon Geo to achieve his goals.
Ha ha! Don't be anxious, Princess. It has been waiting for more than a month for this blood sacrifice, which is longer than I expected. I guess the body he took from can't withstand such a rapid improvement, so he also needs to strengthen it. We have a body. What we are competing now is time.
Although the great master Wu Wei was also secretly frightened, he still had to act calm on the surface. But everyone knew in their hearts that Tai Mojiu was still able to defeat 1 against 4. And he also had a dragon-slaying knife to assist him. The current situation was definitely not good for them. But there is also good news on Zhu Xiuba's side. That is, Jumei wants to go to the inheritance place again. And she feels like she is about to break through again. This made Zhu Xiaobao extremely surprised. He had just promoted his mental skills to the 9th level. And was he about to break through again? I have to admire Jumei's talent. She is definitely the best among these people.
Okay. I will accompany you personally.
Grandmaster Wu Wei was also very happy, and took the initiative to escort Jumei to Turtle Snake Mountain. Because now we still have to guard against the sneak attack of Demon Geo. They are trying their best to hunt down Tian Maggio. And Tian Maggio wants to kill all the descendants of these mythical beasts.
Well, okay. For the sake of safety, you should blend in with Hatchet's caravan. This will save you a lot of unnecessary dangers.
Duan Muqi also nodded and said, beauty is too important to them. Now it seems that Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao are the only ones who can inherit the legacy of the mythical beasts within 2 years. But it is unlikely that Zhu Rong and Princess 19 will be able to inherit it. Jumei was not afraid at all. And her only request before leaving was to spend another night practicing with Zhu Xiaobao. And then she set off with satisfaction. Just as we were about to approach Shahu City, we unexpectedly met the great human demon lord and the great lord Jillian. Although the 2 of them were wearing bamboo hats and black gauze covering their faces, the aura of the great master was still detected by the great master Wu Wei. The great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jillian also noticed the aura of the great venerable Wu Wei. But what surprised the great venerable Wu Wei was that Jumei's aura didn't seem to be noticed. In fact, the great venerable Wu Wei had long been surprised, and he couldn't feel Jumei's aura. In other words,
If Jumei wanted assassinating him has a high chance of success. This is incredible. Could it be that Jumei's current martial arts cultivation level is so high? But there was no time to think too much. Great Venerable Wu Wei took the lead. But to his surprise, Tian Mojio did not show up. The Great Master Shimei and the Great Master Jiuyin did not flee in panic like before. Instead, they had the confidence to join forces to deal with the Great Master Wu Wei. The illusion of the Great Human Demon was immediately released. The Great Master Wu Wei was unable to determine the location of the two people in the illusion, because three Great Masters of the Human Demon appeared in the illusion. But the Great Master Jiuyin was nowhere to be seen. Not see. Huh? Is this the martial skill you just perfected? Let me see if it's just what it looks like. Gee! Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted coldly. And the sword in his hand immediately drew three sword lights, thinking sweep away the three great she-males. But what Master Wu Wei didn't expect was that these three great masters of human demons were all wiped out by the sword light and disappeared. But then three great human demons reappeared from the other side. Chapter 664 Negligence A. The Great Master Wu Wei frowned. And it could be seen that the new martial arts of the Great Master Shimei was not very mature yet. And the movements of the three human demons were still a bit slow and stiff. But this was definitely a very threatening martial skill. Because these three transformations the great human monster who came out could also participate in the attack. And after being dispersed, he could turn into a cloud of poisonous mist. This makes Master Wu Wei very afraid. The key is that there is still the Great Master Jiuyin, who has not shown up. The Great Master Wu Wei could sense that Jiuyin was in the illusion. But her concealment skills were even better than the Great Master Wu Wei. Even the Great Master Wu Wei could not sense her position. And at this moment, the black petals all over the sky were falling down one after another. This made the Great Venerable Wu Wei very embarrassed. He had to deal with those transformed human monster Great Venerables. And he had to be careful of these black petals, because that it is a highly poisonous thing. And the Great Venerable Wu Wei was poisoned by this kind of poison once. But what surprised Master Wu Wei even more was that among the black petals in the sky were interspersed with streaks of pink light that looked like shooting stars. And they were also attacking Master Wu Wei. The Great Venerable Wu Wei could tell at a glance that it was the Great Venerable Jiuyin who took action. But this was the first time he had seen this kind of pink light. It seemed that both of them had realized new martial arts. The aura emitted by the Great Venerable Wu Wei could block the black petals, but it could not match the streams of light. What surprised him even more was that this pink stream of light could actually shake his mind. Promote a desire. You must know that after I was promoted to the Martial Lord as a Great Venerable, I no longer approached women. That King Kong demon subduing formation was developed by him. In fact, he also presides over the Daxiangwo temple behind the scenes. In the past, the Great Venerable Wu Wei didn't pay attention to the pink fragrance mist of the Great Venerable Jiuyin. And even if he inhaled a little, it would have no effect. But this time something was very wrong. He actually produced I feel like I'm about to make a move. I haven't had this urge in years. At this time, the Great Venerable Wu Wei regretted not bringing Jumei into the illusion. He was too trusting and wanted to defeat the great vengeance of the human demon and the Great Venerable Jiuyin on his own, mainly to prevent Jumei's whereabouts from being exposed, and also to gain some face for myself. After all, I suffered losses twice in a row. This time Tianmajio is not here. He wants to vent his personal anger. Humph. Don't the two great sages dare to show their faces? The Great Venerable Wu Wei snorted coldly, while also concentrating on fighting against the invasion of the pink streamers of the Great Venerable Jiuyin. Hee. Does the Great Venerable Wu Wei also want to see Fangza? Then we will help you. Following the seductive voice of the Great Venerable Jiuyin, two graceful figures appeared in the illusion at the same time, and their clothes were revealing. But they did hold their own weapons in their hands. The Great Master Jiuyin is like a peach blossom fan. Every time he swings it, the fragrance fills the air and shakes the heart. The Shimei Master is also dressed in women's clothing. His chest is no smaller than that of the Jiuyin Master, and his figure is enchanting. He holds a long red ribbon in his hand and keeps wrapping it around the Wu Wei Master. Neither of them really have strong melee combat capabilities, so they both choose to keep a certain distance and launch attacks with weird and quick movements. Great Venerable Wu Wei did not expect that these two people would actually dare to show up and fight with him. What makes Great Venerable Wu Wei even more depressed is that he is uneasy now, and has to concentrate on suppressing the feeling that is about to move. At first, he was actually at a disadvantage. Great Master Wu Wei could feel that the cultivation of these two people had greatly improved. Even if he was not poisoned by the charm poison, they were still on a par now.
This makes the great venerable Wu Wei even more worried. If this continues, the two of them may really be able to break through the great venerable's realm and become martial saints. Even the great master Wu Wei wouldn't dare to hope for this realm.
I have agreed that when I take down the great master Wu Wei later, you are not allowed to remove this illusion. I still want to enjoy it here. If I can have a good time with the head of the 9 great masters, I'm really looking forward to it.
The great master Jiuyin was still talking to the great master Shimei while taking action.
You slut. I have no obligation to serve you.
The great ladyboy snorted disdainfully.
Humph. This is what I rely on to practice. Don't you also dress more feminine than me? Oh, I remembered. You also like men. Hee. It doesn't matter. When I finish enjoying it, I can let you taste it too. Try something new. Ha ha ha.
Jiuyin laughed so hard that her status in front of Tian Majiu was higher than that of the human demon. So she always suppressed and bullied the human demon. Because the human demon was the first one. But he bullied her a lot. This woman is also very revengeful.
2 shameless villains. How dare you be so presumptuous?
The great venerable Wu Wei suddenly became furious. Unexpectedly, the two of them had already begun to figure out how to entertain themselves. But what made him very helpless was that the great venerable Jiuyin actually used the peach blossom fan narrowly deflected his sharp sword. This was absolutely impossible before. But now, the martial arts of the great master Jiuyin are no longer the same.
Jumei, come into the environment. Give me a helping hand.
In desperation, the great master Wu Wei could not care about his face. So he had to send a message to Jumei. Although the illusion of the Shimei master can block the sounds and smells from the outside world, the Wu Wei master's cultivation is advanced, and he can still transmit the sound.
Ha ha ha. The great venerable Wu Wei has also begun to ask for help. I want to see who can come to save you. You are the best great venerable in the world.
The great venerable Jiuyin not only did not panic, but also acted arrogantly. She laughed and said that this was the most comfortable battle she had ever had. Being able to trap the great master Wu Wei was something she had never dared to imagine before. Before he finished speaking, a golden armor hammer came directly from the outside. The illusion of the great human monster was immediately shattered, revealing the original scene. The great master of the human demon quickly cast a spell to replenish the missing part. But this has already made the two of them very surprised. The illusion was broken with one hammer. Who is this? But Jumei's blow also made the two of them immediately on guard. The two disappeared again. And the 3 transformed human monsters appeared again. It turns out that Jumei is still very real. Master Wu Wei asked her to stay in the carriage. And she stayed in the carriage very obediently. In her heart, these great sages are still senior masters. And she has never been arrogant because of her improved combat power. She still regards the great venerable Wu Wei as her elders and seniors. So I took it with me on the carriage honestly. Grandmaster Wu Wei asked her to help. But she didn't have any extra thoughts and just took action. In an instant, Jumei rushed into the illusion. When he saw the 3 transformed human monsters, he was not afraid. The golden armor hammer flew out again and directly scattered the 3 transformed human monsters. Jumei didn't care about the black poisonous mist that was generated after it dissipated. The turtleback shield on her left hand had already been raised. As soon as the black poisonous mist hit the turtleback shield, a puff of green smoke came out and disappeared into nothing.
Huh? What is this? Does it smell good?
Jumei also smelled the pink aroma at this time, and couldn't help but froze for a moment, then frowned and said, but at this moment, the other 3 transformed human demons appeared from the other side. Unexpectedly, Jumei also noticed the strangeness in this, and ignored it at all. Instead, she flew out the golden armor hammer in her hand and shouted,
Let me see where you are running!
It turns out that in order to activate these 3 transformed figures, the great human male master had to use his energy and inner strength to cast spells. There was a flaw in his concealment technique, and Jumei immediately sensed it. Because she is invulnerable to all poisons, she doesn't need to be distracted to fight against the poisonous mist. So she can concentrate on feeling the movement of the great human monster. The great human demon didn't expect that Jumei would find him. And the golden hammer was already flying towards him. He was shocked and turned over quickly, trying to avoid it. But he was still half a beat too late, and was hit by the golden armor hammer. The left arm was swept, and the sound of bones being broken was immediately heard.
Ah! Damn it! You actually hit me!
The great human demon scolded in shock and anger. And then the environment he used began to dissipate. He really couldn't figure out why this big girl was more powerful than the great Master Wu Wei. This was impossible.
Ah! Run!
The great venerable Jiuying also screamed. The illusion was broken, and her figure could not be hidden. Moreover, the fighting power displayed by this giant beauty was too terrifying. The great venerable Jiuying immediately he ran away first.
Jiuying! You bitch! You actually ran away first!
The great human demon shouted angrily, turning around and running away as fast as he could. When the two great sages ran away like this, Jumei was at a loss. She was weak in speed and couldn't catch up with these two people. At this time, the great venerable Wu Wei was using his kung fu to force out the charm poison in his body. Had no time to take care of the Shimei and Jiuying. So they let these two people escape.
Jumei! Come back! Don't chase! These two are good at speed. You can't catch up!
Grand Venerable Wu Wei said slowly at this time. He had already forced out the charm poison in his body. But I still had lingering fears. I didn't expect that I almost missed it this time. If he is really having sex with the great Master Jiuying, then he will no longer be able to hang out with his old face.
Oh! Okay. It's really an advantage for them.
Jumei hummed rather unwillingly. Then he asked,
Great Venerable Sir, are you okay? It doesn't matter. I underestimated the enemy a little. I didn't expect to be ambushed by them.
The great Venerable Wu Wei shook his head and said, he still tried his best to find some steps for himself. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing if the news spread. Great Venerable Wu Wei, he actually had to rely on Jumei to come to the rescue. But that was actually the case. Therefore, the blow that great Venerable Wu Wei suffered in his heart was far from being as calm as he thought on the surface. There was already a turbulent wave in his heart.
What are they doing here? That demon Joe hasn't come yet?
Jumei asked in confusion.
This is also a place that I can't figure out. Could it be that they came from Shahu City? When we get to Shahu City and ask the Duabeta clan, we will find out.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said, also puzzled. In a cave, the great master of the Shimei grinned and was bandaging his wounds. He was still asking,
Jiuying, how about we go back? I am injured now, and it will be very dangerous if I meet a master again. Go back? You wanted to catch the female warriors for Lord Demon, and now you go back empty-handed? I think you don't want to live anymore.
Lord Jiuying lay lazily on a pile of hay and hummed. She said I didn't feel any apology at all for abandoning the great human monster and running away first. On the contrary, I was very dissatisfied with the performance of the great human male.
But who would have thought that we would meet that old man Wu Wei here?
The great human demon said with a bitter face.
Then wait a few days. When your injury is better, we will go to Lingyu Mountain. Didn't you see that the direction of Master Wu Wei is opposite to ours? We will definitely not encounter them again when we reach Lingyu Mountain.
The great Master Jiuying thought for a while and said,
Okay, then let's stay here for a few days.
The great lord of the human demon really wants Jiuying to give him the hay shop. Because he is a wounded person now.
Shimei, go get some water. I need to wash my face and feet. This battle has made me sweat all over my body. Hurry up.
Unexpectedly, the great Lord Jiuying said too much. She also wanted the great Lord Shimei to serve her.
What? Jiuying, don't go too far. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?
The great human demon suddenly shouted angrily.
Kill me! Are you my opponent now? Do you dare to kill me? Shimei, please be obedient to me, or else you will not have a good life in front of Lord Tianma.
Lord Jiuying became even more arrogant. Hummed. When she was on the 36 islands in the southeast, she was bullied miserably by the Shimei master. And now she is seeking revenge all the time. Dragging an injured arm, the great master of human demons struggled to complete the task of fetching water and making fire. Not to mention, he even cleaned the stinky feet of the great master of Jiuying.
Humph! That's pretty much it. You should quickly wash up and come up to sleep with me. Every man around me can't sleep when I'm sleeping now.
Even though you're not a real man.
Master Jiuying was arrogant. He rubbed his feet dry on the body of the great Shimei, and then made an even more extreme request. The great Master Shimei looked at the great Master Jiuying very bitterly. But this time he did not refute, but just complied with his words. The reason why he offered to capture some female warriors for Tianmojio was firstly to please Tianmojio, and secondly, he wanted to use these female warriors to replace the great Master Jiuying, in case Jiuying could really be defeated by this. Lord Yin has fallen out of favor, so he no longer needs to be bullied by her. In fact, with the rapid improvement of his cultivation, the great master of the human demon has recognized the master of Tianmojio. But the only thing that makes him uncomfortable is that the Great Master of Join has been targeting him to take revenge on him, which makes the Great Master of the Human Demon pass. It was very frustrating.
They haven't been to Shahu City? That's very strange. What on earth do they want to do when they go around Shahu City? Beyond that is Jialanga's territory.
After Venerable Wu Wei saw Venerable Duobao and asked about the situation, shaking his head in confusion.
Maybe it's because I'm in Shahu City, and they don't dare to come in. So they just stay outside Shahu City and wait? Recently, the eldest prince has purchased a lot of wine, meat and tobacco, and they are all the best.
Duobao the Venerable said with some luck that if the two plague gods, Shimel and Join, came to his Shahu City, he would be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I hope so.
Chapter 665 Negligence B. Great Master Wu Wei couldn't figure out why the human demon and Jiao-yin appeared here. But both of them were amazed by the fact that the cultivation of the human demon and Jiao-yin had been greatly improved. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before the two of them will be promoted to martial saints. Something. Who can restrain these two people then? What's even more terrifying is that they are just two followers of Tai Mojiu. Venerable Duobao forced himself to remain calm, but still warmly entertained Venerable Wu Wei and Jumei. He was very familiar with Jumei, and he also liked Jumei, a womanly man, so he specially prepared a sumptuous dinner, entertained them. Venerable Wu Wei was a little absent-minded. The blows he received these few times were too great, so much so that he neglected to transmit such an important matter back to Duan Muqi, Zhu Xiaobao and others. The next day, Venerable Wu Wei left Shahu City with Jumei, still sitting in the carriage, and drove towards the royal court. It took 2 days to arrive at the place of inheritance. Jumei did not delay, and immediately entered the place of inheritance and began to comprehend the inner magic. The great Venerable Wu Wei also had his own purpose for this trip. He came specifically to see the great Venerable Thousand Poisons, because he needs an antidote that can dissolve the corpse poison. There are 2 antidotes in total. Take them. The great Venerable Thousand Poisons placed an exquisite box on the table and said calmly, the last time the great Venerable Wu Wei came to detoxify, the great Venerable Thousand Poisons had already made him very angry. I was upset because he was threatening, considering that he was dealing with heavenly demon Jiao. Master Qiandu reluctantly agreed. But this time when you saw the great Venerable Wu Wei, you were obviously a little depressed. Later you found out that it was because you were defeated by the great vengeance of the human demon and the great Venerable Jiao-yin. This made the great Venerable Thousand Poisons also attach great importance to it.
Well, although the cultivation of Shimel and Jiao-yin has improved, I believe that there will never be no hidden dangers at this time. Everything has pros and cons, so you don't need to worry too much. The focus now is still on Tai Mojiu. Alas, now is the most critical moment. Can you come out and help us?
Master Wu Wei said pleadingly. He felt more and more uneasy now, and he really hoped that Master Qiandu could also help us.
Ha ha. The old man's legs have been crippled. I can only cause trouble for you. Lord Wu Wei, don't worry. Since ancient times, evil has prevailed over good. With the help of the descendants of the 4 great beasts, the situation may not be as bad as you think.
Qiandu, the great master said helplessly, but he was not very worried about Tai Mojiu,
which surprised even the great master Wu Wei. Perhaps the great Venerable Qiandu has a very open mind about life and death. Great Venerable Wu Wei can only explain it this way. After briefly chatting for a few words, the great Venerable Wu Wei was a little absent-minded and in no mood to chat anymore. He left in a somewhat listless manner. The great Venerable Qiandu quickly sent his disciples to arrange food and lodging for the great Venerable Wu Wei. After the great Venerable Wu Wei left, the great Venerable Thousand Poisons' face turned solemn, and he muttered to himself,
it's time to go see his old man. Well, this descendant of the beast master slave can't stand it anymore.
Master Qiandu rolled his wheelchair into the study alone, then touched a mechanism beside the desk and pressed it. He saw the bookcase next to him suddenly move to one side, revealing a door on the wall. Master Du rolled his wheelchair into the door, and then the bookcase moved back sideways again, and the study room returned to its original state. This time, Jumei only had 3 days to realize her feelings, and she was already out of seclusion. Jumei walked out with joy, which made Master Wu Wei a little envious of Jumei. This big girl never seemed to be worried. I had a great time, and I never knew what to be afraid of. Even when the demon Jiao appeared, I never saw Jumei worry about anything. At this time, the great Venerable Qiandu and the great Venerable Wu Wei were waiting outside the place of inheritance. When they saw Jumei coming out, They looked at her expectantly, as if they wanted to know how far Jumei had improved this time. Step. Jumei did not hide it, and immediately condensed the divine turtle form. Then Jumei merged with her own form. Her defense was stronger than before, and wherever the form passed by, she was crushed. It became flat ground.
Yeah, not bad. With this kind of defense, even the demon Geo will have a hard time hurting her.
Although the great master Wu Wei was praising Jumei, he was still a little disappointed in his heart. It seemed that the attack power had not been significantly increased, and it doesn't make much sense to combine Jumei and Dharma into one, because the movement of the turtle Dharma is slow, and Jumei usually relies on its own form to fight, without relying on Dharma to increase blessings. This is because she has never been able to merge into one with the Dharma. This time, the merger has been completed. In fact, she should be able to merge into one at the 7th level of the Dharma. The great master Qian do seem to be very satisfied, but he was a little surprised. This giant beauty actually had such scheming intentions. He also hid something. What he gained from guiding Jumei this time was by no means just this, but extremely huge. It turns out that Jumei came to the place of inheritance this time in order to understand her own talents and skills. She was also inspired by the experience of the battle between Master Wu Wei and the 6 old ghosts of Yinsha. And suddenly, she had some inspiration. So she hurriedly then rushed to the place of inheritance to realize your own talents and skills. In fact, Jumei's heart has long been anxious not to do it. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong both realized their innate skills when they reached the 7th level of cultivation, but they themselves have not been able to realize them yet. Why can Jumei not be anxious? But before Jumei left, Zhu Xiaobao solemnly told Jumei that even if he realized his talent, he should not show it and just keep it as his big killer weapon. Of course, Jumei strictly followed Zhu Xiaobao's words, so she didn't reveal a single word in front of the great master Wu Wei. Originally, great venerable Wu Wei wanted to take advantage of the absence of Ren Yao and Jiuyin to go to the eldest prince's fiefdom. It would be great if they could join forces and kill Tian Majiu. But in the end, Master Wu Wei gave up the idea on his own. He was hit one after another, and now he no longer has that confidence and calmness. What if the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin have returned to the first prince's fiefdom? Wouldn't they be seeking death? So in the end, venerable Wu Wei gave up. In fact, if Master Wu Wei had been more decisive, he would have been able to seriously injure Tian Majiu this time. It was a pity that there was something wrong with his mentality, and he gave up this perfect opportunity. Of course, Jumei doesn't have so many thoughts. And now, she just wants to rush back to Zhu Xiaobao this morning. So the two of them hurriedly boarded the carriage and drove back. The way back went smoothly without any trouble. Only 4 days later, we returned to Zhu Xiaobao. Jumei was very happy and hugged Zhu Xiaobao as soon as they met. Out of breath. Only then did the great venerable Wu Wei remember that he seemed to have forgotten to inform Juanmuki and others about the whereabouts of the great venerable Shimel and the great venerable Jiuyin. He hurriedly inquired about the current situation here. Unexpectedly, Jialanga ensured everything on Princess Nine's territory was safe and sound, with nothing unusual at all. The great venerable Wu Wei was now relieved. But I became even more confused. What on earth did these two people do? At night, in the backyard of the 19th princess's palace, Jumei was proudly showing off her talents to Zhu Xiaobao and others. Here is the person Jumei trusts the most. The only ones present were Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, and the 19th princess, as well as Wu Yu and the old apprentice. At this time, Zhu Rong was looking forward to it the most. She didn't believe that there was any talent or skill that could compare with her own. Her talent and skills were such a powerful weapon that even Zhu Xiaobao would avoid them. The only drawback is that the duration is too short. Everyone was watching Jumei intently and breathlessly, and saw that Jumei did not merge with Fa Xiang, but instead raised a turtle shield. They saw that the turtle shield gradually became larger, and then sank into the ground, disappeared, and then the huge and beautiful figure also disappeared. Just when everyone was puzzled, they saw that the stone tables and benches in the yard were inexplicably broken into pieces without any warning. Even the 19th princess suddenly realized that one of her feet was broken. He caught it, and then let go, but there was nothing underground. Zhu Xiaobao also noticed that a hand was grabbing his ankle. He jumped up suddenly, and then saw that the hand was quickly retracting, and the ground returned to its original appearance. Zhu Rong even used her innate skills and merged into a sea of fire. Only then did Jumei lose her direction and left angrily, because the scorching temperature also made her uncomfortable. Finally, Jumei emerged from the ground, put away her turtle shield, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao proudly. She was just waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to praise her.
Holy shit! What kind of magical skill is this? It's so awesome! It kills people invisible.
Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao didn't let Jumei be the net. His words of praise were unmatched by anyone. They were always so exaggerated and novel. Jumei felt extremely proud.
I understand. She was inspired by the earth escape technique of the 6 old ghosts of Yin Sha, and realized her innate skills. Jumei's innate talent is really too strong.
The old apprentice has extensive knowledge. Immediately, I thought of this strange set of skills of Yin Sha sect. The fight between Master Wu Wei and the Yin Sha 6 old ghosts was not hidden from everyone. But he forced the 6 old ghosts back. So he was the winner. So when he told about this experience of fighting, Jumei was suddenly inspired and had some kind of realization. And then she had her own innate skills.
Ha ha! Not bad. Not bad. Your talents and skills are very strong.
Zhu Xiaobao hugged Zhu Rong and Jumei with both hands and laughed happily. And then did not forget the 19th princess.
And, princess, study the ginseng you swallowed carefully, and see if you can help us in any way. Yeah, I know,
Princess 19 said with a blushing face, because she saw that Zhu Rong had pushed Zhu Xiaobao's arm away, and this guy's hand was reaching towards her waist. At this moment, the female guard outside the door hurriedly ran in, followed by someone who turned out to be Yu Dan. Shouldn't she be at Lingyu Mountain? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 666 Negligence. C. Princess Yu Dan burst into tears as soon as she saw Zhu Xiaobao. She was meeting her relatives. You must know that since Zhu Xiaobao and Duimuki were no longer in Lingyu Mountain, Yu Dan was under great pressure. She wanted to ensure the safety of Lingyu Mountain. For this reason, she even gave up the opportunity to come to the Shiwang Fief to reunite with Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't expect that something would happen after being so cautious.
Don't cry. Please explain to me in detail what happened. Don't worry. I will help you get it back if you have been wronged.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly comforted Yu Dan and said, speaking of him, he still feels a little guilty about Yu Dan. Since he left Lingyu Mountain, he and Yu Dan have rarely seen each other. For this reason, Yu Qian has still complained about Zhu Xiaobao, his son-in-law. After a while, Yu Dan finally told what happened, which immediately made Zhu Xiaobao furious. No need to ask. The one who can cast illusions must be the great sage. At this time, Jumei remembered that she seemed to have met these two great sages a long time ago. But I never took it seriously. I never expected that they were going for the female warriors from Lingyu Mountain.
What? You knew this a long time ago? We even fought against each other? Why didn't you send a flying pigeon message back? Kneel down while I'm here.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately scolded angrily. He had never been so angry before. Woolen cloth. Jumei was immediately frightened to the point of being at a loss. And she obediently went to the side and knelt down. When Yu Dan came, he immediately alarmed everyone, including the great Master Wu Wei. He was also a little embarrassed in his heart. In fact, it was his negligence that caused the loss of Lingyu Mountain. Jumei has no such awareness at all. The old disciple also glanced at Master Wu Wei with dissatisfaction, then quietly walked to Jumei's side, pulled her up, and whispered,
Get up! I can't blame you for this. Xiaobao is also angry. Don't make any noise. Let's go and see what Mr. Duanmu can do. Woo-hoo-hoo. I was still sleeping in the palace today. And now it's all over.
Jumei cried very much. She was still looking forward to it tonight with Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, such a big thing happened, and her little wish was wiped out. No need to ask. Zhu Xiaobao will definitely accompany Princess Yu Dan tonight. This big girl has no plans. Just a little wish. It wasn't until everyone arrived that we had a detailed understanding of what happened. Although everyone is secretly dissatisfied with the great venerable Wu Wei, his analysis is still very reasonable.
I guess these two slaves wanted to please Tien Mojiu, so they took the risk to capture the female warrior in Lingyu Mountain. Speaking of which, this great lord of the wilderness is not only cruel by nature, but also a lustful person. This can be seen from the status of Jiuyin in front of him now. He was willing to stay with the eldest prince because the eldest prince could satisfy him those very perverted and cruel hobbies that he has. It should be said that he and the eldest prince are like-minded. Then why did they sacrifice the near for the far and come so far just to capture two female warriors? Not to practice? Just to satisfy their sexual desires?
Although Zhu Xiaobao is very resentful towards the great venerable Wu Wei, But now he asked, holding back his unhappiness.
Ha ha! This is caused by the unique strong physique of female warriors. Everyone must know that many people are proud to subdue a female warrior. There was once a female warrior on the market who was offered 10,000 taels of gold. The amazing price of warriors.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei smiled as if he didn't care. He felt much more relieved. Just losing 2 female warriors was not a big deal.
Ah! I'm so angry. I'm going to rescue these 2 female warriors. I'm going to kill the 2 bastards Xiao and Join.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. He valued these things very much. As for the female warriors, I think these female warriors tried their best to help her back then. And he also knew very well what the consequences would be if she fell into the hands of the great lord of the wilderness. The other party is a man-eating demon.
Well, Xiaobao, you must rescue the 2 sisters. But you should go back to Lingyu Mountain first. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were both poisoned by corpse poison. And they are also in danger now.
Yu Dan listened to Zhu Xiaobao's words. I felt a little relieved, but immediately said anxiously,
Ah! Okay. I'll rush to Lingyu Mountain right away. Jiumei, you come with me.
Zhu Xiaobao became even more anxious. Unexpectedly, sisters Yu Xuan and Yu Shui were also injured and poisoned. But if you think about it, you can understand that although they are highly skilled in martial arts, they still have no chance of winning against the 2 great sages.
Okay. Xiaobao, you go to Lingyu Mountain first. I'll settle things here and come over soon.
Duimuki was still more careful and let Zhu Xiaobao go first. He also wanted to ask more about the demon in detail. Many situations between Jiao and the Shimel Join. With Zhu Xiaobao away, it would be easier for him to communicate with the great Venerable Wu Wei, because he has already seen that Zhu Xiaobao obviously wants to punish Jiumei. But in fact, he is extremely dissatisfied with the great Venerable Wu Wei. What Master Wu Wei didn't expect was that the British Princess Zhu Rong and the 19th Princess also wanted to rush to Lingyu Mountain. In the end, Duimuki asked the 19th Princess to stay. After all, someone still needs to be in charge here. In his opinion, there is no need to mobilize so many troops for the sake of 2 female warriors. Now you can go to Lingyu Mountain by water or land. Now you can go directly through Jialangda's boundary from Shiyuan City and go straight to Lingyu Mountain. And Jialangda will not have any objections at all now. So it only took half a day for Zhu Xiaobao and others to arrive at Lingyu Mountain. When they saw Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they were thankful that they arrived in time. If it had been an hour later, the 2 sisters would not have been saved. Sure enough, it was Tianmingjiu's unique corpse poison, which was very overbearing. If it weren't for the fact that the master's skill was far inferior to that of Tianmingjiu, the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui would have been hopeless. I saw sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Their whole bodies were black, and the room still exuded the stench of a rotting corpse. Fortunately, their heart veins still maintained their normal skin color. This was a way for them to protect themselves. With this method, he used his inner strength to protect his heart. The situation of the other 4 female warriors is slightly better. They are mainly fighting against the great Master Juin. They have just been infected with a deep charm poison. Now they are struggling desperately with great female power. Because this charm poison is very harmful to women, it is equally effective. So although these 4 female warriors tore their clothes to pieces and looked very indecent, they were not in any serious trouble. Seeing the condition of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, Jiumei quickly took out her turtle shield, took off their clothes, and then let the 2 of them lie on the turtle shield, and saw the turtle shield slowly starting to the inscriptions flowed one after another. And at the same time, traces of blue-white smoke began to emit. Correspondingly, the black on the bodies of the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui slowly began to lighten, and black smoke also spit out from their mouths. Vomit. The lower body even excreted foul-smelling filth, which made the people around him almost faint. It took 2 hours for the blackness on Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's bodies to completely recede, and the 2 of them gradually recovered their consciousness. On the contrary, Jiumei's face turned pale at this time, and she looked a little tired. It turns out that the internal energy consumed by her to activate the turtle back shield to detoxify and resist the attack is the same. She activated it for 2 hours at once, which was a bit too much for her. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was practicing his tiger head spear in the backyard of Yudan's island master's mansion. It was said to be practicing marksmanship, but it was better to say that he was venting his anger. Zhu Rong walked over slowly at this time and waited quietly aside. Seeing that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were out of danger, Zhu Rong immediately thought of sending a message to Zhu Xiaobao first. during the detoxification process just now. Since Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were naked, Zhu Xiaobao knew each other very well. I just avoided the house and came here to practice my marksmanship.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are fine. Ju Mei has consumed too much and needs to recover overnight. If you want to save those two female warriors, you have to wait until at least tomorrow. And the chance of winning is not good.
Zhu Rong saw Zhu Xiaobao as she put away her gun and said gently,
Do you think I shouldn't go?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in a low voice with his hands behind his back. It should be said that at this time, he really wanted to hear Zhu Rong's advice. Because Zhu Rong was thoughtful and very safe in doing things.
Well, you should go, since you have promised to rescue them.
You should keep your word. You are a responsible man. I will go with you tomorrow.
Zhu Rong still said gently and calmly, but her decision really surprised and touched Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't you blame me for being too impulsive? Do you want to accompany me to take risks?
Zhu Xiaobao turned around and looked at Zhu Rong intently and asked.
Of course. We are a family. Besides, I am also a descendant of a mythical beast. Don't underestimate me.
Zhu Rong said with a slight smile, but her eyes were full of determination.
Okay. He is indeed the head of the harem. Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let you get hurt at all.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said loudly and proudly.
What's your plan? What you have to face now is not only the human demon Grand Master and the 9 Grand Master, but also the heavenly demon Jiu. In addition, the guards around the eldest prince are also not simple.
Zhu Rong's eyes were full of tenderness. Sweetly, she likes the current Zhu Xiaobao. Every time he has this expression, it means that Zhu Xiaobao may do something unexpected.
Humph. They are just mortal bodies now. If I can't stab him to death, you will burn him to death. If not, let Ju Mei smash him to death. I'm in a hurry. I'll blow him up. Wait. Let me do it. Think about it. I seem to have some ideas.
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily through his chest. At the end, he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something, and ran out quickly, flying pigeons to pass the message, asking Mu Chuanyi to hurry up coming to Lingyu Mountain. He urgently needs Mu Chuanyi's help. It was really good. At night, Duan Muqi and Mu Chuanyi hurried over. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the 19th princess was also in casual clothes among them. This is the descendant of the 4 great beasts. We're all here. Chapter 667, Not Having Inner Demons, A. There was another person who came with Duan Muqi, who turned out to be Yi Qihong. Moreover, she did not get the news through Zhu Xiaobao, but through her own intelligence network. Her news was even faster than Zhu Xiaobao's.
Sister, why are you here?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise when he saw Yi Qihong. He treated Yi Qihong as if he were his own sister, and he had long wanted Yi Qihong to live a stable life in his fiefdom. But Yi Qihong has always refused. Firstly, she felt that she could still help Zhu Xiaobao. And secondly, she still had an unfulfilled wish, which was to kill the eldest prince. You must know that she was selected into the palace to replace the 7th princess after she escaped. For this reason, he suffered all kinds of hardships and abuse from the eldest prince. He endured the humiliation and heavy burden for several years before finally escaping.
You are going to rescue those 2 female warriors. But you don't tell me such a big thing. And you still think that I am your sister?
Yi Qihong snorted very rudely. The worry and dissatisfaction on his face were very obvious.
No. I don't want you to be in danger. Why don't you think I was wrong?
Zhu Xiaobao was still doing the same thing, and he immediately took Yi Qihong's arm and laughed. Anyway, his move has always worked for these sisters, and this time is no exception.
Alas, although my current martial arts skills are not as good as yours, I am quite familiar with the environment there, and I can still help you with many things. You know, this time you have to face Demon Jiu, so you must do your best. Prepare.
Yi Qihong sighed helplessly, but he was still very happy in his heart. Zhu Xiaobao did not hold on to his identity because of his improved status and martial arts, and he was still as close as before.
Ha ha. Yes, you must be fully prepared this time, and you must not be careless at all.
Duan Muqi also said with a smile. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and asked the 19th princess,
Why are you here too? There can't be no one in Liuhe County. Well, I'll let Wu Yu take care of it for the time being. Besides, the great venerable Wu Wei is also in Lilia County, so nothing will happen.
Princess 19 said with some resentment, because Zhu Xiaobao saw Yi Qihong more than he saw her. They wanted to be intimate, which made the 19th princess feel a little unhappy. But then she thought about it. This was a brother-sister relationship, and she was overthinking it. Then he quickly changed the topic and reached out and took out a jade box. This is a piece of ginseng essence that I condensed. It can double the speed of your physical and internal recovery in a short period of time. You stay here by my side. My skills are limited, so I can only condense this one. Ah, this is really powerful. Doesn't matter to you, right? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said in surprise. You must know that these descendants of the divine beasts have to condense the magic to fight against the enemy. The trumpet is quite large and cannot support it for a long time. With this ginseng essence, it means that one's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. But then I realized that Princess 19's face was a little pale, and her breath was unstable. This was a sign of overexertion. It seemed that in order to help Zhu Xiaobao, she also forcibly used the secret book. But her cultivation was the lowest among several people, which leads to this situation. It doesn't matter. I'll rush back right away. This loss will be recovered soon. Princess 19 smiled a little weakly. Although Zhu Xiaobao still wanted to pay more attention to Princess 19, it was too late now. So many people were looking at him. The most urgent thing now is to discuss a feasible plan immediately. After all, this is the first time to challenge Tian Mojiu, and it is still going to the eldest prince's fiefdom. Not to mention that there are 2 puppets at the level of the great Lord Jiuyin. Everyone immediately came to Yu Dan's meeting hall. The people who could come here were all trustworthy people. Even Yu Qianhe also came. It was about 2 of her juniors, so of course she couldn't sit still. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also came. Although they were still a little weak, the 2 sisters couldn't wait to come. They have never suffered such a big loss. Not to mention how angry the 2 sisters were. Before Duanmuki could speak, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had already grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and asked fiercely, "Tell me, when we were detoxifying, were you there and did you peek?" It turned out that after the 2 sisters woke up, they saw the stench that filled the room with their own clothes, coupled with the embarrassing appearance of their naked bodies, as well as the filth from vomiting and diarrhea. They felt extremely ashamed and angry. What was even worse was that they heard that Zhu Xiaobao brought Zhu Mei to help them detoxify, which made them even more angry. So as soon as he came up, he went to Zhu Xiaobao to question him. "Are you 2 sick? You are all black and uglier than a dead person. So what if I want to see it? I regret seeing it. I will have nightmares at night. If you 2 originally wanted to let me see it now, I can still reluctantly agree." Zhu Xiaobao is more fierce than the 2 of them. He knows that he must never treat the 2 of them nicely, and must fight evil with evil. So he put his arms around the shoulders of the 2 sisters and whispered between them, "Get out of here." Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were at a loss for words. It sounded like they had been seen. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao was even more vicious than the 2 of them. Suddenly, the 2 sisters felt guilty and ran away, hiding behind Yu Dan like the god of plague. In fact, everyone didn't have any ideas. They mainly listened to Duanmuqi. He only gave a rough layout. "I have sent people to inform Wang Ting and Jialanga that the 19th princess here will also send troops to suppress the situation and let the eldest prince. He is surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. At least this way, his troops can be mobilized first. He has no time to worry about other things. As for the details, I still need to discuss them carefully with Xiaobao." Although everyone talked a lot, everyone was still surprised after hearing Duanmuqi's words. They didn't expect that the movement this time was so big. Not only did Jialanga need to send troops, but Wang Ting also sent troops. So they were surrounded on 3 sides. The eldest prince. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to kill the eldest prince? Although he was full of doubts, Duanmuqi did not give them any explanation. He just left Zhu Xiaobao and the 4 descendants of the mythical beast behind to discuss the details. What? That old man Wu Wei is not going to take action. Zhu Xiaobao is still very disappointed with the attitude of the great venerable Wu Wei. After all, he is the head of the 9 great venerables. If he comes forward, it will greatly increase the chance of winning. Well, he thinks you shouldn't go either. It's not worth taking such a big risk for 2 female warriors. In fact, I think what he said makes sense. Duanmuqi shook his head and said slowly. Duanmuqi is actually very rational. But Yu Qianhe was also present just now. So he, the old son-in-law, did not dare to say this. Humph. Do you think I am impulsive? In fact, I want a state of mind. We are not afraid of any provocation. And if I am timid and hesitant, it will only leave me with inner demons, and even my promotion will be affected in the future.
Zhu Xiaobao's attitude was clear, and he had no intention of backing down. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 beside them could be heard nodding secretly. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao's performance now made them heartbroken, and even a little touched.
Xiaobao, don't worry. We will be with you, and we will never be timid.
Zhu Rong also said, very moved.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of the demonic dove.
Zhu Mei said even more proudly.
Well, I will also fully cooperate with you.
Princess 19 was a little upset in her heart. She only blamed her own cultivation level for being too low to help Zhu Xiaobao in person.
Hee. Okay. In fact, I have made my own plans, so there is no chance of this trip.
Duanmuki also smiled with relief. What is the most powerful power? It is this kind of living and dying together. Faith.
Oh, do you already have a plan?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in high spirits.
Of course. Ever since you asked me to bring Muchuini, I already knew it. In addition, coupled with Yi Qinghong's extensive contacts and information in the eldest prince's fiefdom, although I can't defeat Taimoju, I can only defeat 2 of them. Female warriors are still very possible.
Duanmuchi smiled and nodded. In fact, he had thought of Muchuini's abilities and treasures before Zhu Xiaobao. This is definitely a method that can catch Tianmajio and others off guard. It's just that Yi Qinghong's participation was something he didn't expect. In the palace of the eldest prince, Tianmajio was extremely satisfied these 2 days. These 2 female warriors were really strong and could withstand his attacks. What made Tianmajio even more interested? The fierce resistance and counterattack of these 2 female warriors made him more and more excited. He didn't want to tie them up, so he locked them in a room, subdued them with his bare hands, and then started logging for huge profits. This perverted pleasure made him enjoy it very much. So although these 2 female warriors have been raped many times, your lives are still safe for the time being. Moreover, the food and clothing are quite good, in order to keep them in good physical strength. Otherwise it would be boring if they didn't resist fiercely enough. The eldest prince was stunned when he saw it through the iron railings. This man was even more perverted and cruel than him. The 2 female warriors were already being tortured unspeakably. After all, the martial arts of the 2 are far inferior to that of Taimoju. Even the great venerable Jiuyin, who was watching the battle, felt a little regretful. The great venerable man Wang had no time or interest in talking to her in the past 2 days. What she didn't even expect was that with a wave of his hand, the great venerable man Wang asked her to serve the first prince. The eldest prince had already been a little bit ready to make a move against the great Lord Jiu-Inda. But due to the intimidation power of the demon Jiu, he only dared to think about it, but did not dare to take any action. Unexpectedly, today I suddenly got what I wanted. He is not as reverent to the great venerable as the others. He is a martial master, and he is also the sworn brother of the great venerable of the wilderness. So even though his martial arts skills were not as good as those of Jiu-In, he was still unceremonious. He picked up Jiu-In with a maniacal smile and went into his dormitory, where he started to take off her clothes unscrupulously. The great master Jiu-In was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to object. At this moment, he suddenly understood that the great master Jiu-In went to such great lengths to capture the 2 female warriors, not only to please the demon Jiu, but also to please him. Deal with yourself. Chapter 668, Not Having Inner Demons. B. The eldest prince is now desperate, betting all his hopes on the great lord of the wilderness. And what he was looking forward to most was to be promoted to martial saint. This is more exciting to him than seizing the throne. The key is that he can still command the 2 great sages, which is enough to make him proud. When 2 female warriors were suddenly captured, the eldest prince felt a little wary. But now that the matter was over, he gave up. Besides, he also felt that for the sake of 2 female warriors, he wouldn't go to war. Although I am the weakest now, I can still protect myself. Therefore, the eldest prince didn't take it too seriously. He measured Xiaobao and others based on his character. The most annoying thing this time is probably the great master Jiuyin. He was played wantonly by an eldest prince whose cultivation level was even lower than his own. Moreover, the eldest prince had many tricks and was even more difficult to play with than the demon Jiu. What's even more incredible is that when she went to cry to the great venerable man Wang, he was slapped back by the great venerable man Wang.
Bitch! Who do you think you are? And you are picky and picky, letting you serve the eldest prince?
I think highly of you. If you keep talking too much, we will eat you alive. It just so happens that you haven't eaten the meat of the Great Venerable yet."
The great Master Jiuyin was so frightened that he crawled away and ran away. This time, he returned to the eldest prince's palace to be honest. She could tell that they were sworn brothers and had the same hobbies. It was barbaric. The Great Venerable didn't take himself seriously at all. This time when serving the eldest prince, Lord Jiuyin was much more enthusiastic and tried his best to please the eldest prince. For this reason, the eldest prince is quite satisfied. He never imagined that one day he would be able to play with a Great Venerable at will. What a sense of accomplishment this is. But before the eldest prince could be happy for a few days, various urgent military reports came one after another.
Report, Your Highness. The royal court has sent 140,000 troops to press the territory southwest of me. Please let Chitos decide. Report, Kingswood Jialanga has led an army of 500,000 and is approaching from the west. Please let Chitos decide. Report, the 19th Princess of the West King has sent 500,000 troops, including 50,000 Lingyu female warriors. They have already confronted my southern defense line. Please come back. Get out. Get out of here. How the H.L. is it possible that Wang Ting, Jialanga and 19th sister sent troops at the same time? Is it just for 2 female warriors? Find out more about it.
The eldest prince suddenly said. He roared angrily. At this time, he was lying on the Lord Jiuyin, making the final sprint. The great Master Jiuyin has rich experience in this field, and the eldest prince is bored in bed all day long and never tires of it. But this time the eldest prince softened. This was his own fiefdom, and now he was surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, which made him a little panicked. After all, Tianmoji's recovery is still limited. If he loses his territory, where will he settle down? At that time, would the great monarch still regard him as his brother? The eldest prince dressed in a hurry and rushed to the meeting hall, where his civil and military officials were already waiting. These people are basically his direct descendants. Although they are not very satisfied with many of the eldest prince's actions, these people are still loyal. After all, if the eldest prince falls, their industry and family will also be annihilated.
Humph. Don't panic. I have a countermeasure already. Half of the royal court's troops are in King Yu's fief, and the 400,000 that can be sent out now is just a bluff. There is no need to worry about Jialanga. He is just pretending to destroy me. It's not good for her at all. But the 550,000 troops of 19th sister should not be underestimated.
Although the eldest prince lost Situ Buffon's assistance, he still understood the situation quite well. He had fought against Wang Ting for many years, and he also had a good understanding of the situation. Wang Ting's strength is very clear. I don't care much about these 2 threats, but the 500,000 troops of the 19th princess, plus the 50,000 female warriors, make the eldest prince very afraid. I was also beating a drum in my heart. Could it really be for the 2 female warriors?
Chitos, there are rumors that the great master of the wilderness captured 2 female warriors, which led to the 19th princess joining forces with Wang Ting and Jialanga to attack us. Is it true?
However, someone raised doubts, and there is more than one person, and it seems that everyone is very dissatisfied with this. It is not worth it to cause the disaster of war for 2 female warriors. Nonsense! They voluntarily defected to the command of the great lord of the wilderness. Don't listen to the slander.
The eldest prince immediately turned down and shouted, and then stopped talking nonsense and directly dispatched troops and sent 300,000 horses to deal with the king, Ting's men and horses, 400,000 men to deal with Jialanga, and 800,000 men to fight against Princess 19 with all their strength. He currently has less than 2 million men and horses in total, and including the garrison troops in various counties, the number is only 2.5 million men. Among them, there are 500,000 horses that have just been recruited, because there was a famine in the fiefdom. They were not allowed to escape from the fiefdom. Therefore, more people came to apply, all for the sake of making a living. Although the big guys don't believe the eldest prince's words at all, they still have to obey the eldest prince's deployment. It seems that the deployment of these troops is also the most reasonable. And what makes these people a little relieved is that the eldest prince's cultivation seems to have improved a lot, and the pressure is even stronger than before.
Chitos! With such a large-scale deployment of troops, the supply of food and grass may still be somewhat difficult,
said the official responsible for logistics supply, who was a little embarrassed. What you win in wars is money and food, and what the eldest prince's fiefdom is most lacking now is food.
It doesn't matter. Temporarily stop the food that was originally intended to help the poor. Let them overcome it again. I will buy more from the sixth brother later.
The eldest prince's heart suddenly twitched. This was the problem that troubled him the most.
Ah, yes.
These three parties sent troops. It was indeed Zhu Xiaobao who sent a message. Except for the 19th princess. Wang Ting and Jialanga also invited them to send troops in the name of Zhu Xiaobao. And these two parties responded very actively. Needless to say, Jialanga, Zhu Xiaobao was a little touched by Wang Ting's positivity. Prince Imohan is quite knowledgeable. What's even more surprising is that Murong Feng came with 50,000 royal guards to help out. Although Princess Mou did not come, she still brought a letter. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little fond of her. However, although the three parties were already in position, Zhu Xiaobao did not immediately move out because Yi Qihong had already led people to the eldest prince's fiefdom. Although the eldest prince's fiefdom is extremely guarded, Yi Qihong has another mountain road that can lead to the eldest prince's fiefdom. But the requirements for martial arts are slightly higher. It's no problem for Yi Qihong to lead his 4 men through these dangerous roads. Although the ultimate goal was to save people, Zhu Xiaobao also listened to Duan Muqi's advice, and was not in a hurry. Now the 2 female warriors must have been raped. But their lives were temporarily safe. Duan Muqi repeatedly told Zhu Xiaobao to follow his plan step by step. After all, the opponent is Tian Mojio, a big devil that even the great master Wu cannot resist. The 3 parties were outflanking the eldest prince. But the troops and horses were in place. But they stood still and stood still like this. This made the eldest prince very uncomfortable. The daily food had to be supplied as usual. The key was that the other party did not take action at all. And even if he takes the initiative to challenge, the other party will avoid fighting. After 3 days of this, the eldest prince was going crazy. Only then did he think of the benefits of Situ Bufan. If military advisor Situ were here, he would definitely see something wrong. In desperation, the eldest prince had no choice but to vent his resentment and energy on the great venerable Jiuyin. He also prepared a carriage and a special luxurious tent for him, and the great venerable Jiuyin to have sex there. The eldest prince felt more and more something was wrong, as if the other party was up to some conspiracy. But what exactly he wanted to do, he couldn't figure out. At midnight on the 3rd day, the eldest prince no longer had to guess, because the granary of his garrison was on fire, and there were several fires at the same time, and the troops facing Wang Ting and Jialanga also had their food and grass burned. The eldest prince immediately became furious. The most lacking thing now was food. This was simply killing him. What made the eldest prince even more upset was that there were more and more riots in various places. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. They also heard that the eldest prince had cancelled the promised relief food. So out of despair, they started to rise up, started to plunder those wealthy families. The fief suddenly became turbulent and even more chaotic than before. As a last resort, the eldest prince had to rush back to the palace overnight and asked Tian Mojio to quickly lead his people to quell the mob. Tian Mojio laughed and said,
"Ha ha ha. Well, it's time for the blood sacrifice. Don't worry. I can definitely sacrifice 50,000 people with blood this time. Let's see who dares to rebel."
Tian Mojio laughed happily and said he didn't care about such trivial matters as the 3-party attack. The 2 new female warriors he had now made him have a lot of fun. After all, they were young and much stronger than the great master Jiuyin. Got it. He has a strong physique, elasticity and figure. The key is that the flesh on his body is tight and tight. Unlike the great master Jiuyin, the flesh on his body is all loose and even wrinkled when seen up close. After all, the great master Jiuyin, she is also an old woman who is nearly 100 years old. The next day, the great master of wilderness went with 10,000 troops to quell the riot. Not feeling at ease before leaving, the great male master was responsible for taking care of these 2 female warriors. He is now determined to completely take these 2 female warriors into his own. At Lingyu Mountain, Yi Qihong has also rushed back. She will return the same way again and bring Zhu Xiaobao and others to the eldest prince's fiefdom.
Ha ha! I've done the math and it's almost time to go. This time the chance of success has been greatly increased. I wish you all a smooth return,
Duan Muqi said with a happy smile. Murong Feng, who was beside him, also looked at Duan Muqi with admiration, his eyes shining with admiration. Unexpectedly, after walking only 2 miles, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were chasing after them, and they wanted to follow them.
No! We have to go. Otherwise our mental state will produce inner demons, which will affect our future cultivation.
Chapter 669, Besieging the Great Master, The appearance of the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, surprised Zhu Xiaobao and others. And Zhu Rong could not interfere too much. After all, the identities of these two people were too special. Ju Mei doesn't care at all. She is quite happy that there are two more people who can fight.
You are no match for the great monarch. So don't go this time. When we arrive at the first prince's fiefdom, I don't have time to let Ju Mei detoxify you two and heal your wounds. Besides, we are not here. And the 19th princess also needs you too. Please help me.
Zhu Xiaobao, who had already calmed down, said,
These two sisters are a bit too much. And they basically don't listen to the generals.
Because Duan Muqi was also their brother-in-law. The two of them were sometimes very willful. It was only when Murong Feng was around that they restrained themselves.
No.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui still wanted to argue as before. But before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by Zhu Xiaobao.
Shut up. Go back right away. Do you think we are just going to have fun? If we really face Demon Geo, we will have no chance to take care of you too. I went to save your men. Can you go back? What if you must go? Then I will go back. And you two can go save people by yourselves?
Zhu Xiaobao said, very dissatisfied.
Who wants you to take care of us? The two of us.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were even more dissatisfied and were still arguing. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao jumped up, and two tiger claws had already struck the two people's chests. The two people reacted quickly, and immediately launched a soft whip, launching a joint counterattack. However, Zhu Xiaobao's movements were strange, and he grabbed the soft whips of the two of them, surrounding them, beating and whittling them, causing the two of them to scramble. And soon they were entangled together.
Humph. I see. You two haven't fully recovered yet. This will only be the result if you go. If it falls into the hands of Demon Geo, it will probably be even worse than this. Go back. We are not here. The 19th princess needs you too. Those 50,000 female warriors also need someone to command them.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. He loosened the soft whip and gave it back to them both.
Okay. Then you must bring my people back.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui said reluctantly at this time. But they were also shocked in their hearts. Although Zhu Xiaobao is usually not very diligent, he didn't expect that he has far surpassed the two of them now. Thinking about Ju Mei's terrifying fighting power, the two sisters finally realized that they were really weak among these people. I had no choice but to turn the horse's head obediently and go back. Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao with great satisfaction at this time. She found that at the critical moment, Zhu Xiaobao was still very decisive and very intimidating. He did not want to be so careless as usual. And the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, are really afraid of him. But Zhu Rong and Ju Mei felt a sense of dependence at this time. The stronger the man, the safer they felt. Even Ju Mei feels this way. Following Yi Qihong into the mountains, we walked on a very rugged and dangerous mountain road. In many places, we had to climb into caves and crawl forward to barely pass. This was difficult for Ju Mei. Her body was so strong that she couldn't squeeze through many places. She had no choice but to use her golden hammer to open a way and smash out a slightly wider passage. This is the road Yi Qihong found when he escaped from the eldest prince's fiefdom. Very few people know about it, and even fewer can pass it smoothly. Many places are walked along cliffs. So if you don't have the skills of a martial artist or above, you may not be able to pass it. It's hard to get out of this dangerous road. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao and others walking away more easily than him, Yi Qihong had to sigh. This younger brother, who had to rely on a group of female guards to protect him, had already left him far away. Now Zhu Xiaobao's kung fu, she couldn't see through it at all. But she was very sure that Zhu Xiaobao was already very powerful. Emerging from a very secluded cave, it is already the fiefdom of the eldest prince. But it is inaccessible, and you need to walk a while to enter Yongnan County, which is the most central and most prosperous county of the eldest prince. The eldest prince's palace is located in Yongnan County. There are no horses here yet. And now there is famine everywhere. Except for the army, who have war horses. No one else dares to ride a horse or ride in a carriage. Maybe a group of hungry and crazy people will rush out from somewhere and tear down the carriage on the spot. The horse pulling the cart was killed and stewed. You are so hungry. How dare you raise a horse? Isn't that looking for death? So this section can only be walked. After traveling quickly in the middle of the night, we finally arrived at the boundary of Yongnan County. However, Zhu Xiaobao was also greatly surprised when he entered Yongnan County. Yongnan County was also in a state of depression. It didn't look prosperous at all. It was not as good as Shiyuan City. Lively, All the shops have been closed. Who dares to open their doors? If something goes wrong, a group of people will rush in to grab food, drink, and weapons. You dare to risk your life just for a piece of cornmeal. The troops maintaining order on the streets are constantly patrolling. After all, this is Yong'an County, the foundation of the eldest prince.
I didn't expect that the eldest prince's fiefdom has become so depressed now. I guess his granary was burned down this time. He won't be able to survive. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yi Qihong and smiled.
Humph. He deserves it. I wish he would be killed soon. This kind of person should have died a long time ago.
Yi Qihong felt happy that the peony stone was not enough to relieve her anger. Her hatred for the eldest prince was stronger than that of the seventh princess. She was tortured there for 3 years. If it weren't for her mutated female warrior's physique, she would have been tortured to death.
Sister, don't worry. I promise to let you kill the eldest prince, and then go where you want to go and live a stable life.
Zhu Xiaobao held Yi Qihong's hand and said solemnly. For Yi Qihong and the seventh princess, he also knew some of the humiliation he suffered from the eldest prince, which was very perverted and cruel. Why else would the seventh princess hate the eldest prince so much?
Well, I believe you. The luckiest thing in my life is to have a brother like you,
Yi Qihong said happily. Because of her own twists and turns, she didn't want to get married. So she cherished this brother very much. Speaking of which, it was her who kidnapped Zhu Xiaobao that led to such a sibling relationship.
Where is our foothold? Is the great master of the wilderness in the city now? Have you heard about the whereabouts of the 2 female warriors?
Jumei asked in a low voice. The environment here is too bad, and Jumei is not willing to stay any longer. Just thinking about rescuing people and returning home quickly. Even Jumei dislikes this place.
Ha ha. Don't worry. You will have all this information when you get to the place. But there is nothing to entertain you. You are very lucky to have enough food here,
Yi Qihong said with a smile when he knew that Jumei's new style was fading out.
I don't care about it. No matter how delicious the food is, it can't compare to the craftsmanship of our little pig,
Jumei said proudly. Anyway, in her heart, the little treasures are like gods. Entering the area where the palace is located, the place is relatively lively, and the streets are not so chaotic. Many shops are still open, especially those inns. Although they are open, they only provide accommodation and food, and the prices are high. Of course, there are very few people staying in the hotel. Yi Qihong and the others settled in a very ordinary house, and the entrance was also very shabby. Such a place was safer. When they got inside, they saw the 4 fierce brothers were there. They saw Zhu Xiaobao all looking very affectionate. But he was also a little restrained because Zhu Xiaobao was now the King of England. So there was a big gap between him and them.
That one has seen the King of England 1,000 years old. Brother Dameng, you are not a citizen of my fiefdom. Why are you talking to me about these etiquettes? You should call me Xiaobao, so that I won't feel out of touch,
Zhu Xiaobao said very unhappy.
Hey! Okay. Xiaobao. Ha ha ha. You haven't changed at all.
Dameng and the others relaxed a little and smiled. A few people sat down to rest first. Zhu Rong and Jumei both wanted to freshen up. And now after running around in the middle of the night, everyone felt a little hungry. Especially Jumei, who has been calling for dinner for a long time. But here we can only drink water and eat some solid food. How dare we light a fire to cook? As soon as anyone turns on the stove, a group of people will definitely be attracted. Now all I can do is eat some cold food. But fortunately, I had prepared it in advance. Even if it was cold food, it still had meat, wine, and fluffy egg burritos. It was still very delicious. Taking advantage of this time, Dameng was reporting to Yi Qihong.
The great venerable savage took his troops out to quell the mob yesterday. Now the great venerable human demon is guarding the palace, mainly watching the 2 female warriors. These 2 the female warriors are all very good. Although they have suffered some humiliation, they have good food and housing. There are a total of 5,000 guards in the outer garden and inner courtyard of the palace. There are 1,000 guards in the inner courtyard, all of whom are highly skilled in martial arts. At least, first-class martial artist level guards. 2 female warriors are imprisoned here, surrounded by 120 guards taking turns to guard. This is the topographic map of the palace.
I didn't expect Yi Qihong's information to be so accurate. He even drew a map of the palace. Although it was a simple map, it was enough to make Zhu Xiaobao and the others extremely happy. It turns out that many of the servants and cooks in the palace are slaves, And among these people are Yi Qinghong's spies. Anyway, wherever there are slaves, there are Yi Qinghong spies. All the slaves in Daxia know that if the slaves are once whether they commit crimes or run away, the only one who can help them is Yi Qinghong. Only by joining Yi Qinghong can they survive. Therefore, even if many people have no objections, but are willing to provide information to Yi Qinghong within their capabilities, the fate of slaves is difficult to say. They may be punished by their masters one day, or sold, or they ran away because they couldn't stand the mistreatment of their masters. This happened very often. The great lord of the Shemale was in the palace, drinking some wine, wearing beautiful women's clothes, and watching the competition between two guards. The great lord of the wilderness led people to quell the mob. The eldest prince even directed operations at the border. The great master here is the biggest, and he is still in a very comfortable mood, now that the great master Jiuyin is taken by the eldest prince. The great master is very satisfied, and he finally lets out a bad breath. It was just a bit boring to stay alone in the palace, so he asked the guards to compete in martial arts for entertainment. At the same time, seeing these strong guards, the Shemale Grand Master liked them very much. It's just that the guards were all frightened. The eyes of this great sage were very scary, as if he was looking for prey. The key is that they all knew that this great venerable was a real man. Men who like men. Chapter 670. Besieging the great venerable B. The great human male venerable looked at the several strong guards and salivated. But she still has to maintain her identity, so she can't force herself on her. These are all the guards who are very close to the eldest prince. And they are not vegetarians. They have bad tempers. And they are really ugly when they are tough. These guards were also staring closely at the great human male venerable. And they were fierce in their hearts, determined to defend their innocence to the death. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit strange. The great master Shemale really couldn't bear it anymore. Since arriving at the eldest prince's fiefdom, all he has seen are extremely masculine men. This is related to the eldest prince's character, although he is very brutal and fierce, but very masculine. So the guards under him are also pure men, not the kind who are very feminine. The great ladyboy teased and hinted several times, but no one took the bait, which made the ladyboy very depressed. He already wants to force himself on a guard who is very pleasant to watch. This guard has a beard all over his face, is tall and muscular, and looks a bit like the great master and the first prince of the wilderness. This is exactly the type that the great ladyboy likes the most.
You all stand down. You, stay. Accompany me to see those important prisoners.
The Shemale Dazu could only wave their hands, chase away the other guards, and then said to this strong guard,
Am I the only one?
The guard suddenly felt a little nervous and asked with a slight hesitation,
Don't you still have me? Don't worry. You will be fine as long as I'm here. You just need to help me go through the prisoners in each cell, and then you can go back.
The great ladyboy swayed his waist, very smiled charmingly.
Yes, the great reverend.
The guard had to lower his head and replied, not even daring to take another look. The atmosphere was so weird that he even felt a little trembling in his calves. I anxiously asked the great master to inspect the cells. In fact, each cell was guarded by special guards, so there was no need for them to inspect the cells at all. This is just a little trick of the great ladyboy. After a round of inspection, there was no problem at all. The guard finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked quickly towards the door of the cell with a little eagerness. However, as soon as he came out, he was a little sluggish. When he left the cell, he actually entered. We arrived at a bathing pool surrounded by green mist, with flower petals all over the ground, and even the light became soft and charming. It was surrounded by a variety of screens, and on the screens were all blood-spraying erotic pictures. In the middle is a large bathing pool, with many beauties playing in it. At the same time, there is also a faint fragrance in the air. This guard was a little at a loss. The great venerable lady behind him was wrapped in gauze, and he was approaching with a charming and swaying look. However, he still had a piece of red cloth tightly wrapped around his waist, because he was afraid of being caught. When people see it, it scares them.
Come on, brother. Let's take a good bath, and I will personally come to serve you,
the great ladyboy said delicately, and at the same time, the aroma in the environment became even stronger.
Who are you? Why do I seem to know you?
The guard asked a little doubtfully, but he couldn't help but began to have an uncontrollable desire, and his hands reached out to the great lord of the human demon, in arms, and the great ladyboy enthusiastically and proactively moved her body towards her. allowing him to caress her as much as he wanted. It turns out that this aroma has caused the guard to lose consciousness and start hallucinating. Although the charm skills of the Great Lord Shimei are not as good as those of the Great Lord Join, it is still more than enough to deal with guards with first-level martial arts training. The two of them entered the bathhouse together. What made the guard very puzzled was why the stunning beauty opposite had a dick like his own underneath, and he kept rubbing it against his body, which felt a little weird. What's even more incredible is that he was still passively pinned into the water, with no resistance at all, at the mercy of others.
Ouch! What the hell are you doing? You stabbed me in the wrong place. Let me go! Ouch! I beg you. Can you let me go? I won't dare to do this again.
The guard then went through. It was a frightening scene that he would never forget in his life. Although his mind woke up instantly, he had no strength in his body and could only cry and beg.
Oh, it's so comfortable. I've been holding it in for so many days, but I finally found one that works.
The great ladyboy raised his head and sighed in great relief. This is the ultimate enjoyment. Even though this guard was tall and tall, the huge difference in his cultivation level made him unable to fight back, and he was put into a very humiliating kneeling position. This was usually his favorite when playing with those women. I liked the posture, but I didn't expect that it would be my turn today. In fact, this guy is not a good person, and he has done many bad things with the eldest prince. Just as the guard was suffering, he suddenly discovered to his horror that a golden armor hammer actually grew out of the ground. With an angry shout, the golden armor hammer crashed up from the ground, and suddenly the guard's abdomen, even the crotch, was broken. It turns out that Jumei used her innate skills to escape underground and enter the illusion of the great human monster without anyone noticing. The range of her earth escape technique depends entirely on how far her turtle shield can be expanded. Area. Now her cultivation level cannot completely cover this environment, but it is only at the margins that she cannot take into account. She can come and go most places freely, and it's hard to spot. Originally, Jumei wanted to find the great master of Shimei and give him a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, when she looked up from below, she saw an extremely ugly scene. Moreover, Jumei was very traditional in this regard and would never tolerate this. A perverted scene. At first she thought it was a man and a woman, but the man was more humiliated. When she saw it clearly from below, she was immediately stunned, and then became furious.
Shameless things. Men don't do it. But you have to do such perverted things. Then stop being a man. Following Jumei's angry shout, the guard was immediately beaten to the point where his bones and tendons were broken, and his lower abdomen was still a mess of blood and flesh. Before the great human male master understood what was going on, he felt that the guard under him suddenly relaxed completely, making him feel nothing immediately. Moreover, this was the critical moment when he was about to launch.
"Ah, you bastard. Why did you suddenly lose your strength? I'm at a critical moment,"
the great human male sage scolded, and then suddenly found that the guard had died, and his lower body was a bloody mess. Even the intestines and stomach came out. The great sage immediately exclaimed,
"Who dares to enter my fantasy world? Do you want to die?"
Then, the Shimei great master suddenly felt a warning sign, turned over and jumped back, narrowly dodging Jumei's blow.
"Ah, you are Jumei. Come out. What kind of hero is he who hides and hides?"
As soon as the great human monster saw this golden armor hammer, he already knew that Jumei was taking action. Jijishin is good at playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, so he has already painted portraits of Zhu Xiaobao and others. Not to mention she is extremely beautiful. She has a great reputation in the royal court and is even more like a goddess.
Humph. I'm not a hero, but I'm much better than an indifferent thing like you.
Jumei still yelled angrily, but now she was hiding underground, constantly attacking the great human demon. Occupying, she had a considerable advantage, so she didn't show up at all. Jumei is a bit slow in other aspects, but she is always very smart in fighting.
You are looking for death. How dare you come here? Don't even think about leaving today,
the great lady male exclaimed angrily. She had already been wrapped in a gauze, and 2 pieces of smart and elegant red silk had been taken out. But what annoyed him was that in his illusion,
he couldn't determine the location of Jumei, because Jumei's position changed too quickly. But Jumei can accurately find the position where the Shimei de clan can only fight, because her turtle back shield is unfolded under this illusion. Wherever the Shimei master goes, it is equivalent to standing on the turtle back shield. What the Shimei de clan could only, and did not expect was that in addition to Jume, there was also a figure that rushed in and shot him directly with a sharp shot. Moreover, the murderous intent of this shot was so powerful that even the black petals of the Great Master were forced to fly away. Some were directly swallowed by the murderous energy.
Little treasures? You actually have such a magical weapon?
The human demon Great Venerable suddenly exclaimed. He is a Great Venerable. Of course, he can see the huge power of this tiger-headed spear.
This is really the first time I have attacked a beautiful woman. Hey, if you are so charming, why are you still wearing a rag around your waist? Wouldn't it be better for me to see them all?
Zhu Xiaobao laughed. He said he was not in a hurry to attack, but looked at the huge bulge on the fig leaf of the Great Master Shimel and felt it was ridiculous. It turned out that he was forced to stop before he could launch, causing such an embarrassing scene.
I'm so angry. 2 juniors dare to be so presumptuous. Neither of you can get out of this illusion today.
The great human demon was made a fool of himself in public. He became furious and threw his hands away. 3 identical human male lords appeared on each side. This was the limit of what he could condense.
Destroy it.
Zhu Xiaobao used his gun as a stick and swept across it. A sharp murderous aura swept across, and the phantoms of the 3 great human demons on the right were instantly dispersed. And the scattered poisonous mist it also seemed to be evaporated, turning into a white mist and dissipating away. The 3 phantoms on the left were wiped out by the giant golden armor hammer, which was even more powerful than Zhu Xiaobao. Even this illusion was broken into large pieces, revealing the original scene. One of Zhu Xiaobao and Jume kept attacking underground, while the other fought head-on with the great human monster, and actually beat the great human monster into a panic and kept trying to evade and dodge, totally at a disadvantage. Chapter 671, Besieging the Great Master. C. Because of Yi Qingheng's information, this operation went very smoothly. Not only did they know the specific locations of the 2 female warriors, but they also knew that Tian Majia was no longer in the palace, although there is a great venerable Shimel staying behind. Zhu Xiaobao really doesn't pay attention to this great venerable now. This is also true. When the 2 of them fought, Zhu Xiaobao and Jume, who had already gained the upper hand, beat the great human demon into hiding in the illusion. This illusion turned out to be ineffective against Jume, and his methods did not pose any threat to Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, the great master of the human demon was beaten into a miserable state, but his illusion isolated all the outside guards, which was equivalent to a 1-on-2, completely at a disadvantage. This was because Zhu Xiaobao wanted to practice more in actual combat, so he didn't push too hard. Such an opponent was too rare. He and Jume were both delighted to see him, and each used their own skills to besiege the Great Venerable. Jume's current state is actually the use of her innate skills, but her innate skills do not need to condense the magic form. But the use of this innate skill consumes a huge amount of the power of the divine beast. Even Jume can't hold on for long. But this time Zhu Xiaobao swallowed the Jinshan essence of the 19th princess to Jume. Jume's recovery ability has now doubled, which is enough for her to use this innate skill for a long time. This feeling of launching a surprise attack on your opponent underground feels so good. It's like cheating. The opponent can't find you, or can't determine your position according to the rules, but I can grasp the opponent's whereabouts very accurately. Isn't this a huge advantage? Zhu Xiaobao was also fighting with high spirits at this time. The murderous intent on the tiger head spear was deep, and there was also a several-inch-long fire glow. It was formed by his fire attribute fused with Zhu Rong's Suzaku fire, although it was not as good as Zhu Rong's. The Suzaku fire used by Rong was so powerful, but it was already very uncomfortable for the great Renmale master to arrive. This kind of fire light could restrain his corpse poison, and he himself was very unaccustomed to such fire-type attacks. At this time, the virtual scenes in the environment had been riddled with holes by Jume. Even without Jume's guidance, Zhu Xiaobao could easily find the location of the great master, and the fight became smoother, and those transformed human monster lords were no threat at all. They were beaten to pieces by Zhu Xiaobao and turned into poisonous mist.
Boom!
Finally, accidentally, Jume was hit in the crotch by the golden armor hammer sticking out from the ground. And then she heard a very real voice accompanied by a sound that sounded like bones breaking.
Ouch! Damn it! You hit me! You broke my baby! You are so wicked! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
The Shimel master suddenly screamed. At this time, he didn't care about his image, and covered his lower body, shouted with extreme heartache. Although he likes to wear women's clothes and appear as a woman, He is still a real man. And he still cherishes his baby very much. But now, he was interrupted by Jumei's hammer. How could he not be heartbroken? Didn't he fail to launch at the critical moment? So he has been holding on like this. And now, he finally paid the price for this holding on.
Aw? Who told you to cover it with a piece of rag and I couldn't see it? So you really interrupted it? Are you in pain?
Jumei was also a little unexpected. And she paused immediately. Very embarrassed. Asked. After all, she still knows a little bit. This thing is the most precious thing for a man. Even Zhu Xiaobao was laughing and laughing. Unexpectedly, this gave the great human demon a chance. He covered his crotch and took the opportunity to escape from this broken illusion. Once he escaped from the range of Jumei's turtle shield, Jumei would not be able to find his whereabouts as quickly as before.
Don't run! If you run again, I'll beat you to death!
Jumei immediately shouted angrily and anxiously, jumping out from the ground and chasing after him with a golden armor hammer. At this time, this illusion began to gradually dissipate, revealing the original scene. Unexpectedly, there were hundreds of individual guards surrounding him. What I didn't even expect was that the great master of the human demon created another illusion, hid in it, and escaped. At the same time, hundreds of hidden weapons flew out from the illusion, and even Jumei had to stop and resist for a while. At the same time, the guards also began to attack the two of them. Although their martial arts were not very high, their numbers were large, and they were temporarily trapped. This strength was not enough in front of Jumei. The golden armor hammer flew out and hit a piece. Any guard who was swept away suffered broken bones and tendons, or died in serious cases. Zhu Xiaobao's tiger head spear was even more powerful. He didn't even need any moves. He just swung it casually and laid down a large area. But the two of them were still a little annoyed. They didn't expect that the great demon lord had escaped. At this time, a sea of fire suddenly descended on the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard, which immediately caused ghosts and wolves to howl in the palace. This was because Zhu Rong also used her innate skills. The range she could now cover was the entire inner courtyard, plus part of the outer courtyard. But this innate skill of hers is very lethal to ordinary people, because what she uses is Suzaku fire, and if it touches her body, it will be burned through immediately. Half of the hundreds of guards in the inner courtyard were lost in an instant, and the rest fled in all directions. Even the great master has run away. Who is willing to stick to it anymore? Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei immediately found the two female warriors according to the location marked on Yi Qingheng's map. Unexpectedly, these two female warriors were completely fine. The shackles on his body and the iron bars of the cell were also cut off by Zhu Xiaobao with his kitchen knife, like cutting tofu. At the same time, taking advantage of the fire, several people also found a few sets of guards' clothes to change into, and took advantage of the chaos to run outside the palace. Those guards along the way were unlucky. They thought they were one of their own. But unexpectedly they were killed by this group of people like they were chopping melons and vegetables. Especially the two female warriors. They had deep hatred in their hearts. They were ruthless, and they would never leave anyone alive. The last few people also found a few horses, and quickly left the palace, and went to Yi Qingheng's destination. Who dared to stop them along the way? They were just the guards of the palace. They were used to being domineering. It's too late. So I returned to Yi Qingheng smoothly.
Aw? You're back now? You guys are making so much noise. You can see the fire here? I didn't expect to rescue people so quickly,
Yi Qingheng said with some surprise, and once again looked at the repairs of several people in order to create a sense of surprise and admiration. Being able to enter and leave the eldest prince's palace at will is something that even the great martial lord would find difficult to do. At this time, the two female warriors knelt down in front of Zhu Xiaobao and cried loudly, feeling extremely ashamed and angry, although they are usually very open-minded. This time it was so humiliating, and what they experienced was brutal. In fact, the two of them felt that they would not be able to face the other sisters after they went back. They felt it was too embarrassing. They had been looking forward to being rescued before, but they had to face such embarrassment after they were rescued. So the two of them knelt there and cared about it really sad. Even Jumei felt a little sympathy for them.
Oh, forget it. If you don't want to go back to Lingyu Mountain, just stay with me. Anyway, I have a lot of female warriors as guards. Not more than you two. What are your names?
Zhu Xiaobao he also sighed and said,
My name is Yu Tenghua, and her name is Yu Taiwa. We are half-sisters.
The two of them broke down in tears and laughed. Being able to follow Zhu Xiaobao was a lot of benefits. It is almost every female warrior's dream. but their martial arts skills are average. And they only have the cultivation level of a first-level martial artist. The only advantage is that they are taller and bigger. Both of them are about 1.8 meters tall, which is comparable to Zhu Xiaobao. Almost. No wonder the female master chose them both when he kidnapped the female warriors. It's because they are both tall and the type that the great master of the wilderness likes.
Let's pack up and rush back right away. It's just that they are too tall. I'm afraid they won't be able to walk easily on the way back.
Yi Qihong looked at the two female warriors and said a little worriedly. The warriors' cultivation and martial arts were not as high as hers. And the road back was very steep. She was afraid that the two of them wouldn't be able to make it.
Humph! No need to take the old route anymore. Let's go directly through the eldest prince's camp.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the guard clothes on his body and couldn't help but said proudly.
That's right. We are dressed in guard uniforms. But no one dares to stop us.
Zhu Rong also shouted in surprise. Along the way, she saw that the common people and ordinary soldiers gave in when they saw the guards and did not dare to stop them. This shows how arrogant and domineering these people are in normal times. In the southernmost part of the eldest prince's fiefdom, the eldest prince was currently challenging the 19th princess head-on. He was angry because the food and grass were burned. So he led his troops and started to call for battle against the 19th princess. No need to ask. This time the food was burned again. It must have been done by the 19th princess. Last time, wasn't it just this destructive trick that caused the alliance between him and His Highness the 6th Prince to fall apart? It also directly led to the current embarrassing situation of his fiefdom. Unexpectedly, this time the 19th princess actually came out of the city to fight. The two leaders were Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They were the ones clamoring to fight. The 19th princess had no choice but to unify. Because if they didn't agree, the two sisters planned to take their 50,000 female warriors to fight against the eldest prince. So the 19th princess had no choice but to line up and plan to compete with the eldest prince.
19th sister, do you think I'm easy to bully? You've repeatedly provoked me. Let's put an end to it today.
The eldest prince roared angrily while sitting on his horse.
Humph. If you hadn't captured those two female warriors, I wouldn't have wanted to start a war with you. But you actually went around to Lingyu Mountain to sneak attack on the female warriors. This is intolerable.
Princess 19 said coldly.
Okay. Let me see what you, the descendant of the mythical beast, are capable of.
The eldest prince already scolded the 3 generations of the great human monster's ancestors in his heart. It turns out that it was really because of the 2 female warriors that such a big disaster was caused.
Humph. If you want to fight the princess, you have to get through us first.
Unexpectedly, before the 19th princess could answer, sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had already rushed out and went straight to the eldest prince. The eldest prince waved his hand casually, and 2 generals rushed up from behind. However, before they could reach Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they saw 2 heads flying high. The 2 sisters had killed Jing Ren instantly. Chapter 672, Half-Step Great Master A. The eldest prince was stunned. He had already heard of the reputation of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but with their cultivation as great martial arts masters, the eldest prince really didn't take them seriously. And the 2 sisters, who went to battle where the cultivation level of famous generals is also comparable to theirs. But this round has already ended with everyone's head on the ground. This is too exaggerated. Looking at Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's heroic appearance on the horse, the eldest prince couldn't help but feel a little jealous. No wonder the great lord of the wilderness valued the 2 captured female warriors so much. It turned out that they were really quite capable. These 2 sisters are even more powerful and heroic than the ones they captured. If they were captured, they would really be rare and top-notch playthings. At this moment, the eldest prince is still thinking about it. It's no wonder that he has become a little tired of the great master Jiuing these days. After all, she is an old lady. How can she compare with these 2 female warriors in their prime? Besides, although the eldest prince's overall strength has dropped significantly, his own cultivation is improving by leaps and bounds. In close combat, even the great master Jiuing is no match for him.
It seems that the eldest prince is happy to see the hunter's heart. Do you want the slave family to take action and capture these 2 female warriors for you?
The Juyenda clan could only look at the eldest prince's eyes, and they immediately groaned. Said, how could she not see the fiery eyes of the eldest prince? Immediately he felt angry. Every time he saw a young and beautiful woman, Master Jiuing felt very unhappy. Even though she still looked down upon the eldest prince, she was extremely angry at this time.
No need. You are the great venerable. Once you take action, The Fairweather Venerable opposite will also take action. What's more, the Great Venerable Wu Wei may also be hiding in the camp.
The eldest prince shook his head. He had already seen the Fairweather Venerable. The Venerable, holding a wine gourd, is sitting in a corner with a smile. He also holds a chicken drumstick in his hand, and is greeting the Great Venerable Jiuyin with a smile.
Humph! Without that kitchen knife, the Great Master of Wine and Meat is just a waste in my eyes.
The Great Master Jiuyin snorted with disdain. She has also improved her cultivation now, and she feels that she can defeat the Great Master of Wine and Meat. At this time, Sisters Yushuang and Yushue came back to fight their horses again. They yelled loudly.
Who else? Dare to come to fight? Let the great human demon come out and fight us openly.
The two sisters are still holding fire in their hearts. He was embarrassed by the Great Master of the Shemale, and he was defeated a bit unjustly. He didn't win with his true ability at all. The key is that he detoxified himself, and Zhu Xiaobao and others saw the embarrassing scene. This is too embarrassing. So now these two sisters really want to have a fight with the Shemale Master.
Ha ha! The Great Lord cannot participate in the war between mortals. And the Great Lord of the Human Demon is not here,
the eldest prince said with a smile. The more he looked at it, the more he felt itchy. He was also complaining about the Great Lord of the Human Demon in his heart. He also caught two of them. A female warrior. Don't you know how to capture these two? Obviously these two are much stronger.
Xia Ziyuan, you are not a good person either. You allow Heavenly Demon Jiu to practice evil skills. So I'll cut you off first.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui pointed at the eldest prince and shouted. Xia Ziyuan is the eldest prince's real name. No one has called him that to his face for a long time.
How presumptuous! Is this the king's name that you can just call me casually? Huh? If you want to fight with me, you are not worthy enough to let the 19th sister fight. I will teach this ignorant 19th sister a lesson today.
The eldest prince, he immediately lowered his face and hummed. Considering his own identity, he was unwilling to fight Yu Shuang and Yu Shui.
What are you worthy of? We sisters want revenge today. If you dare to attack my female warrior from the Lingyu tribe, you will have to pay the price.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui whipped their soft whips and already rushed over. The 19th princess behind her was too late to stop her.
Okay, let me play with you then. I want to see the strongest pair under the martial lord.
The eldest prince reached out and pulled out a pair of blood axes. He did not use the blood axes produced by the blood evil spirit, but a pair of genuine short axes. But the materials they are made of are somewhat special. This pair of blood axes can continuously absorb blood energy, and the evil energy is extremely heavy. He is actually a 9th grade divine weapon. After the eldest prince finished speaking, a pair of short axes flew out of his hands, and then he stood firmly in the center of the field, seemingly strolling leisurely, but his speed was not slow. As soon as he made a move, the eldest prince showed his profound skills and strong combat effectiveness. He didn't even wear armor. He just took off his coat, revealing the powerful clothes underneath. With just this move, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui felt how powerful the opponent was. The two of them couldn't resist this power at all. They could only use the fine steel claw of the other hand to deflect the flying blood axe. But they were still shocked. Their arms were numb, and they quickly jumped off the horse. If they fought on horseback, they would be even more passive. As soon as the two sides fought, even the 19th princess was a little surprised. She had long known that the eldest prince's martial arts was extremely high, but she didn't expect that it had reached such a high level now. If she had been in her place, she would definitely not be his opponent. Even if she had the bloodline of the divine beast can still draw on some of the power of the law. But the eldest prince's martial arts are far beyond those of ordinary martial arts. It can be seen from the scene that after only a dozen rounds, the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are already very passive. They are also complaining secretly. They did not expect that the eldest prince is not only drunk and lustful, but also has such advanced cultivation. At this time, the old apprentice also put down the wine gourd with a solemn expression, and looked at the fight between the two sides. As a great venerable, of course he has much more knowledge. There is a faint bloodthirsty air in the inner strength of this great prince, and his cultivation has indeed improved a lot. The venerable master felt that he might not even be able to kill the eldest prince.
Why is he so strong? This time he is in trouble.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui looked at each other. Both of them were a little flustered. They didn't expect that the eldest prince's martial arts was so powerful, and the two sisters were still at a disadvantage even if they joined forces. What's terrible now is that they can't get away at all. The eldest prince's blood axe keeps flying out around them. The pair of blood axes continue to swallow up the blood and have developed a trace of spirituality. They can be controlled by the eldest prince with ease.
Oops. I didn't expect that the eldest prince is already half a step ahead of the great venerable. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui can't even get away now. Do you want me to take action?
The old apprentice asked hesitantly. In fact, he also the eldest prince is not sure that he can win. And in the eldest prince's camp, the great master Jiuyin is staring at him eagerly. The most annoying thing is that venerable Wu Wei is not in the camp yet.
No! You can't take action. Once you take action, the great master Jiuyin will also take action.
Duinmuki shook his head and said. Of course he knew that if the old apprentice wanted to defeat the great master Jiuyin, he must have something. That kitchen knife. Otherwise it would be a draw at best.
It doesn't matter. Let's see. If it doesn't work, I can still use the teleportation technique, hoping to interrupt the attack of the eldest brother and save them both.
The 19th princess also shook her head with a stern face. She said this I'm not very confident in this one move to save my life. The eldest prince became more and more excited as he fought. His pair of blood axes had now evolved into magical weapons. And he felt that he had reached the threshold of breaking through the bottleneck and being promoted to the great martial master. This time, I must capture these two female warriors. Not only can I satisfy my animal desires, but I can also break through the stagnation barrier with them and be promoted to the great martial lord. This is simply a God-given opportunity. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were sweating profusely and were already in danger. Instead, they were trapped tightly by the eldest prince and could not escape. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, which weakened the two's joint efforts. The power, because it is too close. The power of the soft whip is greatly weakened. One of the eldest prince's blood axes was entangled by the soft whips of the two sisters. Instead, he shook off the blood axe. At the same time, he also took away Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's soft whips. But the other blood axe was after slashing at Yu Shui's chest. He had already seen that the two sisters, Yu Shui, were slightly inferior in Kung Fu, and Yu Shuang was the dominant one between them. And Yu Shui was good at cooperating with Yu Shuang. When Yu Shui saw the blood axe coming towards her, she was immediately frightened. She quickly let go of her soft whip and dodged towards Yu Shuang, who also hurriedly came to the rescue. But the eldest prince's short axe turned from the original vertical slash to a horizontal slash, and the target also became Yu Shuang. This made Yu Shuang unable to dodge anymore, and even the iron claw on his right hand had no time to resist. Fortunately, the eldest prince didn't want to kill her, and he measured the size extremely accurately. This horizontal cut off the soft armor on Yu Shuang's chest, revealing the white chest underneath. Then the eldest prince's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly.
"Oh? You deserve to die!"
Yu Shuang suddenly shouted in shock and anger. She quickly covered her chest with her hands, but she was completely defenseless. The eldest prince's blood axe flew towards Yu Shui in an instant, and he freed his hand to grab Yu Shuang's chest. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were so frightened that they had forgotten the most important thing and were just focusing on covering their breasts. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince turned his hand and clamped their necks. He exerted force on his hands like two iron pliers. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were firmly stuck, and the two of them suddenly felt cold. They were captured alive. At this time, even the 19th princess was caught off guard. It was already too late to save her. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were about to be kidnapped by the eldest prince. The 19th princess was immediately frightened. How could she explain this to Xiaobao? Just when the eldest prince was triumphant and full of joy, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, one size larger than his own, and grabbed his ankle. Another golden armor hammer also emerged from the ground, pressing against the eldest prince's crotch.
Ouch! Who is it? Come out!
The eldest prince screamed immediately. The blow was too hard. If he hadn't reacted quickly and twisted his butt in time, the balls under his crotch would have been smashed. Ah! Even now, he felt uncomfortable. He received a hard blow on his butt, and the eldest prince flew up like a cloud, and then fell to the ground. A cloud of dust was raised. Through the gray dust, the eldest prince saw clearly that a dozen war horses rushed out from behind his camp. The people on the horse were all dressed in royal guard uniforms. But the smiling man at the head was Xu Xiaobao, whom he knew. Chapter 673, Half-Step Great Master B. The eldest prince was extremely surprised at this time. Not because of the sudden sneak attack, but because Xu Xiaobao and others ran out from behind his camp. And there was a sea of fire behind them. Many tents were on fire. And the camp behind them also there began to be chaos, with people shouting and yelling. all busy putting out the fire, and many soldiers running away in all directions. It turned out that no one dared to stop Zhu Xiaobao and others from crossing the border and breaking into the camp. But when they arrived at the eldest prince's camp, it was completely different. The soldiers on guard were not so afraid of these princes. Guarded. Military law is strictly enforced in the military camp, and even the guards of the palace do not dare to act arrogantly. When they encountered someone who really didn't want to buy it, Zhu Xiaobao and the others had no choice but to force their way through. Thanks to Jumei's powerful killing power, they managed to break out of a bloody path and fight all the way to the front of the formation. Of course, if you want to break out from hundreds of thousands of people, you still have to rely on the power of Zhu Rong's Dharma appearance. The huge Suzaka Dharma image soared into the sky, and immediately ignited seas of fire behind Zhu Xiaobao, blocking the pursuers behind. And there is a huge beauty ahead, so no one can stop it. In addition, Yi Qinghong, Si Ming, and the two female warriors are all experienced in battles, and are very brave. Without the cultivation of a great martial artist, there is no way they can get close. There were also many masters surrounding them, but they didn't expect that as soon as Zhu Xiaobao's Dharma appearance appeared, they were able to kill these masters. This was their first time fighting against the descendant of the divine beast. They didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao not only had the white tiger Dharma appearance, but also had the Dharma appearance of the white tiger. Moreover, a tiger-headed spear turned out to be extremely murderous, with a scorching flame on the tip of the spear. What's even more terrifying is that when Zhu Xiaobao saw that he couldn't get rid of these masters, he actually used his innate skills. A white tiger appeared in front of his opponent. Before he could react, he was shot through the heart. So the 10 people actually passed through the camp that stretched for dozens of miles, and left a sea of fire behind them. Zhu Xiaobao was the first to discover Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. He was carrying a telescope. He saw Yu Shuang and Yu Shui in danger from afar, so he asked Jumei to rush over first and save the two sisters. Jumei's innate skills are so amazing that even the great master Jiuying could not find Jumei's whereabouts. She could only feel the crisis, but she could not determine Jumei's specific location. Besides, the great venerable Jiuying did not remind the eldest prince in time. She was still quite repulsive towards the eldest prince and wanted to make him suffer some losses. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had already rescued the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but the masters who had gathered behind him were also chasing him. When the eldest prince was attacked, they didn't care about the rules and rushed over to save him. Moreover, the 4 men in black at the front turned out to be martial masters. The 4 of them were extremely fast and guarded the eldest prince's side, keeping a close eye on the place where Jumei appeared. Just when Jumei wanted to take the opportunity to attack the eldest prince again, the eldest prince was also very experienced. He jumped up and ran to the roof of the carriage behind him, preventing Jumei's advantage from being used. If he wanted to attack again, then you have to show up. The many masters who were chasing Zhu Xiaobao also made it a bit difficult for Zhu Xiaobao and others. They had been rushing for a long time and were now a little exhausted. Moreover, they had to take Yu Shuang and Yu Shui with them. The two sisters were choked by the eldest prince and couldn't breathe. They haven't responded yet. The old apprentice, Princess 19, and others here also rushed out immediately to meet Zhu Xiaobao and others. On the opposite side, the great master Jiuying also jumped up and led other generals to prepare to meet the prince. A melee is inevitable. At this moment, the scene changed, and everyone fell into a snowy illusion, and the opponents around them could not be seen. Even his own people are missing. The eldest prince was overjoyed. It was the great lord of the human demon who had arrived. But this illusion was shattered by Jumei before it lasted even a minute. Wherever her golden armor hammer touched, the illusion was immediately broken through, revealing the original scene. Moreover, the great human male master was running around in a panic because Jumei could find his exact location, not to mention his corpse poison and hidden weapons. How can we fight him? The great lady boy has a headache now when he sees the huge beauty. After the situation cleared, the troops on both sides withdrew to their own camps, because Zhu Xiaobao and the others were exhausted, and the eldest prince was suffering from unbearable pain in his crotch. He wanted to withdraw early to treat his injuries, but he was still worried. Don't let your guy be broken by Jumei's hammer. In fact, the great master of human demons was at the end of his game. He followed Zhu Xiaobao's traces and didn't stop along the way. Moreover, he was injured before. Just to make an explanation in front of Tai Moju, he rushed over desperately and saved the eldest prince. How dare you attack me secretly? My dear little treasures, is this what you
the descendant of a divine beast. Do?
The eldest prince shouted angrily. He had already captured Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would be pregnant with him as soon as he appeared.
Humph. Brother Emperor, you let this human monster venerable assassinate the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe. And you also allowed Tian Majiu to practice evil arts. You will be punished, Brother Emperor, as long as you turn around and drive away Tian Majiu. I promise not to invade your fiefdom. What do you think?
Princess 19 said heartbrokenly. Although she was fighting for the throne, she was unwilling to see her royal brother go against the grain and do such evil things.
Come. Ha ha ha. What kind of evil skill? I only know that my cultivation level will be promoted to the level of Great Master. And even the martial saint is no big deal. By then, those of you who want to compete with me for hegemony will all die. Also, you female warriors will all be mine when the time comes. And you, and seventh sister.
And the eldest prince howled loudly with madness in his eyes. Suddenly, the body seemed to have broken some kind of imprisonment, and the momentum changed. As the eldest prince roared, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning struck down, all heading towards the eldest prince. But at this moment, the eldest prince actually opened his arms and roared loudly, welcoming the baptism of lightning and thunder. The clothes on his body also fell apart piece by piece, revealing his strong body.
Oh? Did he really break through to the Great Master? Unexpectedly. It would cause a disaster? This is incredible.
The old apprentice was shocked when he saw all this, and murmured. Even in his hand his wine bottle fell to the ground, and he didn't even know it. When he was promoted to the Great Venerable, there was no such huge disaster. That is, there were a few muffled thunders, a few drops of rain, and then nothing. At this time, the guards and experts of the eldest prince were surrounding the eldest prince, guarding him. If you can be promoted to a Great Venerable, then you are half a god. These people are full of admiration and excitement. The Great Master Shimei and the Great Master Jiuyin also looked at each other, and then hurriedly protected the eldest prince. Do you still need to ask? This person's future achievements will definitely not be inferior to them. People on Zhu Xiuba's side also watched the eldest prince going through the tribulation quietly. Although they wanted to take this opportunity to kill the eldest prince, they also felt a little scared when faced with being struck by lightning. Even Jumei is a little scared. She feels that she may not be able to withstand such a disaster. After half an hour of lightning and thunder, it gradually came to an end. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sun shone brightly again. At this time, Prince Duan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the people in the opposite camp with an indifferent expression. It seems like a completely new person, which makes people feel a kind of powerful coercion. It was actually stronger than the old disciple, the Great Master Jiuyin, and the Great Master Shimei. In other words, it is a little worse than the Great Venerable Wu Wei.
Huh? Today's business is not over yet. Let's go!
The eldest prince looked at the 19th princess and said in a low voice, and then signaled to his men to temporarily withdraw their troops. However, the Great Master Ren Yao and the Great Master Jiuyin also lowered their heads and followed them back. The two of them actually felt a sense of awe towards the eldest prince at this time. Seeing that the eldest prince led his troops to withdraw, the 19th princess did not pursue them. They were not defeated at all, so they retreated in batches without any chaos before leaving. The most important thing is that most people have not recovered from this shock.
Oh, I didn't expect that the eldest prince actually broke through to the Great Martial Master. This is probably a big change. Let's withdraw our troops too.
Duan Muqi also said a little worriedly. When we returned to the 19th princess's camp, we were originally celebrating Zhu Xiaobao and the others. But now everything has become very dull. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince actually broke through to the level of Da Zun. This is second to none. The key is that the eldest prince broke through so quickly because he practiced the evil skills of Tai Mojiu. This is what everyone is most worried about. If there are more if a person follows the demon Jiu, doesn't that mean that a group of demons are taking over?
Mr. Duanmu, what should we do now? Should we besiege the eldest brother again?
The 19th princess is the most entangled. The eldest prince's breakthrough will undoubtedly have a great impact on her seizing the throne. A great venerable, even without a fiefdom and an army, is still a terrifying existence.
Well, after the stalemate for a period of time, let's withdraw the troops in batches. I didn't plan to kill the eldest prince right now. Now is not the time.
Duan Muqi nodded, but he recovered quickly And now he is calm and calm again. Looks like. Murong Fong next to me also looked a little in awe. Sure enough, the morale of the eldest prince was now high. And surprisingly, His Highness the Sixth Prince promptly delivered 200,000 days of food. It was obvious that he was expressing an attitude. It seems that the news that the first prince has been promoted to Great Martial Lord has made His Highness the Sixth Prince unable to sit still. The eldest prince was sitting in the tent, getting off the body of the Great Master Jiuyin in a lively manner. This time, he was promoted to the Great Martial Lord. Not only was his cultivation greatly improved, but even the injured crotch was completely healed. And he was better than before. So tyrannical. This was the first time that the eldest prince saw the Great Master Jiuyin working so hard to please him. But there was also good news in the camp of the 19th princess. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui actually broke through the bottleneck and were promoted to Martial Master. Chapter 674. An appointment after dusk, eh? The situation of the three parties surrounding the eldest prince remained in a stalemate for another 3 days. And then Wang Ting and Jialanga's troops began to withdraw their troops one after another. This was all after the eldest prince broke through to the Great Martial Lord. The mentality of Wang Ting and Jialanga had undergone subtle changes. They were no longer willing to continue the confrontation, not to mention wasting money and people. In fact, no one wanted to offend a great lord. The eldest prince is very proud of himself in the big tent. Although it is absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to attack the 19th princess with his current strength. He is now very confident. After hearing that Wang Ting and Jialanga had withdrawn their troops one after another, he laughed loudly. Not to mention that His Highness the Sixth Prince also took the initiative to send so much food, which immediately relieved his urgent need. In the camp of the 19th princess, all the civil and military personnel stood on both sides, and Duan Muqi, Murong Fong and others were also sitting on one side. Although the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui both broke through to the level of Martial Master, which is a matter worthy of celebration, there is not much joyful atmosphere now. Just because the eldest prince has been promoted to Great Martial Master.
Mr. Duanmu, Military Advisor Murong, what do you think we should do next?
Princess 19 asked with a frown, feeling quite depressed in her heart. Originally, the eldest prince was the most direct target next. But now that the eldest prince has suddenly been promoted to the Great Martial Master, it is very difficult to handle. You must know that even if the eldest prince loses his fiefdom and army, with his cultivation as the Great Martial Lord, it will still be very fearful. Who wants to be cared about by a great warrior? Isn't that endless troubles? Not to mention that behind the eldest prince, there are Tian Moju and 2 other great martial masters?
Well, it doesn't matter. We can withdraw our troops one after another. The current situation is that it is better to let the eldest prince return to his fiefdom and let Tian Moju stay in his fiefdom than to let Tian Moju appear elsewhere. Be good,
Duan Muqi said helplessly. This matter was beyond his control. After all the battles he had experienced, he had never had a prince of the level of a great warrior. I have never come into contact with an evil demon like Tian Moju.
Yes. Since we are unable to stop the demon Jiu now, let's simply let it stay in the eldest prince's fiefdom. Once all the people in the eldest prince's fiefdom are blood sacrificed, his fiefdom will be nothing more than an empty city.
Murong Fong was also there. He nodded and said, although what he said was relatively selfish, it was indeed the best way to protect himself. Now even the great venerable Wu Wei has disappeared. No one wants the demon Jiu to come to their fiefdom.
But if Tian Moju's unscrupulous blood sacrifice is allowed to resume, wouldn't it eventually become a big problem?
Princess 19 said worriedly.
Well, I think you should go to Xiaobao to discuss it now. You have also seen that only the descendants of the divine beasts can compete with him.
Murong Fong looked at Duan Muqi and then said slowly,
Okay, that's it for today's discussion. You all go back. Murong, when will you go back?
Princess 19 sighed and asked. Murong Fong is now lent to Princess Mou as a military advisor. I still hope that Murong Fong can come back as soon as possible.
Well, I also want to meet you, Mei. I guess I will stay here for a few days.
Murong Fong looked at Duan Muqi hesitantly before saying in a low voice. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei were not at the meeting. They didn't care about the war at all. Now Zhu Xiaobao was sparring with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. After the two sisters were promoted to Martial Master, they were very excited. I couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to have a fight with the eldest prince again. Now Zhu Xiaobao is teaching them both a lesson and letting them see clearly their own strength. Not to mention that after the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were promoted to martial master. Their combat effectiveness has indeed been greatly improved. And their spiritual consciousness, strength and internal strength have also been greatly improved. Zhu Xiaobao can even fight with them without resorting to the power of Dharma. It turns out that the reason why sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were promoted to martial lord was also stimulated by the promotion of the eldest prince. It turned out that the two of them were indeed affected in their hearts and left behind their inner demons. Moreover, several consecutive setbacks made them both very angry. But that day, the promotion of the eldest prince caused a catastrophe. And the two sisters suddenly realized that the several setbacks they suffered were because the other party was the lord, not because their own combat effectiveness had declined. Therefore, the shadows in their hearts were all eliminated. Their thoughts became clear, and their cultivation levels even improved after they returned. It has been several years since the two of them were promoted to great martial arts masters. In fact, they just missed this opportunity. Unexpectedly, I found an opportunity on this day to break through to Wu Zun.
Okay, let's not fight. At most, the two of you can tie with the great master of the human demon and the great master of Jiuing. Don't even think about looking for the first prince. You can't beat him.
Zhu Xiaobao has been unable to attack for a long time, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. If you use the power of Dharma to win, there is no point.
Humph. We don't believe it. Didn't you defeat us too?
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui still snorted unconvinced, put away the soft whip, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao somewhat provocatively.
I don't want you to lose too ugly. You are really ungrateful.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily, grabbing it with his tiger claws, and it was still glowing with fire. Yu Shuang was unprepared, and her pants were immediately burned, and even her butt felt hot.
Ah! You bastard! How dare you attack me with such a dirty trick?
Yu Shuang immediately covered her butt and shouted angrily.
Humph! It's not like I've never seen it before. What's all the fuss about? Besides, in a real fight, who would think about where to hit? I just want to tell you that I can defeat you with just the power of the 5 elements without using the power of the Dharma. You too?
Zhu Xiaobao hummed indifferently. Anyway, it was not the first time that the two sisters had exposed themselves in front of him.
Sister, I think he is right. We can only deal with ordinary great sages now.
Yu Shui quickly took off a piece of her shirt and wrapped it around Yu Shuang's waist. But she still agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's words.
Shut up! Didn't you see that he was bullying me?
Yu Shuang shouted angrily. Yu Shuang was the leader of the two sisters, and Yu Shui basically listened to Yu Shuang on everything.
But this is indeed not the first time? Are you still concerned about this?
Yu Shui said in surprise.
Oh? You are really mad at me. Come on. Let me change my clothes.
Yu Shuang shouted angrily. Seeing Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's sisters walking away, Jumei came over and whispered.
I don't think we can count on them if we want to deal with Demon Geo. Oh. Yes. Of course we can't count on the two of them. But to deal with the masters around Tianmoju, they must be used.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, in fact, the promotion of the eldest prince made Zhu Xiaobao. I am also quite worried. After all, there is an extra great martial lord, and he is also a great martial lord with quite powerful combat power.
Huh?
At this time, Jumei suddenly turned her head to one side and stared at a certain place. Zhu Xiaobao also immediately stabbed out the tiger-headed spear. At the same place, he saw his body swaying, and the figure of the 19th princess appeared 2 feet away from the one who had just been attacked. She used the teleportation technique to avoid the blows of Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha! 19 sisters' teleportation skills are getting better and better,
Zhu Rong said with a smile on the side.
Well, I still haven't escaped the feeling of Jumei. It's not that subtle.
Princess 19 smiled slightly, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. But she felt a little more relaxed after seeing Zhu Xiaobao and others.
Have you finished discussing the military situation? Why are you here now?
Zhu Xiaobao unscrupulously put his arms around the slender waist of the 19th princess and asked with concern. This is the backyard of the princess mansion. In order to keep it secret, no one else is here. Even the most trusted guards and maids are allowed in, because many unique martial arts and talents are not known yet. So this also gave Zhu Xiaobao an advantage, as he was unscrupulous here.
What else can we discuss? The only option is to withdraw the troops. The most important thing now is to see how fast you and Jumei are in cultivation.
Princess 19 said helplessly. Her cultivation level is still too low. If she wants to follow her to deal with it, it is impossible for Tianmoju. Even ordinary dog can't deal with her. After all, his cultivation level is too low.
Don't worry. Even though Tianmoju's blood sacrifice technique is very perverted, things must turn against each other. This blood sacrifice technique must also have its shortcomings. There are at least 2 points where we have the advantage.
Zhu Xiaobao felt very distressed. He hugged the 19th princess and said in her ear, and there was no sign of any worry on his part.
Really? Well, I believe everything you say.
Princess 19 immediately felt confident in her heart. She leaned on Zhu Xiaobao's chest and said with her eyes closed. She had always been under tremendous pressure. And only then can you feel more relaxed. The 4 people did not waste time in the yard, but were practicing their magical beast skills seriously. In fact, the 19th princess's
essence of Jinshin
was very effective and could greatly improve the body's recovery ability. This makes the 19th princess very excited. At least she can still help Zhu Xiaobao. When it was time for dinner, Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess rode together and walked romantically to the ordnance department. It was also a confidential unit, so there were some close female guards along the way. They had already used to Zhu Xiaobao's ambiguous behavior and turns a blind eye.
Huh? Isn't that Duan Muqi and Murong Feng in front of me? What are they talking about?
Suddenly the 19th princess spotted the 2 military advisors riding horses in front of them and asked curiously,
Shu, lower your voice and let me listen carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a while. Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level far surpassed that of Duan Muqi and Murong Feng, and he could hear it even from a long distance away. He knew it clearly. After listening for a while, he said in surprise,
The moon is on the top of the willow tree, and we are dating after dusk. This is adultery. Oh? You mean Mr. Duanmu and Murong Feng? Yes. What a good old man.
Chapter 675, An Appointment After Dusk B. Now Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has far surpassed that of Duan Muqi and Murong Feng. Although the 19th princess's martial arts cultivation is only at the level of a great martial artist, her divine beast mind skills have also been cultivated to the 6th level. So her hearing and vision is also far superior to ordinary people. Coupled with his Qinglong bloodline would attribute, he is best at concealment and recovery. Therefore, Duanmu Muqi and Murong Feng were not aware of it at all. It's no wonder that this is a heavily defended military and industrial area, and usually no one would be here. What's more, these 2 are strategists who are strategizing. They never expected that their conversation would be overheard by Zhu Xiaobao.
Are you talking? I came all the way here. Can't you give me a clear answer?
Murong Feng said with a hint of resentment.
Alas, now is really not the time. Look, I'm already over 50, and Yu Hui is about to give birth to a 2nd child. I'm really a little old. Besides, the matter with Tianmoju is also very difficult. Maybe we will encounter unexpected,
Duan Muqi said in a very embarrassed tone.
Well, what am I not going to fight about with Yu Hui? It won't affect her at all. I trust Yumei and Xiaobao about Tianmoju. I just want you to give me a statement now.
Murong Feng said very dissatisfied. It turns out that Murong Feng has always admired Duan Muqi. This time when she came to the 19th princess to work with Duan Muqi, she was very attentive. Moreover, during this period, Murong Feng was surprised to find that many of her thoughts and ideas Duan Muqi has a very tacit understanding. And that kind of tacit understanding can only be felt when you are with Duan Muqi. This feeling made Murong Feng very obsessed with him. And in the end, he was secretly in love, deeply attracted by Duan Muqi. Of course, although Duan Muqi was aware of it, he still kept a certain distance and maintained the demeanor of a humble gentleman. He is not a lustful person, and he also has feelings for Yu Hui. Regarding Murong Feng's feeling, he was more willing to understand that it was a feeling between close friends. So Murong Feng went through a long period of struggle. In order to escape this feeling, she took the initiative to assist Princess Mou, hoping to use time and distance to dilute this feeling. But she did not expect this kind of longing. The feelings were still surging higher than the previous wave, making Murong Feng unable to bear it anymore. By sending troops to reinforce Jialanga this time, Murong Feng rushed back and expressed his attitude to Duan Muqi. This caught Duan Muqi off guard and didn't know what to do. He can arrange an army of millions of people safely, but he is a little panicked about this matter. He admired Murong Feng's intelligence very much, but he never thought about marrying again. Although it is normal for men in this era to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even powerful women have many married multiple husbands. But Duan Muqi never thought about this. He always thought that he was too old. Just at this very dull and depressing moment, a strange cry suddenly came.
The moon is on the top of the willow tree, and the date is after dusk. I think this can be done. Huh? Who?
Murong Fong was immediately taken aback and asked in a panic. He doesn't have his usual calm demeanor at all.
Xiao Bao? Brother-in-law? And the 19th princess?
Duanmuki just saw clearly the figure flashing out from not far away and stammered.
You guys have something to do. I'm leaving first.
Murong Fong didn't even wait for Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess to approach. He had already hurriedly jumped on his horse and fled as fast as he could. Being overheard in her privacy, she was suddenly shocked, annoyed and shy.
Alas, my brother-in-law, although we are relatives, it is always bad to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Right.
Duanmuqi blushed and started to complain first.
Hey, you can't blame me. My hearing is 4 times that of ordinary people, so I don't want to hear it. But I can hear it clearly,
Zhu Xiaobao said shamelessly. Just now, he stretched his neck to listen. Very enthusiastic. Even the 19th princess couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. This guy is so virtuous.
Humph. You must have heard it. One of the things I'm worried about right now is that the age difference between the two of us is a bit big. And the other is the existence of Heavenly Demon Geo. If you can't stand up to Heavenly Demon Geo, then we and all these people will die. So,
Duanmuqi said hesitantly. Although others said he was very confident, Duanmuqi knew that he was not very sure about dealing with Tianmuzhou, and the chance of winning was less than half. Now even the great venerable Wu Wei no longer dares to face the hard steel heavenly demon dove. Moreover, Tian Moju's recovery speed is much faster than Zhu Xiaobao and others' cultivation speed.
So, to put it another way, even if we all have to die in the end, you can't leave any regrets. Don't end up letting the people you care about not get what they want. That's the biggest regret. As for your age, I guarantee that you can cultivate to martial master, or even great martial master. Then there is still a lot of time. Do you still care about your age?
Zhu Xiaobao still said with smile lines on his face. As if the existence of Tian Moju, it's like he didn't even pay attention to it. Even Duanmuqi was very impressed by this. This guy is really cool.
Huh? Seriously? Can you help me advance to the level of martial lord? Then let me think about it carefully,
Duanmuqi said with a bit of surprise. He did not expect to be promoted to the level of martial lord. But after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words, it seemed that looks very confident. If this were the case, he would have only spent 1/3 of his life at his current age.
Of course. How about it? Do you want me to help you with Yu Hui and Murong Fong?
Zhu Xiaobao asked enthusiastically. Yu Hui was definitely a good wife and mother, and she was easy to talk to, while Murong Fong was very familiar with Zhu Xiaobao. So Zhu Xiaobao volunteered to ask.
No need. I can handle this matter myself. Well, I'll take my leave.
Duanmuqi shook his head, then cupped his hands and left in a hurry. Now he is considering which one to settle first. In the end, I decided to confess my feelings to Yu Hui first, and then go to Murong Fong. As Duanmuqi walked, he was still muttering.
The moon is on the willow tree tops, and we meet after dusk. What a poem. How come this guy can come up with such a good poem? It's incredible. The dog's mouth spit out ivory.
At this time, the 19th princess was also recalling the taste.
The moon is on the willow tree tops, and we meet after dusk. How did you come up with such a wonderful poem? It's so appropriate. It's so beautiful. Oh.
Are you really not afraid at all? If we can't defeat the demon Geo, we will really all die. Humph. What are you afraid of? It has the blood sacrifice method, and I also have the thunder method. You may not lose to it. Besides, even if you lose and die, I will fight with you. Zhu Rong, Zhu Mei, and you Dan. If Wu Yu and the others die together, they will die without regrets.
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly, raising his head.
What you said is so good. I don't feel afraid at all anymore.
Princess 19 suddenly felt warm in her heart and said very emotionally,
Ha ha ha. Come on. Let's set off together. My thunder skills are all with Muchuani.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a laugh, and actually jumped from his own horse to the horse of the 19th princess, stretched out his hand, and stopped the slender waist of the 19th princess.
Well, what are you doing? There are a lot of guards along the way.
Princess 19 immediately shouted shyly.
The moon is above the willow treetops, and we meet after dusk. The last 2 sentences are, 2 people ride together. Silence is better than sound. Ha ha ha. It's so soft. Please untie it a little more.
Zhu Xiaobao was talking nonsense. On one side, his two paws are already swimming restlessly. When they arrived at the heavily guarded armory, they didn't expect that the old apprentice was also here with Mu Chuanyi. He was very caring and protective of this junior sister. These senior brothers and sisters are really affectionate. After Zhu Xiaobao is the master. The old apprentice cares most about this junior sister. Of course, the relationship between him and Mu Chuanyi is not the kind of relationship between a man and a woman, but a very sincere relationship between brothers and sisters. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao also likes Mu Chuanyi as his disciple, or rather respects this female disciple a little, because Mu Chuanyi's IQ is so high. She is definitely a talented girl at the academic level. Using today's standards, it should be an IQ of over 160. Although what Zhu Xiaobao taught her was scattered, Mu Chuanyi was able to integrate it and figure out the corresponding rules and knowledge on her own. Now her level of physical chemistry should have reached the high school level, and it is still top-notch. Now Mu Chuanyi has developed more powerful gunpowder. There are many small iron lumps on the table. This is a grenade designed and made according to Zhu Xiaobao's ideas. The volume is half smaller than the original one, but the power is indeed actually tripled, and it is the same as the grenades of later generations. Triggering detonation. This is one of the thunderous methods that Zhu Xiaobao is secretly preparing. Although Tai Moji recovers quickly and has a very strong physique, he is still a mortal body after all. And Zhu Xiaobao plans to use these weapons from later generations to increase his chances of winning. Originally, he wanted to build a sniper rifle, but in the end, he sadly discovered that the steel pipes currently being refined simply could not meet the requirements, which meant that the current smelting level could not meet the most basic requirements. What's even more outrageous is that he tested it with the original heavy fire system, and it was actually unharmed when it hit Jiumei. Even without the turtle shield, Jiumei only suffered some flesh injuries, and with their ability to sense the descendants of these mythical beasts, they can actually dodge the flying shrapnel. So Zhu Xiaobao finally gave up the idea of making a sniper rifle. Zhu Xiaobao now understands more and more that this world is different from the original world. The original world focused on the development of external forces and relied more on knowledge and laws to change his life and environment. But in this world, people pay more attention to the development and cultivation of the body. So the people here are stronger and live longer. Moreover, continuous practice can further improve Yangshuo. So most people are more willing to practice consciously. Even if their combat effectiveness is not high, their lifespan can still be extended a lot. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao sitting there in a daze, Princess 19 couldn't help but ask,
Xiaobao, what are you thinking about? Could it be that these thunderous methods are not enough to deal with the demon Geo?
Huh?
Oh, no. I was thinking that we could live together for hundreds of years. I can't believe it. What's that? If you can inherit the heritage of the mythical beasts, you might be able to ascend to the fairy world and live forever. Humph. I don't believe it. Besides, I don't want to become an immortal. I just want to spend my life with the one I love. Hateful. You're tricking me into crying again.
Chapter 676, Secret Preparation A. Following several loud noises, the 19th princess was a little shocked when she saw the rocks and trees that were blown up in front of her. This was so powerful, several times more powerful than the previous mines and missiles. She almost caught up with Hong Yi. The destructive power of the cannon is only much smaller than the damage range of the red cannon. Only a few people such as Zhu Xiaobao and Mu Chuanyi can enter this experimental site. Now these things of Zhu Xiaobao must be kept secret, and they are not willing to reveal them even to the Great Master Wu Wei, because the performance of the Great Master Wu Wei is really a bit unbearable. He doesn't have the demeanor and magnanimity of the best person in the world before. On the contrary, he is a little timid, and it always makes people feel that he has another purpose. Of course, this is just the feeling of Zhu Xiaobao and others, and there is no concrete evidence.
Xiaobao, do you want to use these powerful grenades to deal with the demon Geo? Is it possible?
Princess 19 asked in surprise and joy. And at the same time, she looked at Mu Chuanyi with great admiration. This weak and frail woman is really too smart. She basically figured out these things on her own. Zhu Xiaobao only gave some design ideas or theoretical knowledge, and just ignored the rest. Mu Chuanyi completed it after countless experiments.
Hey, this is just a small part of it. This thing is probably not very useful against the demon Geo, but it is definitely effective against the remaining 3 great sages. It can definitely make this perverted guy like the she-male in the illusion. I can't wait any longer.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't complete the task of developing a sniper rifle you gave me.
Mu Chuanyi said, still feeling a little guilty at this time. She always thought that Zhu Xiaobao taught her to develop it. So she would definitely be able to develop it. If it is successful, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't bother to develop and produce it himself. Little did she know that Zhu Xiaobao couldn't figure it out himself. So he simply left it to Mu Chuanyi, a genius academic master.
Ha ha. Forget it. I don't blame you for this. The main reason is that I don't have time to tutor you. Besides, this thing doesn't have much damage to the physique of these great sages. Well, you should have a good rest and supplement nutrition. Look, I seem to have lost weight these days.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Mu Chuanyi's shoulder generously and said boldly. But the last few words were very serious. Mu Chuanyi really, she is too thin. And her current level of cultivation is only that of a second-level martial artist. Her progress is a bit too slow. Mainly because she has no time to practice.
Yes. Got it. Senior brother has been taking care of me these days.
Mu Chuanyi gave a rare and delicate smile and looked at the old apprentice behind him. This senior brother really loves her and makes delicious food for her in different ways every day.
Well, disciple, I'll leave it to you from now on. Not only must I be on strict guard, but I must also take good care of your junior sister.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at his old disciple and said happily. Now Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts no longer needs the protection of his old apprentice. So it is most reassuring for him to stay here. After all, he is a great venerable.
Yes. Got it.
The old apprentice also said respectfully. After coming out of the armory, I didn't expect that the great venerable Wu Wei had come back. As soon as he came back, he was eager to find the 19th princess. He was also going to take the 19th princess to the Daxiangguo temple, because the 19th princess mental cultivation was similar to I have become more diligent again. And there are still signs of breakthrough. So I must go to Daxiangguo temple for enlightenment and retreat at this time. Regarding this matter, Zhu Xiaobao and others have no objections. The most important thing now is to increase the speed of cultivation as much as possible. It is unknown where the great master Tian Wu Wei has gone these days. And he is unwilling to tell everyone. The 19th princess quietly left the West King's fief that night and followed Master Wu Wei to the great Xianghua temple. Just like last time.
She took Wu Yu with her. This departure actually allowed Duan Muqi and Murong Feng to jointly take over the Shiwang fiefdom smoothly. The two of them were avoiding talking about their confession at this time. But their cooperation became more and more tacit. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was also talking to the British princess Zhu Rong in front of his beautiful chest. He had grown very tall now, and could no longer rely on other people's chests as casually as before. Even now Jumei can still let him lean on her comfortably.
You know, you are worried. I thought you really didn't care about anything.
Zhu Rong sat aside and said softly. Zhu Xiaobao will only show his true thoughts in front of Zhu Rong. He always has to appear confident in front of others. Otherwise so many people will be nervous and scared.
Alas! What I'm worried about is that so many people are looking at me. And they don't even know the horror of the demon Geo. They think I'm guaranteed to win.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed at this time and said, the greater the responsibility. The greater the responsibility. The pressure felt is also greater.
With Mu Chuanyi's grenades and repeating crossbows, what do you think the chances of winning are? Is it 50%?
Zhu Rong also frowned slightly and asked.
No. But I am still trying to improve our chances of winning. There is one more thing that we must try. It just so happens that the great master Wu Wei is not here now. So we can go to see quietly.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Huh? You mean that half of the dragon-slaying knife? Do you really think you can find it?
Zhu Rong immediately understood Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts, and couldn't help but look at Jumei. Now only Jumei can dive into the bottom of the sea for a long time. But I've been to Jumei several times, and haven't found it yet.
Yes. I guess that half of the dragon-slaying knife was either too damaged or too far away for my kitchen knife to be unable to sense its position. This time I plan to change the place. The sea area near Southeast County. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said,
Then I'll go with you. Even if I can't help. I still want to be with you.
Zhu Rong said firmly.
Together? Well, don't worry. We will be together forever.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned and seemed to feel that Zhu Rong was cherishing being together every day. I couldn't help but feel a little trembling in my heart. He even felt that he must defeat Demon Geo in order to keep his happy life. As for whether I can attain immortality or immortality, I don't really care. and the eldest prince's fiefdom. They had withdrawn their troops at this time, leaving only some necessary defenders. And now the eldest prince is more confident than before. He suddenly has food in his hands, and his cultivation level has been promoted to the Great Martial Master. Now there are 10 Great Martial Masters in the world. What's more important is that a Daozun is serving him diligently under his crotch. It turns out that the Great Lord Jiuyin has truly surrendered completely now. As long as the eldest prince looks at her, she will strangely sacrifice herself. There was nothing I could do. Even though the eldest prince had just been promoted to the Grand Martial Lord, his combat power was far superior to her. The Grand Martial Lord, compared with the pride of the eldest prince, the Great Lord Renyao and the Great Lord Jiuyin were very miserable. A few days after returning to the palace, Tai Moju, also known as the Great Lord Wilderness, came back with his troops. And they were very successful. Wiped out those mobs. In fact, they were all sacrificed to blood by the Great Lord of the Wilderness. But as soon as the Great Master of the Wilderness came back, he found that the 2 female warriors had been taken away. He immediately became furious. These 2 female warriors were very enjoyable and satisfying to him. Their physiques were definitely strong and toned. A rare and top quality. But he was actually rescued by Zhu Xiaobao, which made the Great Venerable Man Wang extremely angry. From the room of the Great Venerable Manchurian, the screams of the Great Venerable Shimei were heard. It was really scary. The Great Venerable Jiuyin was trembling when he heard it. He looked at the first prince pleadingly, hoping that he could help yourself to say a few good words. Although this is not her fault. The Great Lord of the Savage Land never considers this. In his eyes, these 2 great lords are just 2 slaves. Forget it. Forget it. Brother, since they have been rescued by Zhu Xiaobao and others, there is no point in punishing them now. Besides, those descendants of the mythical beasts do have some tricks. Just the Suzaku the fire cannot be resisted by ordinary great lords. The eldest prince walked into the room of the Great Lord of the Wilderness, and persuaded with a smile. Then with a wave of his hand, 2 guards dragged in a girl. The girl's eyes were full of panic, because everyone knows the hobbies of the eldest prince and the Great Lord of the Wilderness. They want to use her as food and wine. Humph! You useless thing. I'm giving you an advantage this time. Kneel down and come to the door. The Great Lord of the Savage Land angrily picked up the Great Lord of the Human Demon and threw it to the door with a wave of his hand. The great she-male turned over in the air, and then knelt down outside the door. Although I was angry and annoyed in my heart, I didn't dare to show it on my face at all. Brother, the latest news I got is that the Great Venerable Wu Wei took the 19th princess to the Daxiangguo Temple. Do you think it will be any disadvantage to us? The eldest prince and the Great Venerable Man Wang sat down respectively. And then he immediately said that this was a major matter, and he must report it to the Great Venerable Man Wang immediately. Oh! Went to Daxiangguo Temple? That was to improve the 19th princess's magical beast mind. It doesn't matter. These descendants of the mythical beasts are not what I am most worried about. What I am most worried about is the Great Venerable Wu Wei and the dragon-slaying knife. Whereabouts? Once the beast control slave retrieves the dragon-slaying knife, it will be a very troublesome matter. The Great Venerable Man thought for a while, and then said with some relief, but his eyes were fixed on the girl who was dragged in. I couldn't help but swallow. The eldest prince was really understanding. He prepared such a delicious meal for himself just after he came back. There is also news that Zhu Xiaobao, Princess Ying and Jumei are missing. The spies I placed in the Western King's fief can't trace their whereabouts at all. Although the eldest prince was also salivating over the delicious food that was about to enter his mouth. But it is better to report all the latest news to the Great Lord of the Wilderness. After all, these descendants of the mythical beasts are the key figures they pay attention to, second only to the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Oh, Zhu Xiaobao is a bit strange, and he also has half a dragon-slaying knife. So don't be careless, the Great Master Man Wang suddenly said with some vigilance, and then waved his hand to the Great Master Human Demon who was kneeling outside the door. He was called in. Humph. Now I'll give you a choice. One is to capture 2 more female warriors, and the other is to find out the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao. Make your own choice. I choose to explore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 677, Secret Preparation B. The choice made by the Great Master of the Human Demon was also a helpless move. Although it was much easier to capture the 2 female warriors, he himself was still injured. He was hit in the vital part by Jumei's hammer, and he has not recovered yet.
What worries him even more is that his guy fan has not responded at all in the past few days. As if he has been immortal. The key is that you don't dare to exert force. Once you exert force, it will be like tearing off the egg. And the pain will be unbearable. Moreover, this time he was acting alone. Without the assistance of the Great Master Join. The Great Master Shimel felt that he was not sure that he could capture the two female warriors alive. Therefore, the Great Master Renyao chose to explore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao against his will. Although the injury has not healed. As long as he is careful, he is still very confident in his concealment skills. Now that the Great Master of Wilderness allows him to choose one of the two, it is already a huge favor. And he doesn't dare to bargain at all.
Oh, you are a bit brave to go and find out the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao. Well, if you can wait for an opportunity to kill Zhu Xiaobao, I will teach you the art of physical training when you come back. Your cultivation is growing too fast, so you have to train yourself. You have to have a physique that can keep up with it.
The Great Venerable Man Wang was also a little surprised. He thought that the Great Siren would choose the relatively easy option of capturing the female warrior. But he didn't expect the Great Venerable Shimel to choose a very difficult option. Options.
Thank you so much, Lord Heavenly Demon. I should have done my best for Lord Heavenly Demon.
The Great Human Demon suddenly knelt down in surprise and joy. He and the Great Lord Jiuyin both encountered the same problem. Now it feels like it's swelling again. But my bones, muscles, and tendons feel a little unbearable. It's just that this state is not particularly obvious. But it has already caused panic among the two Great Lords. They don't have as strong a physique as the Great Lord of the Wilderness. But wouldn't it be a pity if they stopped beyond the level of martial saint because of this? Now when I heard what the Great Venerable Man Wang said, I was of course overjoyed.
Master, I also need to learn this physical training technique. You haven't favored my family for several days.
The Great Master Jiuyin suddenly felt hot in his heart when he heard it. And he immediately shouted in a flattering voice. In order to be promoted to the level of martial saint, Master Jiuyin also worked hard. He took out a sharp knife and cut off 2 bloody strips of meat from the thigh of the girl who was sent in by the guards. She also rinsed it in the wine, and then served it to the table of the Great Venerable Master and the first prince very attentively, with a charming and coquettish face. In sharp contrast to this, the girl behind her screamed in pain, but Lord Jiuyin didn't care at all. Moreover, her technique was unique, and she didn't get any blood on her body. The great ladyboy shuddered in his heart when he saw it. This old witch is really hard-working. She is even more cruel than before.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Good performance. I will benefit from you when the time comes.
The Great Venerable Wilderness suddenly felt happy. Without the 2 female warriors. Looking at the Great Venerable Jiuyin now. He still thinks it's pretty good. He conveniently slapped Lord Jiuyin on the butt. Lord Jiuyin danced his waist very gracefully, took off his clothes, and wrapped them in a layer of gauze, showing off his charming and enchanting figure. In the sea near Southeast County, Tong Wuxin was driving the Jixiang Sanbao, and was waiting anxiously behind a reef. Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao had already dived into the seabed for a day and a night, and had not come out yet. She did not quite understand the descendants of the mythical beasts. Those special abilities made me very worried about the safety of Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei.
Wuxin, don't worry. Jumei doesn't need to breathe through her mouth and nose in the water. She can separate the required oxygen with the help of the turtle's dharma and the turtle's back shield. Ha ha. There is oxygen in her body. Will Xiaobao suffocate to death?
Zhu Rong saw the anxious look on Tong Wuxin's face, and couldn't help but reveal a little bit of Jumei's secret.
Alas, I really didn't expect that Jumei can have so many super abilities. If an ordinary person can have just one, he is already a genius.
Tong Wuxin couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Who would have thought that she would have to learn martial arts and beg for food from him? The beauty begging for a drink is already an unparalleled goddess in the world. At this moment, 2 people floated up from the sea. It was Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei. Although they were safe and sound, they both looked very tired. Especially Zhu Xiaobao, who was lying on the deck gasping for air. After a while, I went into the cabin and changed into a set of dry clothes, and then returned to the dining table. I had not eaten for a day and a night, and I was already starving. Especially Jumei, who was already sitting there, and started to devour the food hungrily. Zhu Rong had prepared these all a long time ago, ready for them to eat at any time. There were several jars of 9-year-old food next to them. Jumei was very satisfied with the food, but Zhu Xiaobao's face didn't look very good, because this time he still gained nothing, and the kitchen knife in his hand didn't react at all.
Well, Don't worry. This matter is just like finding a needle in a haystack. How can it be that easy? At least we have already searched this area of the sea. When it gets late at night, we should quietly drive to the area of the 36 islands in the southeast.
Tong Wuxin saw Zhu Xiaobao's depressed look, so he could only comfort him with a smile.
Yes. What Wu Xian said is right. It seems that the legend Wu Xian heard should be a clue. It is a bit dangerous to enter the southeast 36 islands. We only have one boat.
Zhu Rong also said softly, saying that it was very dangerous. But there was no fear at all on her face.
Hey! So what if it's a boat? If you can't defeat it, can't you escape? My lucky 3 treasures can beat them dozens of blocks.
Zhu Xiaobao also returned to his smiling appearance. He was not a very pessimistic person to begin with. It was not until the second watch that the 3 auspicious treasures quietly sailed into the waters of the 36 islands in the southeast. They were very careful when they arrived here. There were fast boats patrolling back and forth between each island. Now the 36 islands in the southeast are completely controlled by Ji Jisheng. So there have been no wars in the past year. And the pirates are all backed by Ji Jisheng. Although Yang Batti defected to GZ after his defeat, he came out with his men again half a year ago and began a life of robbery and robbery at sea again. Their pirate ships and various ordnance were provided by GZ. People like Yang Batti were already used to this kind of life. And it would be even more uncomfortable for them to work honestly under Ji Jishen than to kill them. Although it was the middle of the night. The moonlight was bright. And Zhu Xiaobao's telescope could still come in handy. And he could spot the patrolling speedboats early. If they get even closer, Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao can sense it without using telescopes. Their sensing ability is now more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Several times during this process, we almost encountered those clippers. But we managed to avoid them all because the speed of the 3 auspicious treasures was too fast. 2 clippers even noticed something unusual. But in the blink of an eye they were gone. Disappeared. And the soldiers on the ship shook their heads in confusion, thinking that they were being deceived. Because it is impossible to have such a fast speed ship. Tong Wuxin drives the 3 auspicious treasures and takes the most hidden route. She is very familiar with this place. After all, she has lived here for more than 10 years. Finally, Tong Wuxin found a very secluded place to stop.
Xiaobao, there is Jiaolong Island ahead. We can't go any further. There is no place to hide in front. We are waiting for you here. Well, that's pretty good. I'm afraid GZ never imagined that we would search for the sword under his nose. Jumei, let's get into the water.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said with a solemn expression,
Huh! I've been ready for a long time. Let's go!
Jumei stretched out her hand and flipped Zhu Xiaobao into the sea. Zhu Rong and the others were stunned when they saw it, because Zhu Xiaobao wrapped his hands and feet around Jumei. He didn't even exert any strength at all, and he was completely led by Jumei and he sank. The 2 of them kept sinking like this, and only when necessary. Jumei would blow on Zhu Xiaobao mouth to mouth. Otherwise Zhu Xiaobao would not be as capable as Jumei. After sinking to a depth of about 17 or 8 miles, you can see that one side of Jiaolong Island is flat and smooth, as if it had been cut by a knife. In fact, going straight up along this plain, the cliffs on the north side of Jiaolong Island are also straight up and down. So the north side of Jiaolong Island has always been undefended, and no one can climb up it. Suddenly, the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand began to become restless. As the giant beauty sank further, the kitchen knife became more and more active. It beat repeatedly in Zhu Xiaobao's hand, seeming to be very excited. In the end, he broke free from Zhu Xiaobao's hand and shot downwards quickly. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei looked at each other and felt very excited. But Zhu Xiaobao was also very worried, fearing that the kitchen knife would just leave him, which would be a huge loss. Jumei accelerated its sinking speed, and when it sank 2 miles further, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a heavy sword energy. Jumei was also on guard nervously, and the golden armor hammer was also used. The tortoise-back shield wrapped her and Zhu Xiaobao tightly, because the sword energy was quite thick and terrifying. Jumei felt that she could not even block such a sword. Zhu Xiaobao also used the white tiger technique, and then he saw clearly that the straight cliff on Jiaolong Island was forced out by a knife, and it should have been chopped out by the dragon-slaying knife back then. At this time, the kitchen knife also folded back quickly, but it seemed to be pulling Zhu Xiaobao anxiously towards the bottom of the cliff. The further we walked, the more obvious we felt the sword energy. After swimming from east to west for a long time, we gradually lost the feeling of the sword energy.
Is it just a sword energy? Where did the half of the dragon-slaying knife go?
Zhu Xiaobao obviously felt a little frustrated with his kitchen knife, as if he had not found the half of the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Xiaobao clutched the kitchen knife, turned around and walked back, entering the sword energy again. But in the end it came to the end, and the sword energy gradually disappeared. Chapter 678 Secret Preparation C. This time, they almost circled around the bottom of Jialan Island, which made all Xiaobao very tired. Even Jumei felt a little tired. But the final result was still very disappointing. This thick knife, the chi was just the remaining sword chi that lasted for dozens of miles. And the half of the dragon-slaying knife was not found. The kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was also scurrying back and forth, looking very anxious. Of course, it hoped to find its other half. In the end, I had no choice but to slowly surface. The pressure on the 20-mile deep seabed was too great. Even Jumei couldn't bear it. She was also responsible for injecting gas to Zhu Xiaobao, which was even more difficult. Increased his load. Although the kitchen knife was still being searched around reluctantly, it finally returned to Zhu Xiaobao's hands unwillingly and came back with it. It is true that the half of the dragon-slaying knife cannot be found here. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei had been at the bottom of the sea for nearly 2 days. They were exhausted both physically and mentally, and had almost reached the limit of what Jumei could bear. It was about to emerge from the sea, but looking up from the water, it was a sea of fire. And this kind of sea of fire was very familiar to Zhu Xiaobao. It must have been formed by Zhu Rong using her own Suzaku fire. Unexpectedly, they were discovered where they docked, and the 3 treasures of auspiciousness were being besieged by countless warships. It turns out that although the terrain here is very hidden, unfortunately, it was discovered by a pirate ship. Because this pirate ship was disguised like a merchant ship, it did not attract enough attention from Tong Wuxin, because their disguise was also very good. It looks like a small warship from a distance. There are many warships coming and going here, and they usually don't attract attention. However, the 2 naval guns on the bow of the ship were not well hidden and were recognized by the pirates. So they hurried back and called in reinforcements. They planned to sneak attack on the 3 auspicious treasures by surprise. But before they got within 1,000 steps, they were discovered by Tong Wuxin's telescope. Originally, there was no problem if she wanted to escape quickly, but Tong Wuxin refused to leave here. She was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would not be able to find them when they came up. So in the end, relying on the advantage of the terrain, we launched a fierce counterattack. The 3 auspicious treasures had a bad reputation. The warships that gathered around did not dare to approach, but surrounded them from a distance. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate for a day and night, launching some small-scale sneak attacks from time to time. But they were all attacked by the 3 auspicious treasures. The female warriors were shot and killed mercilessly. But the next day, the opponent's large warships also came to increase their numbers. Although they did not dare to engage in close combat, they were numerous in number after all. Many warships were already within range, but they were impossible to guard against. What made Tong Wuxin most oppressed was that the cannonballs on the ship had been fired. Without the deterrence of the naval guns, these warships began to slowly surround him. Seeing that the opponent's encirclement was about to take shape, Zhu Rong could only forcefully display the Suzaku Dharma at this time, and then used her innate skills. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire was formed. Taking this opportunity, the 3 auspicious treasures began to attack. Got out. But Tong Wuxin kept looking back on the boat. She still didn't want to leave because Zhu Xiaobao hadn't come back yet. But Zhu Rong was still very decisive at this time and ordered the female warriors to rush out of the encirclement as quickly as possible.
Rush out immediately. Wu Xian.
Don't worry. He is with Jumei. Nothing can trouble them.
Okay. I hope you are right, Tong Wuxin said reluctantly. But she also knew that she must escape from this sea area immediately. Although Zhu Rong used her innate skills, there were still dozens of ships rushed over from the diagonal stab, trying to block their way. Zhu Rong's aura was already very weak at this time, which was caused by excessive use of the power of the divine beast. This time the 3 auspicious treasures are not fully staffed. In order to bring enough supplies, there are only 26 female warriors this time, mainly responsible for mobilizing the 3 auspicious treasures. The current situation is critical. There are no more artillery LS. There are less than 10 female warriors who can shoot and kill. Zhu Rong is also in a very weak condition. What's even worse is that there are dozens of warships on both sides in front of him. He rushed over quickly, apparently trying to block their escape route. At this time, the warship at the front was very close. and the opponent's powerful crossbow could already hit the 3 auspicious treasures.
Wu Xian. Push all the naval guns on the ship into the sea to reduce the load. Otherwise it will be impossible to rush through at this speed.
Zhu Rong said anxiously at this time.
No. This is our most powerful weapon. I won't throw it away.
Tong Wuxing gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Yes. Since the Jixiang 3 treasures came into service, these naval guns have repeatedly performed extraordinary feats. They have become Tong Wuxing and the others' most beloved things. They already have feelings for them. So how can they push them into the sea?
But Xiaobao hopes that we are all alive. Sisters, don't be reluctant. Maybe this is the best result for Xiaobao. None of you are thousands of times more precious than these naval guns. Especially you, Wu Xian. If you have any shortcomings, I can't even explain it to Xiaobao. In his mind, you are no worse than his own sister.
Zhu Rong said helplessly.
I just can't bear it.
When Tong Wuxing heard this, her heart trembled. Of course she knew that Zhu Xiaobao had the same feelings for her as he did for Yi Qihong. Tong Wuxing was very proud of this. So she wiped the tears from her eyes and shouted angrily.
Sisters, work together to push these naval guns into the sea. We must not let the enemy get there.
With the sound of plop, plop, the naval guns on Jixiang Sanbao were pushed into the sea. Suddenly, the hull became half lighter. The speed increased again, and it sailed forward quickly. But looking at the speed at which the opponent is charging towards me in a diagonal thrust, it seems that it is still not enough. If he charges towards me again, he will be hit. Tong Wuxing made a sharp turn helplessly and began to look for a new breakthrough again. But everyone knows that this time I am afraid that we are really going to be trapped here, which means that it is time to fight to the death. The 26 female warriors stopped using the 3 auspicious treasures, took out their weapons, and prepared for the final fight. The 30 warships that were blocking the way in front did not dare to approach, but were just besieging the 3 auspicious treasures. The sea was quiet for a while, but the atmosphere before this decisive battle was very tense and depressing.
How about it? Order all the crossbows to shoot together. If there is a close fight, I don't know how many people will die. The fighting power of these female warriors is quite terrifying.
The 2 leaders on the warship blocked the way. It turned out to be Xia Chun, Xia Qiu, and others who followed Ji Jisheng and ran out from Shiyuan City. They are now Ji Jisheng's confidants, and their cultivation has reached the peak of a great martial artist. They have been very proud of themselves in the past few years.
Nonsense. This ship is an absolute artifact. And the female warriors on the ship are even more valuable. Not to mention Princess Ying and Tong Wuxing. Which one of them does the general not want to get? How dare you do so casually? Just ruin it.
Xia Chun glared at Xia Qiu with disdain, and her heart was also burning. Although the loss was huge this time, the gain was definitely worth it.
What should we do?
Xia Qiu also suddenly woke up and asked.
Humph. Human sea tactics. Slowly approach them. Jump onto their boat. And try to capture them alive. I have already sent a speedboat to deliver a message to General Ji. I estimate that I will arrive in less than half a day.
Xia Chun was very excited.
She said proudly, thinking that her plan was perfect. Without the naval guns, these 20 or so female warriors, even if they were made of iron, wouldn't they still be turtles in the jar?
Great! Do you think General Ji will also reward us with 1 or 2 female warriors? Of course.
Ha ha ha. Seeing that the warships on the opposite side began to slowly approach, and still maintained a neat horizontal formation, everyone on the Jixiang Sanbao stood with their heads held high, waiting for the final decisive battle. Even Zhu Rong has no intention of leaving. If she condenses the Suzaku Dharma form again, it will not be a problem to escape alone. But she did not choose to escape, but to live and die with these female warriors. At this critical moment, a huge wave suddenly rose from the sea, and a warship was overturned at once. Immediately afterwards, a huge magical turtle surfaced from the sea. The magical turtle looked at its surroundings, and then crashed into the opponent's warship. In an instant, 2 more warships were knocked over. The soldiers on the warship were swimming desperately in the sea in fear. Otherwise the huge suction force generated by the sinking of the warship would definitely suck them into the bottom of the sea. On top of the divine turtle's Dharma appearance, another white tiger Dharma appearance immediately appeared. This white tiger Dharma appearance angrily jumped onto other warships. With a wave of its claws, it shattered the bow of the ship. With a sweep of its tail, several masts were destroyed. They all broke off one after another, and the soldiers on the warship swept out in the blink of an eye and fell into the sea one after another. The sudden turn of events shocked Xia Chun, Xia and Qiu. They never expected that they would meet three descendants of the divine beasts today, and all of them had condensed the magical forms of the divine beasts. The lethality was too terrifying, especially the magical turtle. Its huge body is several times larger than a warship. If it hits it, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. There is also a kitchen knife flying back and forth in the middle, drawing out streaks of golden light, and breaking into pieces wherever it goes. It turns out that this kitchen knife is also venting its anger.
It's Xiaobao and Jumei. They're back. They're really back. Sisters, quickly activate the three auspicious treasures. Let's rush out.
Tong Wuxin and Zhu Rong immediately shouted excitedly. Needless to say, those female warriors, he had already found his position and began to desperately activate the three auspicious treasures. At this time, he seemed to have infinite power.
Steady! Steady! Don't panic. General Ji will say it soon.
Xia Chunxiaqiu also stood on the bow of the boat and shouted eagerly, seeing that the duck in their hands flew away again. Could they not be anxious?
Boom!
Before Xia Chunxiaqiu could finish speaking, the huge turtle elephant had knocked the station over, and the soldiers on the boat fell into the water one after another. Xia Chun, Xia and Qiu also wanted to escape, but they saw a white tiger rushing in front of them, and in a blink of an eye, they transformed into Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao did not have the original smiling look, but had a full face, with murderous intent. The two tiger claws on his hands have stretched out.
Stab!
With a sound, Xia Qiu, although he was at the pinnacle of great martial arts, had no power to fight back in front of Zhu Xiaobao and was torn in half. Xia Chun, who was not far away, saw such a ferocious scene. He screamed strangely and wanted to sink into the water. Unexpectedly, a tiger-headed lance came in and passed through his chest. Xia Chun looked at his chest in despair. Blood was spurting out in large spurts from the penetrated part of the front, and the tiger-headed spear flew back into Zhu Xiaobao's hands. In the blink of an eye, several warships were knocked over, and the rest fled in all directions. Who dared to step forward? For such a big warship to capsize when hit by a huge beauty, this is no longer something a mortal can bear. The three auspicious treasures finally broke out of the siege. Chapter 679, Turn around and run away. Ji Jisheng, who was rushing over in a hurry, was standing on the bow of the boat. He looked at the two huge divine beasts in front of him blankly. He waved one hand repeatedly.
Stop! 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 Driving so fast to find death. Ah? Ji Jisheng has extraordinary experience now. Not only does he have his own memory,
but he has also integrated many memories of the Demon Geo, even though he was taken away from his body. Since the Demon Geo left his body, his cultivation level has not declined, but has increased out of thin air. It has increased a lot. Especially the spiritual awareness and physical strength have been greatly enhanced. This is probably a blessing in disguise. However, he is still practicing as a venerable, but he is almost reaching perfection. In the past few months, Ji Jisheng has had mixed joys and sorrows. He is happy that his cultivation has improved rapidly, but he is worried that the development momentum of the 19th princess is too fast, and the two great sages have been taken away by the Demon Geo. Not as arrogant as before. To be honest, Ji Shishi misses his master Jiuying Great Venerable. Although the relationship between the two is neither fish nor fowl, Ji Shishi actually really cares about Jiuying Great Venerable. And now that he has more and more people under his command, his money is already a bit tight. After all, he only has a few years, and the wealth he has accumulated is not huge. If he wants to further develop his strength, he will definitely not be able to do it without money. How else could he let Yang Beatty go out and continue to rob as a pirate? This thing makes money quickly. It's just a coincidence that the merchant ship that Yang Beatty robbed today turned out to be from Southeast County. This made Ji Jisheng very embarrassed. It's hard to explain to the 7th princess. Many high-end products were ordered by the 7th princess, but now they have been robbed by Yang Beatty. So the angry Ji Shishi gave Yang Beatty a slap in the face without any courtesy. Unexpectedly, before his anger subsided, Yang Beatty ran back again. It turned out that his men had discovered the hiding place of the three auspicious treasures, which made Ji Jisheng suddenly excited. He thought it was the 19th princess, who had started planning for the 36 islands in the southeast. But if you think about it carefully, it makes no sense. Although the 19th princess is developing rapidly, it is simply impossible for her to want to break up with the 7th princess now. Even if the 36 islands in the southeast were given to Princess 19 for free, she would not have enough manpower to take care of these 36 islands. So Ji Jiwei very carefully sent out several teams. After repeated verification, he was sure that only the 3 auspicious treasures were hiding here. Ji Jiwei immediately became energetic. If he could grab the 3 auspicious treasures, what a harvest it would be. For a long time, they have not been able to figure out why Zhu Xiaobao's warships can run so fast. And those naval guns are simply magical weapons. It is not an exaggeration to say that one is worth 10. Even one is worth 100. Ah! Later, when he heard that the 3 treasures of auspiciousness had been trapped, and that the original Princess Wen was also on the boat, Ji Jishi couldn't sit still anymore, and quickly ordered troops and ships to go to sea. He had tried so hard to make things difficult for King Wen. Isn't it just because he couldn't get Princess Wen that he was angry and maliciously retaliated? Now I didn't expect that Princess Wen actually delivered it to her door herself. And Tong Wuxin and those female warriors are excellent training resources. What's more important is that the little treasures that he fears the most are not among the 3 auspicious treasures. This is a God-given opportunity. But when he was almost there, he saw such a terrifying scene. Forget about the sea of fire. It was going around anyway and could not burn his warship. But the powerful destructive power of that basalt turtle made him shudder. See that white tiger again. Ji Jishan wanted to run away on the spot. Who told me that Zhu Xiaobao was not among the 3 auspicious treasures? The white tiger Dharma appearance had already appeared. Who else could be there besides Zhu Xiaobao? Quick! Quick! Turn around! Run! Ji Jishan shouted urgently. At this distance, the 2 divine beasts can kill each other in just a few breaths. At this time, both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei also saw Ji Jisheng's flagship, because his flagship was so luxurious and very eye-catching among the many warships. They both wanted to rush over and kill Ji Jisheng. Just when Ji Jisheng was terrified, he did not expect that the scene in front of him suddenly changed and turned into a calm and peaceful scene. There were many fishing boats swimming around, and melodious fishing songs were even heard. The Great Lady Monster? Ji Jisheng was immediately surprised. But now, he didn't know what to call the Great Lady Monster. Originally, the Great Human Demon was the only one who respected himself. And even the Great Master Jiuyin had to obey his orders. However, since Ji Jisheng was taken away, the Great Human Demon has become his slave. Now Tien Moju has separated from his body, which makes it difficult for Ji Jisheng to return to the absolutely suppressed relationship in the past. But at this time, I am also looking forward to it, hoping that the Great Master Jiuyin will also come back. Why don't you run quickly? I can't beat that giant beauty now. The Great Ladyboy didn't have time to think about these complicated relationships at this time, so he just urged hurriedly. It turns out that the Great Ladyboy is a single person. However, the news about the eldest prince and GZ was still available in time. Originally, he was at a loss to do anything. Unexpectedly, he received the news immediately. Traces of the 3 auspicious treasures appeared in Southeast County. Those who stopped walking rushed to the 36 islands in the southeast. With his status as a great venerable, this short distance was not a problem for him. So he arrived at the critical moment. Originally, the Shimel Grand Master was not willing to risk Ji Jisheng. But when he thought that the Jiuyin Grand Master might be favored again now, if something happened to Ji Jisheng, the Jiuyin Grand Master would definitely target him twice as hard. After careful consideration, the Great Master of Human Demons still took action. He really doesn't want to offend that old witch Jiuyin. At this time, Zhu Mei and Zhu Xiaobao also entered the illusion, and they were unable to sense the whereabouts of the Great Human Demon and Ji Jishen. They must have escaped. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to chase him. He didn't know if the Great Human Demon had other helpers. If Tian Majiu also came with him, wouldn't he be asking for death? Now Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei are at the end of their game. Even if the Great Human Demon doesn't run away, they will run away. I can't support it anymore. So the result is that both parties turned around and ran away. And they were both congratulating themselves on running fast. As soon as they returned to the 3 lucky treasures, Zhu Mei and Zhu Xiaobao's hair dissipated, and they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and were carried back to the cabin by several female warriors. After the illusion of the great human monster dissipated, the warships cautiously gathered around and began to clean up the mess. In this battle, hundreds of warships were damaged, 8,000 soldiers were killed, and countless others were injured. It can be said to be a heavy loss. But in the end, Ji Jishen escaped first. This makes the generals on each warship a little depressed and confused. The auspicious three treasures had been floating on the sea for a whole day, mainly because everyone was recovering their strength. However, it was then discovered that there was nothing to eat on the auspicious three treasures, and there was not much fresh water left. Everything was thrown away. Now it's a bit miserable to say that food is not a problem. It is still not a problem to catch a few fish in the sea, but it is very troublesome without fresh water. Now the remaining fresh water is given to the injured first, and the others can only endure it.
Sister Wuxin, which is the nearest island? Can you get some water?
It was also the first time that Zhu Xiaobao encountered this kind of dilemma, so he had to ask Tong Wuxin for advice.
I've seen the chart. There is a place for us to dock now. I just wonder if the owner of the island will welcome us.
Tong Wuxin said with a slight smile.
Which island? Is there anyone we know among the 36 islands?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, his eyes suddenly brightening.
It's not the 36 islands in the southeast. Have you forgotten Princess Island? The current owner of Princess Island is the original Prince Ming. Do you think we should go to Princess Island to replenish supplies?
Princess Zhu Rong also said with a smile.
Ah. Ha. Why did I forget this? It turned out to be Prince Ming? Then go! What threat does Prince Ming have now? I'm afraid it's too late for him to come and flatter you.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly laughed and said, as he spoke, the three lucky treasures had already turned towards the Princess Island and began to accelerate. Although the female warriors were very thirsty, they immediately became energetic after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words. As long as they went to the island, they would be able to replenish their supplies. They can still take a shower. But these female warriors are already feeling uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, they were still dozens of miles away from the Princess Island, and Prince Ming actually led a fleet to greet them. The ship also brought a large amount of fresh water and food. It turned out that as soon as the war broke out on the 36 islands in the southeast, King Ming got the news and quickly dispatched dozens of clippers to find out the news. This is an unpopular island, and Prince Ming is very cautious if there is any movement. Fortunately, Chief Wu left hundreds of warships for him before he left, coupled with his own warships. Princess Island's current naval strength is not weak, and the direct troops who follow him are also very powerful. Being brave and good at fighting should mean that Wang is enjoying his life here very much.
Ha. The King of England is 1,000 years old. Please forgive me for being late to welcome you.
King Ming laughed loudly from a distance, and stood at the bow of the ship and clasped his fists. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also walked to the bow of the boat. When he saw King Ming, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. King Ming has gained a lot of weight now, and his face is much whiter. He has become a pampered and happy prince. Got it. Unexpectedly, this guy became more alive and nourished when he arrived at Princess Island.
Ha. King Ming is 1,000 years old, and you are safe here? We are here uninvited, so please don't be offended.
Zhu Xiaobao also cupped his hands and said with a smile.
What are you talking about? I'm so happy that your King Chitos can come to my place. Someone, please send me all the food and drink expenses I prepared.
King Ming waved his hand and said boldly. It turned out that when Chief Wu left, he left a telescope for Prince Ming according to Zhu Xiaobao's instructions. King Ming loves it so much that he would never let it go to others. Today, in order to find out the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao, I especially wore it on my body. I found Zhu Xiaobao's three auspicious treasures from afar, and then led the team to come. Chapter 680. Tell the truth in one sentence. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that Prince Ming would come so far to welcome him in person. It was said that the two of them did not have a close relationship, and there was even some gap between them. But now it seems that as their respective circumstances have changed, their mentality has also changed a lot. Especially Prince Ming. He is indeed very sincere now. After floating on the sea for a day, Zhu Xiaobao has recovered a lot now. So he simply boarded King Ming's warship with Yumei and Tong Wuxin, while Princess Zhu Rong of England didn't even show her face, and brought more than 20 people with her. The female warriors are still staying on the three auspicious treasures, and they are not idle either, except for some female warriors who continue to use the three auspicious treasures. The rest are taking the time to wash up and replenish water. As soon as they boarded King Ming's warship, King Ming had already held a banquet and entertained them warmly. It could be seen that King Ming now kept his status very low, and he no longer had the domineering aura he had before. His face was full of joy, and seemed very close. When King Ming was defeated, he was forced to exchange his fiefdom to the 19th princess. The idea at that time was that I would rather give it to the 19th princess than to the 6th highness and the 1st prince. When we arrived at Princess Island, we had some thoughts at first, hoping to make a comeback. However, after half a year, King Ming lost the courage to come out and compete for hegemony again, because the development of the 19th princess was much stronger than he imagined. And as expected, the people of his fiefdom were extremely supportive of the 19th princess, and had long since forgotten the all-powerful King Ming. Moreover, in such a dangerous environment, Prince Ming could not do what the 19th princess did at his own expense. Not only did he have a stable foothold, he also defeated the first prince and shocked His Highness the sixth prince. Now there is a pattern of dominance. King Ming had to lament that he would never have a chance again. So Prince Ming simply lived the life of a free prince on Princess Island. His situation was much better than that of Prince Wen. Not only did he have a place to live, his children were safe and sound. He also had huge wealth. And the tobacco on Princess Island was both the agarwood and agarwood fish are purchased regularly from Lingyu Island. So he doesn't have to worry about sales at all. So his life is quite smooth. At the same time, Princess Ming did not stay on the Princess Island. Firstly, Princess Ming wanted to make a difference in the Western King's fiefdom. Secondly, she was leaving a way out for herself. If the 19th princess really rules the world in the future, at least she will not kill her and Prince Ming completely. So in this way, King Ming had no more restraints. He spent the whole day feasting on beauties, eating, drinking and having fun. So his figure also gained weight rapidly. And he was already a fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms. His cultivation level has not improved much. He is still in the first stage of martial master. Anyway, he didn't expect to be promoted to the great martial lord. Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that one day he would sit down with King Ming and have a good chat over wine. And he could also see that King Ming was somewhat afraid of him. And he was even more in awe of Zhu. Since there was no hostility, he could speak freely. Zhu Xiaobao did not hide anything, simply stated the purpose of his coming here, and sighed and said,
"It seems there is no hope. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Ha ha ha. Since it is a spiritual treasure, I must find a way to repair it myself. Right. If I have a sword, and if I want to repair it, I have to find good craftsmen, the fire from the center of the earth, and the mysterious stones, Thai gold crystals, and other top-quality weapon refining resources. How can you stay under the Dragon Island and wait for others to take advantage of it?"
King Ming said with a smile. He really didn't believe in Zhu Xiaobao. He thought Zhu Xiaobao was unwilling to tell him extremely confidential things. So he didn't care. He still had some experience. And the less he knew, the less trouble he would have.
Maybe,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a perfunctory smile while holding the wine glass. But he was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that King Ming's words would wake him up. It's really clear to all bystanders. Why didn't I think of that? At that moment, Zhu Xiaobao boldly promised that when he returned, he would give King Ming 20 altars worth 10 years, 500 altars of burning knives, and 10 beauties. Anyway, those beauties given to him by Ha Chitu were never disposed of. On the contrary, King Ming was stunned. These little treasures were really too generous. Returning to Princess Island again, Zhu Xiaobao also lamented that the changes in Princess Island are actually very huge now. Because King Ming began to build his new palace here. With the huge wealth he brought out, it was not a problem to build a luxurious palace. Moreover, in the past 6 months or so, he has been buying slaves on a large scale. Now the Princess Island is actually very lively and prosperous. Moreover, many of his direct descendants began to marry and have children here, and settled here.
Isn't this the hacking life I want? Why is he enjoying it first? Madam, do you think you want me to kill Prince Ming, and we can just live here and not leave?
Zhu Xiaobao was saying. Join hands with Zhu Rong and take a walk in the courtyard south of the palace, he said, sighing while walking.
Okay. As long as you can let go of 19 sisters' fight for hegemony, I will definitely have no problem. Jiumei, should you take action or should I take action?
Zhu Rong was not that easy to fool. She asked with a smile. Road?
Yeah. I listened to Xiao.
Jiumei replied honestly.
Okay. Don't take any action. Even if I didn't say it, it's really boring. Such a luxurious palace actually belongs to Prince Ming. It's unreasonable,
Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head depressedly. Zhu Rong and Jiumei couldn't help but snicker. Now Jiumei can understand these little humors, and will not really kill King Ming.
Well, Xiaobao, why are you so happy? You also promised Prince Ming so many benefits. Why?
Zhu Rong quickly asked the key point.
Hey, what a word that woke me up from my dream. King Ming's words reminded me of the whereabouts of the half of the dragon-slaying knife.
Zhu Xiaobao said with some pride.
Oh, where is it? Where will it hide?
Zhu Rong also immediately became energetic. This time, wasn't it just for the sake of half a dragon-slaying knife that she went through all the trouble?
Well, I'm just speculating. This kind of magical weapon has spirituality. If they want to recover, they must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon. If you have a sword that is damaged, what is the most important thing you need to recover?
Zhu Xiaobao and the others sat down in a pavilion and asked in a low voice.
Of course, it's the best refining materials, as well as the refining master, and the jolting divine fire, or the fire of the earth's core. You mean the fire of the earth's core?
Zhu Rong immediately thought of something.
Yes. It is still severely injured, and can only barely maintain its level. Then it must find a place with the fire of the earth's core, and hide there to slowly absorb and recover.
Zhu Xiaobao praised very much. He nodded and said, I have to say that Zhu Rong's reaction was very fast and very knowledgeable.
What is the fire in the core of the earth? Let's set off tomorrow. Where will we go?
Jumei couldn't think of this, so she asked depressedly.
Well, then we should go to Lingyu Island,
Zhu Rong said with a confident smile.
Madam, please accept my bow. You are so smart. Do you know what I want to do next?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately stood up and bowed deeply. But his eyes were sneaky, and he felt uneasy at first sight. Kind-hearted.
Of course. Jumei, Xiaobao wants to do double cultivation tonight, so I'm sorry to bother you.
Zhu Rong also responded calmly, and said to Jumei with a smile.
Hey! Jumei, slow down. This is a bit of a misunderstanding. Please be gentle. I'm still injured.
Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded immediately. But it was already too late. Jumei had already hugged his shoulders and greeted him enthusiastically. Go to the palace. The next day, King Ming took his many civil servants and generals to send him out for more than 10 miles in a grand ceremony, and then said goodbye. This time, King Ming was very happy. He could get closer to Zhu Xiaobao. He felt that his Princess Island would be safer. The key is that there are a lot of benefits. Just the 10 beauties make King Ming look forward to it. Although Jixiang Sanbao does not have naval guns, it is still very safe in broad daylight. After all, its speed is far faster than ordinary warships. Even if it encounters any danger, it is still easy to escape. So Zhu Xiaobao declined King Ming's offer to send a warship to escort them, because he doesn't want to reveal his destination yet. After driving on the sea for 5 hours, it was almost dark, and we had already reached the waters of Lingyu Island. It was safe here, and 10 patrolling warships had discovered them and rushed over. When they discovered that they were the 3 auspicious treasures, the female warriors on the warships all cheered. They had not seen Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. Those female warriors who knew Zhu Xiaobao were greeting him enthusiastically, and many of them had young faces that were newly promoted female warriors. In recent years, the number of female warriors on Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island has also increased a lot. A new generation of female warriors has grown up, and the number has increased significantly compared to before. And ahead is Luofeng Island, where female warriors go to find their spouses. Many newly advanced female warriors are ogling Zhu Xiaobao. They have long heard many legendary stories about Zhu Xiaobao, and now that they have come to Luofeng Island, they are all thinking about it.
Sisters, I miss you so much. Everyone wants to hug you.
Zhu Xiaobao began to stand on the bow of the boat with his arms open again, and began to tease these female warriors. Every time like this, I feel that life is exceptionally beautiful.
Hey!
The female warriors were also very cooperative in cheering.
Disgusting.
Jumei pouted in dissatisfaction.
Ha ha! Let him indulge. Is he busy enough?
Zhu Rong said to Jumei with a smile.
It seems so,
Jumei said with some understanding. When we arrived at Lingyu Mountain, we met the elders of the Lingyu tribe. Zhu Xiaobao really just slept through the night to recharge his batteries, because he was going to the sea with Jumei again the next day. Chapter 681, Volcanic Eruption A. The reason why I returned to Lingyu Island is because there is an active volcano on Lingyu Island, and the extremely high-quality iron embryos produced on Lingyu Island can only obtain extremely high temperatures because of the introduction of magma from the volcano on the island. To refine fine iron embryos, Zhu Xiaobao thought of this because of King Ming's words. The half of the dragon-slaying knife also needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and the moon. It sinks to the bottom of the sea. It is impossible to absorb much of the essence of the sun and the moon. But the aura of heaven and earth exists. It is the hot magma of the seabed/volcano. Moreover, Lingyu Mountain is the closest place with a volcano to the 36 Southeast Islands. So Zhu Xiaomao thought of this place. The elders of Lingyu Island also granted permission for Zhu Xiaobao to enter the cave where iron embryos were processed. There were many female warriors inside who were processing iron embryos. In fact, this was also a way to exercise and strengthen the body. Because it is too hot in here. Even those with low cultivation dare not come in. The scene was quite embarrassing. The female warriors were only wearing belly bands. Their faces and bodies were red and shiny. They were very calm when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, and even greeted him in surprise. Some of the bold ones even raised their belly bands intentionally or unintentionally. But Zhu Xiaobao had no intention of teasing these female warriors at this time, but was sensing them carefully. Here, Zhu Xiaobao didn't react much to the kitchen knife in his hand. He just liked the environment here. But he didn't sense the whereabouts of the other half of the dragon-slaying knife. This is also within Zhu Xiaobao's expectation. This is not the bottom of the sea after all. The half of the dragon-slaying knife was severely damaged and should still be sunk at the bottom of the sea. After coming down from the top of Lingyu Mountain, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei went into the sea hand in hand, and sank to the bottom of the sea amidst everyone's exclamations. And Zhu Rong started a new round of patient waiting. She was not sure in her heart whether the half of the dragon-slaying knife was here. But this half of the dragon-slaying knife is too important to Zhu Xiaobao, or to them, whether they can compete with the demon Jiu. The dragon-slaying knife is a very important factor. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei have been sinking to a depth of 10 miles. But there is still no reaction. Zhu Xiaobao feels a little nervous. Could it be that his inference is still wrong? Or that the half of the dragon-slaying knife not here at all? Dive further. And suddenly the kitchen knife in my hand started to beat slightly again. Just like on Dragon Island. The kitchen knife started to get excited again. At this time, there is still a long distance from the bottom of the sea, which means that the situation this time is still different from the last time. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei were gradually diving along the mountain of Lingyu Island. The surrounding water temperature was obviously much higher, and there were no sea creatures. Only scattered fish could be found far away from the mountain. The crab passed by, but it immediately turned around and swam away. Suddenly, a gap appeared on a rock wall, from which the same sword energy as the one on the bottom of Jialong Island emanated. But it was not as thick and murderous as the one on Jialong Island. It only penetrated the rock wall. Before Zhu Xiaobao could react, the kitchen knife in his hand had already shot out and penetrated through the gap. Suddenly Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded. He would definitely not be able to get through such a small gap. Jumei used the golden armor hammer to break open the gap. But it was of no use. There was a harder rock inside. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei had no choice but to wait here. Fortunately, the feeling between him and the kitchen knife was still there, and they could feel that the kitchen knife was desperately drilling into the rock wall. There is already some distance from him. After a while, the kitchen knife suddenly came out of the gap again, but it seemed to be very anxious, and kept scurrying back and forth, and then returned to Zhu Xiaobao's hands. Zhu Xiaobao could feel that this kitchen knife was different from the last time. There was still residual warmth on the kitchen knife, which meant that it had penetrated deep along the gap and had come into contact with the lava of the volcano. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei sank again. Not long after, they found a second gap, and the kitchen knife in their hands went in again. Just like the last time. It flew out again not long after. But he was obviously getting more and more excited. These gaps were left by the half of the dragon-slaying knife. It was obvious that it drilled in to absorb the essence of the magma. When it was completely absorbed, it would change to another place. So these gaps were left. Finally, it sank to the bottom of the sea. I started searching around the bottom of the sea/volcano and found more and more gaps. This made the kitchen knife a little confused. There was nothing found in each gap. That is said to be the abandoned hiding place of the half of the dragon-slaying sword. After wandering around the seabed/volcano for dozens of miles, there were hundreds of gaps found. Although Zhu Xiaobao was scratching his head, he was also very excited. This meant that he had found traces of it. It should be only a matter of time before we find it. The two of them turned to the south rock wall at this time. The water temperature here seemed to be higher, but there were fewer gaps on the rock wall. But the gaps here seemed to be larger, and there were many more a few miles around. The bones of giant fish. sharks, turtles, etc. were all cut in half. Without exception. It seems that this half of the dragon-slaying knife will try its best when bored to find some fun for itself. Suddenly, the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand began to stir again, shaking continuously, and then suddenly flew out again, rushing towards the rock wall in front of him. On the rock wall not far ahead, there was a flash of golden light in a newly pierced gap, and a strange-looking thing was shot out. It was neither square nor round, and there were many things on the surface. There was a gap, but the killing aura was unparalleled, making Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei feel a little trembling. If this thing attacked with all its strength, even the turtle-back shield might not be able to stop it. Could this be the half of the dragon-slaying knife? Unexpectedly, it has been damaged to such a degree that it is completely impossible to tell that it was once a peerless magic weapon. But the sword energy on it is very terrifying, much stronger than Zhu Xiaobao's half-kitchen knife. Moreover, its size is twice as big as the kitchen knife. It seems that it was cut into 2 pieces by the blood axe. And this kitchen knife is only half of it. The 2 artifacts actually met like this. Both parties were very cautiously hovering around each other, as if they were trying to determine the identity of the other party. But the golden light emitted by the 2 artifacts was exactly the same. At this time, the atmosphere at the scene was actually very tense. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei were looking at the 2 magic weapons intently, and they both had a premonition that something terrible would happen when these 2 magic weapons met together. Zhu Xiaobao was even more worried that his kitchen knife would lose contact with him. Call! The 2 magic weapons circled around each other several times, and suddenly emitted thousands of golden lights at the same time. Then all the golden lights gathered together to form a dazzling and thick golden light, which shot into the rock wall. Wherever you pass, the rock wall suddenly breaks into pieces, and there are scattered gravel and sand everywhere. At this time, the bottom of the sea was already in chaos, and it was impossible to see clearly the scene in front of me. When the dust settled and the vision gradually became clear, the 2 magic weapons had disappeared without a trace. The rock walls they shot through also collapsed one after another, and no traces could be found anymore. This time Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He couldn't find the half of the dragon-slaying knife, and even his own kitchen knife was gone. Isn't this a huge loss? And he has now lost the telepathy with the kitchen knife. I feel like my mind is empty, as if I have lost some important, heart-connected protection. Zhu Xiaobao was unwilling to wait at the bottom of the sea all night, but he didn't feel anything at all. He completely lost the feeling with the kitchen knife. At this time, his and Jumei's physical strength was also exhausted. They could no longer stay at the bottom of the sea, and had to pay the price immediately. At this moment, I felt that the volcano on the seabed began to tremble faintly. After half an hour, the trembling became more and more intense, and it turned into a vibration. Is this submarine/volcano about to erupt? Without any time to think, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei immediately floated upwards quickly. If the volcano really erupted, even their divine beast physiques might not be able to withstand it. The sponge finally emerged, and Zhu Rong and others were waiting there in a panic, because at this time the volcano on Lingyu Island was also shaking violently, and it seemed to be a precursor to an eruption. So not only Zhu Rong, but also the female warriors were very panicked. They were not afraid of a life-and-death fight, but they were still in awe and fear of the huge power of nature. Now everyone on Lingyu Island has boarded the boat and is evacuating to the outskirts of Lingyu Island. And the elders of the Lingyu tribe are looking at Zhu Xiaobao sadly. It is obvious that this situation it was Zhu Xiaobao who did it. But they dared not speak out.
It's not me! I don't know what's going on, and my loss is greater than all of you,
Zhu Xiaobao said with some dejection, and even felt extremely upset in his heart. If he had known this, it would be better not to look for this half of the Dragon Slayer. Where's the knife? In this form, Zhu Xiaobao also boarded the 3 lucky treasures and evacuated together with many warships. After all, once the volcano erupts, they will not be able to withstand the rushing magma. What worries the female warriors even more is that once the volcano erupts, Luofeng Island below may be destroyed. That's a treasure trove for them to find their spouse. And it is still a very prosperous trading place. Bishop Lake City doesn't want to give in too much. Will it also be burned to the ground? All the ships have sailed to a safe sea far away, and Zhu Xiaobao is still in a daze. If they can't get the dragon-slaying knife, they will definitely not be the opponent of Tai Moju. Is it really doomed? In the middle of the night, the volcano on Lingyu Island really began to erupt, and the entire sky turned golden and red. Chapter 681, Volcanic Eruption B. Everyone was staring at the crater on Lingyu Mountain, and their hearts were lifted. I have a premonition that once the magma rushes down, Lingyu Mountain and Luofeng Island will become two dead islands. It will be impossible to restore them to their original appearance. Zhu Xiaobao also stared at the crater. He was not heartbroken for the two islands. His attention was still on the dragon-slaying knife. He wanted to take back his kitchen knife. After waiting for a while, a powerful flame finally shot up into the sky, and the surrounding area was illuminated like daylight. This dazzling thing is not just the erupting flames. There are also two golden swords in it. And these flames did not start to fall after erupting like a normal volcanic eruption, but kept rising. It should have been sucked up by the two magic weapons.
I want to go there! My precious sword may need my help.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. Although he couldn't see the two magic weapons, he knew at a glance that this golden light was the dragon-slaying sword. Unique? So Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help it anymore. He was still thinking about taking back his kitchen knife.
No! It's too dangerous there.
Tong Wuxin immediately objected. If he was trapped by the hot molten lava, I guarantee that not even a scrap would be left.
It doesn't matter. Just the three of us will go there. Just drive the three auspicious treasures to the foot of the mountain.
Zhu Rong shook her head gently and said. She knew in her heart how important this kitchen knife was to Zhu Xiaobao. And more importantly, yes, the dragon-slaying knife is more important to them. If you don't fight now, you won't even have a chance to fight in the future.
Yes! We are using the magic of divine beasts. There will be no danger.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded repeatedly.
Okay. Then I'll send you there.
Tong Wuxin stopped talking nonsense. The situation was tense now, and it was a very critical moment. She had no choice but to believe in Zhu Xiaobao. Soon, the auspicious three treasures arrived at the foot of Lingyu Mountain. The temperature here was already very high. The female warriors were all covered in sweat. After arriving, they immediately left by boat. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Mei and Zhu Rong immediately condensed the divine beast form and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Zhu Rong was the fastest, and her Suzaku form could spread its wings and fly high. Zhu Xiaobao's speed is not slow either. This white tiger can jump hundreds of meters in one leap and reach the top of the mountain in a few strokes. In other words, Zhu Mei's speed is a little slower, and speed has never been her strong point. When we arrived at the crater on the top of the mountain, the temperature here was too high. Even Zhu Rong, who liked this kind of environment, couldn't bear it. Zhu Xiaobao endured the scorching temperature and was looking at the two magic weapons in the air intently. Use these erupting flames to merge together. It's just that the grades of the two magic weapons are too high, and the temperature of the flames is still a bit insufficient. Therefore, although the two magic weapons are merged together, they are not truly fused, and the temperature of the flame seems to have dropped a lot, because all the essence was absorbed by the two magic weapons.
This little earth core fire is not enough to make them refuse. How about I help them? But once they are fused, it is very likely that this dragon-slaying knife will no longer recognize you as its master.
Zhu Rong was a little bit after understanding it. He asked Zhu Xiaobao in a low voice. It can be seen that Zhu Xiaobao's eyes are almost obsessed. That kitchen knife is too important to him. He came to this world because of this kitchen knife.
Let them fuse. I know that my sword also wants to regain its true strength.
Zhu Xiaobao was silent for a while before saying reluctantly. He knew very well that if the dragon-slaying knife could not be restored, the next consequence would be to be killed by the demon Jiao, including Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. So he must make this difficult choice.
Yes.
Zhu Rong also knew that Zhu Xiaobao was not feeling well. So she responded. And then, the Suzaku Dharma image rose into the sky and flew not far away from the two magic weapons. She opened her mouth and protruded a Suzaku fire. Suddenly the temperature of the scene increased again, and the two magic weapons seemed to be beating with joy. And the flames that erupted began to be dominated by the Suzaku fire. Around the Suzaku fire, the essence of the Earth's core fire began to be concentrated at the junction of the two divine weapons. Zhu Rong has a unique advantage in using the Suzaku fire here. She no longer has to worry about the power of the divine beast being consumed too quickly, because she can directly absorb the fire from the center of the earth to recover quickly. So she can continuously provide the Suzaku fire. The junction of the two magic weapons finally began to slowly merge. There are conditions for merging into one, but some necessary hammer chains are still lacking.
Zhu Mei, turtleback shield, golden armor hammer.
Zhu Xiaobao had personally crafted weapons, and he immediately knew what was missing. So he shouted to Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei immediately sacrificed the turtleback shield, and then handed the golden armor hammer to Zhu Xiaobao. So Zhu Xiaobao used the turtle back shield as the base, placed the two magic weapons on it, rotated the golden armor hammer, and began to beat continuously. And finally the two magic weapons began to truly merge together. However, Zhu Xiaobao's casting skills are indeed not very good. There is no progress at all. The weapons he forged are still full of holes and bumps. They are not beautiful at all, and are simply miserable. It's as good as the original Lingyue Little Treasure sword. It made Zhu Rong want to cry. But at this time, the essence of the Earth's core fire had been absorbed, and the temperature had obviously begun to drop. There was no time to reforge it. So I managed to repair the dragon-slaying knife. The whole process lasted almost 2 hours. The female warriors, who were taking refuge at sea, were all cheering. Unexpectedly, Lingyu Mountain and Luofeng Island were actually saved. Although a lot of magma ash fell, there was no temperature when it fell below. Yudao and Lufengdao were covered with a layer of magma ash, damaging a few buildings. This loss is definitely acceptable. In Daxiangua Temple, Venerable Wu Wei also looked to the southwest in surprise. Although he was thousands of miles away, he still sensed the golden light. He was surprised, happy and confused, and murmured to himself,
"What's going on? Has it really been reborn? Why do I feel different from before? And why does it appear in the direction of Lingyue Island? No.
I have to rush over and have a look. Dragon Saber, is it really you? If it is you, then it's time for you to come back?"
The great Venerable Wu Wei explained to the abbot of the great Xianhua Temple that he just wanted to protect the safety of the 19th princess and not allow others to disturb her. Then quickly arranged the boat and sailed towards Lingyue Island. On the 36 southeast islands, the great master Shimei also vaguely saw those dazzling fires. The 36 southeast islands are not too far away from Lingyue Island, less than 1,000 miles away. So with his cultivation level, he can still have witnessed.
What is this? No need to ask. This must be done by Zhu Xiaobao and the others. They ran to the 36 islands in the southeast, and then to Lingyue Mountain. Why? Xiao Ji, prepare a caravan for me. I'm going to Lingyue Mountain to have a look.
The great master of the human demon also said with confusion. His mission was to detect the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao. Now that there has been such a big movement, of course, he has the responsibility to find out. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master Tianma when I go back. In the eldest prince's fiefdom, the great venerable savage was eating, drinking, and enjoying himself with the eldest prince. Today, 2 more women suffered bad luck and became their delicacies. The great venerable Jiuyin was even more diligent in serving her. Now that the work of disemboweling the body and removing the bones and removing the flesh was all done by the great venerable Jiuyin, she became more and more skilled in her techniques. She was very satisfied with serving the great venerable and the first prince of the wilderness. The key is that she is also very coquettish and wears very revealing clothes. The great venerable and the first prince of the wilderness can pinch and pat them from time to time, which is very interesting. There was even a time when the great venerable Man Wang, on a whim, directly pressed the great venerable Jiuyin on the table in front of the dining table and started cutting. The great venerable Man Wang just came back from outside today. A few days ago, he took his troops to exterminate the mob. In fact, it was a blood sacrifice practice. Now he has just come back and is still in the consolidation period. He has no intention of favoring the great venerable Jiuyin. I just want to enjoy a delicious meal. But when he was a little drunk, the great venerable Man Wang suddenly shook his whole body and suddenly sobered up a lot. Then he ran out of the palace and looked to the south.
What's going on? Why do I feel a trace of murderous aura? Could it be that the dragon-slaying sword has been reborn? But it doesn't look like what's going on. Could it be that some master has created a 9th grade magic weapon?
Although the eldest prince didn't feel anything, he asked cautiously.
No. This is definitely not a 9th grade magic weapon. It is an immortal weapon comparable to the dragon-slaying sword. Strangely, could it be that after the dragon-slaying sword, there is another immortal weapon in this world?
The great master of savagery, he has much more knowledge than the eldest prince. He shook his head and said with certainty,
Perhaps my spies will come back with news in 2 days. It's time for the great master to come back. Well, let's wait and see. But I always have a bad feeling.
The killing aura that the great master of wilderness felt was emanating from the dragon-slaying knife. It was very angry now. It was actually made into this look by Zhu Xiaobao, a crappy blacksmith. Let this knife dragon saber even wants to commit suicide. Look at it. The blade is uneven. The back is crooked. And there are 2 gaps on the blade. The most annoying thing is, this guy also carved the words,
Little treasure sword.
on the handle.
Hey! 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 What do you want to do? I saved you. Without me, you can't recover it all. Don't come here. Don't come here. Jiumei. Hurry up. Get your turtle shield ready.
Zhu Xiaobao saw this ugly dragon-slaying knife exuded a strong killing intent, and it actually pressed towards him. And he couldn't help but scream.
Okay. I'm ready.
Jiumei immediately took out her turtle shield and golden armor hammer, shouting loudly,
Whoosh.
A golden light flashed, and the dragon-slaying knife actually launched an attack on Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 683 Deja Vu A. Zhu Xiaobao and others standing side by side opposite the dragon-slaying sword were a little panicked when they saw this powerful sword. Even Jiumei intuitively felt that he could not block this sword because it was too overbearing. The pressure made Jiumei feel a little suffocated.
But Jiumei did not flinch. She was surrounded by Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong, both of whom were her most important people. The huge turtle back shield had already been deployed, blocking the way of the three of them. With a sound of boom, Jiumei and her shield were knocked backwards and flew backwards. The power was indeed too great. Moreover, a deep crack has appeared on the turtle's back shield. This is the first time that the turtle's back shield has been damaged, and Jiumei spurted out a mouthful of blood. She was shocked. She was now invincible even against the Great Master. But she couldn't block the blow of the dragon-slaying knife. This is incredible. At this time, the dragon-slaying knife had no intention of restraining, and was actually still charging forward. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao reached out and grabbed the blade of the dragon-slaying knife regardless of his own safety, with a pair of tiger claws on his hands. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt him at all, but this pair of tiger claws couldn't resist the dragon-slaying knife. The tiger claw that Zhu Xiaobao was holding on to the dragon-slaying knife had been cut open, and Zhu Xiaobao's right hand was bleeding profusely. At this time, Jiumei had already struggled to get up. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's critical situation, her golden armor hammer flew out quickly and hit the handle of the dragon-slaying knife. At this time, Zhu Rong's imitation Suzaka knife also hit the side of the dragon-slaying knife. She could only use the Suzaka knife to attack now, because her Suzaka fire not only could not hurt the dragon-slaying knife, but also caused the slaughtering dragon knife to be damaged. Dragon Blade has benefited a lot. But at this critical moment, the dragon-slaying knife flew back on its own initiative and floated in midair, seeming to be examining the three people in front of it. Both Jiumei and Zhu Rong immediately stood next to Zhu Xiaobao. They saw Zhu Xiaobao put away the pair of tiger claws and exposed his right hand full of blood. The knife wound was so deep that it was visible to the bone. But Zhu Xiaobao was instead of looking at his injured hand, he stared closely at the dragon-slaying knife. Because at this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt that he and the dragon sword had some resonance and blood connection again. But it was not as strong as before, but vaguely there. He immediately thought that it was the knife just now that made his blood blend into the dragon-slaying knife and awaken some of its memories. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel excited again. And he didn't even pay much attention to the injury on his hand, just staring at the dragon-slaying knife. Even if it is looking at my own kitchen knife.
Are you still my little treasured sword? Do you still remember that we were once connected by heart? It was you who brought me through time here. Have you forgotten it now? Or have you not fully recovered your memory? I prefer to believe you, he has not fully recovered.
Zhu Xiaobao said earnestly. The newly restored dragon-slaying knife seemed to be looking at Zhu Xiaobao, and it stayed there without moving. However, the mental communication between the two parties had already begun. Its consciousness had not yet fully recovered, but it was very angry. Zhu Xiaobao made it look like this, making it shameless to appear in front of the world.
Don't be angry first. You haven't fully recovered yet. The essence of the earth fire here has been absorbed by you. I was forced to take action because of time constraints. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to recover like you are now. My craftsmanship is not very good, but there is nothing I can do about it. I am the only one here who has the skill to make weapons.
Zhu Xiaobao explained guiltily. To be honest, he also felt that his craftsmanship was a bit lacking. Really? This is a shame for this magical weapon. If it weren't for the sword energy on the knife, no one would pick it up if it were thrown on the street.
Call!
After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's explanation, the dragon-slaying knife fell to the ground in frustration. The murderous intention on his body also disappeared, and the sword aura also disappeared. Instead, it turned into a sword that looked like it was from the defective product thrown out from the weapons shop. Did not look like a peerless magic weapon at all. One can imagine how desperate this dragon-slaying knife is now.
Don't worry. I still have a volcano in the fiefdom of Zerway Kingdom.
And it is the fire in the center of the earth that has been guarded by the Suzaku clan for many years. When the time comes, I will help you hammer the chain and shape it again. What do you think? I promise. Restore your former style.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly increased the intensity of his temptation and said very flatteringly, "The dragon-slaying knife has finally been calmed down. So why don't we give him some good words? Besides, there is no safe recovery for the dragon-slaying sword now, because the essence of the Earth's core fire has been absorbed completely. If you want to truly recover, you really have to look for a better and bigger volcano. So Zhu Xiaoxiao, the BMW reminds me of the Suzaku Holy Land in Angjing County. Call." After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, the dragon-slaying knife flew up again and arrived in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Mei and Zhu Rong were startled and wanted to take action. But they were stopped by Zhu Xiaobao because he could feel that the dragon sword didn't have killing intent now, but was actually a little excited, because the dragon-slaying sword has not fully recovered yet. It needs to find another earth core fire, and the only one who can help it recover seems to be the person in front of you. Although the craftsmanship is very poor, there is indeed no one left. Moreover, the two women beside this man can also provide necessary help with hammering and forging. It is impossible to have such a complete configuration elsewhere.
How about it? Just follow me during this time. Don't worry. If you fully recover and you want to leave, I will never stop you. You also know your mission, right? Do you still remember Tian Maggio? Still remember the blood axe? I will make it impossible for you to recover as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao continued to remind him, hoping that the dragon saber could remember some of the past. But the result was very disappointing. The dragon saber seemed to be at a loss and didn't make much of a difference. It seemed that he had no impression of either the demon Geo or the blood axe. On the contrary, I feel somewhat familiar with Zhu Xiaobao, because it had just sucked in a trace of Zhu Xiaobao's essence and blood, and it didn't reject it at all. Now I actually feel somewhat connected by blood with Zhu Xiaobao.
Okay. You can't remember it for now. That's fine. Although it's a bit ugly, it's not easy to be recognized. So it's not a bad thing. I'm making a scabbard for you so that you can feel comfortable staying in it. Hee hee. Don't worry. This scabbard will definitely satisfy you.
Zhu Xiaobao started to smile, and carefully reached out and grabbed the handle of the dragon-slaying knife. As expected, Dragon Saber did not resist, and he accepted Zhu Xiaobao's proposal. Now this dragon-slaying knife is 1.5 feet longer than the original kitchen knife. The first half is in the shape of a single knife, but the second half is a bit like a kitchen knife. It looks very funny. Otherwise, this dragon-slaying knife is so angry, but it feels very comfortable to hold in your hand, as if it was tailor-made. Zhu Xiaobao waved the dragon-slaying knife and played with it for a while. Then he put away the sword without finishing it. Then the female warriors also came back, and Lingyu Mountain and Luofeng Island were also busy with work. Many buildings were damaged, and there was lava ash everywhere. This required a lot of manpower to deal with. But what depresses the elders is that the fire in the core of the earth on Lingyu Mountain is no longer as hot as it used to be. From now on, the iron embryos processed here will no longer be the highest quality iron embryos. However, the elders of the Lingyu tribe also know that there is nothing they can do about it. Now being able to save Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island is already a very good result. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also promised to pass the blast furnace equipment to Lingyu Island in the future to ensure that they can still produce the best iron embryos. This can be said to make the elders feel relieved, and even a little happy. Zhu Xiaobao's techniques are much more convenient than using the fire from the center of the earth, and they can also greatly increase the production of iron embryos. In return, the two female blacksmiths on Lingyu Island also made a scabbard specially for Zhu Xiaobao. They used the best materials. It was indeed very exquisite, and much better than Zhu Xiaobao's craftsmanship. This made the dragon-slaying knife very satisfied. Alas, this is gold and jade on the outside, but it is broken inside.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed secretly in his heart. If he had such good skills, the dragon-slaying sword would not be like this. What makes Zhu Xiaobao feel even more incredible is that the dragon-slaying knife is more willing to be worn by Zhu Rong, because the fire attribute of Zhu Rong makes it very comfortable. When staying by Zhu Rong's side, it can also get gentle nourishment and comfort. Recover.
Ha ha! Just let me stay by your side. It seems very quiet around me.
Zhu Rong said to Zhu Xiaobao with a slight smile.
Okay. Okay. With it by your side, it won't easily attract other people's attention. Maybe it will be even more powerful than your Suzaku clan's Suzaku sword.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and smiled. Zhu Rong improved because of her cultivation. He is not as fast as Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao, and has never been able to conquer the inherited treasure of the Suzaku beast. So getting this dragon-slaying knife can be regarded as adding a lot of strength. Now that the dragon-slaying sword has been restored, a worry has been settled. Zhu Xiaobao is still in a very comfortable mood. Although he and the dragon-slaying sword no longer have the same tacit understanding of blood and heart as before, at least there is still some understanding. By telepathy, he believed that with the further recovery of the dragon-slaying sword, he and the dragon-slaying sword could regain their original tacit understanding. Only Jumei was not very happy. Her turtle shield was seriously damaged this time, and it would take a long time to recover. These magic weapons have the ability to repair themselves, but it just takes a long time. But when she thought that she could help Zhu Xiaobao complete such an important thing, she felt much calmer. But now Jumei and Zhu Rong, who is holding the dragon-slaying knife, are squaring off again. Zhu Rong is still at a disadvantage soon, because the dragon-slaying knife seems unwilling to take action. It is just an ordinary knife. It seems that it doesn't even bother to be controlled by Zhu Rong, who has a lower cultivation level. But Zhu Rong didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, she took great care of the knife, and often used her Suzaku fire to help it recover. Although the recovery speed was very slow, it was very gentle. At this time, Venerable Wu Wei was rushing to Luofeng Island on a merchant ship. He was traveling on a merchant ship in order not to attract the attention of others, and not to arouse the hostility of Lingyu Island. But the speed was much slower. It took 2 days of driving on the sea to faintly see the shadow of Lingyu Island. But I never felt the breath of the dragon-slaying knife again. While the great Venerable Wu Wei was restless, he did not expect that a group of merchant ships would arrive not far away. The scale was actually much larger than the great Venerable Wu Wei's caravan. More importantly, Master Wu Wei noticed a very familiar aura. Chapter 684, Deja Vu Sea. Just when Master Wu Wei was about to explore the identity of the other party, suddenly the scene on the sea was already in an illusion.
Master Shimei, are you looking for death? You attacked me unexpectedly?
Master Wu Wei shouted angrily, the sword in his hand already unsheathed. But what surprised him was that this time, there was no trace of the great human demon in the illusion.
Jia Wu Wei, great venerable. Now you still want to kill me? I'm afraid it's not that easy.
In the illusion, the unique enchanting and neutral voice of the human demon great venerable came. And at the same time, for people the figure of a woman in red flashed in front of the great venerable Wu Wei in a fan shape. But then she lost her trace. And the great venerable Wu Wei could not tell which one the real great venerable Shimei was. These 4 people, only one of the movies is real. The great venerable Wu Wei couldn't help but take a breath. Unexpectedly, the great venerable human demon's cultivation has improved a lot now. And he has dared to challenge him openly. What does this mean? If he doesn't have helpers, it means that his strength has greatly increased, and he can compete with himself.
A person who hides his head and shrinks his tail is not a hero. Shimei, do you dare to show up and fight me?
Great Master Wu Wei snorted coldly. On the surface, he remained calm. But in his heart, he was extremely vigilant. But now he is already in the illusion.
Hee. Am I that stupid? This is my advantage. Master Wu Wei, today I will show you how powerful I am.
Master Duo said with a sinister smile in the illusion. Thinking in his heart the noodles were very enjoyable. Now with the increase in cultivation, the great Master Wu Wei can no longer sense his whereabouts. Doesn't that mean he has taken the absolute initiative? Of course. He also knew that in a face-to-face confrontation, he would definitely not be a match for great Master Wu Wei. His advantage was to cast hidden weapons and corpse poison in the illusion. But although the great venerable ladyboy said he was very confident, after all, he was facing the great venerable Wu Wei, and he was still a little wary in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little excited, because now the great venerable Wu Wei could not sense where he was hiding. Position, which means that as his cultivation level increases, his combat effectiveness also increases. Immediately afterwards, the great master of the human demon stopped making any sound, because he was also afraid that the great master of Wu Wei would follow the sound to search for his location. I saw the black petals all over the sky falling down one after another. They looked very scattered and not very fast. But they were numerous. They were no longer the more than 200 black petals at the beginning. Now the Shimei tribe can only fight with enough to release thousands of black petals. Great Venerable Wu Wei frowned and felt a little depressed. Now he could only defend passively. He had suffered a loss from these corpse poisons and petals. His detoxification method could not eliminate this corpse poison. Last time, I had to go to the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons to get rid of this corpse poison. The sword in Master Wu Wei's hand danced impervious to the weather. Sword light flashed through, and the petals were crushed one after another, and then turned into gray-black smoke, which was also highly poisonous. But this time, the Great Venerable Wu Wei was prepared. The corpse poison and flower petals within 5 steps of him could not get close to him. But the Great Venerable Wu Wei was also very passive like this, because the second wave of petals from the Great Lady Boy began to float over again, just when the Great Master of the Human Demon was very proud. He did not expect that the Great Master of Wu Wei suddenly restrained his sword light, and instead, a flame was drawn on the tip of the sword. It was actually a move of the Suzaku clan. And although his flame was not the fire of Suzaku, still forced these petals and corpse poison back more than 10 steps. And wherever the flames hit, the illusion was also destroyed. It was this small flaw that allowed Master Wu Wei to see the real scene outside the illusion, determine the direction, and then quickly fly away, overcoming thorns and thorns all the way, and finally broke out of the illusion. Although the Great Master of the Human Demon had repaired this little flaw in the first place, he was still escaped by the Great Master of Wu Wei. He couldn't help but secretly cried out that it was a pity. But there is nothing that can be done. The Great Venerable Wu Wei is indeed the best person in the world, and he still has some hidden tricks in his hands. At this time, the caravans of both sides gradually moved further and further away. But neither of the two great sages had the intention to pursue each other anymore, because the human male venerable was only willing to wait there and wait, and did not dare to pursue them. The Great Venerable Wu Wei was afraid of his illusion, and did not dare to enter it again. The great transvestite had removed his illusion, and was wearing a bright red women's clothing. He was standing on the bow of the boat, looking at the Great Venerable Wu Wei, and was posing there very charmingly. He felt very happy. This is the first time that I can face the Great Master Wu Wei openly without having to run away desperately. This is the most direct benefit brought by the improvement of cultivation level. The Great Master Wu Wei, with a livid face, kicked the Great Master Shimao hard. After a while, he waved his hand.
Let's keep going.
Be careful not to be followed by them. Just because he met the Great Venerable Wu Wei, the Great Venerable Shimao did not dare to go to Lingyu Mountain anymore. What he is most afraid of now is Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Rong's Suzaku fire is also something he is very afraid of. Now that the Great Venerable Wu Wei is here, he has no choice but to go back and pay the bills. There is only Lingyu Island ahead. The Great Master Wu Wei must be going to Lingyu Island on this trip. And Zhu Xiaobao went to Lingyu Island after leaving the 36 islands in the southeast. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others did not leave, but stayed on Lingyu Island to rest and recover. The huge turtle-back shield was seriously damaged, and one of Zhu Xiaobao's tiger claws was also damaged. This all takes time to recover. Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island also need to seize the time to repair and reopen. And at the same time, they must also appease the merchants on Luofeng Island. Zhu Xiaobao is still very busy these days. Moreover, through flying pigeons, the craftsmen who built the blast furnace have arrived, and the production of iron embryos on Lingyu Island cannot be stopped. There must be an explanation for the fire in the center of the earth that destroyed others. Although they did not blame Zhu Xiaobao, the elders of the Lingyu tribe were very careful about Zhu Xiaobao, fearing that he would break his promise and run away as soon as he slapped his butt. So there is a team of female warriors following Zhu Xiaobao all the time, saying they are protecting him, but in fact they are watching him. Don't let him escape. Zhu Xiaobao was very calm. Since he had promised, he would not break his promise. So he took these female warriors everywhere to eat, drink and have fun in the past few days. These female warriors were so happy that they couldn't miss Zhu, and they were looking forward to Zhu Xiaobao's return to Luofeng. Stay on the island for a while. Many female warriors flirted with each other, but they were all rejected outright by Zhu Xiaobao. Just kidding. I didn't see Jumei staring eagerly at the side. Zhu Rong also looked at it with a smile. But this smile made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little guilty. But Zhu Xiaobao never expected that Venerable Wu Wei would arrive uninvited, and even come to his door as soon as he arrived at Luofeng Island. Of course, he wanted to know what the volcano erupted here was about.
Ha ha! You have also seen that we were besieged on the 36 islands in the southeast. The beautiful turtle-back shield and my tiger claws were damaged. So we used the fire from the center of the earth to repair them. But I didn't expect it. It caused such a big commotion. And the volcano erupted directly. My Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island suffered heavy losses,
Zhu Xiaobao said very sadly. Now the matter of the dragon-slaying knife must not be let to the great venerable Wu Wei. Who knows what he will do if he knows about the birth of the dragon sword?
Oh, that's it. But during this volcanic eruption, I vaguely saw some golden light, which is very much like the golden sword energy of the dragon-slaying sword. Didn't you see it?
Great venerable Wu Wei nodded. But I was still very confused, always feeling that Zhu Xiaobao was talking nonsense. In fact, great venerable Wu Wei can now intuitively feel that Zhu Xiaobao and the others no longer trust him so much.
Hey! You've never seen the dragon-slaying sword. How do you know it's the sword energy of the dragon-slaying sword? In fact, it's the golden light emitted by the huge golden armor hammer.
Zhu Xiaobao was also secretly surprised. He didn't expect the great venerable Wu Wei to be in the great prime minister's kingdom. Even the temple can feel the energy of the dragon-slaying sword. This is really incredible.
Oh, then maybe I made a mistake,
Great venerable Wu Wei said thoughtfully. He had indeed never seen the dragon-slaying knife before. All the information about the dragon-slaying knife had always been passed down from his ancestors. He knew a lot of information, but he didn't share it with Zhu Xiaobao and others. Just like the technique he used to get the flame just now. It was the Suzaku clan's technique. But he also knows something about it. He knows a thing or two about many of the techniques of the four great beasts.
Ha ha! Great venerable Wu Wei. Are you here specifically for the golden light of this golden armor hammer?
Zhu Xiaobao also stared at great venerable Wu Wei and asked.
Of course not. I received the news that the great master of Shemales was rushing to Lingyu Island. So I came here. I even fought with him and drove him away. If I didn't come, wouldn't this place be the same? We are going to suffer another disaster. I guess he wants to capture a few more female warriors and go back to claim credit from the demon Geo.
Master Wu Wei immediately said proudly, as if he had prevented a disaster.
Oh, thank you so much, Venerable Wu Wei.
Although Venerable Wu Wei was boasting, Zhu Xiaobao and others didn't know the real reason, especially those female warriors. They all had great respect for Wu Wei. His holiness was very grateful and awed. Even Zhu Rong couldn't help but say gratefully,
Princess Ying, wait a minute. Can you let me take a look at the sword on your body?
Grand Venerable Wu Wei originally wanted to be polite, but as soon as he saw the sword Zhu Rong straddled in his waist, he immediately feeling a familiar feeling. I couldn't help but ask quickly.
This is a sword that Xiaobao made for me recently, but the appearance is a bit unsatisfactory, so I'd better not show it out to show my shame.
Zhu Rong was suddenly shocked. She didn't expect that she had forgotten this matter because of her negligence. Now, the great master Wu Wei must have sensed the aura of the dragon-slaying sword.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, since it was made by Xiaobao himself. I want to see it even more.
Although the great master Wu Wei was very polite, his attitude was very insistent.
Then please ask Venerable Wu Wei for some advice.
Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao, then said a little helplessly, and handed over the scabbard.
Sanlong!
With a soft sound, the sword was unsheathed. Venerable Wu Wei was immediately stunned.
This is a sword? Whose craftsmanship is so bad?
Chapter 685 Things are different, and people are different, Grand Venerable Wu Wei's scream suddenly made the tense atmosphere become very funny. Especially Zhu Xiaobao's face became very embarrassed. Originally, he was worried that the great Venerable Wu Wei would recognize the dragon-slaying sword. But unexpectedly, the great Venerable Wu Wei did not seem to be sure that the sword was the dragon-slaying sword. Of course, this scream also made Zhu Xiaobao very depressed. Is this knife so bad? Even the dragon-slaying knife at this time was dull and depressed, like a defective product that had been thrown aside by the craftsman. It has nothing to do with divine weapons.
Huh? Not really? But why do I have a feeling of déjà vu? The dragon-slaying knife has a drop of blood essence from my ancestors, and I will never betray it. But this knife doesn't feel connected to my blood? Moreover, isn't this knife too ugly?
Grand Venerable Wu Wei looked at the ugly sword in his hand, frowned and murmured,
Hey! Hey! Old man Wu Wei, what are you talking about? Although this knife looks a little bad, it is made of the best materials. Whether the knife is good or not, the most important thing is whether it is sharp enough and what properties it contains. Not on the surface.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted unconvinced.
Yes. This should be considered a magic weapon.
Great Master Wu Wei said against his will.
Ha ha. Your Majesty, please return the knife to me. Although the craftsmanship is not very good, Xiaobao made it for me personally. I like it very much.
Princess Zhu Rong of England also said with some dissatisfaction. But there was still a slight smile on his face.
Is this a slip of the tongue? Upon closer inspection, the material of this knife is still very special,
Master Wu Wei said with difficulty. To be honest, it is really hard to praise such a defective product. It's hard to find the right words. But this knife is indeed a little different. Because even the great master can't tell what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are used to make this knife. When handing it back to Zhu Rong, the great venerable Wu Wei once again observed it carefully and sensed it with his heart. Indeed, he did not sense any aura of the dragon-slaying knife. So he returned the knife very depressedly. Zhu Rong, are you really not here? Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao came here just to build this broken knife for Zhu Rong? But he could never mistake the golden light. It must be unique to the dragon-slaying sword. Wrong. I was almost fooled by this guy. Although this broken knife is not a dragon-slaying knife, Zhu Xiaobao has half a genuine dragon-slaying knife beside him. Great Venerable Wu Wei was suddenly alert and thought to himself. Then he stared at Zhu Xiaobao and asked,
King Qiansui, where is your kitchen knife now? Why didn't I see you taking it with you? Can you let me take a look at it?
Oh, forget it. That kitchen knife is gone now. To be honest, the big commotion here was caused by my kitchen knife,
Zhu Xiaobao said sadly,
and pretended to wipe the corners of his eyes. In fact, there was not even a drop of tear in his eyes.
What? How do you say this?
Wu Wei's reader He suddenly asked in shock and urgency. He had long known the origin of this kitchen knife. It was because it recognized Zhu Xiaobao as its master. So Master Wu Wei didn't dare to ask for it by force. But in his mind, it was only a matter of time. Now that Zhu Xiaobao actually said it was gone, he immediately became anxious.
Yes, the two golden lights you saw are indeed correct. They were caused by my kitchen knife. But the other golden light is unknown. The volcanic eruption here was also caused by them. As for the two golden lights, I really don't know what happened during that time. With my limited cultivation, I can't go in and find out what's going on when the volcano erupts.
Zhu Xiaobao patted his thigh and said sadly,
Doesn't that mean that the dragon-slaying sword is at the bottom of this sea?
Great Master Wu Wei was really surprised and happy. No need to ask. The other golden light must be the other half of the dragon-slaying sword. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao must be telling the truth this time. Great Venerable Wu Wei did not expect that among all Zhu Xiaobao's words, this sentence was the most false and completely made up.
Dragon-slaying knife? What did you say? Dragon-slaying knife?
Zhu Xiaobao also caught the flaw of the great Master Wu Wei and immediately started to chase him. He also wanted to know as much as possible about the origin and details of the dragon-slaying knife. Condition. The great Venerable Wu Wei must have known it. But he had always concealed it.
Alas! I won't hide it from you now. The legendary dragon-slaying knife does exist. It was just because it died together with the devil's blood axe, and was cut into two pieces by the devil's blood axe. Cut! Your kitchen knife is actually one of them. Just because it has recognized you as its master. I have never been able to point it out. Now it seems that the two pieces of the dragon-slaying knife have been fused together again. Maybe they have I've recovered.
Great Master Wu Wei sighed helplessly. There is no need to hide anything now. Now we have to figure out how to go deep into the seabed to retrieve the dragon-slaying knife. I am afraid that only the descendants of the mythical beasts can do such an operation. To be precise, only Jimei can do it. Arrive. So Venerable Wu Wei had no choice but to tell the truth. But there was already some excitement in his words. If the dragon-slaying sword is really restored now, wouldn't he be able to control this magical weapon again and be able to command the four great beasts or the descendants of the four great beasts again?
Oh, are you so sure it's the dragon-slaying sword? Who are you?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion. To be honest, they had already begun to doubt the origin of the great Venerable Wu Wei. But they just kept checking. No useful clues.
I am the descendant of the beast master slave who managed the four great beasts. The dragon-slaying sword also existed to suppress the four great beasts. Moreover, it still has a drop of my fairy blood in it. So as long as the dragon-slaying sword is restored, then it will be back in my hands. Of course, I will be sure to defeat Tianmojiu.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said with eyes shining brightly. As long as he can find the dragon-slaying knife, it will be a trivial matter to protect his own cultivation. You can return to the fairy world and no longer have to stay in this secular place. This is also the ambition that his ancestor, the beast slave, will never forget until his death.
Ah? Your ancestor was actually the master of the dragon-slaying sword? The dragon-slaying sword was actually used to suppress the 4 great beasts. What is the role of the 4 great beasts in this world?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked in surprise. This was the first time he learned about these things. He didn't expect that the dragon-slaying knife was still a magical weapon that suppressed him. This was very depressing. What is even more depressing is that the Beast Master Slave is still the Beast Master Slave who governs the 4 great beasts. Doesn't that mean that the Great Master Wu Wei wants to regain the dragon-slaying knife and order them, the descendants of the beasts? Again? Beautiful thought. Zhu Xiaobao cursed angrily in his heart.
Alas! Because the heavenly demon Jiu was wreaking havoc in this world. The immortal Tating from the immortal realm came to this world with 4 great beasts to kill the heavenly demon Jiu. Unexpectedly, the demon realm came forward to intercede for it. So in the end, the Tating immortal had no choice but to use the fairy talisman to suppress it at the bottom of the sea and slowly eliminate its demonic nature. For mythical beasts were left to guard this demon. At the same time, in order to prevent the 4 mythical beasts from provoking and fighting each other, the beast control slaves were left to manage the 4 mythical beasts. The great divine beast, Immortal Tating, gave him the dragon-slaying knife just before he left. Grand Venerable Wu Wei slowly told Zhu Xiaobao what happened that year.
That's not right. How could Ma Jiu fight to the death with the 4 divine beasts that day? Could it be that Tating Zhenxian's talisman didn't completely suppress it?
Zhu Xiaoma asked.
That's probably because the magic talisman of Tating True Immortal was broken free by heavenly demon Jiu.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said vaguely. In fact, it was the beast slave who started the trouble in the first place. He didn't want to stay here and wanted to kill the demon Jiu quietly so that he could go back to work. Although he comes from the immortal world, he has not become an immortal. Mortals also live in the immortal world. He wants to return to the immortal world to receive his merits, so that Tating True Immortal can help him and truly become a little immortal. So he tore off the immortal talisman without authorization and wanted to order the 4 divine beasts to work together to kill the heavenly demon Jiu. Unexpectedly, although the heavenly demon Jiu was suppressed by the Tating True Immortal, its power was still far superior to the 4 divine beasts. So in the end, there was no way to end it. So the Beast Master used the dragon-slaying knife, which was considered a serious injury to Tian Moju. However, the Beast Master Slave was also seriously injured and died within a few years. All the 4 great beasts were killed in the battle, leaving only a few residual souls.
Great Master, are you sure you can control the dragon-slaying knife? Maybe it has recognized its master again? After all, so many years have passed.
Zhu Rong asked, intentionally or unintentionally.
Impossible. The dragon-slaying sword contains a drop of my ancestors' knowledge, and it will never disappear. As long as I find the dragon-slaying sword, I can sense it and regain it.
Great Master Wu Wei said firmly. This has been passed down from our ancestors and is absolutely unmistakable.
Oh, I'm relieved now. Great Master, don't worry. As long as you find the dragon-slaying knife that contains the essence and blood of your ancestors, I will definitely go all out to help you get it.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly relaxed. The tone was deliberately emphasized.
Okay. Thank you.
Great Venerable Wu Wei also said gratefully. He was a little surprised why Zhu Xiaobao felt relieved. Thinking about it, it is very likely that Zhu Xiaobao also hopes that he can regain the dragon-slaying knife and kill the demon Jiu. Great Venerable Wu Wei thought secretly in his heart. Returning to his residence, Zhu Xiaobao hugged Zhu Rong as soon as he entered the door, and laughed and said,
Great. Now this knife does not belong to Wu Wei. I was very nervous just now. I'm afraid he will recognize this knife.
Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing, and poked Zhu Xiaobao's forehead with her finger.
I have to thank you for making this very weapon look like this. It's really an unexpected miraculous effect.
Yes. I didn't expect that the knife just now had no reaction at all when it was in the hands of the great Master Wu Wei. It was just like a very ordinary defective product. It seems that it also felt shameless. Meet someone,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a proud smile. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying knife in Zhu Rong's waist flew out on its own with a whoosh sound, and struck Zhu Xiaobao with a fierce blow. Chapter 686. Things are different, and people are different. B. When Zhu Xiaobao saw the dragon-slaying knife attacking him again, he screamed in fear, and it was too late to run away. Fortunately, Zhu Mei was already on guard from behind. The golden armor hammer in her hand was blocked in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Her turtle-back shield had not fully recovered, so now she could only use the golden armor hammer to hit the dragon-slaying knife hard. Although this knife looks ugly, It is a real magic weapon. Jumei is also worried about whether she can take this knife. Fortunately, although this knife came with a fierce force, it stopped abruptly when it reached the front. It only shook the golden armor hammer and shrank back 2 feet. A flash of light flashed across the blade, which seemed to be a demonstration to Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey! 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 I know you have grievances, and there's nothing we can do about it. If the situation was urgent at the time, if I didn't take action, you would still be broken in two. After all, it was connected, and you have to repay the favor. Ah!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. It was really frightening to have such a powerful immortal weapon by his side. The key is that the connection between this dragon-slaying knife and him comes and goes, which makes Zhu Xiaobao very depressed. Is this his treasured sword after all?
Okay. It has not fully recovered yet, so its behavior cannot be inferred based on common sense. I think it is still very smart. Just now in the hands of the great master Wu Wei, it behaved very ordinary. It seems that it does not want to be manipulated again, controlled by the bee's slave.
At this time, Zhu Rong said softly to the side, and held the knife in his hand lovingly. However, this knife seemed to be very obedient in front of Zhu Rong, with no intention of resisting at all.
Yes, I'm also very surprised why the great master Wu Wei can't sense the essence and blood on it. Could it be that after being severely injured by the demon Jiu, after so many years, the drop of essence and blood has been cut off?
Xiaobao became excited again. If there was no drop of blood essence, wouldn't it mean that he could also control the dragon-slaying knife? A few days ago, he was on duty with the dragon-slaying knife. The dragon-slaying knife chopped off his tiger claw and absorbed a lot of it. What a waste of your own blood. And after absorbing the blood donation, I clearly felt the feeling of blood connection.
I don't know about that either. You need to be able to communicate with it.
Zhu Rong shook her head and said while still carefully wiping the dragon-slaying knife. In her opinion, it didn't feel very ugly. And the 3 words, "Little treasure sword," on it made her feel even more intimate. Just like the little Lung Yu sword that was made for Wu Yu. Unexpectedly, at this time, the dragon-slaying knife suddenly flashed with light again. And a familiar feeling came from Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness. It was the original kitchen knife quietly communicating with him again. Zhu Xiaobao nodded attentively and smiled excitedly.
What's wrong? Why are you so happy?
Zhu Rong asked immediately. And even Jumei came closer and stared at Zhu Xiaobao closely.
Hey! Now I finally understand why this knife is moody. It turns out that the 2 knives have independent consciousness. Now they are merging and suppressing each other. My kitchen knife is relatively weak, so a lot of time the original half of the knife was in charge. But now my kitchen knife has the upper hand and is communicating with me.
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly.
What did it say?
Zhu Rong was also surprised and happy, and asked quickly.
It tells us to go to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan immediately, where we can completely integrate them and recover completely. Once it recovers, it will be able to recall many things from the past, and it will be very important to us. Cultivation is also extremely important,
Zhu Xiaobao said in a low voice. This matter is too important. Only a few of them can know about it. And the great master Wu Wei must not know about it.
But now that the great master Wu Wei is here, we can't hide it from him if we want to leave?
Zhu Rong asked with a frown.
It doesn't matter. He is trying his best to find the dragon-slaying sword. He won't stay here for long. We will wait until he leaves before setting off,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He knew in his heart that the dragon-slaying sword was very important to the great master Wu Wei. How important it is, you will definitely not stay too long. So in the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao was still busy on Luofeng Island. The damaged buildings and many landscapes needed to be repaired. Interview, and those female warriors were so enthusiastic that they made Zhu Xiaobao live a very comfortable life. Venerable Wu Wei was indeed anxious. Since the 2 swords were fused, they must have recovered. Now, he wants to retrieve the dragon-slaying knife alone. Once this kind of magical weapon is released, it will definitely arouse the covetousness of others. What's more, if the demon Jiu finds out about it, the consequences will be even more disastrous. However, great Venerable Wu Wei did not completely believe Zhu Xiaobao. He asked Zhu Rong for the dragon-slaying knife the next day. He observed and sensed it carefully. But there was still no reaction. It should not be the dragon-slaying knife. But the sword is indeed a precious sword. Although it looks a bit ugly, Master Wu Wei is also a great expert. He can still feel the weight and texture of this knife in his hand. And he can't tell the material of this knife. I asked Zhu Xiaobao. But he didn't know anything about it. He only said that they were all materials collected from various places. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were both secretly frightened. Unexpectedly, Master Wu Wei did not give up, and was still carefully checking the ugly knife.
When?
With a dull sound, the great venerable Wu Wei used this knife to look at a boulder. The knife was unscathed, but it was not that sharp. It only cut a deep gap in the boulder, which was far worse than Zhu Xiaobao's original kitchen knife.
Yeah, it's indeed a good knife. There's not even a chip. Good knife. Good knife.
Great Master Wu Wei said insincerely. In his heart, he still despised the sharpness of the knife, but he was praising him continuously. In fact, he wanted to try this knife to see if it was a dragon-slaying knife.
Be gentle. I don't even dare to use this knife with such force. It still needs to be polished slowly.
Zhu Rong suddenly shouted with a little warmth and anger, and quickly snatched the dragon-slaying knife back. Very she scolded unhappily.
Hee! I am being reckless. Ashamed! Ashamed!
The great Master Wu Wei said with a smile and cupped his hands. Zhu Rong's performance made him feel that this knife was not a dragon-slaying knife, so he had given up on it. However, Great Master Wu Wei was still very cautious and wandered around the crater for 2 more days. He wanted to find some clues about the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and others had no choice but to be patient and stay for 2 more days, in order to paralyze the Great Master Wu Wei. Zhu Xiaobao also had a fierce fight with the female warriors, and he actually stole a few young female warriors for him. But when he really took off his clothes and wanted to do something bad when he was doing it, he didn't expect a flame to burn his buttocks. Zhu Xiaobao immediately covered his buttocks and ran away in panic.
Humph! Do you think I'm really that easy to fool?
Zhu Rong clapped her hands and high-fived the beauty behind her. It turns out that the two of them had been staring at Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. Zhu Xiaobao can't even detect Jumei's hidden skills. On the 3rd day, the Great Master Wu Wei finally couldn't help but ask to leave. He was impatient and had been thinking about the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying knife. He hoped that the dragon-slaying knife could awaken his memory, and he went to find the place where the mythical beast was inherited. The closest place to here is the Daxiangguo Temple. So as a great venerable, I hurried back to the Daxiangguo Temple. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao was preparing to leave immediately, but before leaving, Jumei suddenly raised an objection.
I want to return to the place of inheritance. I feel that my mental cultivation has been perfected, and I should be able to accept the inheritance of mythical beasts.
Oh! Besides, if you want to repair the turtle shield, you must return to the place of inheritance.
Huh?
So soon? Can you accept the inheritance?
Zhu Xiaobao was surprised and happy. He was now in awe of Zhu Mei's talent. This was simply a training machine. But before he finished speaking, the warning of the kitchen knife came to his mind. So Zhu Xiaobao changed the subject and quickly said to Zhu Mei,
well, you repair the turtle shield first, and don't accept the inheritance for the time being. Finally, it's better to wait for my flying pigeon to send the message. Oh, I know.
Although Zhu Mei was a little strange, she still nodded seriously and replied, the thing about Zhu Mei is very good. That is, she doesn't ask about right and wrong at all. She just acts according to Zhu Xiaobao's instructions.
What? Is there a problem?
Zhu Rong also asked in surprise. Isn't this the ultimate dream of the descendants of these mythical beasts to accept the inheritance? But now there seems to be an extra layer of scruples.
Well, we can't say yet. Only when we go to the inheritance place and completely repair the dragon-slaying knife can we know the reason.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a solemn expression.
A special fleet of warships was sent to deliver Jumei to the Shiwang fiefdom. Once there, Wan Muqi would arrange Jumei's itinerary. There is no need to worry about this. Now that there are no disputes in Shijuak Kingdom, Jumei's trip should be very safe. The remaining people set off on the 3 lucky treasures, with Tong Wuxin still at the helm, and flew straight to the Zerowake Kingdom. After having nothing to do with the 3 auspicious treasures, Zhu Rong used the dragon-slaying knife to practice her sword skills. Unexpectedly, this knife was very cooperative with the flames, and could also fuse Zhu Rong's Suzaku fire together. This power is twice as powerful as the original imitation Suzaku sword. This made Zhu Rong extremely happy. After finishing her work, she couldn't put it down and wiped the ugly dragon-slaying knife carefully. She could feel that this knife was spiritual. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to go back to his inheritance place first, and he also wanted to improve his cultivation level again. But the kitchen knife sent a message. asking him to go to the Suzaku clan's inheritance place first, and kill two first. Dragon Blade is repaired by fusion. After galloping on the sea for several days, we finally arrived at the waters of the northern Zirway Kingdom. From a distance, we saw several warships arranging to welcome them out. The leader turned out to be Tao Jiqian, because Tao Jiqian also had a telescope in his hand. He saw the three auspicious treasures from a distance, so he led the fleet to greet him. Behind him stood the pregnant Yuli. Chapter 687, Suzaku Sword A. Seeing Tao Jiqian, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel happy. This guy is now helping him manage the fiefdom, and actually manages all aspects of the fiefdom quite well. Although he was not as good as Murong Feng in the military, he was indeed quite outstanding in governance and development. And this guy is very good at getting things done. Look! He led the fleet to welcome him from such a long distance. So Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and others were in a good mood immediately. After all, the space on the three lucky treasures was small, and the stay was very boring and tiring. Boarding Tao Jiqian's flagship, although it was not particularly luxurious, Tao Jiqian was well prepared and even prepared a wooden bucket for bathing. This surprised and delighted Zhu Rong and others. But when Zhu Xiaobao saw Yuli standing behind Tao Jiqian with a big belly, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He had never had an heir, which was also a worry for him. Zhu Xiaobao estimated that it was probably his identity as a time traveler that led to the result that there were no descendants. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's slightly dim eyes, Tao Jiqian certainly understood the reason and couldn't help but pour out the bitter water first. It turned out that although Yuli was with him, she had no intention of getting married, so she didn't care about Tao Jiqian's previous one wife and one concubine. But she only wants to have a girl. She will definitely be a super strong female warrior in the future. Tao Jiqian, on the other hand, had the same idea as Duanmuki. He hoped to be a boy and did not want his child to become a female warrior. So the two have been arguing about this matter.
Ha ha! It's not a big deal. The most important thing is to have a few more children. From a probability point of view, they will always be half boy and half boy. Isn't my brother-in-law Duanmuqi's second baby a boy?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile and said, "Time flies so fast." Duanmuqi gave birth to his second child a few months ago. As he wished, he gave birth to a boy.
The King of England is still 1,000 years old and wise. Did you hear that? Give birth to more children.
Tao Jiqian said to Yuli very proudly. He dared this guy to lament his bitterness in front of Zhu Xiaobao, just to let Yuli stay for a long time by his side, because Yuli always wanted to have a daughter after giving birth. She would return to Duanmuqi's command and continue her military career.
TSK! You are so beautiful. Do you really want to keep me by your side forever? I am a female warrior. If I don't go to war, I will be looked down upon by others.
Yuli glanced at Tao Jiqian with dissatisfaction. In fact, she was also very conflicted in her heart. This kind of life seems to be very fulfilling. But the desire to be competitive and conquer all directions still makes her unable to stop.
Oh, isn't it good to live a peaceful and stable life? Do you have to fight and kill?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yuli, still thinking about the war with his big belly. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He really wanted to live such a comfortable life. But now everything was inseparable from him, which made Zhu Xiaobao very depressed.
Hey! But these are troubled times, and their fighting power is also needed.
Tao Jiqian saw Yuli's slightly embarrassed expression, and actually helped Yuli to say good things again. This guy is still very good at pleasing women.
Yeah. Yes. You not only have to manage my fiefdom well, but you also have to seize the time to recruit troops. It won't be long before they may be needed.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. The demon Jiu was a threat, but several other princes are also watching covetously and are ready to take action. This is also something Zhu Xiaobao wants to solve.
Oh, are you saying that the Tianmajio matter has been resolved?
Tao Jiqian asked in surprise. The Tianmajio matter has now been widely spread, and even Tao Jiqian is a little worried. Once Tianmajio fully recovers, it will be a disaster for this world.
Not yet. When I come back this time, I want to completely restore the dragon-slaying knife first. Don't make any announcement about my whereabouts for the time being. There are too many people who are thinking about me now.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and then picked up the wine glass. Had a glass of wine. At this time, Zhu Rong and others had also finished bathing. After landing, Zhu Xiaobao did not go back to his palace, but went directly to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. There are only two of them, he and Zhu Rong. With their current cultivation level, no one can plot against them. unless you are an assassin at the level of a great venerable. Arriving at the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, this dragon-slaying knife was the first to get excited, because it could feel that the fire in the center of the earth here was much purer than that in Lingyu Mountain, and it contained the essence of heaven and earth. It must also be far beyond Lingyu Mountain. The members of the Suzaku clan also came to see Zhu Rong. Although Zhu Rong was not the clan leader, her status was more noble than that of the clan leader. The current clan leader was appointed by Zhu Rong.
I'm going to the inheritance place to restore this sword. Those of you who have reached the 4th level of Central Dharma cultivation should come with me.
Zhu Rong looked at his clansmen and then said calmly, there are only more than 20 people who can reach the 4th level in mental cultivation. This is only a few more people after Zhu Rong took over the Suzaku clan and opened up the inheritance place. But the purity of these people's bloodline is limited, and it is difficult for them to improve.
Yes.
The 20-odd people all responded with respectful salutes. Entering the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan again, Zhu Xiaobao no longer had the same awe as before. Although he still couldn't defeat the Suzaku Dharma in the inheritance place, he was able to escape smoothly. If Ju Mei were here, he might be able to fight the Suzaku Dharma for dozens of rounds. In fact, the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan is in a cave on the top of this volcano, and the temperature here is still very high. Everyone in the Suzaku clan felt very comfortable, but Zhu Xiaobao was somewhat uncomfortable because it was too hot after all. But this time when they entered the place of inheritance, the Dharma image actually appeared. The people of the Suzaku clan quickly knelt down and worshipped. Even Zhu Rong bowed and saluted. Feeling in awe, the Dharma apparition ignored the others, but stared closely at the scabbard in Zhu Rong's waist. It felt a familiar yet somewhat fearful feeling.
Disciple came here specially to repair this sword, and I ask for the approval of the sacred beast.
Zhu Rong understood immediately, whispered quickly, and even took out the sword from his waist. As soon as the ugly dragon-slaying knife was unsheathed, the vermilion bird fluttered in fear, then turned around and disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dazed. Could this broken knife have such a strong deterrent effect? Zhu Rong was also a little at a loss. She didn't expect that the Suzaku Dharma appearance in the Palace of Inheritance would escape, which surprised her. So he looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked what should be done next.
Then don't worry about it. Let's repair the knife here according to the original plan,
Zhu Xiaobao said firmly. If the dragon-slaying knife cannot restore its original power, how can we deal with the demon Geo? Now even if I offend the Suzaku Dharma appearance, I still have to continue.
Okay. I listen to you.
Zhu Rong became firm-minded after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words. When the knife arrived here, it seemed that it had turned away from Zhu Rong and hovered in midair. The blade began to emit streams of light one after another, and the volcanic crater behind the inheritance place also began to shoot out streams of earth-centered fire, constantly centering on the dragon-slaying knife, and then being absorbed by it. This was not enough. Zhu Rong led the clan members to sit cross-legged on the ground, and the Suzaku fire was also concentrated under the dragon-slaying knife. As if to set off it, the temperature of the inheritance place suddenly became very hot. The little treasures could no longer bear the temperature, so they had to step back and observe the repair process of the dragon-slaying knife from a distance. During the whole process, the Suzaku Dharma of the place of inheritance never appeared again. This place became the territory of the dragon sword, allowing it to be repaired here wantonly. This process lasted for 2 hours, and the golden light on the dragon-slaying sword became more dazzling, and the sword energy emitted became more powerful. But it seemed that it was still not enough. It is obvious that there are still a lot of impurities visible on the blade. Moreover, the appearance of this knife has not changed. It is still the same ugly look that Zhu Xiaobao made. At this time, the aura on Dragon Saber began to become unstable, as if he was restless and a little panicked. In the end, the knife actually flew in front of Zhu Xiaobao, and a golden light surrounded Zhu Xiaobao, which meant that he was allowed to take action again, because the recovery of the dragon-slaying knife still requires craftsmen to keep hammering it. Of course, the premise is that there is such an environment.
I'm so sorry. My skills are a bit inferior,
Zhu Xiaobao said very coyly. Of course he knew his skills as a three-legged cat, so he didn't dare to show off again. But Dragon-slaying Blade didn't pay attention to him anymore, and instead forcibly brought him to the venue. The strange thing was that the originally very hot environment, but inside Dragon-slaying Blade's body, he couldn't feel the heat at all. But the subsequent forging process was not smooth either. Without the golden armor hammer, an ordinary hammer would not work at all. Zhu Xiaobao had to make the tiger head spear thicker and shorter by himself, and used it as a hammer. But the forging material underneath was far from meeting the requirements, and it deformed and became soft within a few strokes. This made the dragon-slaying sword beat like thunder, flying in midair, and circling around Zhu Rong, as if it was asking Zhu Rong to help it find a way.
How about going to that stone platform and forging it? There is a stone platform where the inherited treasures are placed. They are also sacred objects. I hope they can withstand such high temperatures and beatings,
Zhu Rong said with some uncertainty. This is a stone platform where inherited treasures are placed. It is said to be a stone platform, but it is actually no worse than any sacred object, now that it was being used as a blacksmithing platform. The tribesman looked at Zhu Rong hesitantly, but the dragon saber didn't care about this, and led Zhu Xiaobao to the stone platform. Unexpectedly, under the absolute high temperature of the Earth's core fire and Suzaku fire, coupled with Zhu Xiaobao's beating with thousands of hammers and hundreds of chains, the stone platform also began to have cracks. But what was even more unexpected was that a Suzaku knife emitting hot red light had appeared on the stone platform. Chapter 688, Suzaku Sword B. This Suzaku sword is a real inheritance treasure. There are 2 inheritance treasures of the Suzaku clan. One of them has been conquered by Zhu Rong, which is the Suzaku colorful clothes. Not only can it greatly improve her defense power, can also increase her speed. Even when she is not using the Suzaku Dharma, she can be as light as a swallow and float a long distance. But the most important inherited treasure of the Suzaku clan is the Suzaku sword. Many of these people from the Suzaku tribe have never seen this Suzaku sword with their own eyes, but they didn't expect that it would show up today. In fact, the Suzaku sword was forced to appear because there was no other choice. Because the stone platform carrying it started to crack. So this Suzaku sword can no longer be hidden. Finally showed up. But what surprised people was that when they saw the Suzaku sword, they did not show the domineering power of an inherited treasure. Instead, they were a little panicked. On the contrary, the dragon-slaying sword was very excited when he saw the Suzaku sword. The 2 knives were intertwined. The Suzaku sword tried desperately to escape, but was entangled with the dragon-slaying sword and could not escape. Lose. The Suzaku sword seemed to be trying its best at this time. The blade actually emitted a scorching red light. The Suzaku fire also flowed wantonly on the blade, causing the surrounding temperature to soar suddenly. Zhu Rong, Zhu Xiaobao and others were also stunned and at a loss. Are these 2 swords fighting? Still fighting. But after watching it for a while, I felt it was more like a fusion. The dragon-slaying sword actually wanted to merge with the Suzaku sword. But the Suzaku sword was obviously resisting. Even violently resisting.
How could this happen? They won't both lose. Right. Xiaobao, you should think of a way.
Zhu Rong had no idea at this time. It was about the inheritance of the Suzaku clan. And Zhu Rong was a little panicked. If because I came here with this dragon-slaying knife, the Suzaku clan lost its inherited treasure, how should I explain it to all the clan members? And will the Suzaku Dharma look angry at me? Zhu Rong was very flustered.
There's nothing we can do. Both of them are spiritual weapons. Not to mention the dragon-slaying knife or an immortal weapon. We can only watch. It might be dangerous if we get too close.
Zhu Xiaobao also said he was worried. He was worried that his kitchen knife would not be damaged in the end. Among the hot sword light, there are also streaks of golden light. And the number of golden lights is increasing. And gradually it has begun to form an encirclement, trapping the Suzaku sword. The Suzaku fire, or the golden sword energy that flew out inadvertently caused the extremely hard rock nearby to immediately turn into pieces. One can imagine how terrifying the destructive power of these 2 knives is. This caused everyone to retreat one after another to avoid undue disaster. In the end, the figures of the 2 knives were no longer visible. They were just a huge ball of gold and red light. But the sound of the 2 knives colliding from the light ball could still be heard. Later, even this crisp collision sound disappeared, and was replaced by a huge golden red light group. Flames continued to burst out from the light group. But it was no longer like the original Suzaku fire, but with some golden and red flames. But the power was greater than the Suzaku fire. A flame shot out, and the surrounding rocks and rock walls were burned to gray white, and then exploded and turned into countless of fine gravel, with extremely high temperature. At the same time, the fire from the center of the earth, which was originally flying towards the sky one after another, began to become violent, turning into countless pillars of fire and shooting towards the light. Zhu Xiaobao also sensed the message coming from his kitchen knife, and he shouted,
Madam, sister, quickly use the Suzaku fire. They have fused. Now we still need your help. Hurry! Otherwise, there are 2 magic weapons, it will all be destroyed. Ah? Okay. Everyone listen to my order and go all out to use your Suzaku fire and help the Suzaku sword.
Jurong nodded quickly, and then said loudly to the tribesmen behind her. The current situation is a bit similar to that on Lingyu Island. All the fire from the center of the earth has been mobilized. And there are also cultivators from the Suzaku clan who are helping out. This scene is even more spectacular than it was on Lingyu Island. Creating a magical weapon with such a fighting formation is probably the only one in this world. After an hour, the fire in the core of the earth here has become weaker and weaker. And those people of the Suzaku clan collapsed on the ground. Jurong's cultivation level is so advanced that he can still stand there. But his face is also full of pain. She showed signs of weakness. And the power of the divine beast in her body was exhausted. At this time, the place of inheritance suddenly became quiet, and the golden red light group in the midair began to gradually disperse, slowly revealing the scene inside. I saw a Suzaku sword floating quietly in the air, with unknown inscriptions still flowing on the blade from time to time, and strips of golden light still flowing slowly on the blade. But the shape of the Suzaku sword has also changed a lot from the original. The handle is pure gold, and the blade is red gold. The back of the sword is still a little crooked, as if it still cannot get rid of the unsightly appearance left by Zhu Xiaobao. Traces?
Strike while the iron is hot. Let me help you beat the back of the knife to a smooth shape.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted shamelessly, jumped up, and rushed to the Suzaku sword, and grabbed the Suzaku sword. Then he used his tiger head gun as a hammer, and worked very hard to repair the flaws on the back of the knife. Among the people present now, only Zhu Xiaobao is in intact condition, and he has not contributed at all. Now rush out. To put it bluntly, you are here to pick up bargains. Now this Suzaku sword has just taken shape, and is still in a hazy and chaotic state. But this time Zhu Xiaobao performed quite well. At least, he was able to smooth out the crookedness on the back of the knife. Moreover, this guy shamelessly added a drop of his own essence and blood into it. It was only 1 or 2 drops. But he was very generous, and dropped hundreds of drops at once. According to today's standards, it must be 500 cc. It can be seen that this guy is determined to let the dragon-slaying knife recognize him as his master.
Why haven't you sensed it yet? I've already donated so much blood. Xiaobao Dao. How about you give me a response?
Zhu Xiaobao held the Suzaku Dao, or dragon-slaying Dao, and shouted in annoyance. Road. The Suzaku sword suddenly trembled, and then its whole body turned red. Even the handle of the knife became hot. Ordinary people would probably be burned to ashes.
Ouch! You burned me to death. Do you have any conscience? I made you so beautiful this time, and you still treat me like this? Do you believe that I will beat you back to your original shape again?
Zhu Xiaobao threw away the holding the treasured sword. He jumped and screamed in fright and anger. At this moment, the Suzaku Dharma appearance in the place of inheritance suddenly appeared. It looked at the Suzaku sword in front of it angrily. Of course, it could sense that this sword was no longer the original Suzaku sword. The connection with it completely disappeared. And seeing that the fire in the center of the earth had been completely absorbed, the Suzaku Dharma appearance finally couldn't help but become furious. The Suzaku Dharma appearance opened its mouth, and a ray of Suzaku flame shot towards the little treasures. Because Zhu Xiaobao was holding this sword just now, and the domineering style now was created by Zhu Xiaobao. So Suzaku Dharma Prime Minister immediately launched a fierce attack on Zhu Xiaobao.
F***CK? No way. This is the Suzaku sword. Why are you causing trouble for me? Are you bullying the weak and fearing the strong?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily, and stretched out his hand to summon the tiger head spear. Unexpectedly, this tiger head spear, the gun, was made shorter and thicker by him, and it did not return to its original state. I wanted to bring 2 tiger claws with me, but then I remembered that this tiger claw has not been repaired yet. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was in extreme danger, the Suzaku sword suddenly came into his hands, and all the flames shot from it were absorbed by the Suzaku sword, as if it was still full of meaning. The Suzaku Dharma appearance shot out several Suzaku fires again, but all of them were absorbed by the sword. The momentum of Suzaku Dharma Immortal was immediately suppressed. When Zhu Xiaobao saw this result, he burst into laughter and stood there with great dignity, confronting Suzaku Fa. But my current mentality is so arrogant that I am even provoking this Suzaku Dharma appearance.
Give it to me. I'll explain it to Master Divine Beast.
At this time, Zhu Rong also walked over slowly. She was not as proud as Zhu Xiaobao. She was a little apologetic. After all, this Suzaku sword was no longer the original one. It is an inherited treasure. No wonder it makes the Suzaku Beast so angry. Zhu Xiaobao hadn't agreed yet. But he didn't expect the knife to hit his hand directly, flying into Zhu Rong's hand. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. What is going on? Was his blood transfused into it in vain? Or was this knife greedy for money and lust? Does it make sense? Zhu Rong ignored Zhu Shiba's thoughts, but bowed deeply and said respectfully,
Master Divine Beast, although the sword has been improved, we have to do it as a last resort in order to deal with the demon Geo. Please forgive me, Lord Divine Beast.
Originally, this Divine Beast was very angry with Zhu Rong. But when it heard the name of the demon Geo, it suddenly trembled all over, and its momentum suddenly dropped a lot. Heavenly Demon Geo. He remembers very clearly that he only has a little bit of remnant soul left now, which was caused by Heavenly Demon Geo. It looked at Zhu Rong deeply, and then at Zhu Xiaobao. It was silent for a long time, and then slowly dissipated. It seemed that Zhu Rong's words had an effect. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about the departure of the Suzaku Beast. What he cares about is why the sword is shorter and following Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong waved one hand, and a powerful sword light burst out from the sword. A huge stone not far away was suddenly exploded in a golden red flame. Those who were being attacked at any time were burnt and melted.
Congratulations to the saint for regaining the Suzaku sword.
The people of the Suzaku clan all knelt down and sang in unison. They were not aware of the changes in the Suzaku sword. They just thought that Zhu Rong had recovered the Suzaku sword. This is of course a major event worthy of celebration.
Well, everyone, get up. Remember, I recovered the Suzaku sword to kill demons. Although the fire in the center of the earth here has weakened a bit, it will not have much impact on your cultivation. Once you are ready to practice, this place will be open around the clock from now on, for your cultivation and enlightenment.
Zhu Rong nodded, but did not explain the mutation of this Suzaku sword. After leaving the Plus of Inheritance, Zhu Xiaobao was still a little unhappy. But Zhu Rong smiled and said,
Isn't this bad? Who would have thought that this Suzaku sword is the dragon-slaying sword? Yes, this is really an unexpected surprise.
Zhu Xiaobao also explained with sudden realization. Chapter 689, Suzaku Sword C. After coming out of the inheritance place, Zhu Rong was regarded as the goddess of the Suzaku clan. They didn't know that this Suzaku sword was no longer a real inherited treasure. On the contrary, he thought that Zhu Rong had regained this inherited treasure this time. And it was not far from starting the Suzaku inheritance. Almost all the tribesmen ran to the foot of the mountain and knelt together to welcome the real Suzaku goddess. Zhu Rong still had a gentle smile on her face. But she was really worried. She didn't know if this change was a good thing. But she gradually became calmer in her heart. She had the same idea as Jumei. In this case, she didn't think about anything else and just followed Zhu Xiaobao. In their opinion, Zhu Xiaobao is truly full of miracles and miracles. After dealing with the enthusiasm of the clan members for a while, the development of the Suzaku clan must continue. Even though the fire in the center of the earth is now very weak in the inheritance land. For those tribesmen with low cultivation level, they can still continue to practice and gain enlightenment here, and it will not have a big impact on them. And now it is open to them around the clock, helping them speed up their cultivation as much as possible. Of course, these measures also won everyone's gratitude and praise. The people of the Suzaku clan even cheered. Even Zhu Xiaobao felt quite emotional. Zhu Rong was deeply loved wherever she went. What's even more incredible is that even this Suzaku sword likes to follow Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong waved her hand slightly, and the tribesmen gradually dispersed. At this time, only Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were left in the inheritance place. But the Suzaku Dharma appearance never showed up again. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong stayed here for another 3 days. Zhu Rong had to get familiar with and adapt to the Suzaku sword. Although it was forcibly fused with the dragon-slaying sword, its original attributes were not weakened. But instead, there are some other attributes. And just like recovering other inherited treasures, Zhu Rong also comprehended the most complete set of skills of the Suzaku sword on her own. Of course, many moves require the help of her magical beast mind skills. So Zhu Rong stayed here to become familiar with and master the Suzaku sword technique as soon as possible. With this Suzaku sword, Zhu Rong's combat power has skyrocketed, and she can now be indistinguishable from Zhu Xiaobao. And her Suzaku fire is too powerful. If Zhu Xiaobao didn't have other attribute bonuses and super with a strong physique, there is no way he can withstand this hot and ferocious flame. But the final winner is still Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Rong's cultivation level is still a little worse than Zhu Xiaobao. Now they are the only two people left in the place of inheritance. Besides practicing, Zhu Xiaobao did not forget to make love with Zhu Rong wantonly here. Zhu Rong was both embarrassed and happy. It was rare for her to be so presumptuous. Who would have thought that the noble and gentle Princess Ying would be very seductive now? This gave Zhu Xiaobao some unexpected surprises.
Hey! 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 I said. Can you throw this broken knife out? It has a spirit. When the time comes, it won't be able to remember anything but the two of us. Wouldn't that be abominable?
Zhu Xiaobao got up from Zhu Rong's body. Although he was very satisfied. When he saw the Suzaka knife flashing next to him, he couldn't help but shout in embarrassment. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is annoyed that the vermilion bird sword has never regained the sense of blood connection with him. I transfused 500 cc of blood into it. Now it seems that I am more willing to follow Zhu Rong. That's why Zhu Xiaobao is deliberately looking for trouble.
Call!
A ray of flame went straight to Zhu Xiaobao's feet and formed a circle, trapping Zhu Xiaobao in the circle.
Holy crap! Are you going to do something? Pants! Pants! Give me my pants! I haven't put on my clothes yet. Why are you shining so brightly?
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed.
Forget it. It's useless to give it to you. I guarantee it will turn into ashes before it reaches your hands.
Zhu Rong was wrapped in gauze at this time, leaning there lazily and laughing.
Zhu
Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. Yes, let alone clothes. Just throw an egg in, and it will be cooked immediately. This temperature is definitely an instant hit. So Zhu Xiaobao put on a smiling face.
Hey! Little treasure sword. In fact, you have seen it before. Right. Now it's just to review the old and learn the new. And see if I have made any progress. Right. In fact, I just want to give back the original kitchen knife. I am still a cook after all. You have forgotten that our cooperation is perfect. We can produce all the delicious food in the world.
At this time, Suzaku Dao seemed to understand. And the flames that trapped Zhu Xiaobao disappeared instantly. The Suzaku sword flew smoothly in front of Zhu Xiaobao. The golden light flashed. And after hesitating for a while, it turned into its original appearance, holding a kitchen knife. It was exactly the same as before. This made Zhu Xiaobao immediately excited. And he quickly held the kitchen knife. With tears in his eyes, he came to this world with this kitchen knife. And there was a difficult relationship between him and this kitchen knife. The deep feelings of letting go. This kitchen knife saved him several times. But the shape of the kitchen knife at this time was temporarily transformed from the Suzaka knife. Its true shape was already the appearance of the current Suzaka knife, which is much more majestic than the original kitchen knife. But in just this short moment, the blood connection between the Suzaku sword and Zhu Xiaobao was restored. Zhu Xiaobao even controlled this magic weapon at this time, and could hide it on his body. Just like the tiger head spear. It will only be summoned when it is used. Zhu Rong was also a little dumbfounded at this time. And her heart was a little sour. Although the Suzaku sword liked to follow her, it did not have such a magical effect.
Ha ha! Don't worry. I just want to know some things about the descendants of the mythical beasts. And about the demon Geo. It is usually more suitable for it to follow you. And it is not completely integrated with the original Suzaku sword. After some time, it will. You can also summon this Suzaku sword at will.
Seeing Zhu Rong's somewhat tangled expression, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. He already had the tiger head spear, so he didn't really need the Suzaku sword with him all the time. And Suzaku the knife is a symbol of Zhu Rong's identity and her safety.
Well, I'm not worried. I won't be worried.
Zhu Rongyan whispered insincerely, with an embarrassed expression. After all, I was really confused just now. Zhu Xiaobao ignored Zhu Rong, but was stroking the Suzaka knife and communicating with it with his spiritual consciousness. And the time was not short. Gradually, Zhu Xiaobao's dark color turned more and more dignified.
What's wrong? Is it something about Heavenly Demon Geo? Do we still have no chance of winning even though we got the dragon-slaying knife?
Zhu Rong also became nervous. Everything she did during this period was to defeat Heavenly Demon Geo. If she still there is no chance of winning, then all this becomes meaningless.
No. It's about the inheritance of the mythical beasts. Send a message to Jume quickly, asking her not to inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts for the time being. Although I already said it before she left, I still want to send another letter to emphasize it. Zhu Xiaobao said with a solemn expression.
Okay. I'll send it out right away.
Although Zhu Rong wanted to know the whole story, Zhu Xiaobao didn't tell her, so she didn't ask any more questions. It must have been that Zhu Xiaobao didn't intend to be heard by the Suzaka Dharma Master in the inheritance place. What? When Fei Ji's message was sent out, Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao stayed here for another 3 days. It wasn't until Zhu Rong was able to control the Suzaku sword as she pleased that she got up and left. After they left, the Suzaku Dharma appearance appeared, looking at the two people leaving with a very tangled expression. Its expression became sad and its breath became more and more unstable. But when it sensed the Suzaku sword, I dare not act rashly. Zhu Rong could only be allowed to leave calmly. Zhu Xiaobao did not plan to return to the Western King's fief, but went to his own fief first and rested for 2 days. Then prepared to go to the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. He has now got a lot of information from Zhu Keidao, so he has already made plans for the situation. But he has not told Zhu Rong yet, because some things are very scary. If it were not for his exchange with Dragon Saber, he would have in deep danger. When they arrived at Huju Mountain, the people of the White Tiger clan were overjoyed. Tens of thousands of people greeted Zhu Xiaobao grandly, which was even grander than the reception Zhu Rong received from the Suzaku clan, because the White Tiger clan was much more numerous than the Suzaku clan. Haha. I need to enter the inheritance place again to improve my cultivation. During this time, no one is allowed to come in and disturb me. Zhu Xiaobao said seriously after meeting all the elders. Yes. Don't worry. No one will bother you. I wish the Holy Sun to improve his cultivation again. The great elder bowed and saluted excitedly. If Zhu Xiaobao can improve his cultivation again, he will definitely be the first. The completion of the 9th level. Doesn't that mean that the White Tiger inheritance will be started soon? This is the most important event for the White Tiger clan. How many years have I been looking forward to it? Of course he was excited. It was so exciting to see his clan members inherit the legacy of Qi Baihu in his lifetime. Once the White Tiger inheritance is started, all clan members will benefit a lot. As for the benefits, of course the Great Elder can only wait. Okay, let me take a rest tonight, and I will enter the inheritance place early tomorrow morning. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He was also very nervous. He had raised his mental skills to the great perfection, and he was not worried. But what will happen after consummation? Returning to the clan's mansion, this place was usually reserved for Zhu Xiaobao. Now Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and the accompanying guards moved in. Zhu Xiaobao returned the Suzaku's sword to Zhu Rong. He did not want to take this sword into the inheritance place, because the murderous intent of this weapon will definitely arouse the vigilance of the White Tiger Dharma appearance in the place of inheritance. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao entered the inheritance place alone. The area around the inheritance place was tightly guarded, and no one was allowed to enter the inheritance place. When we arrived at the cave where the inheritance was carried out, the White Tiger Dharma appearance did not appear, and Zhu Xiaobao didn't care at all. He came here to improve his mental skills. Zhu Xiaobao sat cross-legged, quietly running his mind, and his body slowly began to exude stronger and stronger murderous aura. At the same time, the same comparison appeared in the cave in the place of inheritance. Zhu Xiaobao's more powerful murderous aura. The two murderous auras intertwined and merged together. Zhu Xiaobao began to look fierce, and his eyes also had the intention of killing. Huh? He is actually going to reach the 9th level of perfection? At this time, the White Tiger Dharma appearance also quietly appeared. Seeing the state of Zhu Xiaobao, he couldn't help but be surprised, happy, and a little confused. Chapter 690 Trap. Zhu Xiaobao's retreat time this time was quite long. A whole month. The White Tiger Dharma appearance in this place of inheritance is appearing more and more frequently, and it is constantly replenishing the White Tiger essence to all the little treasures. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level has improved very quickly, and his physique has become more and more powerful. Now he feels that his physical strength is not inferior to Jumei's. The White Tiger beast was also very happy, carefully observing and sensing the various little treasures. The frequency of its appearance was also increasing. At first, it only appeared once every few days, but now it appears almost every day, observing the various little treasures. Progress status. However, Zhu Xiaobao showed no sign at all like an old monk entering samadhi. However, the White Tiger Dharma behind him became more solid and powerful, and was already on par with the White Tiger Dharma in the place where it was inherited. Apart from being slightly smaller in size, there is no other difference at all. Zhu Xiaobao's condensed White Tiger Dharma also benefited a lot, absorbing a large amount of White Tiger essence. However, Zhu Xiaobao is now concentrating on practicing the mind method, so the condensed White Tiger Dharma also looks very sluggish, even lying behind Zhu Xiaobao.
but the murderous aura emanating from it was already very terrifying. Finally, after 36 days of seclusion, a majestic roar of a tiger came from the place of inheritance. This sound even shocked the people of the White Tiger tribe outside the inheritance, and everyone moved towards the place of inheritance. Chuanji knelt down and worshipped, and the elder protectors headed by the great elder were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Being able to have this kind of reaction among all clan members is impossible for anyone else except those who have cultivated their mind to perfection. This shows that Zhu Xiaobao has perfected the practice of White Tiger's hard technique and can accept the White Tiger's inheritance. Everyone did not see Zhu Xiaobao coming out of the inheritance place, but calmed down again after the roar. And the murderous aura emanating from the inheritance place is getting stronger and stronger. The eyes of these White Tiger clan members are full of expectations, hoping that Zhu Xiaobao can directly accept the inheritance. 3 more days passed before Zhu Xiaobao consolidated his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the White Tiger Dharma image opposite him had appeared, waiting for him. And my White Tiger Dharma appearance also started to move. The huge figure protects all the little treasures.
Thank you, Lord Divine Beast. Are you going to start accepting the inheritance now?
Zhu Xiaobao stared at the White Tiger Divine Beast opposite, with a hint of gratitude in his expression. After all, it was this divine beast that tried its best to help him rise to the 9th level of perfection. This Zhu Xiaobao is still very grateful, but there was still a weird smile on Zhu Xiaobao's face, more like a mockery and a sneer. But the White Tiger Beast opposite him didn't notice it.
Yes. Relax your mind. Become one with your White Tiger Dharma. Then merge with my Dharma, and accept all my inheritance. You will become the only descendant of the White Tiger.
That's when the White Tiger Dharma also clicked, nodding. The voice was sonorous and sharp, more like a metallic voice.
Is there any danger in this process of accepting inheritance? Why am I worried?
Zhu Xiaobao did not act immediately, but asked cautiously.
There is absolutely no danger. You will only get huge benefits and no disadvantages. You are the only mortal who can cultivate the mind to perfection in thousands of years. You are also the real chosen one. Act quickly.
What I have left White Tiger's energy is running low, and after some time, it may affect the integrity of your inheritance,
said the White Tiger Master impatiently.
Ha ha. Then I'm relieved. Let me prepare.
Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be relieved, and began to merge with his White Tiger technique. In order to increase his momentum, he made another majestic whistling sound. When Zhu Rong, who was outside the place of inheritance, heard the roar of the tiger, she immediately transformed into the form of a Suzaku, flapped her wings and flew towards the place of inheritance. The great elder and others were so shocked that they were dumbfounded and had no time to stop them. But when they saw the huge Suzaku flying towards the place of inheritance, they did not dare to pursue it for fear that it would affect the little treasure's acceptance of the inheritance. But the great elder and others also vaguely felt that something was wrong, because Zhu Rong dared to break into the inheritance place entirely because of the roar of tigers coming from inside. Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao summoned her in? At this time, the White Tiger Dharma images condensed by Zhu Xiaobao had already rushed in front of the Divine Beast Dharma image in the inheritance place. The 2 White Tiger Dharma images gradually overlapped and finally merged into one White Tiger Dharma image. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also felt that his body had become extremely powerful, and even his physique and meridians had become tougher and stronger than before. And this change had almost increased rapidly by several times and dozens of times. Zhu Xiaobao has some doubts that he still has a physique that is not that of a mortal, but this feeling of getting stronger and stronger is indeed very refreshing. There is no longer the feeling of being swollen, but a feeling of being completely reborn and extremely powerful. Could it be that the warning given to me by my kitchen knife was wrong? Is this White Tiger Beast really passing on the White Tiger heritage to him? Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused at this time, because until now, he was still completely in control of his body and the fused Dharma, and he didn't feel anything was wrong. However, the more this happened, the more vigilant he became, and his intuition became stronger and stronger. A very bad intuition.
Relax your mind. Accept all my memories and consciousness.
At this time, the voice of the White Tiger's Dharma suddenly came from my mind. But what's frightening is that it actually came from Zhu Xiaobao's mind. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao felt a powerful spiritual consciousness quickly occupying his brain. He suddenly had a splitting headache, and his application also began to be in a trance. It seemed that his memory began to be confused, and many things he had never experienced before memories began to appear in my mind. Of course, there were many scenes of fighting against the demon Geo,
Ouch. You are not giving me the white tiger inheritance. You are trying to take my body. You want to be reborn in another form. This is what you call inheritance.
Zhu Xiaobao held his head and shouted in pain.
Don't resist. This is your destination and your destiny. You can get eternal life in another form. Give up everything here. Returning to the fairy world is the best result.
The voice of the white tiger Dharma sign contained restraint. I can't help but be excited. It's about to succeed. And after waiting for so many years, I can finally return to the fairyland.
I will not leave here. Heavenly Demon Geo has begun to awaken. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of Tai Dingzhenxian?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. He couldn't bear to leave these relatives and relatives of his. My friend, I have never thought about going to any fairyland. What's more, now that the Demon Geo has begun to wreak havoc in this world, if we can't get rid of the Demon Geo, the consequences will be disastrous.
Back then, the 4 great beasts were no match for the Demon Geo. Now I can only go back and report to Immortal Tating. What's more, the reason we fought so hard that both sides suffered was because of the selfish desires of the beast-controlling slave. It wasn't us. It's the fault of the 4 great beasts.
The white tiger beast said hesitantly after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words. It didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually knew about the Tating True Immortal. Could it be that he had already found the descendant of the beast tamer slave? The white tiger beast hesitated for a moment.
And then stopped thinking about it. As long as it swallowed the consciousness of Zhu Xiaobao, all the information would be mastered by it.
Hey! 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 Get out! I don't want to inherit the inheritance of any mythical beasts. I just want to live my own life peacefully. And I don't want the blood of the white tiger. Can you go out?
Zhu Xiaobao was at this time. I'm really a little scared. Now I have a splitting headache. It seems that I can't block the opponent's spiritual consciousness at all. After all, even a wisp of the remnant soul of the white tiger beast is much more powerful than his spiritual consciousness.
Ha ha. It's impossible. I have poured all my energy into you. Only the last spiritual consciousness is missing. Don't worry. You will appear in front of everyone as a new and highest level mortal. This kind of mortal, you are already infinitely close to the immortal body. I will take you to enter the immortal world again. Of course, others will not notice it, including your women. Ha ha. I never thought that in this world I would still enjoy some mundane things. It's really interesting how people feel.
The white tiger beast smiled happily. Now the little treasures can no longer escape. Even a ray of residual soul is much more powerful than the consciousness of a mortal.
Okay, let's see who can laugh last. You are just a remnant soul. It's not that easy to kill my consciousness.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned into a ferocious smile.
Oh, hee. Even if it is a wisp of remnant soul, the divine consciousness of the divine beast is not something you mortals can compete with.
The white tiger divine beast was immediately amused by Zhu Xiaobao's words and couldn't help but laugh. While talking, the 2 consciousnesses were already fighting each other, each wanting to devour the other's consciousness to strengthen themselves. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was in so much pain that he rolled back and forth on the ground with his head in his hands, howling. Pain. Severe pain. The pain in my head is like bursting. It's unimaginable that I would have to go through such pain. However, what surprised the white tiger divine beast at this time was that Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness was actually much stronger than he imagined. And it was not so easy to swallow. This made the white tiger divine beast a little anxious and a little surprised. After all, Zhu Xiaobao, the stronger the treasure's spiritual consciousness, the better the effect after it is swallowed. But in this current state, I really don't think I will be able to swallow Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness for a while. In the same way, all Xiaobao's masters and disciples devoured its spiritual consciousness. And the white tiger beast also felt uncomfortable. Just when the 2 sides were in a stalemate, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly got up from the ground, regained his original calmness, and said calmly,
White tiger, you have been unable to do anything to me for so long. It seems that your strength has been exhausted. It's my turn to finish it off now. Right. Hee. It's a joke. A mortal like you wants to devour my consciousness. How ridiculous. No. Dragon-slaying knife? Who are you? Why can you control the dragon-slaying knife? Isn't this possible?
The white tiger beast, what was originally a very proud laughter, suddenly turned into a kind of panic, because suddenly another sword, the dragon-slaying knife, appeared in Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness. Chapter 691, Devouring A. The aura of this sword is so familiar, although its appearance has changed a lot. The aura that frightens the four divine beasts is still the same. The white tiger beast suddenly became very frightened. Now it is at the end of its strength, and has no strength to fight against the dragon-slaying knife.
Dragon-slaying knife? How come you have a dragon-slaying knife? And why does it still appear in your consciousness? How dare you hide it from me?
The white tiger beast was so frightened that it even trembled when speaking. What makes it even more irritated is that Zhu Xiaobao came prepared. And now it seems that he has been prepared for a long time.
Humph! How do you say that? If you don't seek death, you won't die. You don't want to plot against me, and I won't deal with you. Speaking of which, I am still grateful to you. But now the two of us are just the only thing we can do is to end it. Don't worry. After I get out, I will still be the descendant of the white tiger divine beast. And the real descendant?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became energetic, and even the feeling of splitting headache disappeared. And he regained his lively appearance.
I will fight with you.
The white tiger beast was desperate, but it was still unwilling to be swallowed up by Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness. It wants to make a last-ditch effort, because now the white tiger beast can no longer escape from Zhu Xiaobao's body. It has lost all its energy and spirit to Zhu Xiaobao. Now if it wants to leave this body, it will immediately be dissipated and truly disappear from the world.
Ha ha! Being able to be swallowed by me should be your fate. Don't worry. You will be reborn between heaven and earth in another identity. Do you think it is rare to be a mythical beast? Even if I want to ascend, I will still be an immortal. Not an immortal. Immortal beast. Your structure is destined to make you unable to achieve great things.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed with determination, and returned what the white tiger beast had said before. So unhappy.
Roar!
With an angry roar, the white tiger beast really wanted to fight with all its strength. It gathered all its spiritual consciousness, and wanted to make the final push. But this white tiger beast suddenly found that its spiritual consciousness was suppressed by the dragon-slaying knife. The dragon-slaying knife's spiritual consciousness was not strong, but it could play an absolute suppressive role. From the beginning, it appeared to suppress the four divine beasts.
Dragon Sword. He is not a beast master. Why do you want to be controlled by him? He is just a mortal. Can you let me go? I promise to take you back to the fairy world. Are you a real fairy? You shouldn't be here. This world is asking for perfection.
The white tiger beast shouted unwillingly.
Humph. Idiot. The demon Geo is wreaking havoc again. Do you think that you can be good after returning to the immortal world? At least it will be 100 years of suffering in purgatory. What this guy just said is right. Your level is too low, and you are destined to be an immortal. A beast. Not an immortal. I still want you to take me back. Idiot.
Dragon Slayer snorted disdainfully, and once again suppressed the white tiger beast tightly, making its consciousness unable to move.
Ha ha. You're so knowledgeable. Then I won't be polite. Don't worry. Follow me and drink spicy food. It's much better than in some fairy world.
Zhu Xiaobao said happily, and then seemed to start enjoying it like a big meal. It began to devour the consciousness of the white tiger beast. Suddenly, a cool and comfortable feeling filled Zhu Xiaobao's mind. The divine beast's consciousness was definitely a great tonic, making his consciousness grow and expand rapidly. In contrast, the white tiger beast was in agony and kept wailing, but it was unable to make any corresponding resistance. It could only beg bitterly.
Little treasures, please spare me. I am willing to be your pet beast.
As long as you leave me a remnant of your spiritual consciousness and live here with me, you can better control the white tiger Dharma. No need. I don't have time to be wary of you all day long. I am now very skilled in controlling the white tiger phantasm, so I don't need you to worry about it. Go quietly.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with disdain. His consciousness, he wouldn't dare to keep such a divine beast in his body. Who knows when it will start to bite him again?
But it would be more beneficial to devour it completely.
Zhu Xiaobao, if you dare to swallow the divine consciousness of the immortal beast, you will be punished by Master Tating.
The white tiger beast finally shouted in despair.
No. I would say that you want to integrate into my consciousness, because you can no longer maintain it. In order to destroy the demon Geo, you sacrificed your life for righteousness.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and he had already thought about it. I have a plan to deal with it, so I'm not worried at all. Besides, although the four great beasts are regarded as mythical beasts in this world, they are not popular in the fairy world. Many fairy beasts are just for the sake of looking at, or are used as mounts by those immortals. Others are pets of immortals, just for entertainment and fun.
You?
The voice of the white tiger beast became lower and lower, and its consciousness began to blur. As the little treasures continued to eat away, its consciousness was finally completely swallowed up. In other words, it disappeared forever, even though it was just a ray of remnant soul. It took Zhu Xiaobao 3 days to completely swallow it. Then Zhu Xiaobao stood up refreshed and excited. At this time, Zhu Rong had already entered the inheritance place. But the Suzaku sword is in Zhu Xiaobao's hands.
Little treasure sword. Little treasure sword. I really want to thank you this time. It seems that you are still very smart. You can tell at a glance that I am the real chosen one. Those fairy beasts are fairy beasts after all. No, the law is on par with human beings.
Zhu Xiaobao held the Suzaku sword and kept talking about it. And he kept wiping this peerless magic weapon with great care. A stream of light suddenly flashed across the body of Suzaku Dao. And the temperature suddenly rose. It felt helpless. If this kid hadn't shamelessly forcibly injected so much blood, how could he have such a blood connection with him? But now there is no other choice but to follow this mortal. The spirituality of the dragon-slaying knife also needs to be nourished by divine consciousness. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao received the warning from the original kitchen knife before returning to the inheritance place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been flying pigeons to pass on the message, so that Zhu Mei wouldn't be able to accept the inheritance. If it weren't for the suppression of the Dragon Slayer this time, he really wouldn't have any chance of winning. After all, the remnant soul of the white tiger beast is much more powerful than him. Zhu Rong listened to Zhu Xiaobao's simple narration and couldn't help being surprised and scared. She didn't expect that the so-called starting of the inheritance would actually take the bodies of the descendants of these divine beasts and devour their spiritual consciousness. This is no better than the demon Geo. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao had the warning of the kitchen knife and was prepared. Otherwise, the white tiger beast standing in front of him now. Zhu Rong shuddered at the thought of sleeping with this beast. Zhu Rong stared at Zhu Xiaobao very carefully, looking to the right, for fear that the person in front of her now was not the original Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey! Do you still need to prove this? The Suzaku sword is the best proof. It is still under your control now,
Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Suzaku sword had returned to Zhu Rong's hand. Although it is connected by blood to Zhu Xiaobao, it still likes to follow Zhu Rong, because it is fused with the original Suzaku sword. Zhu Rong can also sense it. So Zhu Rong immediately verified that the little treasures in front of her were genuine and had not been taken away.
What to do next? Now that we know the purpose of the 4 sacred beasts, it seems that the final result will be life and death,
Zhu Rong said a little worriedly. She was not worried about herself. She was worried about Zhu Mei and Princess 19.
Humph. Don't worry. I will stay by their side and let the dragon-slaying knife suppress those divine beasts. Then I will devour them all. They should not exist in this world at all.
Zhu Xiaobao was very confident. Said,
Where's the demon Geo that day? Can we deal with it?
Zhu Rong was most worried about the demon Geo.
Hee! Isn't it still there? Although it can't be restored to its original state. The heavenly demon Geo is not the original heavenly demon Geo. It's just the evil demon that took away the body of the great lord of the wilderness. The reason why the 4 great beasts fell.
That's because they are not united enough and passively accept the trend of beast slaves. We are different. We are completely united. We are all our own people,
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. Well, anyway, we all listen to you. Even if we die together, we will die together.
Zhu Rong also made up her mind and said with confidence. Now that she has the Suzaku sword, her self-confidence is unprecedentedly expanded.
What's the matter of death and living? If you can't kill the demon Geo, it won't be able to survive with this dragon-slaying sword. Is it a little treasured sword?
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Zhu Rong dissatisfied, and then asked about the Suzaku sword.
Call!
A burst of flame immediately burned Zhu Xiaobao to the point where he jumped up. But now Zhu Xiaobao was not hesitant and immediately turned into a white tiger and flew out, easily dodging the flames. Harassment. After leaving the place of inheritance, this white tiger was immediately worshipped by the tribe, because this white tiger's Dharma appearance is the original divine beast's Dharma appearance. They don't know that it has been condensed by all the little treasures.
My fellow tribesmen, the white tiger divine beast has completed its inheritance, completed its mission, and returned to the fairy world. From now on, I am the only true descendant of the white tiger divine beast in this world, and the inheritance has started. In the next 3 days, the bloodline technique will be used so that everyone in my white tiger clan can feel the huge benefits from the inheritance.
Zhu Xiaobao revealed his true form and said calmly, But she has already released a kingly aura. This kind of coercion is even more powerful than the white tiger beast.
Congratulations to the Holy Sun! Congratulations to the King of England on his 1000th birthday!
Only then did everyone realize that Zhu Xiaobao had inherited the white tiger's heritage. And they all knelt down excitedly and kowtowed. The huge gains that Zhu Xiaobao talked about were actually the immortal beast body of the white tiger beast. Now the white tiger beast no longer exists. But this immortal beast body still exists. And Zhu Xiaobao wants to use this immortal beast body to improve the physique of his people. Jiumei, who was in another inheritance place, was diving into the bottom of the sea, sitting on the bottom of the sea and meditating quietly. She received a message from Zhu Xiaobao. So she resolutely gave up the idea of starting the turtle boat ride. But that turtle is a little impatient to wait. Chapter 692 Devouring Bee. Although the Xuanwu divine beast was very impatient, Jiumei had sunk to the bottom of the sea and was meditating. So there was nothing it could do. It couldn't leave the place of inheritance. So it could only wait patiently, summoning Jiumei through the induction of divine beasts. The Xuanwu divine beast is also very depressed. I don't understand why Jiumei is so calm. She is not anxious at all when facing the inheritance of the mythical beast. This is completely different from the previous bloodline owners of the Xuanwu divine beast. This time, it was Murong Feng who accompanied Jiumei. She was actually a member of the Xuanwu clan. But her bloodline qualifications were too poor, less than a quarter of Jiumei's, so her achievements in mental cultivation were limited, and her physique couldn't keep up, and she was relatively weak. Fortunately, she had superior intelligence, so she later developed in other directions, but she was still very concerned about the Xuanwu clan, especially Jiumei. Super tall, but a little too naive. Murong Feng was always afraid that she would suffer. Fortunately, after following Zhu Xiaobao later, she felt completely relieved. This time, Jiumei is going to the place of inheritance after she comes back. And Zhu Xiaobao also brings a letter to let Duanmuki make important arrangements. After Duanmuki discussed with Murong Feng personally accompanied Jiumei to Guishan Mountain. In fact, Murong Feng is still in a good mood now, because at least Duanmuki has communicated with Yu Hui, and Yu Hui does not reject Murong Feng. Therefore, there is hope for the two of them, and they will wait until the time is right to get married. Zhu Xiaobao's flying pigeon letter is now placed in front of Master Qiandu and Murong Feng. Both of them have solemn expressions and are discussing this matter.
Alas! I think the letter written by King Qiandu is very far-sighted. It's better not to accept the inheritance for the time being,
said the great venerable Thousand Poisons with a sigh.
Why? I feel that the Xuanwu divine beast has become weak. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If I miss this opportunity,
if the demon Jiu recovers, everyone will suffer disaster.
Murong Feng was very confused. She very much hoped that Jiumei could accept the inheritance. But she still attached great importance to Zhu Xiaobao's words, which made her feel in a dilemma. It turns out that among the four great beasts, the Xuanwu divine beast suffered the most damage during the battle with the demon Jiu, and was actually the most seriously injured. So even Murong Feng could feel the aura of this basalt beast weakening day by day. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer.
Well, before Jiumei, there was also a woman with extraordinary talent. At that time, her spiritual cultivation had reached the 9th level, but she failed to reach the great perfection. She rushed to start the inheritance, but in the end, she never left the inheritance. The place of legend. It is said that she died because her body was not strong enough and her body exploded. But after that, the condition of the Xuanwu beast recovered a lot, and it lasted for so many years.
The great venerable Thousand Poisons seemed to be recalling said.
That person actually failed? But Jiumei has already reached the 9th level of perfection. And she has a super strong physique. Who is that woman? Does she have any connection with Jiumei?
Murong Feng said proudly.
Well, she should be Jiumei's ancestor. This happened more than 100 years ago, and I was still a young disciple of Qiandu's sect at that time. Alas, she is the only woman I have ever admired. But I didn't know how to do it at that time. He is just an insignificant person. But I am very doubtful about this matter.
The great venerable Thousand Poisons said sadly.
Unexpectedly, there is such a bizarre thing?
Huh?
No. You are saying that if you accept the inheritance, Jiumei will be in danger?
Murong Feng nodded with some emotion, and then asked nervously.
Well, I was alerted by the fact that the great venerable savage Chio took away his body from the heavenly demon Chio. I hope these beasts are not as vicious as the heavenly demon Chio.
The great venerable Thousand Poisons nodded slowly. At this moment, The disciples came hurriedly to report that Jumei had entered the inheritance place. This surprised both Master Qiandu and Murong Feng. They didn't expect Jumei to suddenly come in at this time. She always listened to Xiaobao's words. Why did she suddenly make the decision this time? But when everyone rushed to the inheritance place, they could no longer enter because a layer of Xuanwu qi blocked everyone from the cave. Even Murong Feng, who had a trace of Xuanwu blood, couldn't get in. Jumei was tricked into coming in, and the Xuanwu divine beast conveyed a message through its spiritual consciousness, saying that there was an inherited treasure in the inheritance place, which could be collected when the mental method reached the 9th level of perfection. After all, Jumei is relatively simple, and she immediately happily returned to the place of inheritance. Without consulting anyone, he just went in rashly. But as soon as Jumei came in, she realized something was wrong, because there was no inherited treasure on the original stone platform. Instead, the Dharma form of the Xuanwu beast had appeared.
What are you going to do? Why did you lie to me? I already told you that I don't want to inherit the inheritance now. Xiao will be unhappy.
Jumei said, very dissatisfied.
You are the successor of Xuanwu. You don't need to pay attention to what others say. Just do what I say, and that's it. Starting the inheritance will be of huge benefit to you.
The Xuanwu divine beast said with disdain.
I don't. I only listen to Xiao. Let me out. Otherwise, I won't be the heir of Xuanwu.
Jumei shook her head and said persistently. She was still worried in her heart whether she was obedient or not. Will I be spanked when I go back? She didn't even realize that a huge crisis was just around the corner.
It's not up to you. I've received huge benefits, and it's time for you to repay me.
The Xuanwu divine beast still said with disdain. The huge Dharma image has already shrouded the huge beauty.
What kind of reward? I don't understand. Let me out. If you don't let me out, I will fight back. Let me out quickly. Xiao will be unhappy.
Jumei was a little anxious and couldn't help but she cast her Dharma form because she already sensed that the other party had bad intentions. And this was a repressive posture, which made her very unhappy, and she had to fight back.
Outside the place of inheritance, one can clearly see green aura bursting out, and the thick aura forced everyone to retreat step by step, until they retreated. Only after a distance of hundreds of steps can I barely stand firm. It was only the great venerable Qiandu and Murong Feng who said this, and the others even retreated 200 steps away. The entire inheritance place has been shrouded in this blue-gray gongqi, with a majestic momentum. This is a scene that has never appeared before.
Senior, is Jumei in danger? Why do I feel so scared?
Murong Feng was really going crazy at this time. With such an oversight, Jumei was harmed. How could he go back and tell her now? Zhu Xiaobao explained. With Zhu Xiaobao's character, why don't you fall out on the spot?
There is nothing we can do now? I hope Jumei is really accepting the inheritance.
Master Qiandu shook his head and said slowly. In fact, he has already recalled the feeling when that woman accepted the inheritance. But this time it was even more tragic than that time, because they had already heard the roar coming from Jumei, mixed with a very painful howl. This is the first time I heard Jumei scream like this. Murong Feng had collapsed to the ground weakly at this time, trembling all over. Her premonition was getting worse and worse. In Huju Mountain, the bones of the white tiger beast are emerging from the ground. In fact, the place where they are inherited is the burial place of these beasts. Now this huge skeleton is being condensed by various treasures, gradually shrinking to only 5 meters long. And its bones are like white jade, exuding a lustrous luster. The white tiger incarnated by Zhu Xiaobao can just fit on this skeleton. When it moves around again, it will be a real white tiger beast. This is no longer a Dharma form. But it couldn't last long. Zhu Xiaobao broke away from the skeleton and let out a loud roar. At this time, all the people of the White Tiger clan were shocked, and the blood in their bodies was boiling. Their whole bodies were filled with a murderous aura, which lingered for a long time. Even the female warriors on Lingyu Island and Lingyu Mountain can also feel this sudden change. Although they are of mutated White Tiger bloodline, this does not affect their reaction at all. This is the huge benefit brought by the activation of bloodline power. All the people of the White Tiger clan have experienced a surge in cultivation, and their martial arts cultivation has also increased significantly. Suddenly, there were countless great martial arts masters among those female warriors, and there were even 40 more martial masters. Looking at the White Tiger skeleton again, the shiny luster on it has dimmed a lot. This was because it was absorbed by Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha! This is the real inheritance. It is indeed an immortal beast, and the energy and spirit it contains is really surprising.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed proudly. Such huge gains made his cultivation and strength have skyrocketed unprecedentedly. Now even the Great Venerable can't go more than a few rounds in front of him. As Zhu Xiaobao's strength skyrocketed, even the Suzaku sword seemed to be in awe. No longer so arrogant. All the little treasures can be summoned with just a thought. But as for the specific combat effectiveness, he hasn't had the chance to try it yet, because there is no opponent in front of him. But Zhu Rong's thoughts moved, and the knife returned to Zhu Rong, and it was still willing to follow Zhu Xiaobao. This makes Zhu Rong very satisfied.
Well, next we should go to Turtle Snake Mountain, find Jumei, and help her start the inheritance smoothly,
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. Now Zhu Rong's mental method cultivation has just broken through to the 8th level, and it's not yet time to start the inheritance. In the inheritance place of Guishan Mountain, the thick and rich gang qi gradually dissipated. The place of inheritance was quiet, which made people feel very strange. Murong Feng and the great venerable Qian Du desperately rushed into the cave of the inheritance place. But this time, there was no obstacle at all. But when they entered the inheritance place, they saw Jumei standing there blankly. The golden armor hammer and turtle back shield fell to the ground. The area around the inheritance place was in a mess, with gravel and dust everywhere. Seeing Jumei slowly turning around, Master Qiandu and Murong Feng did not dare to approach her anymore. Murong Feng asked cautiously,
"Are you still the same Jumei?"
Chapter 693 Devouring Sea. As soon as he heard Jumei's silly question, Murong Feng immediately felt relieved. This was still the original Jumei and had not been taken away. This method of identification is also convenient. But Murong Feng and Master Qian Du were both very surprised. How did Jumei survive? Could it be that the Xuanwu divine beast gave up on its own? But I can no longer feel the breath of the Xuanwu beast at the scene.
No! It was eaten by me! I didn't want to eat it! It was the one that ate me first. And it hurt me! So I ate it in turn. And I felt very comfortable when I ate it. So later on it was eaten by me.
Jumei answered Murong Feng's question in a confusing manner. But it was still generally understood. It was indeed the Xuanwu divine beast that wanted to swallow Jumei's consciousness and occupy this body. But he didn't expect that it would be the opposite, being swallowed up by the huge beauty. Master Qiandu and Murong Feng looked at each other in disbelief. Looking at Jumei in disbelief. This Jumei is really incredible. Her consciousness is even more powerful than the Xuanwu beast. Who would have thought that the final winner would be Jumei? In fact, there is also a certain amount of luck involved. Jumei's spiritual consciousness is indeed very powerful. Definitely stronger than Zhu Xiaobao. Moreover, it has been a long time since she reached the perfection of the 9th level of mental skills. And her own skills and spiritual consciousness are much deeper than those of Zhu Xiaobao. The key is that the remaining soul of the Xuanwu divine beast is already very weak. It is the weakest among the 4 major divine beasts. One goes and the other goes. But it is swallowed up by the giant beauty. Of course, this process is still quite dangerous. But Jumei has never been afraid of danger. And she relies on instinct to fight back.
Senior sister, do you think Xiao will be angry? This time I didn't listen to him and killed this mythical beast. Do you think he will punish me? Will he not give me meat to eat? What if? Just a few spankings, and I can still bear it.
Jumei was still worrying about the punishment she was going to face. And she didn't even realize that she had already done an earth-shattering feat, devouring the whole thing with just her own strength. The basalt beast.
You are really stupid. If Xiaobao knew that you were safe and sound, it would be too late to be happy. How could I blame you? Besides, I'm afraid he is no match for you now.
Murong Feng was immediately made dumbfounded by Jumei. This huge beauty is really silly and cute sometimes.
Well, Jumei, in the next few days, you can integrate and master these spiritual consciousnesses and see what else needs to be done. The inheritance of mythical beasts is more than just this little spiritual consciousness. There are also many techniques and treasures. And more importantly, what's more, it's its memory. The memory of the demon Jiu, which is very important to you.
The great Master Qian Du also woke up from the shock and said very seasonally. Master Qiandu had already known from the ancient books left behind by his master that the bones of the Xuanwu divine beast should have been purchased at the foot of Turtle Snake Mountain. In fact, the inheritance places of the 4 great beasts are all built on their own bones. Otherwise, they would never be able to leave the inheritance places, because they can't live without their own bones. These fairy beast bones can still continuously provide them with the spirit of the fairy beast. This time, Jumei was not as quick as Zhu Xiaobao in integrating the divine consciousness she had just swallowed. Her reaction was slower, and it took 7 days to completely integrate the divine consciousness of these divine beasts. But after she understood the result of the brutal fight with Tian Mojo, she said in shock,
I didn't expect that Tian Mojo was so powerful. Xiao and I might not be able to defeat it. What should we do? No, I must go back. Go to Xiao. Even if I die, I will stay by Xiaoju's side.
Unexpectedly, Jumei always thought about Zhu Xiaobao's safety. She finally had a deep understanding of Tian Moju. This Tian Moju was too powerful.
Ha ha. You don't have to worry. The current heavenly demon Geo is no longer the original heavenly demon Geo. Its demonic body has also been destroyed. And now it is just the body of the great lord of the wilderness, which is a mortal's physique. It is better than yours, it's not much stronger. Now you can digest and absorb the bones of the Xuanwu beast,
which will definitely be of great benefit to your physical fitness,
the great venerable Qiandu said with a smile. In his heart, he felt for Zhu Xiaobao the odds of winning are already quite good. Because Jumei's talent is so good, she is much more powerful than the woman who started the inheritance back then. This made the great venerable Thousand Poisons very pleased. Sure enough, in the memory of the Xuanwu divine beast, there is such a record. After seizing the body, you should completely digest and absorb the bones of your own immortal beast. Although you cannot achieve the body of a divine beast, you can still achieve the body of a demigod. This process is exactly the same as that of Zhu Xiaobao, except that Jumei's absorption ability is stronger. And after her bloodline was completely stimulated, Murong Feng and others also followed suit. Based on intuition, I started to find it. It turned out that people of Xuanwu bloodline were very rare and scattered in various places. This also resulted in people of Xuanwu bloodline not forming a large-scale race. Only those with very pure bloodline could sense the inheritance place. But there are very few people like Murong Feng and Jumei who have known about this inheritance place since they were young. Murong Feng was really pleasantly surprised at this time. She didn't expect that starting the inheritance would really activate the bloodline of all her clan members, and their cultivation level would skyrocket. She was now a great martial artist with perfect cultivation level. As long as Jumei refines the essence from the bones one more time, her cultivation will be able to break through to the level of martial lord. The great venerable Thousand Poisons also benefited a lot. As Jumei's cultivation level skyrocketed, she easily helped the great venerable Thousand Poisons to force out the toxins accumulated in the body for decades. Although the great venerable Thousand Poisons could not yet immediately, he ran like a normal person. But he was able to get out of the wheelchair and walk slowly and independently. This made Master Qiandu very excited. What's even more shocking is that Jumei's cultivation is probably a martial saint now. It is even very likely that he is the peak of the martial saint. This legendary cultivation level really appears. Although Murong Feng knew that the Xuanwu divine beast was designed to devour very viciously, he was still grateful for the huge benefits it had gained. With her great beauty, she knelt down to the skeleton and muttered something as she said,
Master Divine Beast, thank you for your inheritance. We will spare no effort to complete your mission and completely kill the demon Geo. We also hope that Master Divine Beast will bless us in the sky. But Jumei disdains to kneel down to the Xuanwu beast. If her senior sister hadn't forced her to do so, she wouldn't have knelt down. While Jumei knelt down and worshipped, she was still thinking,
Hey! What kind of basalt beast is actually the weakest among the 4 great beasts? It's really embarrassing. If it had been me back then, I wouldn't have died so miserably.
After a few days, the great venerable Thousand Poisons could walk normally. But if he fought against a great venerable with the same level of cultivation, he might not be able to do so. But he could already ride out. This made Master Qiandu feel extremely comfortable. After many years, he could finally ride his horse freely again. The great Master Qiandu also plans to do something for Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei. So consider it a little reward. He rushed to the realm where he was handed over to the eldest prince, and personally planted the poison formation that locked the city with thousands of poisons. This was to ensure that the royal court would not become the next target of the great lord of the wilderness. And it was also a means of guarding against the eldest prince. In the eldest prince's fiefdom, the great lord of the wild wilderness and the eldest prince once again performed a blood sacrifice on a large town. This time, the number of people involved in the blood sacrifice actually reached 200,000. But after coming back, the great master of wilderness was not in a good mood, because his cultivation had grown too fast. His body was still a little overwhelmed. All the bones and meridians all over his body were swollen and painful, as if they were about to burst.
Same. Ah! It hurts me to death. No, I have to recover my body, even if it is a wreckage.
It can greatly enhance the strength of this body.
As his cultivation level recovers, Tianmoju's memory is also constantly recovering. It has already thought of some countermeasures.
Brother, you mean to go to the 36 islands in the southeast? Then we have to prepare a lot. We must have a fleet to go there.
The eldest prince has also benefited a lot from following the great venerable wilderness. But he also encountered the same problem as the human demon and the great master Join. His cultivation level increased very quickly. But this body couldn't keep up.
I don't care about this matter. You go and think of a solution for me. I'll consolidate for another half-month. And then we'll set off.
The great master of wilderness said without curiosity at this time. He is now the absolute boss. And no one can refute it. Room!
Yes. I'll make arrangements right away.
The eldest prince said fearfully. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong had already started to return on the boat. The essence of the white tiger skeleton had been absorbed, and it was finally laid to rest. What's even more surprising is that his elder sister Yu Qianrou's cultivation has reached the level of a great venerable. The reason is very simple. Because Yu Qianrou's bloodline is also very pure. So she benefits the most. In fact, there are two people who can benefit greatly. But their bloodline has been abolished. So they can only achieve nothing this time. That is Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shicheng. Yu Xian's cultivation has reached the peak of a great martial artist. For this reason, he is grateful to Zhu Xiaobao. Although Yu Qianrou was still reluctant to leave this time, she did not stop Zhu Xiaobao from leaving. She also knew that the situation was urgent. And this time she specially prepared a fleet for Zhu Xiaobao, which was full of food and war preparation materials. The ninth princess needed these things now. So Yu Qianrou was very generous this time and prepared a total of 200 merchant ships. There are also 200 escorting warships. And there are also 100,000 elite naval forces. This time, there is no need to rest on the three auspicious treasures. Zhu Xiaobao has his own flagship, and the three auspicious treasures are just following the flagship to protect it.
Hee. Since my cultivation has improved, I feel that my abilities have increased again. Sister, do you think it's time to add a few more personal maids to me? Don't worry. I am absolutely pure.
Zhu Xiaobao was saying Lai was on the bed holding Zhu Rong in his arms, and discussing in a flattering way.
Really? My cultivation has also improved a lot. And my needs have also increased a lot. How about we do it a few more times?
Ah?
No. Let's forget it. Right? We still need to control this thing. I am a person who knows how to maintain good health. Humph. Then you don't want to add more maids?
No.
Definitely don't. Am I that kind of person? I have always made enough food and clothing by myself.
At this moment, his female guard actually broke in and reported.
The 36 southeast islands are ahead. Chateaus. Should we go around them?
Before Zhu Xiaobao could say anything, Zhu Rong frowned and said,
Wait a minute. Why does this knife seem to have some reaction?
Chapter 694 Destruction. Now that he has devoured the divine consciousness of the white tiger beast and has a blood connection with the dragon-slaying sword, now the Suzaku sword, Zhu Xiaobao has a general understanding of the origins of the 36 islands in the southeast, the most important of which is Jialong Island, which is the largest island among the 36 islands. According to the memory of the dragon sword, this should be the torso part of the demon Jiao that was cut in half. Now the dragon slayer sword has recovered a lot, and it has been integrated with the Suzaku sword. So the senses here are also very keen. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong didn't sense anything, but the vermilion bird sword had already reacted.
How about we quietly drive the three auspicious treasures to take a look? Maybe we can find something? The other warships and cargo ships will take a detour.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but get ready to make a move. He hadn't tried it yet. He had just soared. With his strength, I really want to have the opportunity to fight.
That's good. I believe that if we meet the great human monster again this time, we will have a sure chance of victory.
Zhu Rong was also very excited. She also wanted to try the power of this Suzaku sword.
And she was looking forward to it. Let his generals lead the warships to protect the cargo ship and take a detour. But Tong Wuxin still drives the three auspicious treasures himself. Nowadays, Tong Wuxin is very familiar with the three auspicious treasures. Her control skills are unparalleled, and her artillery skills are also extremely accurate. In this regard, even Mu Chuani, who is good at calculations, feels inferior. Now there are enough cannonballs on the three lucky treasures to cope with any unexpected situation. So Tong Wuxin is also very excited. The last time they were chased was in such an embarrassing situation. It makes me feel aggrieved just thinking about it. Just like the last time. Jixiang Sanbao waited until dark before quietly sailing into the waters of the 36 Southeast Islands. He also bypassed other islands and sailed towards Jialong Island. And then found a hidden reef again. Hiding. This time I don't want to start a war. But I want to see if I can do something with the dragon-slaying knife. Or find something here. Sure enough. The closer it gets to Jialong Island, the more violent the Suzaku sword's reaction becomes. But there is still a bit of fear in this reaction. It has not fully recovered yet. At most it has recovered more than half. But if you want to use this even though he was in a state to kill the demon Geo, he still knew that he was invincible with a dragon-slaying sword. But it didn't expect that Tian Majio didn't reply now. And it was even much slower than its recovery. However, the tragic consequences in its memory still made Dragon Saber very afraid. But in the middle of the night, when he wanted to sink to the bottom of the sea to destroy the bones of the demon on the surface of Jialong Island, Zhu Xiaobao took the Suzaku sword and dived halfway before returning. He is also very helpless. He does not have the super abnormal ability like Jumei, who can dive to the bottom of the sea and stay there for a long time. So I had to come back very upset.
Oh! I didn't expect that. I really couldn't do anything without Jumei. Baby, I miss you so much.
Zhu Xiaobao cried out sadly.
But this sword seems to be unwilling to give up. How about we?
Before Zhu Rong could finish her words, the Suzaku sword had already been taken away from her hand, plunged directly into the sea, and went to find the target by herself. It is quite familiar with this place. It has been trapped at the bottom of the sea for thousands of years, and it has spent most of its time here suffering.
Damn it! This is a bit willful. You don't listen to the master's call? You have to go back and transfuse some blood into it.
Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. But there was no other way but to wait. Fortunately, the connection with the Suzaku sword has not disappeared, and I can almost sense its current location. The vermilion bird sword hit the bottom of the sea much faster than Zhu Xiaobao. In less than a quarter of an hour, it had already reached the bottom of the sea. He was very familiar with the road and found the place where the sword energy was most concentrated. At this time, Jialong Island was quiet, and most of the people had already entered into their dreams. In the middle of the night, except for the patrolling warships, everyone else was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, I felt the ground shaking, and the entire Jialong Island began to tremble, and it became more and more violent, waking everyone up.
Earthquake! Tsunami! Run quickly!
Those who were awakened were running around in panic. But it's the same no matter where you go. There are landslides and ground cracks everywhere, and huge gaps have opened up in the ground under your feet. Many people have fallen in, followed by tsunamis and huge waves. It's really like got it like HL. Moreover, the entire Dragon Island is slowly tilting, as if half of its foundation has been removed. Ji Jisheng also woke up from his dream. He has invested the most in Jialong Island and has his own general palace. Although he is not a prince, Ji Jisheng's general palace is extremely luxurious, comparable to the palace of the 7th princess. There is no way. Ji Jisheng is so favored now. Even though the 7th princess knows that he lives a luxurious life, she still turns a blind eye. Moreover, every time the 7th princess comes here, she tastes very exciting feelings. Of course, she will not blame Ji Ziyi. But the earthquake tonight caused the general's mansion of Ji Jisheng to be destroyed in one fell swoop. Fortunately, his cultivation level is so advanced now that the collapsing stones and beams cannot hurt him. But the beautiful maids he carefully raised and many of his servants died unexpectedly, as well as the gold, silver, jewelry and the jade decorations were all sunk into the ground, causing huge losses. Ji Jisheng took his bodyguard with him and hurriedly fled to his flagship. At this time, the flagship was not in peace. It was ups and downs and swayed left and right due to the impact of huge waves. Fortunately, there was an iron lock on the bow of the battleship. Fixed. This can barely support it.
What's going on? This tsunami came without any warning? Could it be that some important treasure was born?
Ji Jisheng shouted in shock from the bow of the battleship. Then, there was a flash of lightning, and he actually saw the 3 lucky treasures speeding away in the distance. Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao did it? Ji Jisheng was simply shocked. Such a big movement could not have been caused by a mortal. Even Da Zun can't do it. But why do the 3 auspicious treasures of Zhu Xiaobao appear here? At the same time, the great venerable man Wang who was ready to go suddenly felt something in his heart and roared angrily.
but dares to destroy my body and bones. Damn it! Hurry! Let's set off immediately. Otherwise my body will probably be destroyed. Destroyed? As Moji recovers day by day, he can remember more and more things, and he can already sense the location of his own body. However, he did not expect that there is someone who is one step ahead of him and is destroying his body. The original body? This made the great venerable savage suddenly anxious. Without those bones, his recovery would be very limited. But Tong Wuxin drove the auspicious 3 treasures away quickly. It was too dangerous to stay near Jialong Island. The destructive power of the roaring mountains and tsunamis was definitely not something that human beings could contend with. But Tong Wuxin was quite happy to be able to destroy Ji Jisheng's most important base. But Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were a little worried at this time, because the telepathy between them and the Suzaku sword had disappeared. The huge destruction now was definitely caused by the Suzaku sword, although they didn't know how it did it. But Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong are only concerned about the whereabouts of the Suzaku sword. If we all die together, it's not worth it. The auspicious 3 treasures drove hundreds of miles before finding a hiding place again. They waited for a long time. When the sky was bright, the vermilion bird sword had not returned yet. However, the surrounding islands began to move, and warships continued to come to Jialong Island to rescue and explore. There was too much noise last night. It was definitely a disaster. Now Ji Jisheng is the absolute master of 36 islands. So the armies and warships from other islands have rushed to rescue him. Fortunately, Tong Wuxin is very familiar with the geographical environment here and can avoid those warships. But he can no longer stay here and has to withdraw from this sea area first. Just as he was retreating, unexpectedly, a flash of fire flashed, and the Suzaku sword flew back. As soon as it came back, it sank into Zhu Rong's body, and there was no movement. Zhu Rong could also feel that the Suzaku sword had been exhausted and became dull. But this kind of consumption is not a big deal, and it will recover as long as it is warm for a few days. The 3 auspicious treasures traveled for 3 days to catch up with their fleet. At this time, the Suzaku sword was only half recovered, but it could already communicate with Zhu Xiaobao. It turns out that the Suzaku sword dived into the bottom of the sea and found the place where the sword energy was the strongest. It wanted to destroy the bones of the demon Jiu. But although it was just a torso, it was not something that the dragon-slaying sword could completely destroy. He used the Suzaku fire, and then used the remaining sword energy to cut off a small half of the bones, and also burned the severed part with the Suzaku fire. Some were chopped into pieces. Originally, Jialong Island was supported by the bones below in a triangular shape. Now that one corner has been cut off, Jialong Island suddenly tilts. This caused a huge shock on Jialong Island. Only a third of it was chopped off? You are so useless. If Jume were here, I guarantee that all the bones below could be crushed into powder. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted, still very dissatisfied. Look! Call! There was a flash of fire, and this time the Suzaku sword did not burn Zhu Xiaobao again. Instead, it stopped communicating with him and returned to Zhu Rong to recuperate. The great lord of the wilderness was mixed in with a caravan and passed through the fiefdoms of the 6th Highness and the 7th Princess. Although the 6th Highness was a little suspicious, because the guards of this caravan were too high in cultivation, and the lowest ones were all great martial arts masters. Cultivation? How can ordinary merchants have such strength? However, His Highness the 6th Prince did not dare to investigate in detail and let them pass smoothly. As long as you don't cause trouble in your own fiefdom, that's fine. When they arrived at the 7th Princess fiefdom, it was even smoother, because they had a warrant from General Ji, and they were allowed to go immediately without checking wherever they went. After leaving Southeast County, we boarded a merchant ship and arrived at Jialong Island 2 days later. As soon as he set foot on Jialong Island, the face of the great venerable Man Wang became very gloomy. He clearly felt that at least 1/3 of his body had been destroyed. What surprised it even more was that it could feel that many of the damaged parts were burned by Suzaku's fire. GZ. Get out of here, the great master of savagery shouted in a muffled voice. But this voice spread far and wide. Chapter 695, Half-Demon Body A. This time, Tianmoji came back with the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Join. Because the eldest prince still had to guard his fiefdom, he only arranged the caravan and entourage for the venerable Man Wang and did not follow him. After all, he is a tycoon, and he still cares about his fiefdom. The great lord of the wilderness was also very careful along the way. Now he is no longer the reckless and rough character of the great lord of the wilderness, but has begun to consider many issues. The most important thing is that it knows that now he is facing the descendants of the four great beasts, as well as the descendants of the beast slaves, not to mention the dragon-slaying knife that it is most worried about. When he arrived at Jialong Island, Tianmojia no longer needed to hide his secrets, not only because this was Ji Jisheng's territory, but more importantly, when he came here, he had no intention of letting the people here leave Jialong Island alive. In fact, when they arrived in Southeast County, Ji Jisheng had already received a letter from the great master Jiuyin, saying that Tianmojia was back. He was surprised, scared, and somewhat hopeful. After all, Tianmojia's cultivation techniques were still very coveted by him. Ji Jisheng has moved to another island these days. Jialong Island is now in a mess and has suffered too much damage. This makes Ji Jisheng very heartbroken. He has invested a lot of hard work and manpower on Jialong Island. He has just built it look great, but unexpectedly it was destroyed for no apparent reason. I've met Master. Congratulations, Master, for your improvement in cultivation. You'll be back at the top soon. Ji Jisheng hurried over from the temporary general's mansion. As soon as he saw the great master of wilderness, he knelt down and kowtowed, still complimenting loudly. GZ can be regarded as a strange person. He was first occupied by the demon Geo, but his consciousness was not swallowed up. In the end, his body was pushed out, so that Ji Jisheng's consciousness was not damaged, but doubled. He even left behind a lot of memories and techniques from Demon Geo, of course most of which he couldn't practice, but GZ still benefited a lot, so it makes sense for him to call him Master. Humph. What happened on this island? Why was my body damaged? Where are the people here? Why are there so few? The great master of wilderness looked at GZ, who was kneeling in front of him. To be honest, he still admired GZ. Yes, because this guy is very good at flattering, and he feels very comfortable every time he does it. It's Yu Xiaobao, the descendant of the White Tiger Divine Beast, and Zhu Rong, the descendant of the Suzaku Divine Beast. They came in a small boat. I saw it with my own eyes. But the disciples' martial arts were too weak, and they couldn't detect them. They couldn't catch up with them either. Ji Jisheng lay flat on his face. There he said with sincerity and fear. This Lord Demon doesn't have a good temper. If he doesn't deal with him in a word, he will probably die. Huh? It's them? Okay. I don't go to them. But they come to trouble me first? No. Even the descendants of the mythical beasts can't dive to the bottom of the sea to destroy my body. I also feel the dragon slaying the aura of the sword is stronger than before. The great savage frowned and sensed it carefully, and then roared angrily. This disciple doesn't know about this. Dragon slaying knife? I've never seen it before. Ji Jisheng quickly laid down and defended, fearing that the demon would tear him to pieces if he wasn't happy. Well, forget it. Let me ask you again. How many people are there on Jialong Island now? No matter men, women, old or young. Let me count them all. The great venerable man Wang also knew that Ji Jihui did not know about the dragon-slaying knife. Although there are also some memories of Demon Jiu. But there is no very important information. There are less than 400,000 people left, and more than half of them were killed or injured this time. Master, do you want to drive these people away? Ji Jisheng asked cautiously. He thought that the great master of savagery did not want too many people to know its details. Woolen cloth. No, none of these people are allowed to leave the island. I want to use them for training. Also, your troops are all staying on the warship and are not allowed to board the island. Our whereabouts need to be kept absolutely confidential, thought the great master of savagery. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, Yes, I will obey the master's decree. Ji Jisheng trembled in his heart. With just one sentence from Tianmojia, these 400,000 people were equivalent to being sentenced to death. But Ji Jisheng immediately put on a flattering smile. Master, you have been tired all the way, and the disciple has prepared fine wine and food for you. And there are also several strong women to enjoy. Master, although it is not as good as Ling, she is a female warrior of the Yu tribe. But she is also very strong. Ha ha. Okay. It's a pity that the eldest prince is not here. Otherwise it would be more enjoyable. Jiuyin, it's you who will be in charge tonight. The great venerable Manhuang's mood suddenly improved a lot. And he had to it is said that Ji Jisheng is really good at pleasing him.
And the great venerable Jiuyin is now also proficient in his skills. And he can even eat a few slices of fresh meat with the great venerable wilderness. Ji Jisheng stayed with a bloody dinner until the end with a smile on his face. He even ate a few slices with the great master of the wilderness. And he didn't find it hard to swallow. This made the great venerable savage very happy. High praise for Ji Jisheng. That night, the great venerable man Wang was very drunk. And the great venerable Jiuyin and Ji Jishi actually took the opportunity to get together again. The two of them were like firewood. The relationship between the two people was very confusing at first. They were still masters and disciples at the beginning. Later it became nondescript.
Master! What should we do next? Is there really a future for following Master Tianma?
Ji Jishi worked hard on the great master Jiuyin. He was surprised to find that the great master Jiuyin's cultivation had improved again. I have lost a lot of weight. And my body has become plumper and moisturized. And my saga skin has become elastic.
Yes! It's very promising. If you follow it, you might be able to become a martial saint. Well, try harder. Don't worry. I can bear it. Well, don't call me master from now on. Just call me sister.
Jiuyin the great master was still humming while enjoying it. In another courtyard not far away, the great venerable man Wang suddenly opened his eyes and said with an evil smile,
You little bastard. You dare to be so arrogant under my nose. You are so brave. This disciple accepted it.
It's a bit interesting. And it's also quite clever.
It's easy for Tianmijio's spiritual consciousness to gain insight into the surrounding situation. And even with a little burning knife, he won't be so drunk that he doesn't know anything. But he didn't seem to care about these petty things. In her opinion, Lord Jiuyin was just like a slave. As long as the descendants of the four great beasts were destroyed in the future, those female warriors and descendants of the beasts would be his targets.
The next day, the great venerable man Wang came to a cracked gap, carefully sensed it, then frowned, and said somewhat depressedly,
It was indeed the dragon-slaying sword. Let me tell you, even if it's impossible for a descendant of a divine beast to move to such a deep seabed, I didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword was really born. I just don't know how the beast master slave is doing now.
The great master of wilderness also encountered the same problem. His body could not dive to such a deep seabed, which meant that he still had a long way to go before he could reach his own body. In this regard, Tianmojia cannot compare to the descendants of the four great beasts. Xu Xiaobao and the others can use the power of their blood to bring the bones out of the ground. It is also very fast to absorb the essence from the bones. But Tianmojia does not have such an advantage. His body has no connection with Tianmojia's body, so it is more laborious to absorb the essence in the demon body. And it is half the result with half the effort. Very limited. After hearing about Tianmojia's difficulties, Ji Jisheng immediately came up with an idea and asked the 400,000 people on the island to start digging day and night. They managed to dig out a sinkhole more than 10 miles deep in half a month. When he arrived at the bottom of the pit, Tianmojia could immediately clearly sense his own body. And sitting at the bottom of the pit, he could slowly absorb the essence of his body. Tianmojia looked at Ji Jisheng with admiration and magnanimously asked Master Jiuyin to serve Ji Jisheng. It made the two of them so embarrassed. But now, the great Reverend Shimao, great venerable Jiuyin, and Ji Jishi are actually sitting together to discuss secretly. Both Shimao and Jiuyin are facing the same problem. They also want to absorb some demonic energy to strengthen themselves, their physique. Otherwise, even though their cultivation level has skyrocketed, the meridians and bones all over their body cannot bear it at all. They would be in pain every day. And the swelling and pain bother them all the time.
We follow Master Tianma in a low voice and go through life and death. Aren't we just trying to reach the next level of cultivation and become a martial saint? Master Tianma should give us some charity. Right. Jiuyin, you should just show off in front of Master Tianma.
The great sage said anxiously. But for the great Lord Jiuyin, he is now quite complimentary. And his posture is very low. There is no way. Jiuyin can now be regarded as the famous person next to Tianmojia. Because ordinary women simply couldn't bear the felling of the demon Jiu, and were killed in a few strokes.
You think I don't want to do it? But that is Lord Heavenly Demon's body. To be honest, it is the skeleton of his real body from his previous life. Do you think he will let you get involved? Besides, the method of absorbing the essence of the demon body's skeleton is also you don't want to teach us.
Lord Jiuyin said impatiently. She also wanted to strengthen her body. But the swelling and pain she endured every day was really too painful.
Ha ha! In fact, I have some ideas for its method of absorbing menstrual periods. And if it doesn't absorb much, I guess it won't necessarily refuse. But I need you to agree to a condition.
Ji Jisheng hugged Jiuyin unscrupulously. The Venerable said with a smile. At this time, the great Venerable Savage was at the bottom of the pit. From this distance, it was impossible to hear their conversation.
Oh, seriously? What are the conditions?
The great human demon suddenly became energetic and asked hurriedly. He could also see that Ji Jisheng was actually speaking to him alone. This couple had already had a tacit understanding.
As long as you swear on your inner demon, if anything happens to Lord Demon in the future, you must serve me for 10 years,
Ji Jisheng said cautiously.
What? What did you say? What else could happen to Lord Demon? Is this impossible?
The great human demon suddenly exclaimed.
Shoo! I mean just in case. 1 in 10,000.
Ji Jisheng was also shocked. If Tian Majiu heard this, wouldn't he be asking for death? The two great sages, Ren Yao and Jiuyin, looked at each other, not knowing why Ji Jisheng thought so. Chapter 696, Half-Demon Body B. The unprecedented disaster on Jialong Island shocked everyone, including the great Venerable Wu Wei. Originally, he dismissed such natural disasters. But this time it was different. Because previously Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei appeared near Jialong Island. And then such a catastrophe occurred not long after. He couldn't help but think about it. But the great Venerable Wu Wei has returned to the West King's territory at this time. He is now very depressed. It seems that the situation has completely changed now. He is no longer the best person in the world. Even the great Venerable Human Demon now dares to challenge himself. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao and others. From the moment he met Zhu Xiaobao, this guy has never had any at all. As if he has never taken him as a great venerable person in his eyes. But this is also true. Zhu Xiaobao has suddenly risen to prominence with his own intelligence and talent. Now he has not only conquered the Zeroway Kingdom, but also has Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, and the Shiwang Fiefdom almost all under his control. Not to mention that the Shijue Kingdom is also trying its best to please Zhu Xiaobao, and is definitely Zhu Xiubo's staunch ally. Therefore, the great Master Wu Wei is now living in seclusion. He can only wait and see what happens, hoping to secretly find out the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Xiaobao definitely had a purpose in taking Zhu Mei and Zhu Rong out for so long this time. Probably just to find the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying knife. But what disappointed Great Master Wu Wei was that no clues about the dragon-slaying knife were found. What's even more depressing is that I had a vague connection with the dragon-slaying sword. But now I don't have any connection at all. This makes Master Wu Wei very confused. Could it be that the dragon-slaying sword has gone to another place on its own? Where has the place gone? In fact, Great Venerable Wu Wei had already seen the dragon-slaying sword. But he was reshaped by Zhu Xiaobao into another appearance. And his own essence and blood were also input. In the Suzaku clan, he even integrated the Suzaku sword. So now this Suzaku sword is the original dragon-slaying sword. But the great Master Wu Wei is vaguely aware of it. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the Shiwang Fiefdom. At this time, the 19th princess had returned from the Daxiangguo temple. Her cultivation had improved a lot. She originally wanted to surprise Zhu Xiaobao. But when she saw Zhu Xiaobao Rong's Suzaku sword made the 19th princess feel a little sad. Zhu Rong had regained another inherited treasure. But apart from swallowing a dragon ball, he had nothing else. Not even a handy weapon. But she now knows that the inherited treasures of the Green Dragon Divine Beast are a Green Dragon Halberd and a Dragon Spine Bow. These two are absolutely magical weapons. Especially the Dragon Spine Bow. Which is what the 19th princess wants to get most. Because what she is best at is archery. But Zhu Rong's gains were not the biggest blow to the 9th princess. Zhu Mei also came back soon after. And she actually started the inheritance of the mythical beasts. This made all Xiaobao feel very surprised. And they were also secretly glad that this girl was really strong. And she swallowed the remaining soul of the Xuanwu beast by herself. Only he knows the danger involved. So Zhu Xiaobao was really furious and gave Zhu Mei a hard meal. But Zhu Mei was very happy in her heart. Because Zhu Xiaobao only spanked her. And this punishment was just a formality to her. The final punishment was to move Zhu Mei to the bed. And the two began to get intimate without any scruples. Anyway, now that the gang energy between the two of them has been released, no one within 100 steps can come close. Not even the great Venerable Wu Wei. He was also shocked. Because even he couldn't get any closer. This shows that the cultivation of these two people has far surpassed his. Especially Zhu Mei. Which made Master Wu Wei feel very suppressed. This was something that had never happened before. Zhu Rong and the 19th princess couldn't help but feel a little bit amused. The two of them got together and chatted quietly. When they heard that the inheritance of mythical beasts was actually the art of seizing the body, the 19th princess couldn't help but be very shocked. Fortunately, she hadn't started it yet. The inheritance of mythical beasts. Otherwise she would not have the abnormal consciousness and talent like Jumei. After a while, Zhu Xiaobao walked out of the princess mansion refreshed, followed by Jumei. Seeing that Jumei was still pleased with herself, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess both snorted. Is this punishment? Just enjoy it. Okay. Seeing the resentful expressions in the eyes of Zhu Rong and Princess 19, Zhu Xiaobao quickly explained with a guilty conscience.
Hee. We are really exchanging some insights after living inheritance. If you don't believe it, ask Jumei. No. Isn't it just dual cultivation? But I like it very much.
Jumei immediately said honestly.
Okay. I admit it was impulsive. But this is also a kind of communication.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jumei helplessly. This silly girl is still so straightforward, so she won't follow her own words. But from the bottom of their hearts, everyone likes Jumei's simplicity and straightforwardness.
Let's go to the main hall and meet you all. Venerable Wu Wei has been waiting for a long time,
Princess 19 said in a low voice with a blushing face. She knew that it would be her turn tonight.
Ha ha. Great Venerable Wu Wei. Okay. Let's meet him. There happens to be something I want to ask him.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't apologize at all, and said very calmly, now great Venerable Wu Wei is with him, it's nothing in the eyes. No matter how much he thinks about his intentions, it will be in vain in the face of absolute strength. Now the only way is to re-recognize his own strength and regain his position. This is the wisest thing. All the important people have gathered in the hall. Even Yu Qianhe has arrived. There is no way. The change this time is too huge. All the female warriors have their bloodlines activated, and their cultivation levels have doubled in an instant. Now the cultivation levels of Yu Qianhe and Yu Shuang Yu Shui have reached the peak of Martial Master. Yu Dan was promoted to Martial Master. This has greatly increased the strength of the Lingyu clan. It can be said that the strength of the Lingyu clan is not inferior to that of any prince. Great Venerable Wu Wei was even more amazed. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would inherit the White Tiger's inheritance and have such great benefits affect his clan members. So now Zhu Xiaobao is definitely a godlike existence that everyone respects.
Master! Master! You have been promoted to the Great Venerable. You should pass that kitchen knife to me. Right.
The old apprentice ran to Zhu Xiaobao very excitedly. This time, the word master can be said to be the scream was very affectionate, and he had been thinking about that kitchen knife for a long time. Now Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is far beyond his. So the old apprentice naturally thinks that this kitchen knife should be passed on to him, because he is Zhu Xiaobao's founding disciple.
Disciple. That kitchen knife has been fused with the Suzaka knife.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, the Suzaka knife appeared in his hand. He showed it to his old disciple specifically.
How could this happen? That kitchen knife is very important to me.
The old apprentice cried out with great regret. Indeed, this kitchen knife can greatly improve his combat effectiveness, and he has become very emotional over the years.
Don't worry. Master, I have not forgotten you. Look, this is a piece of tortoise sh. L from the black tortoise divine beast. This is a fire feather from the Suzaku divine beast. And this, a tiger tooth from the white tiger divine beast. We'll see you later get a piece of the scales of the green dragon beast. And I promise to make you an imitation immortal weapon. Zhu Rong's imitation Suzaka knife will be used for the body. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao hugged the old apprentice and whispered.
These few pieces, everything is a divine thing. Never let others know.
Really? That's great. If it really incorporates so many treasures, then the power of this knife will be too terrifying.
The old apprentice couldn't believe his ears. Just one of these magical materials can make you people are crazy about it. Zhu Xiaobao is actually preparing to fuse the four things. So the old apprentice is a little dizzy. But unexpectedly, as soon as the Suzaku sword appeared, Master Wu Wei stared closely at the Suzaku sword. He suddenly had some sensations, but they were specious and not like the dragon-slaying sword. He stared at this Suzaku sword in confusion. Suzaka knife. But before Master Wu Wei could ask more questions, Zhu Xiaobao was already surrounded by sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, and everyone else was trying to come up. It was no secret that Zhu Xiaobao had inherited the White Tiger heritage.
These female warriors were even more in awe of him. And they were all grateful. You must know that Zhu Xiaobao has inherited the White Tiger inheritance. And they have all benefited a lot. There was a scene of celebration in the main hall. And even Duan Muqi was very happy. He didn't expect that his 2 wives were now more advanced than him. Which made Duan Muqi feel a little stressed.
Ha ha! Sirs and seniors, I have already arranged the banquet. Please come and invite everyone to take a seat. This time is indeed very worthy of celebration.
Princess Ying said with a smile at this time. When everyone went to the banquet hall, Master Wu Wei stayed at the end. When there was no one else, he quickly called Princess Zhu Rong of England and asked anxiously and uneasily,
Princess Ying, please give me the Suzaku sword.
Please come out and let me observe.
Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao hesitantly, and when she saw Zhu Xiaobao nodded in agreement, she summoned the Suzaku sword, then handed over to the great master Wu Wei.
Why can I feel the aura of the dragon-slaying sword in it? And it also has a telepathic connection with me?
Great master Wu Wei asked, staring closely at Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, great venerable Wu Wei, this sword is indeed partly fused with the dragon-slaying sword. But it is no longer a dragon-slaying sword. And it seems unwilling to return to the original beast-taming slave. I know you are a dragon-slaying sword, the descendant of the beast slave. But he is not the beast slave of the past.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the great venerable Wu Wei and said calmly, now he doesn't take the great venerable Wu Wei seriously.
We didn't force it. It followed me on its own after integrating the Suzaku sword. And judging from the communication with it, it seems that it doesn't really want to return to the master beast controller.
Zhu Rong explained cautiously. She was still a little afraid of facing the great master Wu Wei. Master Wu Wei's heart suddenly trembled. Sure enough, this sword was the fusion of the dragon-slaying sword. Unexpectedly, it was Zhu Rong who gained the most in the end. This made Master Wu Wei want to snatch the Suzaku sword by force. But he didn't dare and couldn't, because this knife was not a mortal thing, and he couldn't control it at all. Sure enough, before Master Wu Wei finished speaking, the Suzaku sword had already left his hand and returned to Zhu Rong's side. After a long silence, I, being the core of the big organization, had a gloomy face and said in a low voice,
then please let me practice the Suzaku sword and take back the essence and blood of my ancestors. This can be regarded as an end. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will never run away with this knife.
Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao with confusion, and saw Zhu Xiaobao said calmly,
yes. If Master Beast Master's blood essence still exists, then of course you have the right to take it back. How much time do you need? 1 hour is enough. Then please. Thank you so much.
Chapter 697, Half-Demon Body C. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao readily agreed to Master Wu Wei's request was that Master Wu Wei still had a common enemy with him, and that was Tian Mojiu. Secondly, there are indeed remaining impurities on the Suzaku sword. That is, the remaining essence and blood of the beast slave, which affects the recovery and performance of the Suzaku sword because it is not compatible with the current bloodline of the mythical beast and has become a disruption. Yes, so Xiaobao also needs to completely remove this earth essence blood. But Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong are also very cautious. They stay by the side of the great venerable Wu Wei, nominally to protect his safety, but in fact, they are to prevent him from using any means to conquer the dragon sword again. Although this possibility is very small, venerable Wu Wei feels extremely aggrieved now, and he has never been watched by anyone before. But there was nothing he could do. He was no longer a match for Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong. Not to mention that there was a huge beauty not far away looking at him with eager eyes. In less than an hour, as expected, the remaining drop of essence and blood was taken back by the great Master Wu Wei. After so many years, there was not much left. But just this remaining drop of essence and blood caused earth-shaking changes to occur in the body of the great venerable Wu Wei. Even if he tried his best to suppress the majestic momentum, Zhu Xiaobao and others could still feel it immediately. Half-demon body? Unexpectedly, the beast master slave back then was already half-demon body?
Zhu Xiaobao also murmured in surprise.
Humph! Back then, my ancestors controlled the 4 great beasts. What kind of half-demon body? It was a half-god body. Just one step away from becoming an immortal body. So back then, my ancestors were eager to kill the demon Geo. I just want to return to the immortal world as soon as possible. Become a true immortal.
Great venerable Wu Wei said bitterly. But his eyes could not hide the excitement. He could feel that his physique had made a qualitative leap, which meant that his current you can improve your cultivation again.
Ha ha! Then congratulations to the great venerable Wu Wei.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and cupped his hands. But he was very vigilant in his heart, because there was a trace of greed and viciousness in the eyes of the great venerable Wu Wei. It's not that he's not sure yet. He's probably going to take the dragon-slaying knife by force.
Well, it's easy to say. It's easy to say. I need to leave for a while to completely digest and absorb this drop of blood essence from my ancestors. Farewell.
Great venerable Wu Wei was still very dignified, and he also cupped his hand and said politely. Then the great venerable Wu Wei returned to his previous immortal demeanor and drifted away.
Why do I have a bad feeling? This drop of essence and blood has changed his temperament drastically. The Beast Master Slave back then was really powerful.
Zhu Rong watched the great Master Wu Wei leave. Then he said with some worry,
Humph. No matter how powerful he is, he can only absorb a drop of remaining blood essence. He is far inferior to the Beast Master Slave back then. What are you afraid of? Jiumei and I are also demigods now. Now Grand Master Wu Wei's cultivation has skyrocketed. It is still good for us. After all, he and Tianmoji are mortal enemies. The stronger he is, the more beneficial it is to us.
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed nonchalantly, summoning the Suzaku sword again. It felt completely different this time. With the last impurities removed, the sword became clearer and purer. The original murderous aura and fire attributes were restrained, becoming more and more subtle. But once it is released, it becomes sharper and more powerful than before. The communication with Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong has also become much smoother, especially since the original feeling of the kitchen knife has returned.
I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. Chop. Chop.
On a whim, Zhu Xiaobao began to chop in a dazzling manner. And the Suzaku sword also released its own sword light in cooperation. After a series of chops, it seemed that the surrounding big trees had not changed much. But not long after, I saw that these trees began to emit smoke, gradually turned into a charred black color, and finally turned into a pile of ashes without even a chance to burn. Zhu Rong was surprised and delighted. The power of this Suzaku sword became beyond imagination. Before she could speak, Zhu Xiaobao had already thrown the Suzaku sword over. Zhu Rong opened her hand, and the Suzaku sword returned to her body. On Jialong Island, the great venerable man Wang has been meditating under the sinkhole for half a month. He is absorbing the essence of the bones of his body. This process is much slower than that of Zhu Xiaobao and Jiumei, and the absorption is also very limited. And there is also huge loss in it, because his body has no blood connection with the original body. It is now being forcibly absorbed and transformed. After returning to the ground from the sinkhole, Tianmoji was somewhat happy. After all, the swelling and pain in his body had disappeared, and his body was also undergoing qualitative changes.
Alas! It's a pity that I haven't reached the half-demon body yet. But it's coming soon. Xiuji, are you ready with the beautiful women and good wine I want? I'm going to have a big meal today. Ha ha ha. Wait until I get this body. My body has been transformed into a half-demon body. Who can compete with me?
Tianmoji shouted loudly as soon as he came out of the sinkhole. After not eating or drinking for half a month, Tianmoji is in great need of a big meal. Of course, he not only needs good food and wine, but also a beautiful woman to enjoy himself.
Congratulations to Master Tianma for developing a demonic body.
Master Renyao, Master Jiuyin, and Ji Jishan all quickly knelt down and sang in unison, with both wonder and awe in their eyes, because the great Master of Wilderness is obviously more powerful than before. He even grew taller. Originally, the great Master of the Wilderness was a physical practitioner, and his strong physique was his greatest advantage. Now the demon Jiu is stronger, and his whole body is filled with an explosive sense of power. The huge pressure makes people dare not look directly at him.
Ha ha ha! I haven't mastered the demon body yet, but it won't be long. Now nothing can hinder my blood sacrifice technique. Ha ha ha! Ji-chan, are all the strong women and beauties I want ready?
The great Master of Wilderness laughed loudly and happily.
Master, it has been prepared for a long time. Not only is it strong and beautiful, but it can also be eaten and used.
Ji Jishi came forward with a flattering face and said with a flattering smile,
Okay. Even though this apprentice of yours was picked up by mistake, he is still pretty good and quite sensible. Jiuyin, are you ready?
The great venerable man Wang felt even more excited and glanced at taking a look at the great Master Jiuyin. I was a little surprised. This great Master Jiuyin turned out to be more charming and delicate. It was really a bit tempting. The great Reverend Man Wang couldn't help but look at Ji Jisheng again, which frightened Ji Jishi so much that he almost sat on the ground. In the evening, Ji Jisheng took great pains to prepare the banquet. He hired the best cooks and prepared 99 and 81 dishes, as well as 9-year-old fine wine, which he spent a lot of money to get. You should know that Zhu Xiaobao's wines that are more than 6 years old are generally not sold for takeout. Of course, another girl beside the great master Jiuyin became a side dish, still wailing and struggling in pain. But this did not affect the interest of these people at all, and even made the atmosphere more exciting. This banquet is full of terror and evil. The next day, the great venerable Jiuyin was helped out of the palace by 2 maids. The performance of the great venerable wilderness was so fierce that even a battle-hardened witch like the great venerable Jiuyin could not bear it. Amazing. The most important thing is that she, like the great monk, is suffering from swelling and pain in her meridians and bones. So she is far from in shape. But the great master of the wilderness ignored this, and used the blood sacrifice technique the next day. All 400,000 people on the Dragon Island were sacrificed by him, except for a few servants in the general's palace. After all, these demons still have to be served. This time, the blood sacrifice technique of the savage great lord went very smoothly, and the effect was better than before. What's more important is that now there is no longer a situation where the body cannot bear the situation brought about by the improvement of cultivation level. It looks like his body has reached the critical point of being a half-demon body. However, although the great lord of the wilderness was in a happy mood, when he looked at the 2 great lords of Renyao and Jiuyin, he was frowning. He even endured the pain all over his body, and looked at the great lord of the wilderness pitifully. Where is the person?
Master, you still need powerful helpers like them around you. You can let them learn some techniques of cultivating the demon body. What do you think?
Ji Jishan also rushed to the side to help the 2 great sages. Of course, the most important thing to say is that he pays close attention to Jiuyin. A temptress.
How dare you? That's my true body. A real demonic body. How dare you try to take advantage of my true body?
The great savage shouted angrily.
However, without your technique of cultivating the demon body, our cultivation progress is slow, and we can't bear the suffering now. Please have mercy on Lord Heavenly Demon. The 2 of us are slaves and are willing to follow Lord Heavenly Demon forever.
The great master Jiuyin and the great master Shimao both knelt there and begged bitterly, tears streaming down their cheeks as they spoke. Their biggest dream is to be promoted to the realm of martial saint. But if their physique cannot keep up, it is simply impossible.
Yes, Master. Even if you have advanced cultivation and boundless magic power, you still need some errands and handymen around you.
Ji Jishi stood aside to help with the hair drying. He knew that he would also need this kind of magic training at a certain time. The exercises.
Yeah, that's it. Well, since you 2 are still obedient, I will pass on the first level of the technique for cultivating the demon body to you. It should be enough for you to cultivate to the realm of the martial saint.
The great monarch of the wilderness, after thinking about it, his mind raced for a while, and then he nodded and said, he will definitely not be able to recover his original demonic body, nor can he recover his original cultivation level. He will probably stay in this world for hundreds, or even thousands of years. He can't be without a slave who can take advantage of him. So the great master of wilderness finally nodded in agreement. But he was still very heartbroken. After all, it was his own body. The remaining essence of the skeleton was not very rich, and the key was that he had no blood connection with the skeleton. So the absorption efficiency was very low.
Thank you, Lord Demon.
The great master of human demon and the great master of Jiuyin were overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Even GZ also knelt down and kowtowed, feeling secretly proud that he could also practice this kind of demonic body technique. In the Daxiangwo temple, the great venerable Wu Wei was sitting on the highest floor, looking in the direction of Jialong Island, and muttered in a low voice,
I didn't expect that Tian Majio would recover so quickly. Looking at the bloody color, he must have been a blood sacrifice for 30 years.
There are over 10,000 people. Time is really running out. Once this big devil recovers, the person he wants to kill the most is me.
Chapter 698, Skyrocketing Strength A. It has been 2 months since he occupied the Dragon Island is sinking into the Tianqing to cultivate his half-demon body. During this time, great changes have also taken place here at Princess 19. Because Duanmuki and Murong Feng got married. Originally, the 2 wanted to wait until Taimoji's matter was resolved before holding the wedding. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao rejected this idea. These are completely different things. Besides, since they devoured the divine consciousness of the white tiger divine beast, they have also gained some understanding of the heavenly demon Jiu. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei are also unsure of what happened. The heavenly demon Jiu was too strong back then. Although he has obtained the dragon-slaying sword, also known as the Suzaku sword, the outcome is only 50-50. There is no need for Duanmuqi and Murong Feng to delay their marriage because of this matter. So Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and asked them to get married as soon as possible. I thought it was just a wedding banquet and a grand celebration would be enough. But I didn't expect that these two people were both strategists and had done a lot on this matter. Their marriage was announced to the world. Invitations were sent out widely, and a grand wedding ceremony was scheduled to be held in Liuhe County in half a month. It turns out that Duanmuqi wanted to take this opportunity to show the world the strength of the 19th princess. He has no control over Tianmoji's affairs, but he still has some ideas about the 19th princess's unification of the Great Xia Kingdom. And this time, Duanmuqi was surprised to get the strong support of the Lingyu clan's former clan leader, his mother-in-law Yu Qianhe. What was even more surprising was that Yu Dan also sent another 20,000 troops to the Shiwang fiefdom, including the original female warriors. There are now as many as 60,000 female warriors in the Shiwang fiefdom, and after the bloodline was activated, the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are now more powerful than before. Zhu Xiaobao also brought an elite army with him when he came back from Zirui Kingdom, and millions more people will be transported one after another. This was promised by Yu Qianhe herself. In addition, the Shijue Kingdom also attaches great importance to this wedding ceremony. In the eyes of Great Khan Mohan, this is an excellent opportunity to show his goodwill to Zhu Xiaobao. And as the king of Zhua, Jialanga also clearly stated that as long as when the 19th princess is in need, she is willing to send troops to help. For a time, the power of the 19th princess increased greatly, and she had already come from behind and became the most powerful among the 4 princes. But all this is not because of the 19th princess, but because of one person, a cook, and Zhu Xiaobao, who has no intention of participating in the struggle for hegemony. Yes, it is because of Zhu Xiaobao that he has inherited the inheritance of the white tiger beast. And this matter has spread. Although both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong suspected that the great venerable Wu Wei had spread the news consciously, so that Tianmoji's attention could be focused on Zhu Xiaobao. But what I didn't expect was that the 19th princess benefited the most. Now all parties are supporting the 19th princess. Her strength has begun to make the 7th princess and His Highness the 6th prince feel uneasy. Asshole! 19th sister's ambition is already obvious. She actually wants to compete with us for the throne? If I had known, I shouldn't have protected her back then. Now she is a serious problem for us. Qi the princess was restless and extremely angry, and lost her temper in the harem. The ground was full of broken teacups, bowls, and various antique jades. The 2 eunuch slaves of Dafu and Erfu were kneeling on the side and trembling. Even though these 2 people were martial masters, they had been used to being beaten and scolded by the 7th princess since they were young. Now they were prepared to be beaten again. Only Ji Jisheng sat there calmly, watching the 7th princess go crazy without caring at all. His cultivation level now far exceeded that of the 7th princess, and he also had complete control over the 7th princess in front of him. So he was not worried, just sitting there with a faint smile, watching this woman go crazy. And you? What on earth are you doing? Why did such a big disaster happen to Jialong Island? Also, why is it now inaccessible to Jialong Island, and even my people are not allowed to land on it? What on earth are you doing? When the 7th princess saw Yang Zi with the presence of Ji Jisheng, she couldn't help but become even more angry and shouted at Ji Jisheng. Ha ha! You all go down! Ji Jisheng waved his hand, and the maids and eunuchs hurriedly exited. They all knew that Ji Jisheng's words were more effective than the 7th princess. Sure enough, after all the maids and eunuchs had left, Ji Jisheng said casually, "What are you anxious about? The ones who are most anxious now are His Highness the 6th prince and the 1st prince. It's not your turn to be anxious. What are you talking about? Do I have to wait until the 19th sister has destroyed both of their families before I become anxious? What are you thinking about? And what is going on at Jialong Island? Tell me clearly." The 7th princess shouted angrily. He said, "There is no such noble temperament as in the main hall. Instead, she looks like a village woman quarreling with someone on the street." Snapped. Ji Jisheng was so confident that he slapped the 7th princess. Not only that, he actually started tearing off the 7th princess's clothes in the living room, and then slapped her white body one after another without any courtesy.
still scolding fiercely.
Bitch! You don't have to take care of my affairs. Just take care of your Southeast County. My master is currently practicing on Jialong Island. You'd better give me some peace of mind. Don't cause trouble for yourself. The great master Jiuyin is practicing on Jialong Island? Then why?
The seventh princess suddenly became confused and murmured with blurred eyes. I have completely lost my resistance. Now Ji Jisheng has already taken care of her. Moreover, Ji Jisheng's martial arts also put her at a disadvantage. No matter soft or hard, he is no match for Ji Jisheng. So he can only be controlled.
Humph. It's not the great master Jiuyin. There is someone more powerful. If it weren't for me, your Southeast County would have ceased to exist.
The final result was that the seventh princess collapsed on the ground again and could not get up. Dafu and Erfa were still carried to the bed. However, while lying on the bed, the seventh princess began to wake up gradually.
Is there something more powerful? Not Jiuyin to your majesty? Could it be that?
The seventh princess became more and more frightened as she thought about it. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Now Ji Jisheng's cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds. This was already very strange. Now Jialong Island has been banned again. And there are quite a few people on Jialong Island. A little news no more. Only at this time will the seventh princess become more rational. But there is nothing she can do. Now not only is her perverted needs inseparable from Ji Jisheng, but many of the civil and military officials in her fiefdom are also Ji Jisheng's people. In fact, the seventh princess already felt a little regretful and more panicked. She also knew very well that Ji Jisheng was becoming more and more arrogant. If this continued, sooner or later her fiefdom would belong to Ji Jisheng.
Come on! Come on! Take a look! Take a look! The fried stinky tofu just came out of the pan. It's delicious and not expensive. 5 copper coins per skewer. Fresh roast lamb. 3 copper coins per skewer.
Zhu Xiaobao brought the chef hat was shouting hard on the street. And there was a fat man standing next to him. It was Ha Chitu. The two of them were soliciting business in person. And they were very busy. There was already a long queue in front of them. And both female warriors and poor people lined up to buy in an orderly manner. There is still more than half a month left before the wedding ceremony. And Zhu Xiaobao is really bored. With the improvement of his cultivation, now he seems to be separated from the crowd. But he has no fun at all. Now merchants and forces from all over the world have gathered in Liuhe County. Zhu Xiaobao simply went to the street to sell it himself. Hachita followed Zhu Xiaobao closely. He had determined his purpose, which was to follow Zhu Xiaobao. He had already gained a lot of benefits from following Zhu Xiaobao. At least there were several subordinates attached to him now. Small tribe. In terms of financial resources, Hachita can now dominate the world. But this guy was not ambiguous at all. And he still followed Zhu Xiaobao to hawk on the street.
Brother, why is your stinky tofu more expensive than my roast lamb? This makes no sense. Those things of yours are made of beans and are worthless at all.
Hachita argued with dissatisfaction.
Then it depends on who is selling and what is selling. I finally found the feeling of making money again. Don't disturb me. Don't you see that they are all for me? Little sister, take it and be careful to iron it. TSK. These hands are really delicate.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't bother to pay attention to Hachitu at all. He was courting a young female warrior. And he also took the opportunity to get a little advantage. He felt very happy. This feeling is the most enjoyable. It's much more relaxed and enjoyable than fighting with real swords and guns.
You dare to take advantage of me? You are looking for death.
This young and inexperienced female warrior didn't even know Zhu Xiaobao yet. She took advantage of him and shouted angrily. Although she was very angry, her voice was still very loud, sweet and tender. But one hand was already on the handle of the knife at his waist.
Ha ha ha! Yes! Beat him! Beat him hard!
The female warriors in the back laughed and encouraged the young female warrior. Of course they all knew about Zhu Xiaobao. So they all followed suit. All female warriors with some qualifications know Zhu Xiaobao's virtues. And they all like his rogue appearance. Many of them have even taken advantage of him. It's still very memorable when I think about it now.
No. How about I give you 2 more bunches of stinky tofu? Plus a Taotai jade token.
Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be horrified and shouted. And also gave you a trembling jade token. This jade token can be what's amazing. Taotai jade brand. All Zhu Xiaobao's products are discounted in half. This time, the female warriors looked at this young female warrior with envy. They didn't expect this young sister's luck. So good. She got this jade medal just after being promoted to female warrior. This time, The young female warrior left with satisfaction and doubts on her face. She couldn't understand why this man was so generous. But a masked woman standing behind the young female warrior took out a knife and said coldly,
"A bunch of stinky tofu. Plus you. Aw? This sister. I am not a prostitute but a performer. Humph. How about I give it to you? Huh? Is it you?"
Chapter 699, Skyrocketing Strength B. As soon as they saw this knife, all the little horses recognized it. "Isn't this the short knife that I gave to Princess Mou? No need to ask. The woman in front of you is Princess Mou. One look at this graceful and exquisite figure. There is no mistaking her." At this time, Princess Mou also unveiled her veil. As expected, her face that would captivate the country was even more beautiful than before. And she also had the aura of a superior person. Isn't she now the king of Shijua Kingdom? That's it. In the past 6 months, he has shown more and more aura of king. It's just that in Zhu Shibu's eyes, these kingly auras are completely ineffective. And he doesn't care about power at all. But I have to admit that Princess Mou is indeed stunning. Among women of the same age, the 19th princess is the best. This most beautiful woman in Shijua is really not a fake. At this time, several guards hidden around also appeared. They were secretly protecting Princess Mou. But the one with the highest martial arts skills was a martial master. And the rest were all great martial arts masters.
I've seen King bless you 1,000 years ago."
Hachita hesitated for a moment, then bent down and saluted. He now belongs to a small independent force that has no control over the situation. But it is attached to the foot of Lingyu Mountain. So this guy doesn't have to pay taxes to Shijua Kingdom or Lingyu Mountain. His life is really comfortable. But in essence, he is still a Shijua. So he is still a little in awe of Wang Qian live.
"Well, you are living a comfortable life. If you have time, you can go to my fief and open a few shops. I won't treat you badly."
Princess Mou looked at Hachitu and said softly, "There is no condescending arrogance." This surprised Hachitu. But he was still very happy. This is another business opportunity. And in the end, it was Zhu Shiba's fault.
You guys talk. You guys talk. I'll go change my clothes first,"
Zhu Xiaobao said with a sly smile, then turned around and slipped into the back of the shop and escaped through the back door. "Do you think that Princess Mou, you would really come to your door for free?" Zhu Xiaobao definitely didn't believe it. So in order to avoid trouble, he ran away immediately. By the time Princess Mou realized it, Zhu Xiaobao had disappeared. She couldn't help shouting angrily,
"Zhu Xiaobao, don't run away. I still have something to say."
But now there was no reply from Zhu Xiaobao. Hachita nuzzled at her knowingly, which meant the direction in which Zhu Xiaobao was escaping. For his own benefit, this guy immediately betrayed Zhu Xiaobao. The men immediately brought over a BMW. Princess Mou got on the horse, whipped the horse and chased after her. The female warriors, who looked at them, were all envious. They were not envious of Princess Mou, but the BMW. But these 2 BMWs are one of a kind. Sure enough, before Zhu Xiaobao could run far, he was caught up by Princess Mou not long after. Zhu Xiaobao was so angry that a carefree horse could not run fast at all. And he did not expect that Princess Mou would catch up. The crowd dispersed along the way, looking at these 2 people in surprise. Lioha County has regulations that you can ride horses on the street, but you are not allowed to gallop. But when they saw Zhu Xiaobao running in front of them, everyone was shocked. As if they understood something, they all spontaneously dodged aside and made way. Some brave female warriors were still behind to cheer Zhu Xiaobao.
"Xiaobao Qiansui, come on. We will be overtaken soon. This time how much advantage did you take? Holy shit. I was wrong this time and didn't get any advantage at all,"
Zhu Xiaobao explained angrily while running.
"Hey!"
Everyone shouted in unison, making Zhu Xiaobao dumbfounded. This time he really didn't take advantage. Zhu Xiaobao ran further and further into the distance. And finally no one booed him. But Princess Mou was already chasing her very close. Zhu Xiaobao turned around and shouted while running.
"Hey! Hey! Hey! Is it over yet? I really didn't take advantage of anything. What on earth do you want to do? Humph! I just want you to take advantage of me. Stop!"
Princess Mou also scolded in anger. The women of Shijua are much more open-minded than the women of Daxia. So she is not shy. It was very straightforward and I called it out. Princess Mou also felt aggrieved. She was the most beautiful woman in Shijua. But she was being avoided by the little treasures, like a god of plague. Wouldn't it be shameful to tell her this? At this moment, an arrow flew out of a small forest in front. But there was no arrowhead. It hit the front leg of the happy horse. The horse immediately hissed in fright, then stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhu Xiaobao, who was on the horse, reacted very quickly. He exerted force on his feet and flew out from the horse. Then he snorted,
Mo Sang Xiaojian. Don't think that I don't know you without using your golden arrow. You want to plot against me now.
I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level far exceeds that of Mo Sang Xiaojian, so he doesn't take this arrow seriously at all. But Mo Sang Xiaojian was not angry either. Instead, he turned out from behind the tree with a smile and said to Princess Mou,
Third sister, I have stopped him, and the rest is up to you.
At this time, Princess Mou also caught up. She sat on the horse and hummed condescendingly,
Run again! Let everyone see that the majestic King of England is 1,000 years old, and you will know how to take advantage. It seems like this is not the first time. Right. Nonsense. I was joking. What on earth do you want to do?
Zhu Xiaobao raised his head in dissatisfaction and said, Isn't he under the horse? Princess Mou is sitting on the horse, so she has to raise her head to speak.
Didn't I say it? I will fulfill my promise and give it to you. Did you forget it?
Princess Mou said generously. She also raised the short knife in her hand, which was given to her by Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, there have been a lot of women coming to my door recently. Can I not want it? If you return this knife to me, we will be reconciled. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes, and then returned he said with a slightly sad look. He wasn't lying. When he was quelling the sandstorm, he took in Princess Jiao and Princess Jiayu one after another. So he felt that he couldn't arrange it in time. And he really didn't want to take in another Princess Mou.
TSK! Are they considered princesses? Can they be compared with me? At most, they can be just a side wife. I am the third princess of Daxiju Kingdom. So you don't know what is good and what is bad.
Princess Mou snorted disdainfully. From the bottom of her heart, she doesn't really approve of these two so-called princesses. Her identity is at least as good as that of the 19th princess.
Hey! This is wrong. All living beings are equal. As long as they enter my harem, I will treat them equally. Well, since you brought it to your door yourself, I'm a little embarrassed if I don't want to. Forget it. SOSO. You just be in the 11th room. Come back with me and say H, low to the other 10 ladies.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became very unhappy, and said even more disdainfully than Princess Mou.
You bastard. You actually asked me to pay my respects to them? Are you dreaming?
Princess Mou suddenly became furious. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to come back to her senses. She hadn't entered the door yet. So why did she seem to be just jealous? It seems that I have fallen into Zhu Xiaobao's trap.
That's right. Ideals are full. Reality is very skinny. You have to be prepared.
Zhu Xiaobao said seriously, and even walked to the horse and actually hugged Princess Mou down.
What are you doing? Let me go. How dare you molest me in broad daylight?
Princess Mou suddenly panicked. This was a remote and uninhabited place, and Mo Sang Xiaojian was still guarding the perimeter. So there was no hope that anyone would be there. I can come to save her. Moreover, Princess Mou was horrified to discover that Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts was so high that she had no power to resist at all. His whole body was sore and weak, and he was already being held by Zhu Xiaobao.
Huh? You said you were going to pass it on to me, and I just accepted it. Well, even though it's in the wilderness, it's quite interesting. Why? Are you scared? It's still too late to regret it now.
Zhu Xiaobao really was walking towards the depths of the grove.
Humph. Just go. But you have to agree to a condition after it's done.
Princess Mou gritted her teeth and said very forcefully.
Huh? This is love between a man and a woman. I never negotiate terms with anyone at this time. Besides, you are fulfilling your promise now, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me.
Zhu Xiaobao conveniently put Princess Mou on the grass with an attitude he is very tough. And his hands are also very skillful. He has already started to help Princess Mou undress and take off her belt.
You bastard. You dare to bully me. Let go. Let me go. I'm going to kill you.
Princess Mou resisted fiercely. But it didn't seem to help. And her clothes were still being removed one by one. Faded. Seeing that only her intimate clothes were left, she panicked and shouted,
Stop. I don't want to make any conditions anymore. And I don't want to back down. Just let me go. How come there are so many things?
And it's already this time. And I still give up? Wouldn't that be frustrating? Besides, you caught up with me and wanted to cheat on you. And now you want to go back on your word? Isn't it too late?
Zhu Xiaobao said very rudely. His hands were already moving up and down, and he was marveling in his heart. This figure and skin are really good. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in Shijua.
Please. I am wrong. Isn't it okay? I haven't experienced human affairs yet. And I don't want to be bullied by you at a place like this.
Princess Mou finally collapsed completely. Holding her hands, there were people blocking her everywhere. Their faces were panicked and full of tears. She was really scared. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was really so shameless, and started to take action as soon as he said it.
Huh? A virgin? I thought you were so straightforward and would have given up on it. In this case, let me let you go. Don't use this matter as a bargaining chip in the future. Don't make it look like you are doing something that makes two people happy. Business is the same. This is the kind of business I hate the most.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then slowly stood up and said coldly with a serious face.
I know. I was wrong.
Princess Mou was still twitching at this time, but she finally felt relieved. At least my innocence is preserved. Chapter 700, Skyrocketing Strength C. With his hands behind his back, Zhu Xiaobao walked out of the woods arrogantly. He hurriedly avoided it, mainly because his crotch was so high that he was afraid of being seen by Princess Mou. It was indeed quite unsightly. However, this guy felt a little regretful that he didn't eat that sheep at the end. He was so kind. What a gentleman.
2.
As soon as they walked out of the woods, Mo Sang Xiaojian rushed over, and even the title changed.
Hey, brother-in-law. How are you? My third sister is much better than your wives.
Right?
Huh? Why are you the only one out here? Where is my third sister?
Oh.
She's a little embarrassed. And she's just cleaning up the aftermath. It's the first time. So that's understandable. You go over and keep her company.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly bent down, and then said with a dry smile. For fear of him, the rising figure in front was spotted by Mo Sang Xiaojian. Then he walked in front of Princess Mou's BMW, jumped on the horse, and drove away. Although his riding skills are not very high, as his cultivation improves, it will not be a problem to easily control this BMW. He ran away without a trace in the blink of an eye. Daching. This Mo Sang Xiaojian is very open-minded and has been here for a long time. Women from the Shijua kingdom are relatively open-minded. She has experienced sex with men and women long ago, but she has not gotten married. On the contrary, she has been getting along very well with Jialanga's Mukue recently. The two often meet in private. Anyway, they are both top assassins, and no one has noticed their whereabouts. In fact, Princess Mo was quite unjust this time. She was basically encouraged by Mo Sang Xiaojian to provoke Zhu Xiaobao. Mo Sang Xiaojian took it for granted that his third sister would definitely have no problem capturing Zhu Xiaobao. She is the most beautiful woman in the Shijua kingdom. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she entered the woods, she saw Princess Mo still crying there. His clothes are disheveled, and he doesn't seem to be satisfied after succeeding. Mo Sang Xiaojian was a little dumbfounded. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao was still hawking along the street in person. This time, there were more people queuing up, but many people were talking in low voices and still covering their mouths and laughing, which made Zhu Xiaobao very puzzled. Even the old disciple looked at Zhu Xiaobao strangely and laughed with him from time to time.
Disciple? What are they talking about? Why are they all looking at me with evil eyes? What do you know? You still haven't told the master honestly.
Zhu Xiaobao asked angrily.
Bad master. Did you succeed yesterday? Hee. Today these women all brought a piece of gold and were ready to sell it. TSK. Master is master. I don't have this ability.
The old apprentice was still flattering as always, and the mean smile on his face seemed to be one of envy. In fact,
what he practices is boys' kung fu, and he is not at all lewd.
Yes. I'll give you 2 ingots of gold. I also have a younger sister. Although she can't compare to Princess Mou, she is absolutely plump and can also belly dance. Do you want to consider it?
Hachi too also said next to her, while trying to ask, He really wanted to expose his plump sister.
Go away! You two are eating everything inside and out. And you want to sell me for a piece of gold? Besides, I didn't do anything yesterday.
Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly shocked and shouted angrily in a low voice.
Who believes it? Look at these women in line. Their eyes are burning.
Hee, Hachita said, shaking his head disdainfully. And his smile became even more obscene. Looking up, sure enough, these women were all staring at him, their eyes radiating passionate light. But Zhu Xiaobao was covered in cold sweat, and his spine was chilling. This was the rhythm of trying to steal people. At this moment, Duimuki came on horseback and shouted happily.
Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! He is indeed a master in the field. He just did it casually, and got 20,000 horses in vain. The King of England has worked hard for 1,000 years. Already!
What?
20,000 war horses. Wait, what did you just say? What does it mean to do it casually? Damn it! Are you talking so vulgarly now?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt dizzy. But to you Duimuki is still very dissatisfied with his choice of words.
Huh? You didn't know? Princess Mou's 20,000 war horses have been delivered. You are really generous. They are all the best horses. Princess 19 specially asked me to invite you back.
Duimuki was surprised and asked. He said very doubtfully.
It's broken. It's broken. Why is this matter getting more and more troubled? I can't even explain it. Come on. Come up with an idea.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped hawking and quickly changed. He took off his clothes and left in a hurry with Duimuki. The women who were holding an ingot of gold were also discouraged. They dared to think that their lover's family still had 20,000 war horses as dowry. This is incomparable. So everyone's attention is back to the fried stinky tofu.
Oh? You mean you didn't do it? Then what's the purpose of Princess Mayu giving such a big gift? No way. This doesn't seem like your style? Aren't you always shameless?
The two of them ran to a secluded place. Duimuki looked at Zhu Xiaobao with confusion. His expression was one of absolute disbelief.
What are you talking about? Am I such a person? Are you talking nonsense? It's over. It's over. I can't explain it clearly in front of them this time. This must be Princess Mou and Mo Sangxijian's conspiracy to plot against me. It must be I remember the idea your second wife Murong Feng gave her. Murong Feng was still Princess Mou's military advisor.
Zhu Xiaobao was circling back and forth in frustration. If he had known this, he shouldn't have done it yesterday. You gave up. Now not only are you not doing well, but you are also acting as if you really did something.
Impossible. Murong has been with me for a while. It can't be Murong's idea for her.
Duimuki shook his head firmly and said, This is the truth. The two of them are tired of being together every day now. And Murong Feng has no idea at all. There was no time to rush back.
Then she can't fly pigeons to pass messages?
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Duimuki and snorted disdainfully. This brother-in-law's face is now red and happy. But his IQ seems to be plummeting.
Well, that's right. I'll go back and ask Murong now.
Duimuki seemed to have realized something. Cupped his hands, patted the horse and left. Zhu Xiaobao was left alone. And suddenly he felt as if he had been trapped again. Duimuki was just pretending to be crazy and acting stupid. Now he took the opportunity to slip away again. He suddenly became a loner, with no one to accompany him to encourage him. Zhu Xiaobao carefully returned to the princess mansion, quietly walked to the inner courtyard, and looked out. Good guys. Zhu Rong, Princess 19, Yu Dan, Wu Yu, Princess Jiaoyu, Princess Zhou, and Ning, Xiao, and the three of them are all here. Zhu Mei is even carrying a golden armor hammer. Where is her luck? However, Zhu Xiaobao slashed at the door of the inner courtyard. Zhu Mei noticed it, but just glanced at it, and Ning continued to have luck.
Hey! Ladies! Are you all here? I'm really happy to see you.
He. Zhu Xiaobao put on an enthusiastic expression and walked in with a smile on his face. Just say hello. But the result was very embarrassing. No one paid any attention to him. These women were all whispering to each other, but no one talked to him. Even Princess Jiao and Ing Xiao, who were usually in awe of him, pretended not to see it, lowered their heads and remained silent.
Hey! I was wronged. I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask Princess Mou.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Wow! Fortunately this time, everyone started to pay attention to him, and all of a sudden Zhu Xiaobao was surrounded, and his ears were already grabbed. There is a golden armor hammer behind him. And he can't move. It was Zhu Rong and Princess 19 who were grabbing his ears. One on the left and the other on the right. Both of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. Zhu Rong said with some warmth and anger,
"You are too ridiculous. In public. Just run into the woods and still do this kind of thing in the wild. You are the 1,000-year-old king of England. I really didn't do it. They were the ones plotting against me. If I did it, they would definitely admit it. It must have been Murong Feng who gave them the idea."
Zhu Xiaobao turned his neck uncomfortably and defended.
"It's not my idea."
At this moment, Murong Feng's voice came from outside the door, still very calm and indifferent. As soon as they saw Murong Feng coming, Zhu Rong and Princess 19 immediately let go. It was still necessary to protect Zhu Xiaobao's face in front of outsiders. The other people also immediately dispersed and went to Zhu Rong and Princess Shi, behind the 9th princess. Here are Zhu Rong and the 19th princess. Leading them,
"Murong, you're here. Sit down. Come and serve tea."
Zhu Rong returned to her gentle and elegant look, and greeted Murong Feng with a smile. However, there was still a hint of questioning expression in his eyes.
"Ha ha! You have indeed wronged the King of England for being 1,000 years old. He did not do anything. This was Mo Sang Shijian's idea for Princess Mou. But I didn't expect Princess Mou to actually adopt it. Well, Mou the princess is still very concerned about Xiaobao Qian's way. Of course, it depends on how you handle this matter,"
Murong Feng said with a chuckle. It turned out that Duanmuki had found her and briefly explained what happened. Murong Feng then came here in a hurry.
"Ha ha! Did you hear that? I am a Chitos who is unruffled, loyal, and has a love as strong as gold. Don't you feel guilty? It's time to make it up to me. Right. We're all going to come together tonight. And I'm going to challenge 10 of you."
Xiaobao immediately became energetic and sat carelessly on the chair in the middle, looking around at these women with pride.
"Well, we all felt very guilty for misunderstanding the King of England's 1,000 years old. We have no face to face the Wang family's 1,000 years old tonight. So we went back and thought about it behind closed doors."
Zhu Rong smiled slightly, stood up and gave a polite salute, then turned around to ask for left. The rest of the people also bowed and turned around to leave.
"Ah, they're all gone? You did this on purpose." "Right."
Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded immediately, saying that Zhu Rong was quite rich in these tricks and could definitely control Zhu Xiaobao.
"Oh, you all shut yourself up and think about your mistakes. Then I'll stay with Xiaozu."
Unexpectedly, Jumei said very straightforwardly.
"Ah? You Jumei?"
All the girls stopped immediately, turned around, and looked at Jumei resentfully. In fact, this is just a small episode. In fact, what everyone is more concerned about is why Princess Mo, you gave away 20,000 war horses. Is it really just a show of goodwill to Zhu Xiaobao? But Princess 19's mood is very complicated. She needs these war horses very much. With the support of 20,000 war horses and Princess Mou, her strength has increased a lot.